Chapter 113 The First Pain of Separation. Inside the immortal cave, Gu Bai gently opened his eyes. He felt incredibly light, as if a layer of iron armor had been shed from his body. Big brother, you're awake. How long have I been asleep? Gu Bai stretched lazily and asked casually. Not long, just 2 days. Gu Bai scratched his head and said with a smile. It's been that long, hey. Gu Bai was stunned, as if he had thought of something, and quickly asked. How are Elder Zhang and Elder Qian doing now? The outer sect seemed to have been attacked, and they were in the outer sect. They weren't seriously injured, were they? How should I put this? Gu Bai's expression stiffened, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing Gu Bai's expression, Gu Bai's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. Where are they now? Are they injured? I'll go see them right away, Gu Bai said with a hint of anxiety. Gu Bai was silent for a moment, unsure how to answer. After a long while, he finally said. I'll take you to see them now, but big brother, you need to prepare yourself mentally in advance. Gu Bai was silent for a long time. He vaguely guessed the outcome, but still held a glimmer of hope. The two walked in silence towards the sect. Upon arriving at the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai did not stop, but instead walked towards a more secluded underground room behind the Hall of Returning Spring. And Gu Bai's heart grew heavier, because the underground room behind the Hall of Returning Spring was specifically for storing corpses. Stepping into the underground room, Gu Bai immediately felt a chill. Looking up, the underground room was densely packed with countless corpses. Gu Bai dragged his heavy steps, walking slowly, very slowly, among the corpses. But no matter how slow he walked, the path always came to an end. Gu Bai quickly found two incredibly familiar figures among the corpses. Gu Bai's body trembled slightly, but he walked with extreme determination. Looking at the corpses of Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, Gu Bai's eyes turned red. Even though he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. As a physician, Gu Bai could almost instantly tell the cause of death of the two elders. They did not die from severe injuries, but from burning their life origin, like a lamp running out of oil. But looking at the slight smile on Elder Jiang's lips before his death, Elder Zhang must have passed away without much pain. He hadn't seen Elder Zhang smile like that in a long time. It seemed that ever since Elder Zhang began to age, he had become somewhat taciturn. Gu Bai clenched his fists. He squeezed so hard that his fingernails even broke through his skin, and blood slowly dripped from his fingertips. Crack, crack. Gu Bai, due to excessive force, actually crushed his own bones. He was unwilling, truly unwilling, but no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Memories of the time he spent with the two elders flashed through his mind. Recalling Elder Jiang's kind smile, Gu Bai felt a pang in his heart. No one would ever again laughingly scold him a stinky brat, and no kind elder would ever again teach him how to cultivate spells. Big brother. Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai worriedly, but didn't know how to comfort him. Gu Bai's hair was now completely white, his face was full of exhaustion, and a strong sense of sorrow emanated from him. Just looking at him, Gu Bai felt as if he had been infected, and also felt a strong sense of sorrow. I am fine. Gu Bai squeezed out these words from between his teeth, but Gu Bai did not look fine at all. Gu Bai stood silently for a long time. He suddenly felt a little tired, and just wanted to stand quietly. Stinky brat, are you just going to be so dispirited? Don't you want your two disciples anymore? They're still waiting for you. He physician reached out and shook Gu Bai's body, saying loudly. Hearing he physician's words, a glimmer of light finally emerged in Gu Bai's heart. That's right, he wasn't alone. He still had his respected master, and his beloved disciples. That's right, big brother, Qing Ning is still waiting for you. And upon hearing the name Qing Ning, Gu Bai instantly snapped back to reality. Yes, Qing Ning was still waiting for him. He couldn't just remain depressed like this. Looking at the people around him who cared about him, Gu Bai took a deep breath, suppressed his sorrowful emotions, and once again showed his gentle smile. Don't worry, I'm fine now, Gu Bai said in a steady voice. Seeing Gu Bai like this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. During the 2 days Gu Bai was unconscious, the Hall of Returning Spring was in chaos. Many physicians formed their own factions, and no one would obey anyone else. He physician and Su physician wanted to take charge, but they were only first-rank physicians after all, and could not command respect. Physician Qin also wanted to step forward and organize the situation, but although her medical skills were superb, her personality was extremely reclusive, and she had no connections in the Hall of Returning Spring. This is the current situation of the Hall of Returning Spring. Although it's chaotic, it doesn't hinder the treatment of the injured. Every physician is doing their best to treat the injured, but because there's no proper arrangement, the efficiency isn't high. He physician said with a tired expression. I understand. You can leave the rest to me. Gu Bai said with a smile, and then stepped forward to take charge. Under Gu Bai's arrangements, the chaotic Hall of Returning Spring instantly became orderly. All the doctors, upon seeing Gu Bai, felt as if they had found their backbone, and their anxious hearts settled down. After a long while, Gu Bai put down the last document and let out a long sigh of relief. The Hall of Returning Spring had finally stabilized. Gu Bai did not rest, but instead hurried towards the sect leader's residence without stopping. Sect master, I'm here to help. Sitting in the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji, who was full of fatigue, finally breathed a slight sigh of relief when he heard Gu Bai's voice. Gu Bai, it's good that you're fine. Gu Bai smiled, immediately walked to Su Wuji's side, and began to treat Su Wuji's injuries. Su Wuji was currently dealing with affairs while severely injured, and had been busy until now without any proper rest. Compared to when he was unconscious, his injuries had only slightly improved, but he was still in a severely injured state. It wasn't that no physicians wanted to treat Su Wuji, but their skill level was too low. They could treat the injuries of Foundation Establishment cultivators, but they were completely unable to treat the injuries of Golden Core cultivators. And for Su Wuji, second-rank medicinal pills had almost no effect, and third-rank medicinal pills had already been used up during the previous battle. If Gu Bei hadn't insisted on treating Su Wuji every day with his awakened divine ability, Su Wuji's injuries would probably have been even more severe. As Gu Bei once again exhausted his magical power, Su Wuji's complexion finally looked a little better. Thanks. Su Wuji's complexion was a little rosier, and he said with a slight hint of embarrassment. It's nothing. From now on, I'll treat you once a day. You're expected to make a full recovery in about a month, Gu Bei said with a smile. This was the importance of a physician. Without him, even if Su Wuji managed to recover on his own, he would leave behind hidden injuries, and his foundation would also suffer some damage. But with Gu Bai's help in treating his injuries, Su Wuji would be able to recover in a very short time, and with Gu Bai's help in conditioning his body, he would not leave behind any hidden injuries. Gu Bai then joined Su Wuji in handling the sect's affairs. Chapter 114 Divine Thunder of Creation. The sect had just experienced a major battle, and there were too many things that needed to be handled. Su Wuji alone simply couldn't manage it all. However, others were not skilled in managing a sect, nor did they have the qualifications. Only Gu Bai was both good at managing a force and qualified to help. With Gu Bai's help, Su Wuji completely relaxed. He only needed to sit quietly by the side, and Gu Bai would handle everything, then present the results to him for him to decide the final direction. Watching Gu Bai smilingly hand him the processed documents, Su Wuji's lips curved into a slight smile. Gu Bai was simply his ideal assistant, handling all the work for him, and even doing it better than he himself could, only needing him to stamp it. If it weren't for Gu Bai's low cultivation, he would even want to pass the position of sect master to Gu Bai, so he could retreat behind the scenes and cultivate properly. With Gu Bai's help, Lingyun sect operated like a precise machine, with all departments running at full capacity, licking the wounds left by the war. This war was too devastating for Lingyun sect, most of its disciples died or were injured. Of the original 6 Golden Core cultivators, only 2 remained. If Tianming Ziyai hadn't appeared midway, Lingyun sect might really have been annihilated. Fortunately, Gu Bei successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm, and it was even the legendary Immortal Golden Core. He immediately awakened 2 minor divine abilities, as well as 1 little supernatural powers related to his physique. According to Gu Bei, he didn't know how strong he was now, but he could definitely defeat a Golden Core middle stage cultivator. His combat power rivaled Su Wuji, a Golden Core late stage, who could feel a sense of danger from Gu Bei, which meant Gu Bei's strength was second only to his. With Gu Bei and Su Wuji, other small forces in Qingzhou did not dare to rashly attack Lingyun sect. Gu Bai and Su Wuji were busy for 3 days before they finished the sect's aftermath work. Now the war was considered over. Although the duration was very short, only 1 day, the number of deaths was not inferior to any previous war. It wasn't that neither side wanted to fight anymore, but that they had reached their limit. If they continued to fight, even if one side could win, it would inevitably be a Pyrrhic victory. And that sole victorious side might not even be able to hold on to the fruits of victory. After all, besides the 4 great sects in Qingzhou, there were still several small Golden Core forces. But Gu Bai estimated that the war would soon break out again. After all, given Gu Bei's growth rate, in a few decades, he might cultivate to the Golden Core middle stage, becoming completely invincible in Qingzhou. By then, the 3 great sects would have no chance, so once the Golden Core true person of both sides had mostly recovered from their injuries, they would fight a decisive battle to thoroughly determine the victor. It's time to go pick Xing up and bring her home. After finishing all his work, Gu Bai stretched deeply and murmured softly. He had originally wanted to pick Xing up right after the war ended, but he was too busy then and had no time. Now that the sect had finally stabilized a bit, he could spare some time to bring Xing back to the sect. Su Wuji actually wanted to personally go pick Xing up and bring her back to the sect, but as sect master, he was simply too busy and couldn't get away. Gu Bai did not go alone, he also called Gu Bei along. Xing, as well as Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, had all been secretly teleported to an extremely secluded place in Qingzhou to avoid the war. Now that Qingzhou had just experienced the chaos of war, the 4 great sects were unprecedentedly weak, barely able to maintain stability within their own territories. Meanwhile, cultivator robbers ushered in a night of revelry. Countless cultivator robbers who had been in seclusion for many years re-emerged, beginning to frantically plunder everything. For medium or large forces, the impact might be small, but for small forces, it was catastrophic. Countless small forces were slaughtered overnight. And the 4 great sects, including Lingyun sect, turned a blind eye, not stopping those cultivator robbers. If he went alone, it would be too dangerous and he could easily be robbed by cultivator robbers. Leave it to me. With me here, no one will dare to harm Big Brother. Upon hearing Gu Bai's intention, Gu Bei did not hesitate, patting his chest and assuring him. Then he directly grabbed Gu Bai, and a ball of thunderclouds condensed under his feet, and he began to fly towards the distant sky. Standing on the thundercloud, even though the speed was extremely fast at this moment, Gu Bai was not affected in the slightest, with no wind noise whatsoever. Apparently, Gu Bei had formed a barrier around them, firmly protecting him. By the way, Gu Bei, what divine abilities did you awaken during this breakthrough to Golden Core? Gu Bei suddenly asked with some curiosity. In the cultivation world, even with very close relationships, one generally wouldn't casually inquire about another's trump cards. With casual relationships, they might even turn hostile on the spot, and even with good relationships, it would cause discomfort. But Gu Bei didn't feel offended at all and spoke without hesitation. I awakened 3 minor divine abilities in total. The first is Creation Divine Thunder. With Creation Divine Thunder, my recovery ability has greatly improved. Whether it's the recovery speed of my physical body or my magical power, it's 3 or 4 times faster than before, and as long as the injury isn't particularly severe, it can quickly recover. With it, I'm not afraid of being surrounded. As long as the enemy can't kill me immediately, I can rely on Creation Divine Thunder to keep fighting, and my magical power will hardly run out. Gu Bei said with a hint of pride. Then he extended his arm, and without any hesitation, condensed a lightning long blade and cut a large gash on his arm. Blood flowed out as if it were free, but immediately after, green lightning appeared on Gu Bei's wound. Under the lightning's healing, the wound recovered at a visible speed, completely healing in just 1 or 2 breaths. The only slight pity is that using Creation Divine Thunder to heal others greatly reduces its effectiveness. It seems I can absorb Creation Divine Thunder to the greatest extent because of my Heavenly Thunder body. Others simply cannot absorb too much power from Creation Divine Thunder. I also tried to treat Master before, but the effect wasn't very good. He couldn't actively absorb the life force of Creation Divine Thunder, only passively absorbing a small amount of life force. Gu Bei nodded. This was exactly what Gu Bei needed. Gu Bei now lacked neither offense nor defense, the only thing he lacked was recovery ability, and Creation Divine Thunder just perfectly compensated for this weakness. But then Gu Bei's brows furrowed again, he seemed to have noticed a problem. Gu Bei also didn't hesitate, taking out a dagger and cutting a wound on his arm. You use Creation Divine Thunder to heal me, I'll experience it myself. Okay, big brother. Chapter 115, Taking Xing back to the sect. Green lightning appeared in Gu Bei's hand, and then he carefully attached the lightning to Gu Bei's wound. Under the stimulation of the green lightning, the injury on his arm recovered at a visible speed, healing completely within 2 breaths. Gu Bei's brows furrowed. Slow, too slow. Gu Bei was an entire major realm higher than him, yet it took 2 breaths to heal his wound. Without Gu Bei's help, just by himself, for this level of wound, he would only need half a breath to fully recover. However, it only took Gu Bei a little over 1 breath to heal a wound of the same size on himself, which was very contradictory. Gu Bei closed his eyes again and carefully sensed. He could sense a vast amount of life chi contained within the lightning, and the concentration of this life chi was astonishing. But just as Gu Bei said, he could only absorb a tiny bit. After pondering for a moment, Gu Bei finally thought of a solution. When you have time in the future, follow me to learn medical Dao. I don't require you to learn pharmacological knowledge, you just need to master the medical Dao secret art proficiently. Gu Bei spoke slowly. The use of Creation Divine Thunder requires a certain threshold to transform it into pure life chi for others to absorb. Gu Bei possessed the Heavenly Thunder body, allowing him to forcibly absorb Creation Divine Thunder, bypassing this threshold, but others could not. And a physician was precisely the person most skilled at this step. A physician could transform normal magical power into magical power with a trace of life chi. Gu Bei's Creation Divine Thunder was easier to transform into life chi. In terms of innate conditions, Gu Bei far surpassed other cultivators. A physician could even utilize life chi to a greater extent, healing injuries that 10 parts of others' magical power couldn't cure with only 5 parts of their own magical power. Hey? Me? Learn medical arts? Big brother, you must be joking. Gu Bei could only believe it was himself. That's right, it's you. Don't try to decline. As far as I know, after breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, all aspects improve, including learning ability. Learning medical arts might be a bit difficult for you, but as long as you are willing to spend time, you will definitely learn it. At that time, I will personally teach you, guaranteeing that you can become a physician within 5 years, Gu Bei said seriously. Alright then, I'll try my best, Gu Bei scratched his head, saying with great reluctance. Then what is your second divine ability? My second divine ability is Extreme Yang Heavenly Thunder, an extremely overbearing Heavenly Thunder. Gu Bei's palm condensed strands of golden lightning, and under his control, the golden lightning quickly formed a golden spear. The spear began to spin rapidly, then flew towards a distant giant mountain. Boom! Rumble! 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 The 1,000-jung tall giant mountain was flattened by Gu Bei's casual strike, leaving only scattered stones. Gu Bei watched this scene with extremely solemn expression. To flatten a 1,000-jung tall giant mountain would require at least a full power strike from a Golden Core initial stage cultivator. But judging by Gu Bei's demeanor, it seemed very easy, not even a casual strike. How many thunder spears like this can you condense at once? Gu Bei asked with a hint of curiosity. Oh, that? I've never actually tried it. I'll try it now. As soon as Gu Bei finished speaking, countless golden spears condensed behind him, and the number of spears grew more and more. They densely filled the sky. Gu Bei roughly estimated that there were at least 100 spears. Gu Bei then waved both hands, and all the golden lightning surrounded his body, slowly forming a towering golden giant. Seemingly feeling a bit monotonous, under Gu Bei's control, a layer of golden armor even appeared on the surface of the golden giant. The giant condensed an ultra-large thunder spear in its hand and threw it fiercely towards the distance. This massive thunder spear pierced through a gigantic mountain range, then plunged deeply into the ground, causing a violent explosion. Boom! Rumble! 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 The ground was blasted into a giant crater, 1,000 zhang in diameter and unfathomably deep. Gu Bai watched this scene dumbfounded. This level of power would require at least a full power strike from a golden core late stage to achieve. Gu Bai let out a long breath. That last strike had greatly eased his emotions. Phew, that felt good. However, while Extreme Yang Heavenly Thunder is strong, it has one drawback: it consumes a lot of magical power. Fortunately, I still have Creation Divine Thunder to help restore my magical power. As for the last divine ability I awakened, it's called Undying Golden Body. This is a defense-oriented divine ability that can provide me with extraordinary defensive capabilities. As soon as Gu Bai finished speaking, golden light emanated from his body. He then patted his chest, and instead of the sound of flesh colliding, it sounded like the crisp clang of metal against metal. As a body cultivator, my physical defense is already strong. I can basically ignore the attacks of Golden Core initial stage cultivators. After activating Undying Golden Body, my physical defense is greatly enhanced. Golden Core early stage attacks are completely ineffective against me, and even Golden Core middle stage cultivators' attacks struggle to break through my defense. Gu Bai gasped, causing the cold air in the surroundings to diminish by a breath. Gu Bai's three divine abilities complemented each other perfectly. With the enhancement of these two divine abilities, Gu Bai's combat power underwent a qualitative improvement. With his original strength, he might have been able to contend with Golden Core middle stage cultivators, but with these three divine abilities, Gu Bai could even fight a Golden Core late stage cultivator. Extreme Yang Heavenly Thunder provided powerful offensive capabilities, allowing Gu Bai to possess the attack power to rival Golden Core late stage cultivators. Undying Golden Body provided defensive capabilities, allowing Gu Bai to ignore most attacks from Golden Core cultivators. Creation Divine Thunder provided Gu Bai with strong endurance and recovery abilities, giving him the qualification to engage in prolonged battles with Golden Core late stage cultivators. This was too terrifying. One must know that Gu Bai had just broken through to the Golden Core realm. This talent, placed in Qingzhou, could be said to be first unparalleled. Even Su Wuji would pale in comparison to Gu Bai. Ha 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 ha, big brother, aren't I amazing? Gu Bai laughed loudly, saying with immense pride. As expected of Gu Bai, very impressive. Gu Bai's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Gu Bai's powerful combat strength dispelled the sadness in his heart. With Gu Bai's current combat strength, he could be said to be invincible in Qingzhou. Qingzhou only had two Golden Core late-stage cultivators, Lu Sunchen of Lingyun sect and Pure Yang True Person of Pure Yang sect. But now Lu Sunchen was dead, and Pure Yang True Person was severely injured, unable to recover for several decades. The only one who could vaguely suppress Gu Bai in terms of combat power was his master, Su Wuji. At the same time, the suppressed anger in his heart also surged. Once Su Wuji, Tianming Ziai and Ice Frost Genren recovered from their injuries, the four of them combined would be enough to flatten any of the three great sects. At that time, they would let the three great sects witness the wrath of Lingyun sect. We're here, this is the place. Soon, the two stopped in an unremarkable forest. This forest had no anomalies, sparse spiritual qi, not even a single Yao beast within 100 li radius, and it was extremely far from where mortals lived. However, deep beneath this forest, there was a secret chamber built by Lingyun sect, and Qingning was teleported into the secret chamber. Gu Bai, how can we reach the secret chamber? Gu Bai asked, looking a bit confused. Dig down. Dig up this entire area, and we should be able to find the secret chamber. Gu Bai scanned the forest with his eyes, speaking with a slight hesitation. Ah? Gu Bai, you don't know the location of the secret chamber. Gu Bai was somewhat incredulous. Gu Bai shook his head helplessly. As the sect master's daughter, Qingning naturally enjoyed the highest rank of treatment. The secret chamber was one of the most secluded secret chambers in Lingyun sect. Only a few people in the entire sect knew about it, others didn't even know such a thing as a secret chamber existed. Its establishment could be traced back 1,000 years. To reach the secret chamber, one could only rely on a teleportation formation. Moreover, the teleportation formation was a one-time use item, it would be completely destroyed after use, thoroughly cutting off any possibility of enemies finding the secret chamber. Even for Gu Bai himself, finding the secret chamber was incredibly difficult. 1,000 years had passed, and the real-world scenery had already changed. With the map, he could only barely pinpoint a general location. Gu Bai didn't waste words. He immediately conjured countless shovels made of lightning and began shoveling the dirt. Boom. 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 Dirt was constantly being moved elsewhere. Under Gu Bai's efforts, the entire forest was completely cleared. Centered on the forest, Gu Bai dug a giant pit nearly 10,000 feet deep and several thousand feet in diameter. This massive workload took even Gu Bai a full half-day to complete. Gu Bai, it seems there's no secret chamber here. Gu Bai scanned the giant pit and spoke with some doubt. Maybe the direction is a bit off. Let me check again. Gu Bai's old face flushed. He quickly took out the map and carefully examined it again. It had to be said, the security of the secret chamber was indeed high, even with the map, he almost couldn't find it. Gu Bai carefully compared the surrounding scenery, made a detailed calculation in his mind, and deduced the changes in the mountains and rivers, finally determining a new location. The two flew to a lake. Gu Bai looked up at the lake beneath his feet and said with some hesitation. Gu Bai, are you sure it's here? Didn't the map describe a forest? It's here. This lake has definitely been formed for less than 500 years. 500 years ago, this should have been a forest. Gu Bai said with utmost confidence. I trust Gu Bai. Gu Bai circulated his magical power, condensing a giant bowl in the air. Then, with a gentle scoop, he scooped up most of the water. Immediately, Gu Bai conjured countless shovels again and began digging the dirt rapidly. Gu Bai, I found it. Just as you expected, the secret chamber is beneath this lake. Gu Bai said with a hint of pleasant surprise. Gu Bai quickly rushed over and, sure enough, found the door to the secret chamber deep underground. Gu Bai formed complex hand seals, slowly opening the secret chamber's restriction. Soon, the door to the secret chamber slowly opened. Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile. He stood at the entrance, quietly waiting for Qing Ning. Qing Ning, holding a long sword, cautiously walked out of the secret chamber. She looked incredibly haggard at this moment, her eyes red, her clothes wrinkled, and her gaze filled with unease. The playful spirit she once had was gone. In just a few days, Gu Bai could feel that Qing Ning had visibly lost a lot of weight. Clearly, Qing Ning had not been doing well in the secret chamber, not because the conditions of the secret chamber were poor, but because she was too worried about Gu Bai, which made her look like this. Seeing Qing Ning in this state, Gu Bai's heart also began to ache. Just by looking at Qing Ning's appearance, he knew how much she had suffered these past few days. But when Qing Ning saw the figure of the person outside, she instantly became incredibly agitated. Clang! Qing Ning slowly released the long sword in her hand. The long sword fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. And she herself lunged forward, tightly hugging Gu Bai, as if only this way could she feel a sense of security. Qing Ning's body trembled uncontrollably. Feeling Gu Bai's warmth, she suddenly burst into tears, then lightly pounded Gu Bai's chest with her fists. Gu Bai, I really worried about you. Gu Bai gently embraced Qing Ning, comforting her softly. I'm here. We won't be separated again. Holding Qing Ning, Gu Bai's eyes were also a bit red. He had actually been very scared these past few days. Scared that Lingyun sect would be destroyed, that Gu Bai would die, and that everything he cherished would cease to exist. He had barely survived the war, but the two elders he respected had died because of it. But he wasn't given any time to grieve. The sect needed him then, he was the backbone for many people. Others might have broken down emotionally and cried loudly, but he couldn't. His heart had been taught until now, and upon seeing Qing Ning, Gu Bai finally found spiritual solace. She was the person he deeply loved. As long as he was with Qing Ning, Gu Bai felt that nothing could defeat him. The two of them hugged tightly like this, mutually healing each other's wounded hearts. They hugged for a long time, so long that time seemed to have stopped. Gu Bai did not go forward to disturb them, but just watched silently with a slight smile. Gu Bai, your hair? Why is it all white? After a long while, Qing Ning, who had somewhat calmed down, finally noticed the difference in Gu Bai. His hair had turned completely white. Although this added an ethereal quality to Gu Bai, making him even more handsome, Qing Ning felt immense heartache. Oh no, I forgot to dye my hair back. Gu Bai's heart sank suddenly. These past few days had been too busy, he had almost no free time, and in his busyness, he forgot to dye his hair back. It's nothing, just a slight overexertion. I'll just mix a few herbal remedies to replenish myself later. Gu Bai patted Qing Ning's back, saying lightly. Qing Ning's eyes instantly turned red, and then large drops of tears streamed down her cheeks. Qing Ning cried without any regard for her appearance. Gu Bai held Qing Ning tightly, constantly comforting her softly. After a long while, Qing Ning's emotions finally calmed down a bit. Gu Bai, am I useless? Qing Ning buried her head in Gu Bai's chest and whispered after a long pause. How could that be? You are clearly amazing. Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. But, among the three of us, I seem to be the most useless. Gu Bai is the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, and he has now broken through to the Golden Core realm. And although your cultivation is low, Gu Bai, you are very kind and give people a sense of security. You are also the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, with high prestige within the sect. But as for me, it seems my only good point is being the sect master's daughter. Although my talent is very good, compared to true prodigies, I am still lacking. Although I've also been working hard to catch up to Gu Bai's pace, I can't seem to catch up no matter what. In terms of swordsmanship, I've also hit a bottleneck and haven't made any progress for a long time. I seem to be gradually becoming ordinary. Gu Bai, do you still like me, now that I'm so ordinary? Qing Ning looked downcast and spoke softly. She had thought a lot during her days locked in the secret room, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to be no longer worthy of Gu Bai. Gu Bai had unknowingly become so outstanding, an object of admiration for many in the sect, and even a Golden Core true person had openly pursued Gu Bai. What advantages did she have? Her only advantage was being the sect master's daughter, but this status was far inferior to a Golden Core true person. And she seemed to have never helped Gu Bai with anything. Gu Bai had never used her status to gain resources. Instead, Gu Bai had always taken care of her, making her favorite meals every day, and the backyard was filled with many spirit fruits she loved to eat. If she was bored, Gu Bai would put down his work and patiently play childish games with her. Now, she had become a burden to Gu Bai. When the war broke out, she couldn't help even a tiny bit, and instead, because she was too weak, she dragged Gu Bai down. The more she thought this way, the more she felt she was unworthy of such an excellent Gu Bai. How could you think that? Do I look like someone who abandons the old for the new in your eyes? Gu Bai frowned slightly, not because Qing Ning's words made him unhappy, but he was just a little worried about Qing Ning's mental state. No, I just feel that the current me is a little unworthy of such an excellent you. Qing Ning waved her hand in a panic, then said softly. How could that be? In my eyes, Qing Ning, you are unique in the world, the most important person to me. In my heart, no one is as important as you. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly, revealing a beautiful and gentle smile. He spoke with extreme seriousness, as if it were some kind of truth. Gu Bai, who was standing by and watching, suddenly widened his eyes, then showed an extremely sad expression. He wasn't Gu Bai's most important person after all. Seeing Gu Bai's sad look, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, then he glared at Gu Bai, stopping Gu Bai's attempt to step forward. Didn't he see that he was comforting Qing Ning right now? At such a critical moment, don't disturb him. Gu Bai, deterred by Gu Bai's authority, could only stop his steps and watch sadly from the side. Of course, Qing Ning didn't notice these little gestures between him and Gu Bai. At this moment, Qing Ning was still immersed in Gu Bai's words. Foul, too foul. When Qing Ning saw Gu Bai's gentle smile, she couldn't say any words of refusal. She subconsciously chose to believe what Gu Bai said, that she was Gu Bai's most important person. And we are family, family should help each other. For example, if my cultivation were suddenly crippled and I became a waste, at that time, Qing Ning, would you choose to leave me? Qing Ning shook her head. No matter what Gu Bai becomes, I will not leave Gu Bai. Gu Bai revealed a happy smile. Me too, no matter what Qing Ning becomes, I will not choose to leave. Qing Ning hummed very softly, then hugged Gu Bai tightly. Gu Bai's words dispelled most of the unease in her heart, but after so many days without seeing Gu Bai, she naturally wanted to hug him thoroughly, the kind that wouldn't let go no matter what. Gu Bai smiled helplessly, not struggling, letting Qing Ning hug him. Let's go, we'll go to the next place. Gu Bai opened the map, intending to release his two precious disciples as well. Okay, then Gu Bai, stand firm. Gu Bai clapped his hands, and a purple thundercloud condensed beneath his and Gu Bai's feet. Then the thundercloud carried him and Gu Bai, flying rapidly in the direction Gu Bai indicated. This was an extremely profound application of divine thunder transformation, capable of transforming lightning into various shapes, even simulating soft things like clouds. Of course, this required extremely profound control over the Dao, and generally, Golden Core cultivators couldn't achieve this, but Gu Bai had extraordinary talent and extremely high comprehension ability, so he could do it with just a little practice. According to the instructions on the map, Gu Bai quickly arrived at a sparsely populated mountain range. Gu Bai looked at the map for a long time, flying in the air, constantly comparing, and after moving a few thousand li to the right, he nodded with satisfaction. This is it, start digging. At Gu Bai's command, Gu Bai immediately conjured countless lightning shovels, beginning a mighty mountain digging journey. Rumble rumble rumble. After a burst of sound, a bottomless pit appeared underground, and at the very bottom of the pit, as Gu Bai expected, there was a secret room. Gu Bai stopped in front of the secret room and did not immediately open its door, but first used a secret technique to dye his hair back. He didn't want his two disciples to be sad. The secret art that could freely change hair color was a very, very obscure secret art, normal cultivators had never even heard of it. Gu Bai was bored and wandered around the scripture pavilion, almost flipping through all the low and mid-tier secret manuals in the scripture pavilion. Finally, he accidentally discovered it in a corner of the scripture pavilion. Gu Bai formed a hand seal, and soon, his hair gradually began to turn black, until it was completely black. Gu Bai waved his hand, condensing an ice mirror in the air in front of him, and he tidied his attire again. Looking at himself in the mirror, perfectly intact and no different from before, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. Then, with complex hand seals, he opened the restriction within the secret room. The door slowly opened, and two figures instantly darted out, wanting to run outside without a word, but they were each grabbed by Gu Bai with one hand and pulled back. What, are you two so afraid to meet me? Looking at the two struggling violently in Gu Bai's hands, Gu Bai said with a smile. Master. Master. When the two saw Gu Bai, their eyes immediately turned red. They both opened their arms, wanting to hug Gu Bai. Gu Bai's mouth twitched when he saw the scene. He was still holding Qing Ning in his arms, there was no more room. Gu Bai lightly dodged, avoiding the two's pounce. All right, don't get excited, aren't I here? Gu Bai said somewhat helplessly. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, clearly very worried about Gu Bai. Gu Bai's face darkened, and he chopped Lu Ruyan on the forehead with a hand knife. Is that how you curse your master? Ouch. 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 Master, wasn't I saying that because I was worried about you? Lu Ruyan covered her forehead, saying indignantly. Master, what's the situation with the sect now? Since Master you came to find us, it means the sect is fine, right? Oriental Starfall was much more mature than Lu Ruyan and immediately asked about the sect. Gu Bai fell silent instantly, and after a long while, he spoke in a low voice. The sect suffered heavy losses. The physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring are fine, most of them hit in the back, so their casualties weren't severe. But most of the ordinary disciples in the sect died in battle. Qi refining disciples were almost completely wiped out, and most of the Golden Core true persons in the sect also died. However, the enemies didn't have it easy either. It was a mutually destructive fight, neither side won. At this moment, Xing, who had been tightly hugging Gu Bai, suddenly widened her eyes, finally remembering her forgotten father. Gu Bai, how is my father now? Is he injured? Xing asked nervously. Anyway, he's not dead, Gu Bai said somewhat vaguely. It was hard to say so Wuji was fine. After all, both of his arms were severed, which was a devastating blow, let alone for a sword cultivator, even for an ordinary cultivator. Even if the Dao of the sword So Wuji cultivated was somewhat special, and losing his arms didn't affect him too much, cultivating without arms in the future would still have a significant impact on So Wuji. After all, cultivation requires refining spiritual qi and forming a circulation within the body to refine spiritual qi into magical power. This requires complete human meridians to achieve, and severed arms would also have a great impact on cultivation. It could be said that So Wuji was already half crippled now, and this news would likely be an even greater blow to Xing. It's good that my father isn't dead. When Xing heard that So Wuji was only seriously injured, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. After a few more casual chats, the group eagerly returned to the sect. Perhaps because she had never been separated from Gu Bai for such a long time since they met, Xing still held onto Gu Bai tightly, unwilling to let go. Standing on the cloud, feeling the two soft masses behind him, Gu Bai's heart was as still as water. They were both like an old married couple. This level of intimacy was not enough to cause any ripples in Gu Bai's heart. Gu Bai frowned, pondering how to treat So Wuji's severed arms. With So Wuji's current aptitude, it was entirely possible for him to break through to the nascent soul realm, but the premise was that his body was completely intact. Now that So Wuji's arms were severed, the difficulty of cultivation increased by several levels, and the severed arms also had a great impact on breakthrough. His relationship with So Wuji was very good, and So Wuji was also his father-in-law, so Gu Bai naturally had to find a way to cure So Wuji. However, with his current strength and cultivation, it was very difficult for him to achieve something as heaven-defying as limb regeneration. Unless he cultivated to the foundation establishment peak and continued to delve deeper into the Dao for 100 years, only then might he be able to cure So Wuji's arms. But that was too long. Even if So Wuji's aptitude was good, wasting over 100 years would significantly reduce his chances of breakthrough to the nascent soul. After a long time, still without any inspiration, he closed his eyes wearily. If only there was something that could replace his arms, Gu Bai murmured softly. No matter how superb his medical skills were, limb regeneration was still a challenge for him, let alone for a high-realm cultivator like a golden core cultivator. Replace arms, yes, why can't I replace his arms? Gu Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He could completely use the method of building puppets and entrust an artifact refiner to create a pair of mechanical arms for So Wuji. They didn't need to be very strong, they just needed to be able to simulate the human meridians, so that So Wuji could at least cultivate normally. Gu Bai's speed was incredibly fast. In less than half a day, everyone rode Gu Bai's thundercloud and successfully returned to Lingyun sect. Is this Lingyun sect? How did it become like this? Xing stood outside Lingyun sect, speaking in disbelief. At this moment, Lingyun sect was completely different from the Lingyun sect in her memory. Originally, Lingyun sect was lush and beautiful, with countless cultivators chatting and playing within the sect, and cultivators stepping on magical artifacts often flying in the sky. But now, large areas of trees around Lingyun sect were burned to ashes, appearing desolate. Most of the beautiful buildings in the outer sect of the sect were also damaged. And the once numerous disciples of Lingyun sect were now nowhere to be seen, the entire sect was empty. The lingering smell of blood still hung in the air, and occasionally, dried blood could be found in corners. This scene before her caused a great shock to Xing. Seeing this desolate and ruined scene, Gu Bai also sighed softly. There was no other way, the casualties among the lower-level disciples were too severe. They were almost all dead, with only a small number of outer sect elders remaining to clean up the aftermath. However, this did not damage the true foundation of the sect. Important places like the scripture pavilion and the treasure pavilion were well protected. The large-scale spiritual field in the back mountain was also well protected by a formation. As long as these foundations were present, Lingyun sect could just lower its requirements and recruit some disciples with slightly poorer aptitude. Within 10 years, Lingyun sect would recover most of its vitality, and within 100 years, Lingyun sect's mid to low-level combat strength would be fully restored. According to his understanding, the war more than 100 years ago was also very intense. In the end, most of Lingyun sect's mid to low-level disciples died, but it only took more than 100 years to fully recover. So Wuji was also waiting for Xing in the sect early on. Seeing Xing unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled at Xing. However, Xing could not be happy. She looked at So Wuji's empty arms, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably again. Father, how did you become like this? Xing started crying again. Gu Bai and So Wuji exchanged glances, both sighing helplessly. There was no other way, since she was his wife and daughter, they naturally didn't want Xing to be sad. The two of them comforted her again, and after a long time, Xing finally managed to stop her tears. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall were also deeply shocked by the scene before them. For the first time, they had a direct sense of the cruelty of war. It turned out that war was truly so terrifying. Even their sect master, whom they considered invincible, had both his arms severed due to the war. Master, can we help in any way? Oriental Starfall looked at Gu Bai and said very seriously. You little brats, with your half-baked skills, it would be good if you didn't cause me trouble. You just go back to the Hall of Returning Spring and help out, you don't need to worry about the sex affairs. Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. His slightly thin figure, however, appeared so tall in the eyes of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. Gu Bai was like a true father, shielding them from wind and rain, clearing all obstacles, and firmly protecting them behind him. It was as if as long as Gu Bai was there was nothing to worry about. After settling Xing and his two disciples, Gu Bai, Su Wuji and Gu Bei exchanged glances and simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid of fighting enemies, Su Wuji didn't even frown when his arms were severed. But what they feared most was the sadness of those they cared about. Seeing Xing cry, Su Wuji felt his heart ache. Compared to his daughter's sadness, his own severed arm seemed like no big deal. Gu Bai was the same, even when he faced war and frantically treated the wounded, he didn't feel as anxious as when he saw Xing crying. They had cultivated to this point with great difficulty, all for the sake of shielding those around them from harm. If those around them were sad and distressed, and they were powerless to do anything, then what was the use of all the skills they had cultivated? Fortunately, Tianxing Immortal Master didn't make a move, otherwise Xingning's safety would have been truly uncertain, Gu Bai said with a hint of relief, looking in the direction Xingning had departed. Although Tianxing Immortal Master's strength wasn't formidable, he was extremely skilled at divination, especially with his star observation secret technique. In Qingzhou, there was almost nothing he couldn't predict. Even if Xingning hid herself ever so secretly, Tianxing Immortal Master could likely deduce Xingning's location by paying a small price. He wouldn't dare. He knows my temperament best. If he truly dared to lay a hand on my daughter, I would, even with my severe injuries, fight my way to Tianxing sect, even if it meant perishing together, I wouldn't hesitate. If the two strongest factions end up severely wounded, wouldn't that just benefit the remaining three great sects? Tianxing Immortal Master is a smart person, he naturally wouldn't dare to do such a thing, Su Wuji said with a cold snort, his tone extremely domineering. Gu Bai felt a slight flush of embarrassment, then asked with some curiosity, how are you so sure that Tianxing Immortal Master would know you'd attack Tianxing sect because of this? Tianxing Immortal Master can divine the future, and even see future scenes through the star observation secret technique. Before taking action, he would certainly divine the future first, and naturally, he would see the scene of me furiously attacking Tianxing sect and slaying his sect's disciples. Earlier, when you participated in the King Yun secret realm, out of curiosity, I wanted to test his ability, so I deliberately asked him for 100 spirit stones. If he gave them, nothing would happen, but if he didn't, I would severely beat him, making him lose face. However, he seemed to have already predicted all of this. Before I even opened my mouth to ask, he directly gave me 100 spirit stones. Gu Bai felt a slight flush of embarrassment, he hadn't expected Su Wuji to be so fierce, daring to threaten an experienced Golden Core middle stage cultivator while only in the Golden Core initial stage. However, this was precisely a good way to counter Tianxing Immortal Master. Against such an enemy skilled in schemes, only brute force can break all Dao. Next, the two discussed how the sect should recover its vitality. Their views were quite similar, sending cultivators from within the sect to actively recruit disciples. A slightly lower aptitude was acceptable, but the most important thing was that their age should be under 10. Following this were the reconstruction efforts within the sect, and many other details. Gu Bai spoke rapidly, constantly offering his suggestions, and Su Wuji, having been a sect master for many years, could keep up with Gu Bai's line of thought. Mostly, Gu Bai spoke while Su Wuji listened, and occasionally, the two would have differing opinions. However, both were generally good-tempered individuals and wouldn't argue until their faces turned red. They would only use logical reasoning to persuade the other. If neither could persuade the other in the end, Gu Bai would take a step back and follow Su Wuji's arrangements, as Su Wuji was, after all, the sect master. And Gu Bai looked at the two in a daze, he was truly bewildered, completely unable to understand what they were saying. Oh. He had originally thought that now that he had broken through to the Golden Core realm, he was one of the sect's high-ranking members and should participate in the sect's future development. He had thought it would be very simple, just arranging personnel, right? But now, he couldn't even understand what they were saying. Su Wuji controlled the teacup with his divine sense, making it fly to his eyes, then took a small sip to moisten his throat. After talking for so long, he also needed to rest and relax his strained mind. But when he turned his head and saw Gu Bei's dumbfounded expression, Su Wuji's mouth twitched. Gu Bei's talent was unparalleled, both his comprehension ability and aptitude far surpassed ordinary people, but his intelligence was a weakness. It wasn't that Gu Bei wasn't smart, but rather that Gu Bei wasn't good at managing a force. Alas. Su Wuji sighed softly. He no longer wanted Gu Bei to serve as the Ling Yun sect master. Gu Bei was truly unsuitable, he was simply not born to manage a sect. Secondly, the position of Ling Yun sect master would not bring much benefit to Gu Bei, on the contrary, it would impose great restrictions. Su Wuji turned his head again and looked at Gu Bai, who was deep in thought about how the sect should develop, and sighed again. Except for his poor aptitude, Gu Bai was perfect in every other aspect. For him to serve as the sect master could be said to be the most suitable choice, anyone who saw it would say it was reassuring. But it was still the same problem, Gu Bai's aptitude was too poor. At Foundation establishment, he would only live to be a little over 300 years old, and even with Gu Bai's great divine ability, he would reach his limit at a little over 400 years old. It seems I need to find a way to acquire a spiritual object that can enhance aptitude to improve Gu Bai's aptitude and see if it can enable him to break through to the Golden Core realm. Su Wuji mused to himself. Gu Bai was simply too useful. In his opinion, one Gu Bai could be worth 2 or 3 Golden Core cultivators. He couldn't bear the thought of Gu Bai turning into a pile of dry bones 200 years later. Just thinking about a scenario without Gu Bai, he couldn't accept it. Therefore, no matter how great the cost, he had to find a way to help Gu Bai break through to the Golden Core realm. After a brief rest, the two continued their discussion. It wasn't until dusk that the general framework was finalized. Next, I'll have to trouble you. You are the most skilled physician in our sect. I hope you can quickly heal the injuries of us Golden Core true persons, as this directly affects the victory of the upcoming war, Su Wuji said in a deep voice. Gu Bai took a sip of tea, feeling a bit tired, then nodded. The upcoming war had nothing to do with them, the lower and middle level disciples, it was a war for Golden Core true persons. All the Golden Core cultivators of the sects, except for Gu Bai who had just broken through, were basically severely injured and wouldn't recover for at least 10 years. For those with more severe injuries, like Chunyang Immortal Master or 5 Poison Immortal Master, it would take at least 50 to 60 years to fully recover. So, the next struggle would be about recovery speed. Whichever side recovered from their injuries first would once again launch an attack on the enemy's stronghold. With him in Lingyun sect, the treatment time could be greatly shortened. He was confident that he could heal the Golden Core cultivators within the sect within a few years. As for the other 3 great sects, they had no decent medical Dao legacy within their sects. Even 5 Poison sect only had 2 second-order physicians. Moreover, according to Physician Ye from Baiko Valley, the medical skill of those 2 physicians was quite ordinary, ranking in the lower middle tier among second-order physicians. With the skill level of those 2 physicians, they simply couldn't treat the injuries of Golden Core true persons. Thinking of this, Gu Bai paused slightly, because he suddenly thought of Physician Ye. Physician Ye's medical Dao skill was similar to his, both being top-tier second-order physicians. Physician Ye is a Golden Core true person with profound magical power. Currently, he is the only physician in Qingzhou, besides himself, who can quickly treat the injuries of Golden Core true persons. Under normal circumstances, Physician Ye's healing speed is much faster than his. Gu Bai frowned, worried that the 3 great sects would seek out Physician Ye to heal their Golden Core true persons, which would completely nullify Lingyun sect's advantage. Although Physician Ye and he have a very good relationship, they often exchange letters and discuss the medical Dao, considering themselves confidants in the medical Dao. Normally, Physician Ye stands with Lingyun sect. In fact, even before the war began, Physician Ye wanted to come to Lingyun sect to help. However, fearing to offend the 3 great sects and implicate Baiko Valley, Physician Ye ultimately did not come to provide support, but he quietly donated a large amount of restorative medicines to Lingyun sect. Furthermore, Physician Ye has a large family and enterprise, it's not just him alone, but the entire Baiko Valley. The 3 great sects could completely threaten Physician Ye to make him help with healing. Gu Bai did not hesitate and immediately told Su Wuji his conjectures and concerns. Su Wuji also furrowed his brow. A moment later, the 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously turned to look at Gu Bai, who was staring blankly at the side. The 2 smiled at each other, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Gu Bai coughed once, then said. Gu Bai, you are to go to Baiko Valley now and guard there for a period of time to protect Physician Ye's safety. If I leave, what will happen to the sect? Gu Bai frowned and did not agree, saying with some hesitation. Don't worry, the sect's mountain protecting array has been repaired. With me guarding it, it will be very difficult for the 3 great sects to break through even if they join forces again, Su Wuji said in a deep voice. Gu Bai nodded, wasted no more words, and immediately turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Su Wuji, Gu Bai also turned and left. However, he did not return to his immortal cave or the Hall of Returning Spring, instead, he walked towards the Hall of Weaponry. Physician Gu, may I ask what brings you to the Hall of Weaponry? Anything within my power, I will do my utmost to assist. An old man, bare-chested, muscular, with a long white beard, respectfully bowed to Gu Bai. This old man was Li Suan, the head of the weapon forging hall of Lingyun sect, a highly respected second-order artifact refiner. Sect disciples usually called him Hall Master Li. Gu Bai also smiled and bowed, then took out a blueprint and handed it to Hall Master Li. I would like to ask Hall Master Li to help forge a special item. This is the blueprint for the item, as well as its specific usage. Hall Master Li took the blueprint and examined it carefully. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had seen some rare treasure. I never thought it could be done this way. Hall Master Li trembled, speaking excitedly. Gu Bai's blueprint seemed to open a new world for him, making him understand that the human body could also be combined with magic treasures. How is it, Hall Master Li? Can it be forged? Gu Bai asked with a smile from the side. Let me think about it. Hall Master Li did not reply. He stared intently at the blueprint, his brows tightly furrowed. A moment later, Hall Master Li called over several other old men of similar age to him, and then a heated discussion began. After a long while, Hall Master Li finally put away the blueprint and spoke to Gu Bai with full confidence. Don't worry, Physician Gu. Return to the Hall of Weaponry in half a month, and I will hand over the finished product to you then. Gu Bai nodded reassuringly, he trusted Hall Master Li's skill. After leaving the Hall of Weaponry, Gu Bai finally returned to the Hall of Returning Spring. At this time, the Hall of Returning Spring was packed with people, and severely injured casualties were everywhere. Greetings, Physician Gu. Thank you, Physician Gu. If it weren't for your personal intervention, I wouldn't have survived until now. Inside the Hall of Returning Spring, both the injured and the physicians greeted Gu Bai with great respect upon seeing him, and Gu Bai smiled and responded to all of them. He did not linger there but walked towards the deeper parts of the Hall of Returning Spring. In the deepest part of the Hall of Returning Spring, Physician Qin, He Physician, and Su Physician, along with the already retired healer Kui, these four top physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring, were frowning and conversing with each other. And in front of them lay Ice Frost Genren and Tianming Zi, these two Golden Core true persons. Both Golden Core true persons were critically injured and on the verge of death, barely clinging to life. Tianming Zi's condition was slightly better due to Gu Bai's emergency treatment, at least his consciousness was clear, unlike Ice Frost Genren, who was completely in a coma. Physician Qin's hands glowed green, healing Ice Frost Genren without a moment's pause, but the speed of her injury recovery was extremely slow. Meanwhile, Su Physician was performing a water element medical Dao secret art. A white mist, following Tianming Zi's throat, entered his body, circulated within him, and then slowly floated out. However, the pure white mist had turned dark purple, emitting an unpleasant fishy smell. This was Su Physician's unique skill, the tidal healing method. This mist was very special, it could absorb toxins within the injured person's body and bring them out. It was already considered a relatively difficult second-order medical Dao secret art. In fact, Su Physician's medical Dao had already reached the level of a second-order physician, even surpassing ordinary second-order physicians. He was proficient in over a dozen second-order medical Dao secret arts and had even learned several extremely difficult second-order secret arts, some of which even Gu Bai himself had not yet mastered. It was just that Su Physician was not skilled in pharmacology. If he had put in a little effort for a few years to study some pharmacological knowledge, becoming a second-order physician would not have been difficult at all. However, Su Physician did not want to put in the effort to study, which is why he had not obtained the title of second-order physician. He Physician was also similar. He was proficient in pharmacology and could treat most of the illnesses and injuries of Foundation establishment cultivators. It was just that he was not skilled in the medical Dao, which is why he was only a first-order physician, but He Physician's skill definitely reached the level of a second-order physician. As the toxins were drawn out, Tianming Zi's complexion became slightly more rosy, but his skin still showed a faint purple hue. Cough, 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 is there really no other way? If not, call Physician Gu over and have him use that miraculous needle technique on me again. Tianming Zi coughed violently a few times, clearly indicating that the previous action had made him very uncomfortable. You are too deeply poisoned. The Xianming soul-severing poison has already fused with your flesh and blood, and it's constantly devouring your magical power to grow stronger. I can only remove the surface Xianming soul-severing poison, but for the deeper Xianming soul-severing poison, I am powerless. He Physician frowned, saying with some helplessness. How are things progressing? Any leads? At this moment, Gu Bai's steady voice came from a distance. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Su Physician's tightly wound inner tension finally relaxed. Gu Bai, you're finally here. He Physician said joyfully upon seeing Gu Bai. The few quickly exchanged information, telling Gu Bai about their treatment methods and ideas over the past few days, as well as the current condition of the two Golden Core true persons. Gu Bai frowned after listening. Ice Frost Genren's condition was still manageable. After taking various precious secret medicines to stabilize her injuries. Her injuries had been slowly improving. Although her cultivation had dropped from the Golden Core middle stage to the Golden Core initial stage, she had at least preserved her Golden Core realm cultivation. Afterward, she would only need several physicians to take turns healing her, plus Gu Bai's own tailored prescriptions, and she should recover about 70 to 80% in a few years. But the most difficult case was Tianming Zi. The poison in his body, instead of improving, had become even more severe compared to a few days ago. The Xianming soul-severing poison had already penetrated deep into his bones, fusing with his flesh and meridians. Ordinary detoxification methods were completely useless, unless the poisoned flesh was cut off. But Tianming Zi's entire body had already been eroded by the Xianming soul-severing poison, and even his bone marrow was toxic. Gu Bai, He Physician, and healer Kui discussed for a long time, but still couldn't find a good solution. The Xianming soul-severing poison was indeed the five poisons Immortal Master's ultimate skill, a second-order physician was simply incapable of treating it. Now, the Xianming soul-severing poison was eroding Tianming Zi's body every moment. If a way to completely cure it wasn't found, Tianming Zi would only grow weaker and weaker until he eventually died in agony. How about trying hydrotherapy? Gu Bai whispered. That's the only way. The others exchanged glances, all speaking with helplessness. Gu Bai immediately went to the depths of the Hall of Returning Spring and took out several jade bottles. These jade bottles contained Xianling purifying water, an incomparably precious second-order spiritual item. Just a small amount of Xianling purifying water could purify toxins within the body, making it highly favored by physicians. Of course, the conditions for the birth of Xianling purifying water were extremely harsh, only in the depths of huge lakes, where spiritual qi was exceptionally abundant, could a few drops possibly form. The Lingyun sect had been purchasing Xianling purifying water at high prices for years, but even so, they only had a few bottles in stock. Gu Bai found a large wooden barrel and, with a slight pang of heartache, poured these bottles of Xianling purifying water into the barrel, then added various spiritual liquids capable of purifying toxins. These were all precious second-order spiritual items and first-order spiritual items, which together filled an entire wooden barrel. To gather these spiritual items, Gu Bai had almost emptied the Hall of Returning Spring, or rather, the entire sect's reserves. All the liquids mixed together, finally presenting a faint amber color. The physicians looked at this barrel of amber liquid, all feeling a painful tightness in their chests. Immortal Master Tianming, strip off your clothes and lie in, absorbing these spiritual liquids with all your might, Gu Bai said to Tianming Zi. Alright, Physician Gu, I trust you. Tianming Zi didn't hesitate, quickly stripping off his clothes to reveal his body covered in scars. Is this enough? Zhongming Zi fully submerged himself in the spiritual liquid, only his head exposed, and asked Gu Bai. No, you must be completely immersed in the spiritual liquid, and you also need to breathe in the water, drawing the spiritual liquid into your internal organs. Only then can it exert its maximum effect. Tianming Zi didn't hesitate and immediately did as Gu Bai instructed. And he was surprised to find that inhaling the spiritual liquid was not painful at all, on the contrary, it was very comfortable. The spiritual liquid continuously nourished his internal organs within his body. His internal organs, which had been severely damaged by the Xianming soul-severing poison, rapidly recovered under the spiritual liquid's treatment. Gu Bai and the others were not idle either, all injecting their magical power through the wooden barrel, controlling the spiritual liquid to cleanse Tianming Zi's body. After circulating, the spiritual liquid was expelled by Tianming Zi, but upon expulsion, it was no longer golden yellow, instead, it turned an ominous purplish black. Gu Bai and the others continued to remove toxins for Tianming Zi in this manner. The originally golden yellow spiritual liquid in the wooden barrel gradually turned black and began to emit a strong, foul odor. This was the hydrotherapy method, using purifying spiritual liquid to cleanse meridians and remove toxins. Generally, even third-order virulent poisons could be cured through hydrotherapy. Alright, you can come out now. Pfft. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Tianming Zi suddenly shot out of the water, then began spitting out large mouthfuls of black spiritual liquid. After a long while, he finally spat out all the spiritual liquid from his mouth. Then, Tianming Zi looked at his hands in disbelief. He now felt his body better than ever before, incredibly light. His originally slightly bronze skin had also been cleansed of impurities, becoming as pure and tender as an infant's skin. The slight medicinal pill toxins he had accumulated from years of consuming medicinal pills were also completely washed away. He now only felt his body was incredibly clear, without any trace of impurities, and perhaps even his cultivate speed could increase by a few points. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally well. 5 poisons Immortal Master, just you wait, I will personally kill you. Tianming Zi laughed heartily, appearing extremely joyful. Don't move, let me check you. Gu Bai's expression remained tense. He placed his hands on Tianming Zi's back and began to examine his body. Gu Bai's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, until they were deeply creased at the end. What's wrong, Physician Gu? Don't scare me. This greatly frightened Tianming Zi, who quickly asked. The Xianming soul-severing poison in your body might not have been completely removed, there's still a trace remaining within you. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Although Tianming Zi seemed to have fully recovered, Gu Bai still found a few faint traces of Xianming soul-severing poison in the deepest parts of his meridians. These few traces of Xianming soul-severing poison were like a persistent bone marrow parasite, no method could completely remove them. Then what should I do? Can't we do hydrotherapy again? Tianming Zi was a bit panicked. He didn't want to endure the feeling of his body being constantly eroded by the Xianming soul-severing poison a second time. The spiritual items required for hydrotherapy are no longer available at the Lingyun sect. It would take at least 10 years to gather them again. Moreover, the Xianming soul-severing poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. Even hydrotherapy cannot completely eradicate it, a trace will still remain. However, you don't need to worry too much. The remaining Xianming soul-severing poison is very little. If I formulate a special medicine to suppress it, I can completely suppress it for at least 50 years, and it won't affect you. When it can no longer be suppressed after 50 years, I'll think of another way. At worst, we'll just do hydrotherapy again. Gu Bai said with some helplessness. He truly had no other choice. The 5 Poisons Immortal Master was a third-order poison master who had been famous for a long time, and the Xianming soul-severing poison was his ultimate, secret skill. No one who had been afflicted with the Xianming soul-severing poison had ever survived, it was practically a death sentence. And he was only a second-order physician. Being able to temporarily suppress the Xianming soul-severing poison was already remarkable. Gu Bai looked at the unconscious Ice Frost Genren and sighed slightly with a hint of regret. Ice Frost Genren actually had good talent, having cultivated to the Golden Core middle stage at just over 300 years old, with potential to cultivate to the Golden Core late stage in the future. It was just a pity that the battle was too intense. Ice Frost Genren burned nearly 100 years of her lifespan, leaving permanent hidden injuries, and her cultivation dropped to the Golden Core initial stage. Even Gu Bai could only heal Ice Frost Genren's injuries, he couldn't restore her cultivation or the lost life origin. After all, he was only a second-order physician. Normally, a second-order physician could only treat Foundation Establishment cultivator. For a Golden Core true person, he was truly somewhat powerless. The Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill was the same. Even the upgraded version of the Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill could only repair the life origin of Foundation Establishment cultivator, not the life origin of Golden Core cultivator. Because the life level of a Golden Core cultivator had already undergone a transformation, and their life origin had also transformed, methods useful for Foundation Establishment cultivator were almost useless for Golden Core cultivator. It seems he can only leave it to time. His accumulation was still too short after all. If he were given a few hundred more years, all the problems he currently faced would no longer be problems. Gu Bai planned that once the sect stabilized, he would settle down and diligently study various knowledge. This was what an immortal should do. Gu Bai used the medical Dao secret art to once again treat Celestial Frost true person, stopping only when all his magical power was exhausted. Looking at Celestial Frost true person's incredibly beautiful, yet bloodless face, Gu Bai shook his head, then turned and left. Gu Bai suddenly remembered that Celestial Frost true person had even pursued him before, which had scared him quite a bit at the time, and he had directly and clearly refused her. However, thinking about it now, Celestial Frost true person was probably mostly joking at that time, just saying it for fun. Gu Bai, dragging his tired body, returned to his immortal cave. This period of time had truly worn him out, he had almost no free time. From the start of the war until now, Gu Bai had only rested once, and that was because he had fainted from overwork. After waking up that time, Gu Bai spent his days helping Sir Wuji manage the sect and his nights treating the wounded at the Hall of Returning Spring, without having a proper rest until now. The immortal cave was not as dim as usual, instead, a faint warm light glowed within. Gu Bai gently pushed open the door, and what greeted his eyes was Qing Ning rushing towards him. Gu Bai was instantly embraced by Qing Ning, who affectionately rubbed against him before finally separating after a long while. Humph, look what I've prepared for you. A sumptuous dinner I cooked myself. Qing Ning put her hands on her hips and let out a pleasant hum, then turned around to reveal the food on the table behind her. Gu Bai, still a bit dazed, was pushed by Qing Ning to sit down in a chair. Quick, taste it and see how I did. I've practiced for a long time, it probably isn't as delicious as yours, but the taste definitely won't be bad. Qing Ning picked up a piece of tender and juicy beef, placed it into Gu Bai's bowl, and looked at him expectantly. Only then did Gu Bai come back to his senses, picking up the meat from his bowl and gently putting it into his mouth, savoring it carefully. It's delicious, truly delicious. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly, revealing a heartfelt smile, and his long-standing mental fatigue was instantly healed. The food Qing Ning made actually only tasted average, but Gu Bai found it incredibly delicious, the best meal he had ever eaten. Looking at the meticulously decorated room, it seemed every detail was decided by Qing Ning after long deliberation. The luminous pearls in the room, which originally emitted white light, had been replaced at some unknown time by unknown stones that emitted a warm glow. Xiao Bai was lying in the small nest Qing Ning had specially built for him, sleeping soundly with huffs and puffs. The room was not luxurious, but it was very, very warm, with a feeling of home. Gu Bai looked at this simple yet warm scene, and at Qing Ning, who was smiling and watching him, feeling that everything he had sacrificed was worth it, he even had an urge to cry. Humph, if it's delicious, eat more. You eat more too. Gu Bai also picked up a few pieces of meat for Qing Ning, and the two finished dinner in this warm atmosphere. After that, Gu Bai's life returned to peace, he would take time each day to go to the Hall of Returning Spring, manage it briefly, and then expend his magical power to treat Ice Frost Genren. Once his magical power was exhausted, Gu Bai would take out medical books, read them carefully, and study medical Dao knowledge. Or he would find He physician and Su physician to discuss medical Dao knowledge with them. Even though his skill had surpassed theirs, he always gained new insights whenever he conversed with his two masters. The reason he possessed his current medical Dao skill was due to his daily efforts. In his leisure time, he would study the medical Dao and continue to improve. He would also constantly discuss medical Dao with those around him, learning their medical Dao philosophies. And his two masters had also unreservedly imparted their medical Dao philosophies, laying an incredibly solid foundation for him. Gu Bai had absorbed the medical Dao knowledge of his two masters and integrated it to achieve his current accomplishments. When he had nothing else to do, Gu Bai would also go to the Danding division to discuss the Dao of alchemy with alchemist Lu. Medicinal pills and the medical Dao actually had many commonalities, which was why Gu Bai was able to become a second-order alchemist so easily. Gu Bai also made time each day to teach his two disciples. Both of them were very talented and worked harder than most people, they had now reached the pinnacle of first-order physicians. Once they both break through to the foundation establishment realm, it is estimated that in their respective areas of expertise, they will possess abilities not inferior to second-order physicians. Master, today Oriental Starfall and I collaborated to heal a severely wounded foundation establishment cultivator. Isn't that super amazing? This day, as soon as Gu Bai walked into the Hall of Returning Spring, Lu Ruyan excitedly ran over, pulling Oriental Starfall along. The expression on her face seemed to say, praise me quickly. Oriental Starfall, however, was much more reserved, merely scratching his head and standing awkwardly to the side. You two are truly amazing, worthy of being my disciples. Gu Bai smiled as he rubbed both their heads, but his praise was extremely sincere. He knew that injured person, not only was he severely wounded, but he was also poisoned by the 5 poison sect, making treatment quite tricky. An ordinary first-order physician would be utterly incapable of treating him, and even a second-order physician would find such a patient incredibly troublesome. He himself was too busy to treat that injured person. Physician Qin could treat him, but it would take a very long time, and it would be better to use that time to treat other more severely injured patients. Therefore, although that injured person's life was saved, he could not be completely cured. He hadn't expected that Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, working together and complementing each other's weaknesses, would actually manage to cure that injured person. This showed that when they worked together, they already possessed a skill level not inferior to a second-order physician. Once they both cultivate to the foundation establishment realm and collaborate, they would likely become the physician second only to him in the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai was genuinely happy, and also a little proud. After all, he had taught them both. Good, to celebrate, tonight you two can come to my place for a barbecue feast. Gu Bai reached out and put his arms around both of them from behind, while rubbing their hair, saying with a smile. Yay! We get to have a barbecue feast. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was so overjoyed that she danced with excitement, happily embracing Oriental Starfall directly. Gu Bai stood to the side, and upon seeing this scene, his lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Being suddenly embraced by Lu Ruyan, Oriental Starfall's face instantly turned completely red, and he instinctively hunched his body. Pfft! Seeing Oriental Starfall bending at the waist, Gu Bai couldn't help but laugh out loud, no longer his usual faint smile, but an unreserved, hearty laugh. Although he had undergone professional training and generally wouldn't laugh, he couldn't help it this time. That evening, Gu Bai lit a fire in his small courtyard, preparing for a barbecue party. Besides Gu Bai, many of his good friends had gathered in the courtyard. As soon as they heard Gu Bai was hosting a barbecue party, they didn't need him to call them, they all proactively brought some ingredients over. Crackling sounds. The wood crackled and sizzled as it burned in the flames, emitting wisps of smoke that weren't acrid at all, but rather had a faint fragrance. Gu Bai picked up a stack of purple wood and added it to the fire, making the flames even more vigorous. This burning wood was no ordinary wood, it was made from spirit fruit trees at least 100 years old, selecting branches with more spiritual qi, and crafted using a secret method, making it very suitable for grilling food. The cost of this wood was also very expensive, even Gu Bai didn't dare to use it casually, only taking some out occasionally. However, today he was happy, Lingyun sect had finally survived the crisis of war, he and Xing were living a happy and warm daily life again, and his disciple had also grown, these were all good things worth celebrating. Gu Bai took out several emerald green bamboo skewers, threaded several golden carp onto them, and then slowly roasted them over the fire. These golden carp were golden thread nan fish, a very precious spirit fish with incredibly delicious taste. However, golden thread nan fish had almost no survival ability, yet it had an extremely high demand for spiritual qi. This led to golden thread nan fish being very rare, almost extinct in the wild. Within Lingyun sect, only the pond in the backyard of sect leader Su Wuji's immortal cave raised a small number of golden thread nan fish. These few were brought by Xing, presumably she asked Su Wuji for them. In addition, there were several jars of 100-year peach blossom brew on the table. These jars of 100-year peach blossom brew were all fine wines that had been aged for over 100 years. These jars of 100-year peach blossom brew were also brought by Xing. Of course, such peerless goods were virtually priceless in Qingzhou, it was difficult to buy them even with an abundance of spirit stones. As far as he knew, Su Wuji happened to have some 100-year peach blossom brew in his collection. Besides that, there were many precious ingredients laid out on the table, most of these ingredients were brought by the people attending the gathering. Gu Bai processed these ingredients one by one, then placed them over the flames to roast slowly. Soon, the aroma of the ingredients wafted out. At this moment, Gu Bai's small courtyard was almost packed full. Xing and Lu Ruyan were squatting by the fire, constantly drooling, their eyes fixed on the roasting meat on the fire. Oriental Starfall tried to pull Lu Ruyan away but found he couldn't, so he could only sit by her side, helpless yet somewhat dotingly. He Physician and Su Physician, two elderly men, were sitting at a table, drinking tea and chatting. Alchemist Lu stood in the corner, gritting his teeth as he looked at Oriental Starfall, yet he was helpless, he couldn't possibly stop his daughter from seeking her own love. Su Wuji stood beside Alchemist Lu, looking at the fine wine on the table with a bit of heartache. That was fine wine he usually couldn't bear to drink, and unexpectedly, in a moment of inattention, most of it was secretly taken by his scoundrel daughter. Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero, gently comforted him beside Su Wuji. Xiao Bai was holding a beast leg, gnawing on it with grunts and snorts. Wang Meng, whose injuries had already recovered, actually used his long sword as a barbecue grill, skewering food on it and propping it next to the flames to roast. This made Gu Bai's mouth twitch. Fellow Daoist Wang Meng, as a sword cultivator, shouldn't you cherish your precious sword very much? Gu Bai couldn't help but ask curiously. I am different from those traditional sword cultivators. In my opinion, the foundation of a sword cultivator's strength lies in oneself, not external objects. Therefore, a precious sword is merely a tool to me. A tool is naturally used however is convenient, if it can be used as a barbecue grill, why not use it? Wang Mang said indifferently, but there was an overwhelming arrogance in his voice, a self-confidence in his own strength. Perhaps if others said this, it would make people feel arrogant, but Wang Mang was different, he had true strength. As the commander of his front line, Wang Mang faced absolutely the greatest pressure. He often had to face the encirclement of several, or even more than a dozen, Foundation establishment late-stage cultivators from the enemy. But Wang Mang, relying on his own hard strength, broke out of enemy encirclements countless times, fighting his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Besides these people who had a good relationship with Gu Bai, many other people Gu Bai knew also came. Tianming Ziai stood somewhat awkwardly in the crowd. For the past few hundred years, he had been secretly hiding within the sect, with no more than 5 people knowing of his existence. Now he finally didn't need to hide, but Tianming Ziai barely knew anyone, which led to him being unable to speak up in the crowd. You must be Senior Tianming Ziai. I am Wang Mang, the former hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall. I have always admired you. At this moment, Wang Mang walked up to Tianming Ziai and began chatting with him. Ha 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 ha, really? I didn't expect that after so long, someone would still know me. Tianming Ziai scratched his head awkwardly, but said with immense joy. Ice Frost Shenren stood in the corner, silently watching Gu Bai, then glanced at Xing Ning, and turned away somewhat dejectedly, drinking alone in silence. These people packed Gu Bai's small courtyard full, they chatted with each other, and the originally quiet and peaceful atmosphere of Gu Bai's small courtyard was instantly enveloped by liveliness. Gu Bai looked at the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. Soon, most of the ingredients were cooked, and everyone began to eat the barbecue. Come, let's have a drink. Gu Bai raised his cup and said to everyone, then drained the wine in his cup. Gu Bai's action completely ignited the atmosphere at the scene, and everyone began to drink and chat happily. People who were initially unfamiliar with each other also began to converse and drink freely in this atmosphere, slowly becoming more familiar. The suppression in everyone's hearts, originally caused by the war, completely dissipated during this party. As the protagonist of this party, Gu Bai was naturally the most popular person. Countless people raised their cups to drink with him, and in this lively atmosphere, Gu Bai's relationship with these people became subtly closer. This party lasted until late into the night, and almost everyone was dead drunk. I can, hiccup, drink more. Qingning held a jar of wine, her body swaying, clearly already drunk. All right, you've had enough to drink. Now, rest well. Gu Bai helplessly picked up Qingning and carried the drunk Qingning into the house. Wang and Tianming Zi were also dead drunk, the two, who were originally strangers, were now calling each other brothers. Clearly, Wang Mang's bold personality had earned Tianming Zi's approval. Lu Ruyan was also drunk and vaguely wanted to hug Oriental Starfall, but Alchemist Lu, who was nearby, kicked Oriental Starfall away. Physician Gu, I'll be heading back now. Alchemist Lu, holding the drunk Lu Ruyan, bid farewell to Gu Bai and then turned to leave. The others had also eaten enough and, after bidding farewell to Gu Bai, turned and left. In just a moment, the once lively courtyard quieted down, leaving only Gu Bai and Qingning. Gu Bai held Qingning, looked up at the starry sky, then a slight smile curled on his lips, and he chuckled softly. Isn't this the life he pursued? To live with the person he loves, and when idle, to drink tea and chat with a few seniors. If there's time in the evening, call a few confidants, drink some wine together, boast a little, and live a leisurely and carefree life. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone through, falling on Gu Bai and adding a sense of sacredness to him. Gu Bai shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. It must be said that the few jars of century-old peach blossom wine treasured by So Wuji were of excellent quality. Even a foundation establishment cultivator with their strong physical constitution would get completely drunk after a few cups. Gu Bai sat quietly by the window, enjoying the sunrise. The small courtyard was silent. For some reason, Gu Bai felt an emptiness in his heart, and his mood was inexplicably low. Have some tea. Gu Bai skillfully set out the tea set, lit the spiritual fire, and began to slow brew the tea leaves. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The tea quickly boiled, and Gu Bai subconsciously poured 3 cups of tea. He picked up a teacup and took a small sip. Phew. Gu Bai exhaled comfortably, feeling much more relaxed. He hadn't had such a peaceful tea session in a long time, not because he didn't want to, but because he simply had no time. Ever since the war was about to break out, he had been busy with various matters, with almost no free time. Even when he occasionally had time, he wasn't in the mood. Now that the war had temporarily come to an end, the sex affairs were mostly dealt with. At least there wouldn't be another war for a short while, and he finally had time to quietly drink tea like this. Old Zhang, how does this refreshing tea taste? Isn't it? Gu Bai looked down at the tea leaves in the cup and instinctively spoke. He usually drank tea with Elder Zhang or Elder Qian when he was free, and each time he would ask about the taste of the tea so he could improve it next time. Looking up, there was nothing but 2 cups of steaming tea, but the 2 familiar figures were nowhere to be seen. Gu Bai suddenly paused. Elder Zhang did not respond with a kind smile and a casual comment, as he did in his memories. It was only then that Gu Bai finally realized. Elder Zhang was dead, having died in the war, and would no longer respond to his words. No one would accompany him for tea and chat during his free time, and no one would stay up to admire the starry sky with him at night. A wave of loneliness washed over him, and Gu Bai's body trembled slightly. The grief he had suppressed deep in his heart finally erupted at this moment. Drip, drop, transparent liquid fell into the hot tea, creating ripples. Am I crying? Gu Bai reached out to wipe the tears from his face. He took a deep breath, wanting to stop the tears, but they wouldn't stop. He was a person who valued relationships. The thought of never seeing Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, these 2 elders, again, made a profound sense of sadness surge within Gu Bai's heart. Gu Bai took out his silver sword. This silver sword, through his years of nurturing, had reached the level of a top-grade magical artifact. Feeling the faint trace of Elder Jiang's aura remaining on the silver sword, Gu Bai became even sadder. Gu Bai took a sip of tea. As the tea entered his mouth, he only felt it was bitter, so bitter that it made him cry. Don't be afraid, I'm here. A gentle voice sounded from behind Gu Bai, and then he felt himself being gently embraced from behind. Feeling the familiar aura behind him, Gu Bai's heart finally calmed down slightly. It was Qingning who was embracing Gu Bai. She had woken up at some point and, seeing Gu Bai's sorrowful appearance, had gently hugged him like this. Qingning didn't say a word, she just quietly held Gu Bai. No words of comfort were needed, simply being by Gu Bai's side was the greatest comfort to him. With Qingning's company, Gu Bai finally stopped being so sad and no longer felt any loneliness. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. Gu Bai said, a little embarrassed. It was the first time he had shown such a vulnerable side in front of Qing Ning. It's good that you're okay. Qing Ning's lips curved slightly, and she showed Gu Bai a gentle smile, a smile that was 7 parts similar to Gu Bai's own smile. Seeing this smile, Gu Bai was slightly stunned. Qing Ning had, at some point, transformed from a lively and adorable young girl into a much more virtuous woman. She began to proactively tidy up the house and also started to actively learn cooking-related knowledge from him. Gu Bai had been too busy recently and had little time to cook, so she took on the task of cooking, preparing a sumptuous dinner for Gu Bai, who returned home exhausted every day. Looking at Qing Ning's smile, Gu Bai secretly vowed that he would definitely protect Qing Ning's safety. The two of them leaned on each other, sitting quietly together, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. But good times are always short-lived. As the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, and with the war having just ended not long ago, Gu Bai's daily affairs were extremely busy, unlike his usual leisure. You stay home and rest well. I'm still needed to oversee things at the Hall of Returning Spring. Don't forget to cultivate at home, and don't even think about being lazy. I'll check on your cultivation progress when I get back tonight. Though reluctant, Gu Bai still stood up resolutely, left the comforting embrace, and headed towards the Hall of Returning Spring. He couldn't get lost in this tenderness. The Hall of Returning Spring was still overflowing with injured people. Many injured people were queuing for treatment. Although this didn't require Gu Bai to personally act, it did require him to oversee the overall situation and rationally arrange the personnel. There were still a lot of sect affairs that hadn't been handled, and Su Wuji was injured and in no state to deal with them, so he needed his help. Besides that, he also had to frequently go to the Danding division to assist Alchemist Lu and offer some advice, and he also had to dedicate a lot of time to teaching his 2 disciples. There were simply too many things that required Gu Bai's attention. If it were anyone else, even if they were split in half, they wouldn't be able to handle it. It was also fortunate that he was highly efficient. What others couldn't manage in 10 hours, he could complete in just 1 hour. I know, I'll cultivate well at home. You should also pay attention to rest. Rest when you're tired, don't push yourself too hard. Qing Ning waved goodbye to Gu Bai, watching him leave. After Gu Bai left, she tidied up the tea set that Gu Bai hadn't put away, rinsed it, carefully wiped it clean with a towel, and then neatly arranged the entire tea set, waiting for the next time they would drink tea. Afterward, Qing Ning tidied up the room a bit. After the barbecue dinner ended yesterday, although Gu Bai had cleaned up the aftermath, he hadn't had time to tidy the room. After everything was tidied up, Qing Ning smiled. She didn't immediately begin to cultivate, instead, she went to an open space behind the small courtyard and began to practice her sword techniques. After practicing a set of sword techniques, Qing Ning finally let out a long breath, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began her day of cultivation. Her talent wasn't particularly good, besides abundant resources, what was more important was her diligence. Although she seemed very idle every day, she was secretly cultivating in corners where others couldn't see her. This was why she had reached the middle stage of foundation establishment at such a young age, only in her 60s. This speed was actually very fast, even faster than that of a typical sex golden core seed. Moreover, Qing Ning's foundation was incredibly stable. Her cultivation was not built up by medicinal pills, but almost half of it was cultivated by her own efforts, bit by bit. Gu Bai hummed a nameless tune softly, his steps light and cheerful as he walked towards the Hall of Returning Spring. Upon arriving at the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai began to organize the day's tasks, assigning each person to treat wounded individuals within their skill level. Afterward, Gu Bai rose and went to the deeper parts of the Hall of Returning Spring. At this time, Ice Frost Genren, whose injuries had recovered significantly, sat quietly in a room filled with spiritual qi deep within the Hall of Returning Spring. Seeing Gu Bai, she smiled and nodded at him, and Gu Bai returned her smile with a nod. Immediately, he released green light from his hands and began to heal Ice Frost Genren, only stopping when his magic power was completely exhausted. Including Gu Bai, several second-order physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring would expend all their magic power daily to heal Ice Frost Genren. Under the efforts of several second-order physicians, Ice Frost Genren's injuries were recovering quickly, estimated to be mostly healed within a few years, with the remainder requiring her to recuperate quietly. After bidding farewell to Ice Frost Genren, he found a quiet spot and began to restore his magic power. While restoring his magic power, Gu Bai was not idle. He took out several Cultivation World Classics from his storage pouch and began to read them with great interest. The knowledge recorded in these Cultivation World Classics was incredibly vast, virtually all useful knowledge was recorded. Some cultivators would write down their experiences, creating Cultivation World travelogues, and the sect would select some of the better ones to record in the Cultivation World Classics. There was also some history of Qingzhou, introductions to various spiritual objects, and even some obscure Cultivation World techniques, all considered Cultivation World Classics and recorded by the sect. Some cultivators would also organize their understanding of cultivation. These Cultivation World Classics were the true foundation of a sect, and ordinary disciples usually needed to spend contribution points to view them. However, since Gu Bai had done so much for the sect, he naturally enjoyed great privileges, allowing him to view these Cultivation World Classics for free. Gu Bai's storage pouch contained dozens of various types of Cultivation World Classics, and almost whenever he had time, even if only for a short while, Gu Bai would flip through these Cultivation World Classics. Flipping through these Cultivation World Classics, while not directly increasing his strength, greatly enriched Gu Bai's knowledge reserves. Perhaps most of the knowledge Gu Bai would never use in his lifetime, but there would always be some knowledge that would come in handy later. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, 2 hours had gone by. His magic power had also recovered, and Gu Bai slowly closed the book. Then, Gu Bai stretched and walked towards the Hall of Weaponry. Soon after Gu Bai arrived at the Hall of Weaponry, Hall Master Li walked over with a smile. Hall Master Li, how is the progress on the arm I asked you to forge earlier? Gu Bai smiled too, seeing Hall Master Li's expression. It seemed Hall Master Li's progress was going very smoothly. Physician Gu, you've come at just the right time. Those items you entrusted me to forge. Hall Master Li carefully took out a wooden box and handed it to Gu Bai. Gu Bai slowly opened the wooden box, and inside were 2 mechanical-looking arms. Unlike traditional cultivation world puppet arms, these 2 arms had a mechanical texture, and complex internal structures could be seen through the gaps. The arms also had beautiful blue striped patterns, which added a touch of futuristic technology to them. Seeing these 2 mechanical arms, Gu Bai felt a moment of trance, as if he were currently in a science fiction world, not the cultivation world. But Gu Bai quickly snapped out of it. These 2 arms utilized the cultivation world's puppet technology and required spiritual qi, not electricity. It was only because of the blueprints he provided, combined with Hall Master Li's superb craftsmanship, that he was able to replicate the mechanical arms he envisioned. All the materials used for these 2 arms are the top tier of second-order materials. If spiritual qi is injected into the 2 arms, they should be no different from the physical body of a golden core cultivator, and even superior in hardness. Furthermore, the arms completely simulate human meridians internally, and these meridians are all crafted by me using special materials. The meridians are incredibly wide and sturdy, and possess strong spiritual qi conductivity, making them even more suitable for cultivation than normal arms. This is my peak work, all my lifelong learning has been poured into it. Hall Master Li said with a hint of pride, clearly very satisfied with these mechanical arms. Good, very good. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. These 2 mechanical arms completely exceeded his expectations. With these 2 arms, whether they were practical or not was one thing, but the key was how cool they looked. Gu Bai could already imagine Sir Wuji's cool expression, paired with these 2 mechanical arms, holding his Wuji sword, and striking a handsome pose. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly cool. Gu Bai gently touched the metal arms with his hands, a cold and hard sensation came from his fingertips. The more Gu Bai looked, the more he liked them. If it weren't for his reluctance to part with his original arms, he would have wanted to replace them with a set of mechanical arms. Gu Bai grabbed an arm, wanting to pick it up for a closer look, but he found it incredibly heavy, he couldn't lift it at first. Gu Bai condensed magic power in his hands to strengthen his grip, and with a forceful pull, he finally managed to lift the arm. Weighing the machine arm, Gu Bai felt a little embarrassed. Just one arm, Gu Bai estimated, weighed around 1,000 kilograms. This meant only Sir Wuji, as a golden core cultivator, could use it. If it were other foundation establishment cultivators, their bodies simply couldn't withstand such an enormous weight. Seeing Gu Bai's expression, Hall Master Li looked a little apologetic. To meet your requirements, I had no choice but to use many precious spiritual iron. While the performance meets the standard, it's a bit heavy. It's fine, this weight is just right. Gu Bai placed the arm back into the wooden box, then put the wooden box into his storage pouch. After bidding farewell to Hall Master Li, he walked towards the sect leader's residence. Inside the sect leader's residence, Sir Wuji's face was filled with worry. He looked at the mountain of documents piled on the table and felt a headache coming on. Sect Master, I'm here to help. Gu Bai walked into the sect leader's residence with a smile. Gu Bai, you're finally here. Quickly help me deal with these, there are too many documents. Sir Wuji looked at Gu Bai as if he had seen a savior, quickly pushing Gu Bai towards the documents. No rush, I'll help you recover from your injuries first. Gu Bai did not rush to deal with the documents. Instead, he walked behind Sir Wuji, released green light from his hands, and slowly began to heal Sir Wuji. A moment later, Gu Bai had once again exhausted all his magic power. Sir Wuji's complexion became a little more ruddy, and his aura was no longer sluggish. Sect Master, I've brought you a gift. See if it fits. Gu Bai smiled, taking out the box containing the mechanical arms and handing it to Sir Wuji. Oh, I want to see what it is. Sir Wuji took the wooden box and slowly opened it. When Sir Wuji saw the item inside the wooden box, he was stunned, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. This is a mechanical arm I commissioned the head of the weapon forging hall to personally forge. It only requires a small amount of magic power to function normally, and the arm also simulates human meridians. With these 2 mechanical arms, you'll be able to cultivate normally from now on. Sir Wuji stared blankly at the arm, then looked at Gu Bai. What are you staring at? Hurry up and try if the arm works well. Gu Bai shook Sir Wuji's body, saying with a smile. Oh. Sir Wuji finally reacted, using his divine sense to control the mechanical arm, slowly attaching it to his severed limb. Click, click. With a series of metallic clanking sounds, the mechanical arm was firmly attached to Sir Wuji's arm. Under the enhancement of Sir Wuji's magic power, the arm began to operate. The arm was equipped with a special material, Soul Stone, which could sense the user's thoughts and act accordingly. Sir Wuji raised the mechanical arm to his eyes, then controlled the mechanical arm to clench its fist, and subsequently tried various difficult moves. Then Sir Wuji used this mechanical arm to pick up the other mechanical arm and attach it to his other severed limb. How is it? Do you want to try if it works well? Gu Bai looked at Sir Wuji, nodding in satisfaction. This was pretty much as he had imagined, a perfect combination of man and machine. So Wuji hummed softly, then took out the Wuji sword, which he hadn't used in a long time. This Wuji sword was a high-grade magic treasure, given to So Wuji as a gift by his master, Lu Sunshin, who traveled to the extremely distant Great Qin Immortal dynasty to custom make it for So Wuji when he broke through to the Golden Core realm. So Wuji performed a set of sword moves with extreme fluidity, then gripped the Wuji sword tightly and began to furiously inject magic power. Vast magic power flowed through the mechanical arm into the Wuji sword. The arm, designed to withstand high-intensity magical artifacts, began to operate wildly, emitting wisps of white qi from its seams. Feeling that it was almost enough, So Wuji unleashed a full-strength sword qi towards the sky. The sword qi was extremely fast, instantly disappearing into the sky, splitting the clouds above Lingyun sect in two. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds onto So Wuji, who let out a long breath. Not bad. The strength is similar to my original arm, but the coordination is a bit worse, and the sword qi is about 30% weaker than during my peak. Although he said this, So Wuji nodded in satisfaction. He had originally planned to live his life with severed arms, but he never expected Gu Bai to give him such a big surprise. Then So Wuji aimed at the sky again, unleashing various sword qi, all of which were the moves he had learned in the past. The initially uncoordinated arm gradually became more coordinated, and the power of the sword qi slowly grew stronger, until finally, it was almost indistinguishable from his original arm. Although his current foundation was sword slashes all things, allowing him to transform his will into a sword blade, having arms or not didn't significantly affect him. But that was just a saying, in reality, arms were still very important to So Wuji. Thanks. So Wuji turned his head, saying somewhat awkwardly. Ha 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 ha, you're welcome. Sect Master, you should first get used to the arms. I'll handle these documents, and once I'm done, I'll give them to you for signing. Gu Bai chuckled softly, then walked to the pile of documents, skillfully picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began processing the documents at an extremely fast pace, his arm leaving streaks of after-images. So Wuji nodded, not saying any more words of thanks, but he quietly remembered it in his heart. Being a sect master was not easy. He had to spend a lot of time every day processing documents, managing the cultivators within the sect, and ensuring the disciples felt a sense of belonging to the sect. In short, there were many things to be busy with every day, taking up almost half his time, and he had to be responsible for everyone in the entire sect. Because one decision of yours could concern the lives of dozens, or even hundreds of disciples. This responsibility was like a giant rock, pressing firmly on So Wuji's shoulders. Ever since he became sect master, So Wuji had almost no time to cultivate swordplay. He only had a little time at night for cultivation. Before he became sect master, his swordplay could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds, improving every day, and all he thought about was how to unleash even more powerful sword qi. But ever since he became sect master, his swordplay had not advanced an inch for a long time, and most of his energy was drained, his mind preoccupied with sect matters. Even when he had very little free time, So Wuji didn't want to think about anything, he just wanted to clear his mind and rest well. He had actually wanted to stop being sect master a long time ago, but only he had the strength and ability to be sect master within the sect. Even if others had the strength, they weren't mature enough and simply couldn't become the master of a sect. Now, with Gu Bai's help, So Wuji had regained a lot of time and could practice his sword to his heart's content every day. After an unknown amount of time, the sun slowly set, and the sky darkened. Gu Bai finally finished processing all the documents. Gu Bai stretched comfortably. This level of documents was easy for him, without any difficulty, it just took a relatively long time. So Wuji, who had been practicing swordplay all day, finally put away his Wuji sword and let out a long breath. Ever since both his arms were severed, he had never been able to practice his sword to his heart's content like this. But now with the mechanical arms, he could finally practice his sword again. Although they weren't as good as the original ones, they weren't too far off. Gu Bai and So Wuji stood silently by the window, overlooking the entire Lingyun sect. The sect at night was very quiet, with almost no sound. In the vast sect, only a few scattered places were lit. It wasn't like this originally. Lingyun sect used to be brightly lit even at night, with diligent disciples practicing all night, or young couples secretly dating. Even late at night, scattered people could be seen. But the war had caused too much damage to Lingyun sect, with most of the disciples dead or injured. It wasn't even midnight yet, but the sect was already dead silent, without a trace of vitality. Although So Wuji just stood quietly without speaking, Gu Bai could feel that So Wuji was very dejected. He thought that it was probably self-blame, blaming himself for being the sect master but failing to protect the sect, allowing it to become so dilapidated. At the same time, Gu Bai himself felt a bit of self-blame, blaming himself for failing to protect the sect. Even though he had tried very hard, Gu Bai still felt that he hadn't done well enough. He had been in Lingyun sect for decades and had developed deep feelings for everyone in the sect. Gu Bai truly regarded Lingyun sect as his home, and seeing his home so dilapidated made him feel very distressed. That night, under the cover of darkness, both of them silently vowed to protect the sect. Time flowed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these past few years, Gu Bai's life revolved around 3 points, his immortal cave, the Hall of Returning Spring, and the sect leader's residence, constantly moving between them. Although he was busy every day, his life was fulfilling. The sect was also gradually recovering its vitality, the pain of war was slowly being buried, and the remaining disciples and elders once again had smiles on their faces. After all, life had to continue. Time was the best medicine. After a long time, the pain would naturally be buried deep in their hearts. Perhaps only in the dead of night would people recall the pain buried deep within, crying alone and silently licking their wounds. During these past few years, Gu Bai and several other second-order physicians had been actively treating the injuries of several Golden Core true persons of Lingyun sect. They would almost immediately use medical Dao secret art to heal them as soon as their magical power recovered. The injuries of the Golden Core true persons had also recovered significantly. So Wuji, whose injuries were relatively light, had already recovered most of his injuries. As for Ice Frost Genren, whose injuries were more severe, she had basically stabilized her condition. Although there was still a severe gap in the middle and lower level disciples, the high-end combat power was not much worse than before. Lingyun sect had already begun preparing to seek revenge on the three great sects. So Wuji had been polishing his Wuji sword every day during this period. His eyes also revealed a strong killing intent, clearly indicating that So Wuji had never forgotten the death of his master, Lu Sunshin. And the four Golden Core true persons were So Wuji's confidence in seeking revenge on the three great sects. Although Tianming Zi was a Golden Core middle stage cultivator, he was only one step away from the Golden Core late stage, and his strength was extremely formidable. Although Ice Frost Genren's realm had dropped to the Golden Core initial stage, her Ice Frost mysterious art was extremely adept at support. With her assistance, battles would be much easier, and her role was not much worse than a Golden Core middle stage cultivator. Although So Wuji himself only had Golden Core middle stage cultivation, no one dared to underestimate him. During the sect war, he proved his strength by challenging three veteran Golden Core middle stage cultivators simultaneously and ultimately defeating them. Afterward, he still had enough energy to support Ice Frost Genren, severely injure Celestial Star true person, and kill a Golden Core initial stage cultivator from Tianxing sect. This battle record was too dazzling, even a Golden Core late stage great cultivator would find it difficult to kill three Golden Core middle stage cultivators in a short time and then assist others. This undoubtedly proved So Wuji's strength, possessing combat power comparable to a Golden Core late stage cultivator. Finally, there was Gu Bei. Although Gu Bei did not have any substantial battle achievements, he was undergoing a breakthrough throughout the entire sect war, and the war ended just as he finished his breakthrough. However, the lack of achievements does not mean Gu Bei's strength is weak. On the contrary, Gu Bei might even be the strongest person in Lingyun sect right now. He had fought with Tianming Zi not long after his breakthrough. Although it wasn't a fight to the death, both used their full power. In the end, it was a draw, but he heard Gu Bei say that at that time, to conceal his trump cards, he did not use his full strength. He only used the creation Divine Thunder to restore his magical power, and although it was called a draw, Tianming Zi's magical power was already mostly depleted at that time. However, Gu Bei's magical power was barely consumed, the rate of consumption was even slower than the rate of recovery. Although Gu Bei had not fought with So Wuji could feel the threat of death from Gu Bei. As a sword cultivator, So Wuji's intuition was quite keen, which meant Gu Bei at least possessed strength comparable to his own. And the combined efforts of these four Golden Core true persons were enough to sweep through any one of the three great sects. According to intelligence from the sect's spies, the Golden Core cultivators on the three great sects side had still not recovered much from their injuries. Pure Yang true person had not shown himself since returning to the sect. Pure Yang sect was left with only one Golden Core initial stage cultivator who had recently undergone a breakthrough, managing the sect alone. Gu Bai guessed that Pure Yang true person's injuries had probably not recovered much, and he might even be on the verge of death. After all, Pure Yang true person was already very old, not more than 100 years away from his lifespan limit, and his bodily functions had declined, especially his recovery ability, which must have been much worse than before. Furthermore, his injuries were very severe, he was already heavily wounded, and then he was hit by the shockwave of Lu Sunshin's Golden Core self-detonation, making his injuries even more critical. Such severe injuries would require at least several decades to recover, even for a young and vigorous Golden Core late-stage cultivator. Unless there was a high-grade third-order great medicine for treatment, Pure Yang true person would have no chance of recovery. Therefore, Pure Yang sect posed almost no threat within the next few centuries. And 5 Poison Genren, like Pure Yang true person, had not shown himself since returning to the sect with severe injuries. However, Gu Bai speculated that 5 Poison Genren's injuries should have recovered mostly. After all, although 5 Poison Genren was severely injured, his foundation was not damaged. Additionally, 5 Poison sects seemed to have a specialized healing medical Dao secret art, just soaking in that poison pool could heal injuries. But 5 Poison sect only had one 5 Poison Genren and another unknown Golden Core initial stage cultivator, neither of whom was good at direct combat. So Wuji alone could kill them all. The only troublesome things were 5 Poison sects mountain protecting formation and 5 Poison Genren's poisons. Although the formation could be forcibly broken through, one might get infected with 5 Poison sects poison, and the same applied when facing 5 Poison Genren. Just like Tianming Zi, even if you could fight him to a mutual destruction, after some time, 5 Poison Genren would be lively again, while you would be critically poisoned and not long for this world. If it weren't for Gu Bai's superb medical skills, Tianming Zi's grave grass would probably be taller than a person by now. However, with Gu Bai present, there was no need to fear 5 Poison Genren's potent poisons too much. The remaining Tianxing sect was the most troublesome. Tianxing sect still had 3 surviving Golden Core true persons. The sect master of Tianxing sect was even proficient in the art of stargazing, capable of divining the future, so their actions might be divined by Celestial Star true person. However, their inherent strength was there, even if Celestial Star true person knew the future, he couldn't change anything. That night, Gu Bai, So Wuji, Ice Frost Genren, Tianming Zi, and Gu Bei all gathered in the sect leader's residence. Sect Master, why have you called us here? Are we finally going to seek revenge on the other sects? Gu Bei clenched his fist, and streaks of lightning appeared on his fist. Su Wuji was stunned upon hearing this, then subconsciously looked at Gu Bei. He had barely managed sect affairs these past few years, spending most of his time on sword practice. Sect matters were almost entirely handled by Gu Bei. Although his swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds, his intellect had gradually regressed. He seemed to have not been to the sect leader's residence for almost half a month, leaving all sect matters to Gu Bei. And today, Gu Bei suddenly notified all Golden Core true persons, including him. He truly didn't know what Gu Bei was thinking, so he subconsciously looked at Gu Bei. It wasn't that he was careless, entrusting such an important matter to others to manage without ever inquiring about it himself. It was mainly because Gu Bei was simply too reliable. What seemed incredibly difficult to him was so simple for Gu Bei. As long as it wasn't battle-related, any other matter could be handed over to Gu Bei, and he would complete it perfectly. Initially, Gu Bei just proactively helped with small favors or discussed less important matters with him. But he found that the small favors Gu Bei helped with were almost always completed perfectly, so he gradually gave Gu Bei more tasks. Gu Bei didn't complain and still completed everything with ease. Afterward, Gu Bei became his assistant, helping him process documents he couldn't finish, or running errands and delivering messages for him. But gradually, Gu Bei helped him with more and more documents, until finally, almost all documents were completed by Gu Bei, and he only needed to glance at them and sign. Originally, Su Wuji was quite resistant to this state, but at that time, the sect war had just ended, and he was severely injured, with little energy to manage the sect. Later, his injuries recovered slightly, but because he resumed cultivating sword techniques, which required a lot of time, he had no choice but to hand over most of the sect to Gu Bei. Several years passed, and under Gu Bai's management, the sect did not encounter any problems. Instead, it got better and better, so he completely relaxed and focused on practicing his sword. Su Wuji wasn't worried about Gu Bai seizing power or anything like that. Gu Bai's character was unanimously recognized by everyone in Lingyun sect. Among them, Gu Bai was the least likely person to betray the sect. After all, the sect master was his father-in-law, and he also had a younger brother whose combat power in the sect was near the ceiling. The top combatants within the sect were all Gu Bai's good friends, and the middle and lower level combatants also respected Gu Bai very much. Now Gu Bai's prestige in the sect was even higher than his own as sect master. If he wanted resources or anything, Gu Bai just needed to say the word. Even precious tier 3 spiritual items were fine, and he wouldn't even bat an eye. Soon, at most a year, but before that, we need to discuss a detailed plan. Gu Bai smiled and naturally took over the conversation to help Su Wuji out of his predicament. I'll listen to Big Brother, Gu Bai immediately said. You, should also learn to think for yourself, don't rely on me, your big brother, for everything. Gu Bai looked at Gu Bei and said with a slight hint of helplessness. Gu Bei chuckled and didn't reply. In his understanding, as long as Big Brother was there, he didn't need to use his brain, he just needed to fight. Gu Bei had been guarding Baiko Valley for a while, ensuring Physician Yi's safety. As Gu Bai expected, the three great sects quickly sent people to Baiko Valley, spending a fortune to ask Physician Yi to heal their injuries. But Physician Yi refused without even thinking, which angered the three great sects, who directly sent troops to attack Baiko Valley, intending to forcibly compel Physician Yi to heal them. Gu Bei, however, took action at this moment, killing dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators with a single strike, and annihilating the enemy's main force in just a moment. Physician Ye was also a smart person and instantly saw the situation clearly. Since Gu Bei's breakthrough, Lingyun sect had actually already won, and victory was only a matter of time. The current Lingyun sect was the undisputed overlord of Qingzhou, possessing the combat power to annihilate the three great sects. It was just a matter of how much they would have to pay. He immediately led Baiko Valley to join Lingyun sect, becoming an affiliated force of Lingyun sect. And Physician Ye himself also moved to Lingyun sect, becoming a guest elder of Lingyun sect. With Physician Ye gone, Baiko Valley naturally lost its value to the three great sects, and Gu Bei no longer needed to guard it. I have no objections, just follow the arrangements. Tianming Zi waved his hand and said casually. Ice Frost Genren also nodded, indicating that she would follow the arrangements. Both of them were people who didn't like to use their brains, and coupled with trustworthy people within the sect, they completely gave up on thinking. Su Wuji frowned, his long unused brain working furiously, but he couldn't think of any reasonable plan for a long time. No wonder, his brain hadn't been used for too long and had somewhat degenerated. Moreover, asking him, a sword cultivator, to formulate a detailed plan was indeed a bit difficult. In the past, when his master, Lu Sunshin, was still around, Lu Sunshin would always make the plans. Even after he became the sect master, the entire Lingyun sect still revolved around Lu Sunshin. Cough, 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 as for the detailed plan, Gu Bai and I have already discussed it thoroughly. Gu Bai, you explain it. Su Wuji coughed a few times and looked at Gu Bai with a slightly pleading gaze. The others turned to look at Gu Bai after hearing Su Wuji's words. Gu Bai slapped his forehead, scanned the clear gazes of the few people around him, and suddenly felt a little tired. Why did it seem like he was the only one in the entire sect who could use his brain? Gu Bai took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and began to explain. When we are almost ready in a year, we will launch a full-scale attack on Pure Yang sect. With Pure Yang sect's remaining combat power, they simply cannot withstand the attack of 4 Golden Core true persons. Even if Pure Yang sect has a mountain protecting array, it can at most resist us for a period of time. Su Wuji nodded, then asked again. Why should we attack Pure Yang sect first and not other sects? He didn't mean to make things difficult for Gu Bai, he was just genuinely curious. Gu Bai was well prepared for this, ever since the sect war ended and Elder Zhang and Elder Qian died in battle, he had already begun thinking about how to counterattack the three great sects. Although Pure Yang sect used to have strong overall strength, after the sect war ended, it was the weakest of the enemy's three great sects. Pure Yang true person is severely injured, and I don't know how much of his combat power remains. The remaining Golden Core initial stage cultivator is not worth fearing. If we enter Pure Yang sect, it's almost a sure win. As for why we need to act with our entire force, it's because Celestial Star true person of Tianxing sect can divine the future, he should know when we will attack. If we attack Pure Yang sect, the Golden Core cultivators of the three great sects will most likely support Pure Yang sect. Everyone understands the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, now the three great sects are ants on the same string. And although Pure Yang sect's mountain protecting array has strong overall capabilities, it has no outstanding features, and we can completely break through the array by relying on our raw strength. If it were 5 poison sect, their 5 poison mountain protecting array would be very troublesome. Tianxing sect's star mountain protecting array is also very troublesome, even if we can break through it, it will consume a lot of qi. Gu Bai meticulously explained why they needed to attack Pure Yang sect and why they should act together, in such detail that anyone with normal intelligence could understand. Gu Bai then took a sip of water to moisten his throat and began to allocate combat power. If the other two great sects don't send reinforcements, then there's no need for any tactics. All 4 of us go at once and instantly kill them. There's nothing more to say. However, if all the Golden Core cultivators from the three great sects come to Pure Yang sect for support, then Tianming Zi will be responsible for dealing with Immortal Master 5 poison. Fellow deist Tianming Zi, is that acceptable? Gu Bai did not make the decision directly but looked at Tianming Zi. If Tianming Zi disagreed, he would arrange for someone else. It's exactly what I want. That old toxic fellow harmed me terribly, I must kill him with my own hands. Tianming Zi did not resist, instead speaking with goodwill. Gu Bai nodded, indicating he understood. Tianming Zi was the most suitable person to deal with Immortal Master 5 poison. After all, the two of them had fought before, and they both understood each other, so another fight would allow for better preparation. If Immortal Master 5 poison used any more poisons, it wouldn't make much difference to Tianming Zi, as he was already afflicted with Xianming soul severing poison. More potent poisons wouldn't be too much, with Gu Bai as a fallback, even if it couldn't be cured, his life wouldn't be in danger. Sect Master, you'll be responsible for dealing with Immortal Master Chunyang. However, although he is severely injured, no one knows if Pure Yang sect has any healing sacred artifacts. Sect Master, it's better to be careful. Gu Bai looked at Su Wuji and said in a low voice. Su Wuji nodded. Although he didn't reply, a strong killing intent emanated from him. Although it would be more suitable for Gu Bai to deal with Immortal Master Chunyang, Su Wuji, despite being skilled in offense, was not strong in defense. Immortal Master Chunyang might choose to fight to the death in despair, which would put Su Wuji in a very dangerous situation. Gu Bai possesses the Undying Golden Body, so even if Immortal Master Chunyang launched a desperate attack, Gu Bai would at most be severely injured. If it were Su Wuji, he might directly perish. However, Immortal Master Chunyang was Su Wuji's enemy. Su Wuji's master, Lu Sunshin, was killed by Immortal Master Chunyang. Gu Bai could see that Su Wuji had developed a knot in his heart over this, and cultivators value clear thoughts. This was especially true for a sword cultivator. If he couldn't resolve the knot in his heart, it would be difficult for Su Wuji to progress further. Gu Bai, you and Ice Frost Genren will work together to deal with Celestial Star True Person and the other 4 Golden Core cultivators. Tianxing sect, including Celestial Star True Person, still had 3 Golden Core True Persons, plus 1 remaining Golden Core True Person from Pure Yang sect and 5 Poison sect, totaling 5 Golden Core True Persons. While this sounds formidable, in reality, apart from Celestial Star True Person, who is a Golden Core middle stage cultivator, the others are all Golden Core initial stage cultivators. Gu Bai and Ice Frost Genren, one skilled in lightning spells and the other in ice spells, both possess large-scale destructive spells, making them most suitable for fighting against superior numbers. Even if Gu Bai were alone, he could easily take on 5 Golden Core True Persons, but with Ice Frost Genren assisting, it would make it even easier for Gu Bai. Everyone nodded silently after hearing this. Gu Bai had considered everything he could think of. What if the enemy takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the sect? Su Wuji still said with some unease. There's no need. Even if Celestial Star True Person calculates our attack time and sends people to sneak attack the sect, it's impossible for them to send Golden Core level combat power. After all, even if the sneak attack succeeds, what benefit would it bring them? In the end, all they would face is Ling Yun Sect's furious retaliation. It's better to gather all their combat power and fight with all their might, at least there's a sliver of hope of winning. If they send Golden Core True Persons to launch a sneak attack, they will have no hope of winning at all. And if it's just Foundation Establishment cultivators, no matter how many there are, even if all the cultivators from the 3 great sects combine, they won't be able to break through Ling Yun Sect's mountain protecting formation in a short time. A faint smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips, as if the 3 great sects were already within his grasp. That makes sense. Su Wuji nodded and had no further objections. Gu Bai pondered for a moment, still feeling a bit uneasy. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if the three great sects, with the idea of dying together, really sent Golden Core true persons to attack Ling Yun sect? What then? Even if the probability was very small, he couldn't afford to gamble. Ling Yun sect held too many things he cherished. How about Ice Frost Genren, you stay and guard the sect. With you controlling the mountain protecting formation, even if several Golden Core true persons simultaneously besiege the sect, they won't be able to break through the formation in a short time. I have no objections, but will Gu Bei be alright? After all, Gu Bei has just broken through to the Golden Core realm. No one knows how strong he truly is, and facing 5 Golden Core cultivators alone is still a bit risky. Ice Frost Genren waved her hand, then turned to look at Gu Bei, asking with some concern. Gu Bei turned to look at Gu Bei, wanting a clear answer. I'm fine. They're just 5 Golden Core true persons, after all. Gu Bei, however, nodded very confidently, showing no fear whatsoever. Don't worry, I know Gu Bei's strength. There's absolutely no problem. Su Wuji spoke up, vouching for Gu Bei's strength. Hearing this, Gu Bei nodded, completely relaxing. Then let's set the time for 1 year from now. By then, everyone's injuries should be mostly recovered. And by then, it will be their day of reckoning. As Gu Bai's words fell, the atmosphere around them instantly solidified, and several Golden Core true persons emitted waves of killing intent. They had not forgotten the tragedy of the sect war. Not only Su Wuji, but many of their friends or close relatives had also died in the sect war. Everyone discussed some more details until the sky completely darkened, then concluded. After Gu Bai bid farewell to everyone, he finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, facing several Golden Core true persons, he still felt a bit of pressure. He couldn't guarantee that the Golden Core true persons would listen to his opinions, as strength is paramount in the cultivation world, and his own strength wasn't considered very strong. However, thankfully, no mistakes occurred in the end. The Golden Core true persons did not show any aversion towards him, and they seriously considered everything he said. But upon closer thought, the 4 Golden Core true persons of Ling Yun sect all had deep connections with him. Gu Bei was his younger brother, and Su Wuji was his father-in-law. Their relationship with him was as close as could be, so they naturally stood by his side. Although Tianming Zi wasn't too familiar with him, he was, in a way, Tianming Zi's savior. Without him, Tianming Zi would have long since died from the Xianming soul-severing poison. Facing his savior, Tianming Zi naturally gave him ample face. As for the last one, Ice Frost Genren, she also had a good impression of Gu Bai and had even pursued him for a period of time. Although she had given up now, she didn't dislike Gu Bai, and they were considered relatively good friends of the opposite sex. Time flew by in a flash, and almost a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, the Ling Yun sect, or rather, the entire Qing province, was unusually quiet. The 4 major sects, including the Ling Yun sect, did not recruit disciples or send disciples on missions. All disciples were holed up within their sects, silently recovering, but the atmosphere throughout Qing province was extremely tense, with the feeling that a storm was brewing. Any force with a bit of foresight knew that a death match was inevitable between the 4 major sects, and only the victorious side would be able to continue dominating Qing province. They, too, were eyeing the 4 major sects like tigers, waiting for the ultimate victor. If it turned out to be a Pyrrhic victory where both sides suffered heavy losses and the victor's strength was greatly diminished, they would swoop in like hungry wolves, not hesitating to tear a piece of flesh from the victor and devour them completely. The Ling Yun sect had not recruited disciples in the past few years, from the start of the war until now. The current situation was too chaotic. Perhaps out of 10 recruited disciples, 9 would be spies. Even if they were normal disciples, they would only stay in the sect for a short time, unable to provide any real help. Instead, they would consume more resources, and there would be no loyalty to speak of. It was better to wait until the war ended before uniformly recruiting disciples. That night, Gu Bai stood alone on a secluded nameless mountain peak, quietly admiring the starry sky. The starry sky in the cultivation world was unlike Earth in his previous life, where it was obscured by pollution. It was incredibly clear, incredibly bright, and at the same time, incredibly mysterious. Each star seemed like a world unto itself. When Gu Bai had nothing to do, he enjoyed quietly gazing at the starry sky, as it would bring peace to his heart. The nameless mountain peak where he was located was one he had discovered by chance. Its location was extremely remote, and very few people within the sect knew about it. However, it was an excellent vantage point, from which one could see most of the Ling Yun sect. Therefore, Gu Bai had placed a table and a few stools on this mountain peak, and whenever he had free time, he would come to this mountain peak to quietly admire the starry sky. He was somewhat worried about the impending Great War, worried that those he knew well would be injured or even die. He actually no longer wanted to fight, but Gu Bai knew that this battle was unavoidable. Only by winning this battle could peace be enjoyed. If they did not take the initiative to attack, would they wait for the enemy to recover before attacking their doorstep? Gu Bai certainly did not want to experience the same tragedy a second time. If they won the war, the Ling Yun sect would reign supreme and could enjoy centuries, even millennia, of peace. Just as Gu Bai was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Big brother, I've come to find you." Gu Bai's voice came from behind. Immediately after, Gu Bai slowly walked up from the foot of the mountain, carrying 2 jars of wine. Upon seeing Gu Bai, he revealed a faint smile, and the unease in his heart dissipated considerably. Gu Bai also knew about this hidden spot. When the 2 brothers had nothing to do, they would gather here at night to drink and chat under the starry sky. And today, both he and Gu Bai happened to be free. He had originally intended to stay here quietly by himself for a while, but he didn't expect Gu Bei to arrive early. Did you steal the sect master's wine again? Seeing the 2 jars of wine Gu Bei handed over, Gu Bai felt an immense familiarity, as if they were identical to Suoji's treasured fine wine. He, I just took a few jars, that's all. I'm sure master won't mind. Hearing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, thinking that Suoji truly had bad karma to encounter Gu Bei as his disciple. As far as he knew, Suoji loved drinking, and therefore collected many fine wines, many of which were priceless and could not be bought even with spirit stones. But over the years, they had been repeatedly pilfered by Gu Bei and Xing, and his treasured fine wines were almost completely gone. Next time you can't do this. The sect master was complaining to me a few days ago. He said that you, this unfilial disciple, only know how to eye his treasured collection all day and don't even think about buying a few jars of wine to show filial respect to him, your master. Although Gu Bai spoke words of reproach, he naturally took the 2 jars of wine, then skillfully poured a cup for himself and Gu Bei. Although he himself also had many fine wines, all of which he had acquired through his connections, their quality was not much worse than Suoji's collection. But getting something for free was truly enjoyable, and there was no psychological burden whatsoever. After all, he didn't steal it, Gu Bei did. What did it have to do with him? The 2 sat quietly by the stone table on the nameless mountain peak. A refreshing breeze drifted past them, gently lifting the corners of their clothes. The war is about to begin. Are you scared? Gu Bai did not look at Gu Bei, but only gazed up at the starry sky, then softly spoke. Big brother, do you think I'm a child? How could I be scared at a time like this? Moreover, with my strength, they should be the ones who are scared. Gu Bei took a sip of wine and said with a slight hint of dissatisfaction. Ha, I'm used to it. Gu Bai chuckled a few times. He did indeed always treat Gu Bei as a child, instinctively taking care of him. Even though Gu Bei was now a golden core cultivator, one of the top high-ranking members of the Lingyun sect. But in his impression, Gu Bei was still that gluttonous, simple-minded younger brother. I'm actually more worried about you, big brother. Is your body really all right? I heard that during the war, you consumed a lot of your life origin. Gu Bei glanced at Gu Bai, his expression slightly worried. Gu Bai's life origin power seemed to have been severely overdrawn before, even causing his hair to turn white, though he had dyed it back later. However, this still could not change the fact of Gu Bai's origin deficiency. This was no small matter. In the cultivation world, even losing a tiny bit of life origin was considered a huge deal, let alone like Gu Bai's situation. Ha, what could happen to me? Don't forget, I am the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, and the Yin-Yang Yuan supplementing pill was created by me. The life origin I lost has long been replenished by me using special methods. Gu Bai smiled and waved his hand, answering with an incredibly relaxed tone. Hearing this, Gu Bai's heart also settled down a little. The 2 of them were on the nameless mountain peak, under the starry sky, enjoying the cool, refreshing breeze, drinking and chatting, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. His relationship with Gu Bei was very good. The 2 of them had never had any conflicts since childhood, not even an argument. Even after entering the immortal realm, when Gu Bei was found to have superior aptitude and sword, he never looked down on Gu Bai, who had inferior aptitude. The 2 of them supported each other all the way to the present, which was actually very rare in the cultivation world. Most cultivators might never encounter a true confidant in their entire lives. Even those as close as brothers or father and son might eventually turn against each other over resources. Within the Lingyun sect, there was no one who didn't envy the bond between him and Gu Bei. Gu Bai himself was also very fortunate to have Gu Bei as his younger brother, it was his good fortune. The 2 drank until midnight, finally having their fill. Gu Bai bid farewell to Gu Bei and returned to his immortal cave. Even though it was already midnight in the immortal cave, a faint warm light still shone. Gu Bai gently pushed open the door and found Xing waiting for him in the room. Gu Bai, why are you back so late? You also reek of alcohol. Did you go drinking with someone again? Xing put her hands on her hips and said indignantly when she saw Gu Bai. Haha, isn't there a war coming soon? Gu Bei was feeling a bit stressed, so I just accompanied him for a few drinks. Gu Bai chuckled dryly, speaking with a slight hint of guilt. Don't I know Gu Bei? With his mindset, how could he be stressed? It must have been you, Gu Bai, who went to find him. It was the same last time, you said my father actively called you to drink, and that it wasn't good to disobey the sect master's order. Xing walked a few steps to stand in front of Gu Bai, looking at him indignantly. Am I not as good as those smelly men? Instead of accompanying me late at night, you go drinking with them. At this moment, Xing was dressed quite revealingly. Her clothes, made of special fabric, were semi-transparent, allowing glimpses of her curvaceous body. Xing was now tightly holding Gu Bai's arm, looking at him with a slightly shy gaze. Facing such a revealing scene, Gu Bai felt no desire. There was nothing he could do, he was a middle-aged man who couldn't help it. When he and Xing first became Dao companions, that period was truly too wild. Afterward, he finally managed to rein it in, but then he was confined for so long during the sect war. At this time, Xing felt very insecure. After returning to the sect, she would cling to him almost every night. Even if Gu Bai had an iron kidney, he couldn't withstand such torment. That's why he would occasionally find a few good friends to drink with until midnight before returning home. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. You have so much to do tomorrow. I made you some hangover soup. Drink it and then rest. Seeing Gu Bai's conflicted expression, Qing Ning chuckled, brought out a bowl of steaming clear soup, and handed it to Gu Bai. She was not a lustful person, but Gu Bai was truly too appealing, she simply couldn't resist. Gu Bai always wore a clean white robe, exuding a cool qi, like an ice lotus on a snow mountain, pure and flawless. However, Gu Bai always had a gentle smile on his face, and he exuded an aura that made people feel incredibly close to him. Coolness and gentleness intertwined, creating a wonderful reaction that doubled Gu Bai's charm. Coupled with Gu Bai's extremely gentle personality, he earned the unanimous approval of the entire Lingyun sect, and even the entire Qing province. Even though Gu Bai's talent was unremarkable, under these many dazzling lights, it seemed less important. Gu Bai was even hailed as the most handsome man in Qing province, the dream Dao companion of all female cultivators in Qing province. Otherwise, Ice Frost Genren would not have pursued Gu Bai was simply too appealing. Gu Bai smiled, slowly took a sip of the hangover soup, then lay on the bed and began to rest. Although Foundation establishment cultivators have initially transcended the mundane and theoretically do not need to sleep, or can replace sleep with cultivation, they ultimately cannot recover their spirit very well, and managing the sect or delving into medical arts consumes a great deal of mental energy. Therefore, Gu Bai still habitually slept for 2 or 3 hours each day to restore his spirit. Qing Ning also smiled, lay down beside Gu Bai, and then, like an octopus, firmly embraced Gu Bai. Then she affectionately rubbed against Gu Bai several times, and only after feeling Gu Bai's gentle aura did she fall asleep peacefully. In the early morning, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes, gently pushed away Qing Ning who was hugging him, covered her with the blanket, and then, with light steps, headed to the Hall of Returning Spring. After several years of recuperation, the sect had initially regained its vitality. Aside from the scarcity of disciples, there was not much difference from before. During the war, the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring were firmly protected in the rear and did not suffer many casualties. However, the number of sect disciples had greatly decreased, making the work of the Hall of Returning Spring very easy. There were completely insufficient wounded, and often, for one wounded person, several physicians would compete to treat them. Of course, leisure also had its benefits, allowing the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring ample time to study the medical Dao. However, this was limited to experienced and older physicians. Such physicians could no longer gain much experience from treating the wounded. To advance further, they could only slowly accumulate it over time. Younger and less experienced physicians, on the other hand, needed a large number of wounded to enrich their knowledge. However, this situation would not last too long. Once the war was won, the Lingyun sect would recruit disciples in large batches. With more disciples, there would naturally be more wounded, and then there would be plenty of wounded for the younger physicians to practice on. In addition, Gu Bai was also actively promoting the reputation of the Hall of Returning Spring, so that it would no longer be limited to within the sect. Loose cultivators from Qing province, or people from small forces, could also come to the Hall of Returning Spring for treatment if they were injured. They only needed to pay a medical fee that was not too expensive. It had already begun to take shape. Every day, many wounded came to the Lingyun sect for treatment, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before the reputation of the Hall of Returning Spring spread throughout Qing province. Of course, that was for the future. For now, the Hall of Returning Spring was very idle every day. Gu Bai's daily routine at the Hall of Returning Spring was also incredibly relaxed. After casually handling some documents, he would find He physician, Su physician, or physician Qin to discuss the medical Dao and learn from each other. Sometimes Gu Bai would also find a scenic spot alone and read the cultivation classics borrowed from the scripture pavilion, often for half a day. Generally, in the afternoon, Gu Bai would go to the sect leader's residence to handle the sect's affairs. Gu Bai gently pushed open the door of the sect leader's residence, and immediately saw various documents piled high on the entire table. Seeing this, Gu Bai sighed softly. Where is the sect master? Gu Bai turned to look at a disciple responsible for relaying information nearby, and said with a hint of helplessness. I don't know, I haven't seen the sect master for several days now. The disciple shook his head, indicating he also didn't know. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. He didn't even need to think, Su Wuji was probably drinking with Tianming Zi or Wang Mang, or perhaps practicing swordplay near the sect. Seriously, he's the sect master, so why do I seem more like the sect master now? Gu Bai murmured softly, then sat down on the bench and began to skillfully process the documents. Days passed like this, and soon the appointed time arrived. Under Gu Bai's careful recuperation, the injuries of several Golden Core true persons had mostly recovered. Although not fully recovered, they could unleash their full combat power for a short period. Early this morning, inside the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji, Gu Bai, Ice Frost Genren, and Tianming Zi, these 4 Golden Core true persons, gathered together. It's time for revenge. Gu Bai murmured softly. At this moment, he was no longer as gentle as before, and, very rarely, killing intent emanated from him. Physician Yat, I've troubled you, Gu Bai said with a smile, turning to look outside the door. After everyone had gathered, a white-haired, kind-faced elder also walked in from outside the door. This elder was Physician Ye from Baiko Valley. Although he was only a second-order physician, his cultivation had reached the Golden Core realm. He became a guest elder of Lingyun sect several years ago and was already considered half a member of Lingyun sect, tied to Lingyun sect's fate. For such a major event concerning the life and death of Lingyun sect, he naturally had to participate. Gu Bai had found Physician Ye not long ago, hoping he would help Lingyun sect participate in this war. He didn't need him to risk his life, he only needed him to wait by the battlefield and act as a backup if an unexpected situation arose. Physician Yi's golden core was of the lower grade, his strength was at the golden core initial stage, and he was not skilled in combat. However, no matter how unskilled in combat a golden core true person was, he was still a golden core true person. Physician Yi naturally agreed readily. Or rather, even if Gu Bai hadn't asked, he would have proactively offered to help. After all, he and Baikou Valley were no longer neutral forces, they had already sided with Lingyun sect. If the three great sects won, they would inevitably settle accounts with Baikou Valley afterward, and he naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The golden core true persons of Lingyun sect also put away their killing intent and smiled at Physician Yi, expressing their goodwill. Big brother, can we depart now? Gu Bai asked, clenching his fists, a little excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No rush. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, then turned to look outside the door again. Fellow Deist Tianyun, I've troubled you to act. I will research the upgraded third order yin yang yuan supplementing pill you need immediately afterward. As Gu Bai's words fell, a middle-aged cultivator wearing a cyan robe, with a handsome face and a faint elegant aura, walked in from outside the door. This was the famous Deist Tianyun, the owner of the largest chamber of commerce in Qingzhou, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. I've troubled fellow Deist Gu. The yin yang yuan supplementing pill is very important to the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Deist Tianyun smiled and nodded, then quietly found a seat. Over the years, Deist Tianyun had maintained close cooperation with the Hall of Returning Spring. Nearly 30% of the Hall of Returning Spring's spirit medicine supply was provided by the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. Of course, compared to ordinary medicinal pills, the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce preferred the yin yang yuan supplementing pill that Gu Bai spoke of, acquiring it at high prices year-round. Although there were many second-order alchemists in Qingzhou with highly skilled techniques who were fully capable of refining the yin yang yuan supplementing pill, the pill formula for the yin yang yuan supplementing pill was strictly guarded by Lingyun sect and had not been leaked. Furthermore, the yin yang yuan supplementing pills circulating on the market were all recorded and their origins well known. Even if an alchemist somehow obtained the pill formula or replicated it through their own efforts and could refine the yin yang yuan supplementing pill, Lingyun sect would immediately discover it. There would be no inquiries whatsoever. Lingyun sect would directly dispatch cultivators from the law enforcement hall to kill that alchemist, regardless of their background or the force they belonged to. This was the domineering power of Lingyun sect, one of King's Hu's overlords. And within Lingyun sect, only Gu Bai could skillfully and quickly refine the yin yang yuan supplementing pill. Moreover, Gu Bai had even upgraded it, developing a second-order yin yang yuan supplementing pill, whose medicinal effects were increased several times, even having a slight effect on golden core true persons. Therefore, if the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce wanted to obtain the yin yang yuan supplementing pill, they could only ask Gu Bai. I will, as long as I have time, I will definitely help refine the yin yang yuan supplementing pill, Gu Bai promised Deist Tianyun. He speculated that Deist Tianyun most likely sold the yin yang yuan supplementing pill to cultivators in other states, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge demand for it. Almost as soon as the yin yang yuan supplementing pill appeared on the market, it would be acquired by the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce never sold it. To reach other states, one must pass through the Tianyuan Desert, and even a golden core true person faces life-threatening danger crossing the Tianyuan Desert. But the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce should possess large-scale formation arrays that can directly cross the Tianyuan Desert. Gu Bai, you truly gave me a surprise, So Wuji said, looking at Deist Tianyun, feeling astonished. He hadn't expected Gu Bai's connections to be so vast that he could even bring in Deist Tianyun. This couldn't be achieved by simply offering great benefits. Even with abundant resources, it would be difficult to get a golden core true person to help. This also required one's own sufficiently strong reputation as a guarantee to earn the trust of a golden core true person. Gu Bai smiled but didn't reply. He just looked outside the door again. No way, there's still another expert. So Wuji said in disbelief, seeing Gu Bai's expression. I've troubled Immortal Master Xianlong. Lingyun sect owes you a favor. As Gu Bai's words fell, an elder in a golden robe walked in from outside the door with a smile. This elder was the city lord of Xianlong City, Immortal Master Xianlong, the strongest golden core loose cultivator in Qingzhou. Although he was only at the golden core initial stage cultivation, he possessed a golden core middle stage flood dragon as a battle pet. With the cooperation of one person and one dragon, they could stably defeat a foundation establishment cultivator. Immortal Master Xianlong smiled and nodded at Gu Bai, then sat down with Deist Tianyun. Seeing Immortal Master Xianlong appear, So Wuji looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Immortal Master Xianlong and then at Gu Bai in disbelief, his expression as if he doubted he was dreaming. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Gu Bai found So Wuji's expression amusing. How did you do it? As far as I know, Immortal Master Xianlong lacks no resources, nor any secret manuals, So Wuji asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. I merely explained the situation in Qingzhou to Immortal Master Xianlong in detail. With his and Deist Tianyun's participation, Lingyun sect was essentially in a winning position. Without risking their lives, they could gain the favor of Lingyun sect, the future master of Qingzhou. This was a very profitable deal. Gu Bai said with a smile. Of course, to invite Immortal Master Xianlong and Deist Tianyun, he also generously brought out years of Lingyun sect's reserves, which barely moved the two immortal masters. The reason he did so much was to be prepared for any eventuality. The three great sects were now in a desperate situation, and no one could guarantee how fierce their counterattack would be before their demise. Gu Bai simply couldn't afford to gamble. Therefore, he could only be careful, extremely careful, and try his best to increase Ling Yunsek's current strength. As long as Ling Yunsek became the overlord of Qingzhou, then everything sacrificed would seem less important. And now, not including Ice Frost Genren, Ling Yunsek also had 7 golden core true persons and the combat power of a third-order demon beast, slightly stronger than its peak period. This formation completely crushed the almost crippled 3 great sects. Su Wuji stretched out a hand and summoned a gigantic flying boat. This flying boat was Ling Yunsek's treasured artifact, a third-tier flying boat. Ling Yun sect was the only sect in the entire Qing province that possessed one. Ling Yun sect had not brought any intersect disciples on this trip, only a few golden core true persons had gone. At this stage, the usefulness of cultivators below the golden core true person realm was already minimal, they wouldn't be able to help much even if they went, so it was better not to go. Thinking this, Gu Bai lifted his foot, intending to board the flying boat, but his collar was firmly grabbed by someone. You've already done enough. Leave the rest to us. Su Wuji held Gu Bai's collar tightly, not wanting Gu Bai to board the flying boat. No, don't. As a physician, I can also help at critical moments. Gu Bai struggled violently, trying to break free from Su Wuji's restraint. But Su Wuji ignored him, grabbed Gu Bai's collar, and threw Gu Bai off the flying boat. Leave the healing to physician yet. You won't be of much help if you go, so just stay in the sect with peace of mind. After Su Wuji finished speaking, he didn't give Gu Bai any time to react, and immediately controlled the flying boat, flying towards the distant sky. The flying boat instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from Gu Bai's sight in the blink of an eye. Watching the flying boat depart, Gu Bai sighed softly. He had done everything he could to the extreme, and now he could only silently wish Gu Bai and Su Wuji's group a smooth journey. At his speed, even if he set off immediately without stopping, it would still take several days to reach the battlefield. By then, the war would have long ended, and he wouldn't be able to help much if he went. I hope Gu Bai and the sect master don't get too injured, Gu Bai whispered. At the same time, in Pure Yang sect, Celestial Star True Person, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. Get ready. Activate the sect protection formation to its maximum power. They're here. Besides Celestial Star True Person, several other Golden Core True Persons had gathered. Upon hearing his words, they all nodded solemnly. Subsequently, a golden light curtain lit up above Pure Yang sect, enveloping the entire Pure Yang sect. On the other side, Su Wuji, who was piloting the flying boat, reached Pure Yang sect in just a few hours. From a distance, he saw the brightly lit mountain protection formation of Pure Yang sect. But he did not slow down the flying boat, instead, he increased its speed to the maximum. The spirit stone stored within the flying boat burned fiercely, providing powerful kinetic energy to the flying boat. Bang! 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 The flying boat's speed suddenly increased by a large margin. Because of the excessive speed, the air became viscous, firmly clinging to the flying boat. But the flying boat broke through the resistance of the air, making a series of crashing sounds as it fiercely flew towards Pure Yang sect. Hold on tight! Su Wuji roared. He intended to control the flying boat to crash into Pure Yang sect's mountain protection formation. The majority of the flying boat's materials were made primarily from first-tier spirit wood, ironwood trees. It also contained many second-tier ironwood trees. Ironwood trees are extremely hard spirit trees, with a hardness comparable to magical artifacts, making them very suitable as the main material for flying boats. Back then, to gather so many ironwood trees, Ling Yun sect spent hundreds of years collecting them. Then, they invited numerous artifact refiners and spent 200 years to refine the flying boat's frame. Finally, the main wood of the entire flying boat was a complete third-tier adamantite wood, which gave the flying boat unparalleled hardness. Crashing was also one of the flying boat's main attack methods. Even a golden core late-stage great demon would temporarily avoid a flying boat traveling at full speed. Rumble. 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 The flying boat violently collided with Pure Yang sect's mountain protection formation. The mountain protection formation trembled violently, and was actually rammed open, creating a hole. Of course, the flying boat itself did not fare well either. Fine cracks appeared on the flying boat's body. Although ironwood trees are extremely hard, they lack flexibility and will crack when subjected to a huge impact. Su Wuji and his group flashed out of the flying boat. Su Wuji looked at the flying boat with a pained heart. This was Ling Yun sect's ancestral magic treasure. But to conserve his magical power, he could only do that. Today, my Ling Yun sect shall flatten Pure Yang sect. Su Wuji put away the flying boat and then roared loudly. His voice, amplified by his magical power, could be heard by all the cultivators in Pure Yang sect. Pure Yang sect instantly fell into chaos, with countless cultivators running around in a panic. Who gave you the audacity to flatten my Pure Yang sect? An aged voice rang out. Pure Yang True Person slowly flew into the sky, looking at Su Wuji with a solemn expression. Beside him stood Celestial Star True Person and Immortal Master Wudu. Behind them stood 4 Golden Core initial stage cultivators. These were all the Golden Core cultivators from the 3 great sects. On Ling Yun sect's side, stood Su Wuji, Gu Bai, and Tianming Ziai. As for physician Yat, Daoist Tianyun, and Daoist Qianlong, they were hiding in the shadows. They would only act when the situation got out of control, which had been agreed upon beforehand. Neither side made a move immediately, instead, they flew in the sky, staring at each other. The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive for a time. Why fight to the death? If we each take a step back and don't invade each other, we can still remain one of the overlords of Qing province. Those loose cultivators have been eyeing us. If we both suffer heavy losses, they will be the biggest beneficiaries. Pure Yang true person looked at Su Wuji and said in a deep voice. Blood feud, irreconcilable. Today, it's either you die or I perish. Su Wuji took out the Wuji sword, and a monstrous sword intent emanated from his body. Pure Yang true person sighed. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Su Wuji's expression instantly darkened when he saw these 3 figures. Because these 3 were surprisingly 3 more golden core true persons, 2 of whom he recognized. They were the loose cultivator Tian Nan, a true person, and immortal master Xiao Ao. Both of them had fortunately breakthrough to the golden core realm, and their strength was at the golden core initial stage. He did not recognize the other black-clad body cultivator, but the magical power fluctuations emanating from him far exceeded those of a golden core initial stage cultivator. He should be a golden core middle stage cultivator. Su Wuji speculated that this was probably not a cultivator from within Qing province, but rather a golden core true person that the 3 great sects had found from outside Qing province at great cost. Now what? Are we still fighting? I don't want to fight you to the point where both sides suffer heavy losses. Su Wuji did not speak, but physician Yat, Daist Tianyun, and Daist Qianlong no longer hid, appearing behind him. At this moment, he was incredibly grateful that Gu Bai had thought ahead and temporarily found 3 golden core true persons to help. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win this battle. Alas, why is this necessary? Pure Yang true person sighed softly, then swallowed a blood-red medicinal pill. His originally somewhat listless aura instantly dissipated, replaced by a violent aura. At the same time, his hair also turned blood-red. If Gu Bai were here, he would instantly recognize that this was a 3rd-tier medicinal pill, the life-burning blood-fighting pill, which could maximize the burning of one's life origin and all potential within the body. No matter how severe the injury, it could be instantly suppressed, and one could unleash strength even greater than their peak state. However, it had an extremely severe side effect. After taking this medicinal pill, death was almost certain once the effects wore off. Su Wuji's body condensed a monstrous sword intent, and streaks of sword chi also appeared around his body, slowly coiling around him, protecting his safety. Gu Bei took out a silver spear, and streaks of golden lightning appeared around his body, forming a lightning armor that enveloped him. Tian Mingzi's surroundings were filled with blood-red magical power, and his aura was also steadily rising. Daist Qianlong summoned a gigantic azure dragon. He stood on the dragon, staring at the opposite side. At this moment, both sides had gathered almost all the golden core true persons in Qing province. This battle might be the one with the most golden core true persons and the most intense battle in Qing province's history. Both sides were poised for action, and a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chunyang Immortal Master is mine, the rest will proceed as planned. Su Wuji gripped the long sword in his hand, staring intently at Chunyang Immortal Master. Even with Chunyang Immortal Master's current surge in strength, he showed no fear. Instead, he flashed forward and charged. How audacious! Seeing Su Wuji challenge him alone, Chunyang Immortal Master's face flushed red with anger, and golden light emanated from his entire body. The golden light transformed into countless points of light, stabbing towards Su Wuji. This was one of Pure Yang Sect's foundational secret manuals, the golden light spell. Upon getting started, one could manifest golden light to attach to their body, enhancing their defense. After cultivating to major achievement, the golden light could materialize, offering both offense and defense, making it an incredibly powerful spell. Evidently, Chunyang Immortal Master had cultivated the golden light spell to the perfection realm. The golden light could temporarily leave his body and condense into various shapes for attack according to his will. This was somewhat similar to Gu Bei's divine thunder transformation, but without the volatile nature of lightning, it had more stability, allowing for the formation of more intricate shapes. For instance, at this moment, he condensed the golden light into countless needle-thin golden rays. Su Wuji's eyes narrowed as he stared fixedly at the countless golden points of light before him. He bent his body, adopting a sword-drawing stance, but did not draw his sword. Instead, he continuously accumulated power until the golden points of light reached him. Then, Su Wuji suddenly drew his blade. In an instant, he unleashed 3 slashes forward, shattering the golden points of light that were about to hit him. Immediately, Su Wuji thrust forward, evading the subsequent golden points of light. Then, after a slight accumulation of power, he aimed at Chunyang Immortal Master and swiftly swung his sword, unleashing countless silver sword chi. These silver sword chi were very fine and not particularly powerful, but they excelled in sheer numbers. Chunyang Immortal Master looked at the incoming silver sword chi but did not dodge. Instead, he condensed a thick mass of golden light around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi collided with the golden light, producing a dense clanging sound. The golden light instantly developed countless tiny marks. However, these were only tiny marks, insufficient to break through the golden light's defense. Just as Chunyang Immortal Master was about to breathe a sigh of relief, an unremarkable sword chi, indistinguishable from the other silver sword chi, directly pierced through his defense and flew straight towards his head. Chunyang Immortal Master sharply twisted his head, barely dodging the blow. Drip, drop. Drops of fresh blood flowed down Chunyang Immortal Master's cheek. The mere aftershock of the sword chi grazing his cheek left a small but noticeable wound on Chunyang Immortal Master's face. In their first exchange, Su Wuji gained a slight advantage with his exceptionally cunning attack. A formidable junior, much more insidious than I was in my youth, Chunyang Immortal Master said with some emotion, wiping the blood from his face. Old man, you're not bad either. To be able to dodge that, it seems you never underestimated me from the start, Su Wuji said with a solemn expression. That move was a trump card he had hidden for over 10 years. Yet, Chunyang Immortal Master keenly dodged it. One could only say he lived up to his reputation as a Golden Core great cultivator who had lived for hundreds of years. Any other Golden Core middle stage cultivator would not have been able to dodge it. But he showed no fear. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Tianming Ziyi shoved a dozen detoxification medicinal pills into his mouth and put on the special gas mask made by Gubai. Damn, this stuff is so bitter. As soon as he swallowed the medicinal pills, Tianming Zi's entire face contorted in pain. The reason was simple, the detoxification medicinal pills were incredibly bitter. Old man 5 poisons, I've come for my revenge. Tianming Ziyi gritted his teeth, forcibly ignored the bitterness, and roared. Holding a blood-colored long spear, he charged towards 5 poisons Immortal Master. To have survived my Xianming soul-severing poison, you truly have a strong life force, 5 poisons Immortal Master said with some surprise, looking at the lively and rosy-cheeked Tianming Ziyi. However, facing Tianming Ziyi in his full strength, he dared not be careless. 5 poisons Immortal Master formed hand seals, and a large amount of black poisonous mist suddenly surged from his body, enveloping him. This black poisonous chi had the ability to block auras and possessed immense toxicity. But Tianming Ziyi paid no heed, charging directly into the poisonous mist. Unable to see his surroundings, he simply closed his eyes, quietly sensing everything around him. Found you. Suddenly, Tianming Ziyi abruptly opened his eyes and thrust his spear behind him. Pfft. The spear struck 5 poisons Immortal Master's shoulder. 5 poisons Immortal Master flashed and disappeared back into the poisonous mist. He looked at Tianming Ziyi with a gloomy expression, feeling a sudden sense of difficulty. If he were in his full strength, he would still have confidence in fighting Tianming Ziyi. However, the injuries he sustained years ago had not fully recovered, which prevented him from unleashing his spells at full power. Otherwise, the immense magical power would rupture his barely healed meridians. In this state, he could only exert 70% of his strength. Facing Tianming Ziyi in his full strength, he could only temporarily avoid his edge and launch sneak attacks from the shadows. And Tianming Ziyi, who had already fought him once and understood his trump cards, made it very difficult for him to succeed in a sneak attack. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the black-clad body cultivator looked up and scanned the battlefield, then fixed his gaze on Daoist Qianlong. Without a word, the black-clad body cultivator clenched his fist and suddenly flashed forward, striking towards Daoist Qianlong. Daoist Xuanlong's pupils constricted violently. Facing this seemingly ordinary punch, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. Moreover, the black-clad body cultivator's speed was too fast, he had no time to dodge. In desperation, Daoist Qianlong could only pull out the golden round shield he carried with him and block it in front of him. Bang! After taking a punch from the black-clad body cultivator, Daoist Qianlong transformed into a shooting star, instantly flying back hundreds of meters. After crashing into a deep pit in the ground, he finally stopped. Seizing this opportunity, the black dragon suddenly coiled around the black-clad body cultivator, firmly binding him. Then, the black dragon began to constrict its body, attempting to strangle the black-clad body cultivator to death. Daoist Qianlong coughed up a large mouthful of fresh blood and shakily stood up from the ground. How unlucky, to actually encounter a body cultivator. Among all cultivators of the same realm, sword cultivators had the strongest offensive power. They fought without regard for their lives, often achieving victories against stronger opponents and fighting beyond their realm. Spell cultivators had the strongest overall capabilities, cultivating various spells and able to handle all kinds of situations. They excelled in both one-on-one combat and group battles. Body cultivators, however, possessed the offensive power of sword cultivators but were not as defensively weak as sword cultivators. Body cultivators had unparalleled physiques, even a sword cultivator's sword chi found it difficult to break their defense, making them virtually invincible among those of the same realm. However, body cultivation was heavily dependent on talent and resources, requiring good body cultivation talent and a large amount of body tempering resources. Finally, it also required a long period of time to be truly called a body cultivator. Therefore, the number of body cultivators was extremely rare. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter one. Daoist Qianlong cursed inwardly. Even with himself and his black dragon, he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence. He really wanted to leave now, but he had already promised Ling Yun sect his help. If he deserted in the face of battle, he would likely face retaliation from Ling Yun sect, so he could only brace himself and continue. He himself did not belong to any particular school of cultivators. He knew a little bit of swordsmanship, but it was barely at the getting started level and he could not be considered a sword cultivator. He also knew some spells, but most of them were not mastered, so he couldn't be called a spell cultivator either. He hadn't specifically cultivated his physique, so his physical strength was only average. He also didn't know various miscellaneous secret arts, nor did he have any trump cards that could turn the tide in desperate situations. This was the current situation for most cultivators, they knew a bit of everything, but only a bit. Fortunately, he was quite lucky. When he was young, he found a dragon egg, which allowed him to have a golden core middle stage dragon. Crack, crack, crack. The dragon coiled tighter and tighter, and the black-clad body cultivator it had entangled let out a series of cracking sounds. You think you can trap me with just this? The black-clad body cultivator roared, putting all his strength into it, and instantly broke free from the dragon's bondage. He floated in the air, tore at his tattered upper garment, revealing his smooth, well-proportioned, and exceptionally perfect physique. Deist Suanlong's expression was solemn. He stood on the dragon's head and charged towards the black-clad body cultivator. Old fellow, it's time to move. Deist Tianyun and Tian Nana True Person were locked in battle. Both were Golden Core initial stage cultivators, and their entanglement made it difficult to determine a victor in a short amount of time. Physician Ye made the first move, summoning countless vines to firmly entangle Tian Nana True Person. Tian Nana True Person summoned a flying dagger, instantly cutting open the vines wrapped around him, then tried to turn and leave to support others. You'll just have to stay here, the others aren't as easy to talk to as I am. Physician Ye, however, was not in a hurry and said with a smile. Hearing this, Tian Nana True Person, who was still struggling, reacted. He turned his head to look at the other battlefields. Suoji and Pure Yang True Person were fiercely exchanging blows, sword chi and golden light crisscrossing, a scene he, a Golden Core initial stage cultivator, could not possibly get involved in. The black-clad body cultivator and Deist Qianlong were fiercely confronting each other, the dragon roaring, making for an intense fight. He then turned to look at Gu Bei, who radiated a terrifying aura and wore thunder armor, and Tian Nana True Person's eyes twitched. Turning back to Physician Yat, who had a benevolent expression and whose attack methods mostly focused on trapping enemies, and remembering that he was actually forced into this war. Tian Nana True Person immediately roared and charged towards Physician Yat, and the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Die! Gu Bei roared, summoning countless golden lightning bolts to strike the remaining Golden Core True Persons. Celestial Star True Person's expression was grim. He formed hand seals, conjuring a blue barrier out of thin air to envelop several people. But this blue barrier, upon contact with the golden lightning, was instantly shattered, and Celestial Star True Person also suffered a backlash, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His severe injuries had not yet healed, and the originally minor backlash wound had triggered his old injuries within his meridians. Several Golden Core True Persons joined forces, raising several more barriers, which barely managed to block Gu Bei's attack. These Golden Core True Persons were all heavily wounded and lacked secret arts for healing, so their strength was far from what it used to be. Celestial Star True Person felt a bit helpless. He was not actually skilled in combat, yet he was forced to participate in battles again and again. Act according to the plan. Celestial Star True Person roared. The other four Golden Core True Persons all cast spells, and countless vines rose from the ground, attempting to entangle Gu Bei. Two giant dragons, one of ice and one of fire, roared as they charged towards Gu Bei. Gu Bei performed Divine Thunder Transformation, raising a thick lightning barrier around himself, blocking all attacks. Now! Form the formation! Celestial Star True Person roared, taking out 5 formation flags he had prepared beforehand. Under his control, the formation flags formed a 5-star pattern and were inserted around Gu Bei, then Celestial Star True Person infused them with magic power. The formation lit up with blue light, eventually slowly forming a 5-pointed star formation, encircling Gu Bei in the center. The other 4 Golden Core True Persons stood at the nodes of the 5-pointed star formation, and with their combined strength, they finally unleashed the full power of this 5-pointed star formation. This was the Tianxing sect's treasured secret, the star formation flags. Each formation flag could be called a magic treasure, and when combined, they could form various formations. 2 battle flags could form the twin star yin and yang formation, 4 formation flags could form the 4 symbols formation, and 5 could form the 5-pointed star formation. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, the Tianxing sect once used 2 Golden Core late-stage great cultivators and 3 Golden Core middle-stage cultivators to form a 5-pointed star formation. These 5 cultivators all cultivated the star secret art of Tianxing, which could maximize the power of the 5-pointed star formation. Working together, they even briefly managed to control a 4th-tier Yao beast of the nascent soul realm. However, the 5-pointed star formation Celestial Star True Person was currently using was a simplified version, with only 3 cultivators from the Tianxing sect, and the other 2 cultivators did not even cultivate the star secret art. Furthermore, the cultivators controlling the formation were all of low cultivation, estimated to only be able to trap a Golden Core late-stage great cultivator. But this was enough. Their goal was merely to trap Gu Bei for a period of time. After Gu Bei was trapped in the formation, he instantly reacted, wanting to flash away. But he was firmly trapped by the formation's barrier. Gu Bei condensed countless thunder spears, frantically attacking the formation. The formation trembled violently from the assault, and the 5 cultivators controlling it also spat out large mouthfuls of blood, but they ultimately held on. Although Gu Bei would not be in mortal danger, he would be unable to escape in a short time to help the other cultivators on the battlefield. Returning to Suoji's side. Suoji and Pure Yang True Person fought fiercely for several rounds, but they could not determine a victor, with most ending in a draw. Suoji, covered in blood, panted as he stared at Pure Yang True Person. This can't go on, my magic power is already more than half depleted, but that old fellow shows no signs of magic power exhaustion. Suoji gritted his teeth, transforming his heart into a sword, and unleashed an invisible sword, its sword chi striking Pure Yang True Person's glabella. Pure Yang True Person's eyes widened, he sensed danger but could not see it at all. In his urgency, he could only cast the golden light spell, firmly enveloping his body. Immediately after, he felt a pain in his brain, and his eyes instantly dimmed, he temporarily lost consciousness. Suoji seized the opportunity, charged slightly, and then unleashed a sword strike. This sword strike was incredibly fast, heading straight for Pure Yang True Person's neck. But Pure Yang True Person, who had already lost consciousness, sensed the danger. Even with unclear awareness, he subconsciously controlled the golden light around his body to protect his neck. Pfft. Under the protection of the golden light, the sword chi only penetrated halfway into the neck before dissipating. Pure Yang true person also regained consciousness at this moment. He clutched his neck, which was continuously gushing blood, his face grim. Thump, thump, thump. Pure Yang true person, disregarding the cost, fully channeled the golden light to form countless dense spikes, which shot towards Suwuji. This move was his ultimate technique, the heaven and earth net, but it consumed a great deal, with one strike depleting half of his magic power. Suwuji's pupils constricted. The range of this move was too vast, with spikes everywhere, front, back, left, right, up, and down. His sword chi could at most attack one side, and there would definitely be spikes that got through. He couldn't dodge at all. No matter which way he dodged, he would be attacked by the spikes. Pure Yang true person's combat experience was quite seasoned. He almost instantly realized that Suwuji was a glass cannon. His attack power was very strong. Even he, a golden core late-stage cultivator, would not dare to take it head-on, but his defensive capabilities were not very strong. He could only take it head-on. Feeling the dense golden spikes all around him, Suwuji gritted his teeth. He transformed his heart into a sword, forming countless high-speed rotating sword chi around his body, enveloping him within. All the golden spikes that attempted to attack him were cut down by the sword chi. Pfft. But one incredibly hard golden spike actually withstood the sword ki attack and forcefully pierced through Suwuji's body. After the golden spike entered Suwuji's body, it instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny, dense spikes. Immediately after, these tiny spikes, under Pure Yang true person's control, all exploded, and Suwuji's body instantly became riddled with holes. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, Pure Yang true person had used the same trick to counter Suwuji. Suwuji's current appearance was extremely miserable. His entire body was covered in countless holes of various sizes, gushing blood like a fountain. Even more serious was that his internal organs had long been riddled with holes from the explosion's power, and his meridians were broken into countless knots. Suwuji ignored the pain, forcefully circulated his magic power, and stopped the gushing blood. "Old fellow, I didn't expect you to play dirty too." Suwuji, panting and covered in blood, said in a low voice. "You're not bad yourself, young man. That last attack almost took this grand elder's life." Pure Yang true person clutched his fractured neck, his voice hoarse. In this duel, Pure Yang true person was slightly superior. Suwuji tensed his body, his eyes fixed on Pure Yang true person. He quickly pulled a green medicinal pill from his storage pouch and popped it into his mouth. This was a third-rank rejuvenation pill, a relatively elementary recovery-type medicinal pill among third-rank medicinal pills. With the help of the medicinal pill's potency, Suwuji's injuries were finally suppressed. It wasn't that he didn't want to take better medicinal pills, it was that third-rank medicinal pills were extremely rare, and most of them had been used up during the previous war. Pure Yang true person also stared intently at Suwuji, controlling his golden light to mend the gruesome sword marks all over his body. Neither of them spoke, both doing their utmost to recover their condition, preparing for their next confrontation. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Gu Bei, trapped in the five-pointed star formation, continuously unleashed golden lightning bolts. Under the lightning's strikes, the five-pointed star formation began to tremble violently. "Break for me." Gu Bei was genuinely anxious, his magical power gushing out like it was free. According to the original plan, he was the one to break the deadlock, first killing 5 golden core cultivators of average strength, then going to help others. With his strength, he could indeed do it. He could kill any number of golden core initial stage cultivators that came his way, and the only golden core middle stage cultivator was Celestial Star True Person. Although Celestial Star True Person was skilled in divination, his personal strength was very poor, far from the strength a normal golden core middle stage cultivator should possess. Furthermore, Celestial Star True Person and the other cultivators were all severely wounded. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to quickly go and support the others. But now he was trapped by the formation, and without his support, the battlefield instantly became confusing. Celestial Star True Person spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face bitter. The other 4 golden core true persons were not much better, spitting blood from the formation's backlash. "Everyone, hold on. Behind us stands the sect. Only by holding Gu Bei can we have a glimmer of hope." Celestial Star True Person's face was bitter. Things had reached a point completely beyond his expectations. In truth, their Xing sect, and the other 2 major sects, genuinely did not want to fight anymore. The casualties were simply too heavy. Originally, they had planned to easily destroy Lingyun sect, after which their 3 major sects would continue to dominate Qingzhou. They never expected it to develop to this point, where they themselves became the ones to be destroyed. However, both sides had already forged a deep blood feud. Reconciliation was impossible, only a fight to the death. Xing sect contained everything he held dear, his senior brothers, his disciples, his Dao companion, all were in Xing sect. Fleeing was not an option, he could only desperately hold Gu Bei. Celestial Star True Person gritted his teeth and began to burn his life origin. His already somewhat white hair instantly turned completely white and became dry, as if it would crumble at a touch. The other 4 golden core initial stage cultivators exchanged glances and also began to burn their life origin. The originally shaky, dim, and almost dissipated 5-pointed star formation instantly brightened by several points under the enhancement of their life origin. Gu Bei gritted his teeth and unleashed the heavenly thunder manifestation. Countless golden lightning bolts intertwined, forming a colossal lightning giant that reached the heavens. The lightning giant extended 4 arms, each holding a weapon, and began to furiously attack the formation. The formation shook violently, and Celestial Star True Person and the other cultivators spat out another mouthful of blood, but they ultimately held it off. Gu Bei's expression was grim. He had, after all, only just broken through to the Golden Core realm. No matter how much of a genius he was, his strength was only barely comparable to a Golden Core late-stage cultivator. And this 5-pointed star formation could trap a true Golden Core late-stage cultivator, so with his strength, he naturally couldn't escape. At the same time, on the other side, Deist Qianlong was panting heavily, and his black flood dragon in the sky roared as it battled the black-clad body cultivator. The flood dragon spat out countless water arrows, shooting them at the black-clad body cultivator, but the black-clad body cultivator easily dodged them. Even if a few water arrows hit the black-clad body cultivator, they could only leave a shallow scratch on his skin. The black-clad body cultivator did not overly entangle with the flood dragon, instead, he turned his head, locking his gaze firmly on Deist Qianlong, who was cautiously observing the battle not far away. The black-clad body cultivator pushed off with his legs, and though he was in the air, it was as if he were stepping on solid ground as he charged towards Deist Qianlong. Seeing this, Deist Qianlong's face instantly turned ashen. He quickly formed hand seals, raising a golden barrier around himself. At the same time, he raised his already slightly dented golden round shield, preparing to block the attack. Ignoring the flood dragon's attack, the black-clad body cultivator punched the golden light screen, and the golden light screen shattered instantly like paper. Immediately after, the black-clad body cultivator flashed to Deist Qianlong's side, then tensed all his muscles and delivered a punch to Deist Qianlong. Deist Qianlong's pupils contracted violently. He only managed to bring his arm up to block his right side. Pfft! Deist Qianlong was sent flying several hundred meters by this punch, leaving a deep gouge on the ground before he barely managed to stop. Immediately after, the black-clad body cultivator pressed his advantage. His chi and blood surged, his muscles bulging, and he delivered a side kick to Deist Qianlong's injured area. Deist Qianlong was sent flying several hundred meters again. The black-clad body cultivator wanted to attack again but was firmly entangled by the flood dragon. The flood dragon roared, and countless water curtains rose out of thin air around it, firmly trapping him and the black-clad body cultivator within. Lying on the ground, Deist Qianlong coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. After a long while, he tremblingly stood up. His right arm hung limply from his shoulder, completely devoid of strength. The bones in his right arm were likely shattered by those 2 blows. Besides that, he also had multiple injuries on his body. Most of his bones were basically shattered, and his internal organs were severely impacted, becoming tattered beyond recognition. Deist Qianlong coughed violently. He was, after all, only a low-grade golden core cultivator. It was entirely thanks to his flood dragon that he could become a golden core cultivator. His strength was at the bottom of the golden core realm, while that black-clad body cultivator was much fiercer. His body had been tempered to the extreme, and he also had a golden core middle-stage cultivation. Every punch from the black-clad body cultivator could cause him immense damage, and the black-clad body cultivator had been constantly targeting him. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. Damn it, why hasn't anyone come to support me? Deist Qianlong felt like cursing. He turned his head to look at the battlefield. Su Wuji, covered in blood, was fiercely battling Pure Yang True Person. Gu Bei was firmly trapped within the 5-pointed star formation, and it was estimated he wouldn't be able to break free anytime soon. The other battlefields were much the same, most were evenly matched, unable to determine a victor in a short time. Boom! The black-clad body cultivator unleashed a fierce punch, shattering the water curtain that had trapped him. Seeing this, Deist Qianlong felt a sense of despair. He wanted to get up and dodge, but his body was incredibly stiff. The black-clad body cultivator didn't waste any words and charged towards Deist Qianlong. Just then, a bloody long spear flew towards the black-clad body cultivator at an extremely fast speed. The black-clad body cultivator's eyes narrowed, and he gripped the bloody long spear tightly with both hands. His legs dug 2 deep gouges into the ground, and he only managed to stop after being forced back dozens of meters. Is another one here to die? The black-clad body cultivator said in a low voice. You should be the one to die. Tianming Zi, whose face was slightly purple but whose voice was still full of vigor, slowly walked out of the poisonous mist, holding the head of 5 Poisons Immortal Master. Of course, his cool demeanor didn't last 3 seconds. Tianming Zi let out a puff, and purple blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. Evidently, in order to kill 5 Poisons Immortal Master as quickly as possible, Tianming Zi had also paid a considerable price. Buzz buzz buzz. The bloody long spear trembled slightly. Under Tianming Zi's control, it broke free from the black-clad body cultivator's hands and flew back into Tianming Zi's hand. You go support the others, I'll handle him. Tianming Zi waved the bloody long spear in his hand, staring intently at the black-clad body cultivator. The black-clad body cultivator's expression also became serious. He sensed a threat from Tianming Zi. Deist Qianlong nodded, stumbled onto the flood dragon's head, and together with the flood dragon, went to support Deist Tianyun. The black-clad body cultivator moved with strange steps, charging towards Tianming Zi at an extremely fast speed. Tianming Zi, far from being afraid, laughed loudly and charged forward with the bloody long spear in hand. Bang! Facing the black-clad body cultivator's fist, Tianming Zi nimbly dodged to the side, then swung his long spear, thrusting it towards the black-clad body cultivator. Pfft! The long spear only penetrated a few inches before being firmly caught by the black-clad body cultivator's muscles. The black-clad body cultivator raised his leg and kicked, intending to send Tianming Ziyi flying. Tianming Ziyi blocked with one arm, barely fending off the kick. At this moment, Tianming Ziyi's magic power seemed to be burning, forming a faint blood-red flame around him. This was the cultivation technique Tianming Ziyi practiced, which could temporarily strengthen his physique. Tianming Ziyi, holding the bloody long spear, became entangled in a fierce battle with the black-clad body cultivator. Although it was more like Tianming Ziyi was being beaten, he could at least hold the black-clad body cultivator back. With the addition of Daoist Qianlong, free and easy Genren's pressure increased sharply. He was only a golden core initial stage cultivator, yet he had to face 3 golden core level combatants simultaneously. After only a moment of hesitation, free and easy Genren quickly fled using his escape method. He was merely a loose cultivator who had been forced into this situation. Although he had received benefits from the 3 great sects, he had actually been forced to accept them, and he had no desire to participate in this war at all. Now that his life was threatened, free and easy Genren could not possibly risk his life for the 3 great sects. He had already decided that he could no longer stay in Qingzhou, so he might as well flee far away and continue his life in other states. Anyway, as a golden core cultivator, he could live quite comfortably anywhere. Daoist Qianlong and Daoist Tianyun exchanged glances and did not choose to pursue. Their relationship with free and easy Genren in private was quite good. After all, there were only a few golden core loose cultivators in Qingzhou, and they all knew each other. They actually didn't really want to kill free and easy Genren, so they simply watched him leave. And with free and easy Genren's departure, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Tian Nan, a true person, who was fighting Physician Ye, also turned and ran. Physician Ye did not stop him, he also quietly watched Tian Nan, a true person, leave. The few people who had disengaged from combat exchanged glances, and all turned their attention to the black-clad body cultivator. The black-clad body cultivator, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with Tianming Ziyi, also instantly sensed that something was wrong. After kicking Tianming Ziyi away, he also quickly left the battlefield. Celestial Star, true person, I've already helped as much as I can. I can't do anything more for the rest, and the favor I owe the Tianxing sect can be considered repaid. The black-clad body cultivator disappeared from the battlefield in the blink of an eye, leaving only these words behind. Celestial Star, true person, who was constantly observing the battlefield, gave a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. I never thought that my Tianji sect, the star observation lineage, a legacy of tens of thousands of years, would be cut off by my hands today. Celestial Star, true person seemed to age dozens of years in an instant, losing all vitality. Tianming Ziyi wasted no words and threw the bloody long spear in his hand, fiercely piercing through Celestial Star, true person. Celestial Star, true person gritted his teeth. He did not turn to flee, instead, he increased the output of his magic power, hoping to trap Gu Bei for a longer period. Tianming Ziyi showed no mercy. The blood-red magic power attached to the shaft of the bloody long spear suddenly exploded. A large hole was instantly blown open in Celestial Star, true person's chest. His expression dimmed a few shades, and he opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. But in the end, he didn't utter a word, and with a puff, he fell to the ground, completely dead. Without Celestial Star, true person's support, the 5-pointed star formation instantly dimmed, and Gu Bei instantly broke free from his restraints. The remaining 4 golden core initial stage cultivators, facing the enraged Gu Bei and the combined assault of everyone, only managed to hold on for a moment before dying under Gu Bei's lightning. It seems we've won. Su Wuji, who was constantly observing the battlefield, smiled. Alas, it is fate. In the end, I was not as skilled. Pure Yang, true person, who had lost an arm and was shriveled all over, like a mummy, sighed. Then he closed his eyes, his last trace of breath completely dissipated, and he fell from the sky, utterly dead. He was already at the end of his rope, his life origin and magic power completely exhausted, holding on solely by a breath in his heart. He had thought that as long as he could hold back Su Wuji, perhaps the war could be won. But now that defeat was certain, that breath in his heart also dissipated. Su Wuji finally let out a sigh of relief as he watched Pure Yang, true person, fall to the ground. Pure Yang, true person was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Pure Yang, true person's difficulty lay not in his profound cultivation, but in his seasoned combat experience and terrifying intuition. This allowed him to narrowly evade Su Wuji's killing moves multiple times and push Su Wuji into desperate situations on several occasions. If not for Pure Yang, true person already being on the verge of death, and that medicinal pill only temporarily restoring him to his peak. The more they fought, the weaker Pure Yang, true person became, but even so, Su Wuji almost died at Pure Yang, true person's hands. Su Wuji slowly exhaled. After personally slaying his enemy, his thoughts finally became clear again. As if something had shattered, Su Wuji's already sharp sword intent became even purer. Su Wuji knew that this was the result of his desperate battle with Pure Yang, true person, having experienced several moments of great terror between life and death, ultimately slaying Pure Yang, true person, and achieving clarity of thought, which elevated his swordsmanship to a new level. Most sword cultivators are obsessed with combat, especially life and death battles. There is great terror between life and death, and after a bloody battle with an equally matched enemy, one's own strength often increases significantly. Those powerful sword cultivators are so strong not because they practice swordsmanship diligently every day, or because they comprehend it with extraordinary comprehension ability. Instead, it is through countless battles with enemies, carving out a path to the heavens from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The reason Suwuji was so strong was also because he had experienced countless battles when he was young, even several near-death battles. This was what forged his immensely powerful strength. After seeing Pure Yang true person completely die, Suwuji's spirit relaxed, and he immediately fell from the sky. His current condition was also very poor, or rather, he was only one step away from death. His entire body was covered in countless dense blood holes. A place close to his heart was also pierced through, leaving a fist-sized wound, and even a small part of his heart was pierced. Suwuji's 2 mechanical arms were also covered in wounds, and one arm was even half broken. Compared to his external injuries, Suwuji's internal injuries were even more severe, none of his internal organs were intact. It could be said that it was already very difficult for Suwuji to maintain a human form now. If this were a Foundation establishment cultivator, they would have died countless times over. Suwuji was only holding on by virtue of the immensely powerful vitality of a golden core cultivator and a third-order medicinal pill for recovery. Master. Gu Bei immediately ran over when he saw Suwuji's miserable state. Gu Bei released green lightning from his hands, beginning to heal Suwuji's injuries. The green lightning contained an immensely vast life chi. Under Gu Bei's control, the green lightning slowly began to heal Suwuji's injuries. Under Gu Bei's treatment, Suwuji's breathing finally stabilized. Although there was no improvement, at least his life was saved. This was the result of him studying medical arts with Gu Bei for several years. Gu Bei was already able to initially utilize Creation Divine Thunder to help other cultivators heal their injuries. Although it couldn't compare to a professional third-order physician, it was much faster than an ordinary second-order physician or self-healing. It could only be said that Gu Bei truly had a superior comprehension ability, he learned things quickly. An ordinary physician might not even get started in 10 years. Gu Bei only spent a few years, studying for an hour or 2 each day, and easily got started. Physician Ye also came over. His hands also emitted green light, and he began to heal Suwuji. With their combined efforts, the terrifying wounds on Suwuji's body finally began to slowly heal. What should we do next? Physician Ye turned to look at Gu Bei. Daoist Tianyun and Daoist Qianlong also looked at Gu Bei simultaneously. Although the war was won, and all the golden core cultivators within the 3 great sects were dead, how should the remaining disciples and elders be dealt with? Suwuji had already fainted and would not wake up anytime soon. Now, someone needed to make a decision. And Gu Bei, as Suwuji's disciple and the strongest person present, was the most suitable candidate. Leave no one alive, kill them all. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Bei's eyes as he spoke in a frigid tone. The world of cultivation is cruel, and the outcome of a failed war is only one, annihilation. It doesn't matter whether the disciples within the sect are innocent, whether they participated in the previous war, or if they were new disciples who joined after the war. As the defeated party, the 3 great sects naturally could not escape disaster. Although Gu Bei was usually quite foolish, he wasn't stupid, and naturally understood the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating roots. Fellow Daoist Tianming Zi, you first take my master back to the sect to rest and recover. Afterward, take the cultivators of the sect to attack Tianxing sect and 5 poison sect, Pure Yang sect can be left to me. Gu Bei said in a low voice. Tianming Zi nodded, picked up the unconscious Suwuji, and together with Physician Yat, returned to Lingyun sect. Many thanks to Immortal Master Daoist Qianlong and Daoist Tianyun for your assistance, the sect will surely offer a token of gratitude afterward. Gu Bei bowed again to the 2 Immortal Masters, expressing his thanks. Ha ha ha, there's no need for a thank you gift, just have Lingyun sect take good care of my Qianlong Immortal City in the future. Immortal Master Daoist Qianlong laughed heartily. Daoist Tianyun nodded at Gu Bei, then dragged the heavily injured Immortal Master Daoist Qianlong and flew into the distance. Only Gu Bei remained on the scene. Gu Bei looked up at Pure Yang sect below. Pure Yang sect had already become dilapidated after the chaotic battle just now. Dozens of massive sword marks crisscrossed throughout the sect, each mark carving dozens of meters deep into the ground. These were the aftershocks of Suwuji's battle with Pure Yang true person. However, no Pure Yang sect disciples appeared in these ruins. Gu Bei knew that most of Pure Yang sect's disciples were hiding deep within the sect, unharmed. Gu Bei slowly ascended to a high point, then with a wave of his hand, he conjured countless bolts of thunder, forming a circular thunder barrier that enveloped the entire Pure Yang sect. Under such a thunder barrier, it was impossible for any cultivator to escape, and even underground, thunder was spread out to prevent cultivators from escaping by burrowing. To set up the thunder barrier, Gu Bei's spiritual energy was largely depleted. He did not immediately launch an attack but hovered in the sky, beginning to recover his spiritual energy. Immortal Master Wan Li, please give us a way out. The plan to attack Lingyun sect was decided by the Golden Core cultivators within the sect and has absolutely nothing to do with me. When the decision to attack Lingyun sect was made, I was the first to object. When Lingyun sect was attacked, I did not participate. This matter has been unrelated to me from beginning to end. I can swear to the heavens that if you let me go, I will absolutely not bear a grudge against Lingyun sect. Just then, a thin Foundation establishment cultivator tremblingly walked out from a corner. Immortal Master Wan Li was Gu Bei's Daoist title. Every cultivator would choose a Daoist title for themselves after breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Generally, cultivators with lower cultivation would directly address Golden Core cultivators by their Daoist title to show respect. Or cultivators of the same realm but not very familiar with each other would also use Daoist titles to address each other. However, there were also some cultivators whose names were too well known, leading to a very low sense of presence for their Daoist titles. For example, Lingyun sect's sect master Su Wuji, his deist title was inherited from his master Lu Sunshan, named Immortal Master Wuji. However, Su Wuji's own name was too well known, so much so that his deist title had a very low sense of presence. The deist title Gu Bei chose for himself was Immortal Master Wan Li. Gu Bei said nothing, just quietly watched him. Immortal Master Wan Li, please also spare a life. I was an exception who joined Pure Yang sect after that war, and that war has absolutely nothing to do with me. A young-faced female cultivator walked out, trembling all over. She stared at Gu Bei with tearful eyes, looking as pitiful as could be. At the same time, she gently took off her long robe, revealing her extremely youthful body, like a newly bloomed flower. This seemed to set an example, and many more cultivators walked out from the shadows. They all pleaded with Gu Bei to spare their lives, each with their own reasons. In just a few words, they completely washed away their crimes. Innocent. Gu Bei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly laughed. He laughed heartily, tears almost coming out of his eyes. He seemed unable to believe that such words could come out of the other's mouth. War has nothing to do with individuals. Once the war began, everyone in Pure Yang sect was an accomplice. Even if you didn't participate in the attack, merely staying behind in the sect still counted as contributing a force. Even if you joined the sect afterward, you still contributed to Pure Yang sect. Without you new disciples carrying out tasks, how could those injured elders have enough time to heal? Gu Bei roared loudly. Why be so heartless? If you kill us all, aren't you afraid of developing a heart demon? Someone couldn't help but retort. A life for a life, it's only right. You attacked my Lingyun sect, killed so many of my brothers, and severely injured my master. It's only right for me to slaughter your entire sect. Why would I develop a heart demon? Gu Bei was too lazy to waste any more words. He reached out and conjured countless thunder spears with thunder, then under his control, the spears densely and frantically pierced towards that group of cultivators. The reason he had spoken so much earlier was that his spiritual energy was too depleted, and he needed some time to recover it. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well chatter a few words with those who were about to die. Now that his spiritual energy had recovered, there was naturally no need for further nonsense. Rumble rumble. That group of cultivators were instantly pierced through by the countless thunder spears. A few stronger foundation establishment late-stage cultivators could hold on for a few seconds. But it was only for a few seconds before they were impaled by the thunder spears like hedgehogs. A moment later, all the cultivators present were dead. Gu Bei nodded with satisfaction. These thunder spears had been weakened by him, their power was at most equivalent to a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. His purpose in doing so was to leave these cultivators with intact corpses, so as not to damage their storage pouches. Lingyun sect was now completely destitute and desperately needed these resources to recover. Moreover, the corpses of these cultivators were also very useful. Lingyun sect had a soul-searching technique that could search the memories of the deceased. As long as the death occurred within 7 days, one could know most of the deceased's memories through the remaining soul fragments. The countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals in Lingyun sect's scripture pavilion were all obtained by searching the memories of enemy cultivators through the soul-searching technique. And with the corpses of these Pure Yang sect cultivators, Lingyun sect's foundation would undoubtedly expand significantly, and the variety of cultivation techniques and secret manuals would become more complete and numerous. If one didn't mind, these corpses could even be refined into pure blood pills using special methods. Pure blood pill is a demonic path medicinal pill, which requires a large number of cultivators' physical bodies to refine. Because it is refined from the physical bodies of human race cultivators, this medicinal pill is most suitable for absorption by the human body and is the most top-tier body refining medicinal pill. However, because the raw materials are human race cultivators, this medicinal pill is also scorned by normal cultivators. Because this refining method truly harms the Dao and is resisted by the cultivation world, almost no one openly refines it. But due to its overly heaven-defying effects, a large number of cultivators still secretly consume it, even reaching a point where it is priceless. As long as there is a pure blood pill, there is no worry about not being able to sell it. Therefore, large sects, after experiencing war, will uniformly choose to refine the enemy's corpses into pure blood pills. Even if their own people don't use it, they can secretly sell these medicinal pills to earn a large amount of resources. Gu Bei did not stop, but instead used his golden core level divine sense to search everywhere, and once he found a hidden cultivator, he would strike without hesitation and kill him. No cultivator could escape Gu Bei's detection, and thus only half a day passed. Gu Bei, by himself, slaughtered all the disciples of the Pure Yang sect. As a sect that has existed for thousands of years, the Pure Yang sect has countless good things within its sect. There are vast numbers of spiritual fields, buildings constructed with various precious materials, and many good things in the immortal caves where the disciples and elders live. Although most of them are not too valuable, accumulation adds up, and a large quantity is also a considerable fortune. Gu Bei alone naturally could not clean it up completely. He quietly stayed alone in the Pure Yang sect, waiting for the sect to send people to clean up the battlefield. On the other side, within the Lingyun sect, Gu Bai, Xing and a group of cultivators all stood at the foot of the sect, quietly waiting for Su Wuji and his party to return triumphantly. No one spoke, but the atmosphere in the air was exceptionally heavy. After all, although the Lingyun sect's chances of winning were very high, the three great sects might have invited external aid, so it was hard to say who would win or lose. Gu Bai, do you think my father will be all right? Xing said somewhat nervously. He will be fine, he is the sect master of Lingyun sect. Gu Bai gently rubbed Xing Ning's head, saying with great calmness, without any tension in his tone. Just then, a blood-red light suddenly appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this blood-red light, Gu Bai smiled, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Tianming Ziyi, holding Suwuji in his left hand and Physician Ye in his right, saw Gu Bai waiting there from afar. And upon seeing Gu Bai, he also breathed a sigh of relief, stopping in front of Gu Bai with Suwuji. Quick, Physician Gu, quickly check the sect master, his chi seems to be getting weaker and weaker. Tianming Ziyi landed in front of Gu Bai, and before Gu Bai could speak, he spoke first. Father! How could he be so severely injured? Xing Ning's eyes instantly turned red upon seeing Suwuji's miserable state. She wanted to go forward and hug Suwuji, but she was afraid of hurting him, so she could only look at Gu Bai with pleading eyes. I already said he's fine, the weak chi is because he used all his magical power to protect his golden core. Physician Ye said helplessly from the side. Tianming Ziyi did not reply, but instead looked at Gu Bai. Only when Gu Bai confirmed that Suwuji was truly safe could he relax. Gu Bai's brows also furrowed tightly upon seeing Suwuji's tragic appearance. He quickly walked to Suwuji's front. He placed one hand on Suwuji's arm, then his divine sense penetrated within, beginning to examine Suwuji's body. Gu Bai's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, because Suwuji's body was truly in a terrible state. There were injuries from inside to out, not a single piece of good flesh on his body. He could survive until now entirely due to the incredibly powerful vitality of a golden core cultivator. However, it was indeed as Physician Ye said, for a golden core cultivator, as long as the golden core is intact and the brain has not suffered any fatal injuries. No matter how severe the physical body's injuries, as long as there is a trace of magical power, he will not die. However, although Suwuji would not die in a short time, his situation was not optimistic. His meridians were broken into countless segments. The flow of magical power became intermittent, making it almost impossible to use magical power, which prevented Suwuji from recovering from his injuries on his own. Meanwhile, Physician Ye on the side had been continuously inputting vital chi into Suwuji, preserving his life. Gu Bai did not immediately treat Suwuji. He turned his head to look at Tianming Ziyi and began to inquire about the outcome of the war. Tianming Ziyi, knowing that Suwuji was not in life-threatening danger for the time being, finally breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly told Gu Bai the details of the battle. Gu Bai nodded after listening, and after a brief thought, he said in a deep voice. Ice Frost Genren, you take a group of cultivators to Tianxing sect to cut off the roots, leave no cultivator of Tianxing sect alive, kill them all. Fellow Daoist Wang Mang, you take the cultivators from the law enforcement hall to the Pure Yang sect, and while you're there, plunder the good things from the Pure Yang sect. I don't need to say more about how to do it, right? Ice Frost Genren and Wang Mang both nodded, immediately gathering their personnel. Gu Bai could be said to have a position similar to a vice sect master, although he had no actual power, it was already defaulted within the sect. If Suwuji were not present, Gu Bai's words would be equivalent to the sect master's command. Now was the time to seize every minute and second. The cultivators of Tianxing sect and Five Poison sect might not know that the golden core cultivators of their sects had already died in battle. Now was a good time to go and wipe them all out. If they waited 1 or 2 days, the cultivators of those two great sects might all have fled, taking all valuable things with them. Gu Bai then issued several more commands, and the sect began to operate under Gu Bai's orders. After handling everything, Gu Bai walked to Tianming Ziyi and began to examine Tianming Zi's body. Physician Gu, I'm fine, you should treat sect master Su first. Tianming Ziyi, seeing that Gu Bai did not treat Suwuji immediately, said somewhat anxiously. The sect master is temporarily out of life danger, but you, on the other hand, might be the most dangerous. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of helplessness. Me? Physician Gu, don't scare me, I feel very good. Tianming Ziyi pointed to himself, somewhat disbelieving. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. Tianming Ziyi, although he seemed normal now, with rosy skin and stable chi, showing no signs of poisoning. But this was the biggest abnormality. His opponent was the third-rank poison master, 5 Poison Genren, so how could Tianming Ziyi be completely unharmed? 5 Poison Genren must have given Tianming Ziyi a potent poison, it's just that the poison was hidden very deeply, and Tianming Ziyi hadn't discovered it yet. So don't move yet, let me examine you carefully, this is not a joke, if something goes wrong, you might really die. Gu Bai said with a serious tone. Damn it, that old geezer, he pulled this trick on me before he died. Upon hearing this, Tianming Ziyi couldn't help but curse, then obediently cooperated with Gu Bai's examination. Gu Bai extended his magical power into Tianming Zi's body and began to examine it inch by inch. A moment later, Gu Bai's brows furrowed tightly, the poison in Tianming Zi's body was hidden very secretly, but he still found it. However, he had never seen this poison before, it should have been developed by 5 Poison Genren alone. This poison was very special, it was not dangerous at all while latent in Tianming Zi's body. But Gu Bai discovered that these poisons were slowly transforming, and once the incubation period ended, they would erupt simultaneously. And it was estimated that it would erupt tonight. By then, Tianming Ziyi would either die or be crippled. Difficult to handle. Gu Bai frowned. If he had a few days, he could research a medicinal pill that could temporarily suppress this poison. However, the poison in Tianming Zi's body would erupt tonight, so there was no time. After thinking for a long time, Gu Bai still couldn't think of any solution. After all, this was a poison left by a third-order poison master before his death. Immortal Master Wudo was quite insidious. He had calculated that Gu Bai would not be able to research an antidote in a short time, so he simply laid down a chronic poison. Directly administering a potent poison that could erupt in a short time was precisely Gu Bai's weakness. Even if his medical skills were superb, he was only a second-order physician, and he simply couldn't research an antidote in a short time. Gu Bai quickly recalled the medical Dao classics he had read, wondering if there were similar cases, but after thinking for a long time, Gu Bai still couldn't think of a solution. It seems I can only take a gamble. Gu Bai gritted his teeth, preparing to go all out. He was not going to use normal detoxification methods, he was going to fight poison, with a strong dose. The poison in Tianmingzi's body would erupt at night, so he would stimulate the toxin in advance, causing it to erupt earlier. This way, the power of the poison would be greatly reduced, at least not enough to take Tianmingzi's life. As soon as he thought of it, Gu Bai quickly took out several spirit medicines from his storage pouch and began to boil them on the spot. Heaven Soul Flower, Life-Ending Grass, Intestine Severing Mushroom. One after another, spirit medicines emitting an ominous aura and being extremely poisonous were thrown into the pot by Gu Bai. As Gu Bai slowly stirred, the liquid in the pot turned purplish-black, with thick black mist occasionally drifting out. Gu Bai also pulled out some very horrifying things from his storage pouch, such as the legs of a highly poisonous centipede and the tail of a soul-severing mouse. And a small purple-patterned snake that was still violently wriggling, and finally a large mass of transparent, viscous liquid of unknown origin. Gu Bai put these somewhat horrifying things into the pot one by one and began to simmer them over a low fire. After simmering for a while, Gu Bai filtered it with a strainer, removing the residue. Seeing this dark, ominous-smelling medicinal decoction, Tianmingzi swallowed hard. Physician Gu, do I really have to drink it? This stuff doesn't look like it's drinkable no matter how I look at it. Tianmingzi swallowed hard, his whole body was shaking at the sight of this black medicinal decoction. If you want to live, you have to drink it. Although this medicinal decoction is highly poisonous, it won't kill a golden core cultivator. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes, holding the medicinal decoction, and slowly walked towards Tianmingzi. Is there no other way? Cold sweat beaded on Tianmingzi's forehead as he slowly backed away. Stop talking nonsense. I have limited time. Hurry up and drink it for me. Gu Bai quickly stepped forward, grabbed Tianmingzi's mouth, forcibly pried it open, and then poured the black medicinal decoction into him in one go. Cough, 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 cough. After drinking the black medicinal decoction, Tianmingzi began to cough violently, seemingly wanting to spit out the black medicinal decoction, but he was powerless. His face turned green then white then purple, changing constantly, his entire face was scrunched up, just looking at it felt extremely painful. Bitter, so bitter. Tianmingzi lay on the ground, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He, a dignified golden core cultivator, was actually made to cry by bitterness. Tianmingzi only felt an immense bitterness at this moment, as if his soul was trembling because of it. It wasn't his fault, the taste buds of a golden core cultivator were inherently incredibly sensitive, able to taste flavors that normal people couldn't. And this bowl of medicinal decoction brewed by Gu Bai contained all potent medicines, and when mixed, it became extremely bitter. Tianmingzi, who was rolling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, suddenly began to vomit black blood in large mouthfuls. Immediately after, black blood also began to flow from his eyes, ears, and mouth, and even his skin began to seep black blood. In just a moment, Tianmingzi turned into a bloodied person, lying motionless on the ground, his aura extremely weak. Gu Bai, is he all right? Qingning asked with some concern when she saw Tianmingzi's miserable state. It's good that he's miserable, I'm afraid he wouldn't be. Gu Bai wasn't worried at all, instead, he showed a happy smile. Tianmingzi's appearance indicated that the poison in his body had been activated in advance, and the toxins conflicted with the medicinal decoction he had fed Tianmingzi. The two forces fought in Tianmingzi's body, which is why Tianmingzi was so miserable. However, Tianmingzi would only be miserable for this one time. Afterwards, no matter which of the two toxins in his body won, the remaining one would inevitably be severely weakened. With Tianmingzi's golden core realm level of magical power, he would be able to forcibly suppress it. Gu Bai just watched quietly from the side. The other cultivators observing, although they didn't understand, still chose to trust Gu Bai, and no one came forward to stop or disturb Gu Bai. Seeing that it was almost time, Gu Bai then stepped forward and began to treat Tianmingzi's injuries. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Tianmingzi's aura finally stabilized. Now, he only needed to recuperate for a few months, and Tianmingzi would recover. Without time to rest, Gu Bai immediately went to physician Ye and began to inquire about Su Wuji's physical condition. In short, this is the current situation. His injuries are too severe. Although I can save his life, it's difficult to heal his injuries. He must rely on himself to actively absorb the power of life to recover from his injuries, but now his meridians are completely severed, and he can only passively absorb the power of life, which greatly reduces the effect. Physician Ye glanced at Su Wuji and sighed heavily. I do have other ways to make him recover, but it would take at least several decades. And there's a possibility of leaving some sequelae, affecting his foundation, so I haven't used it. Gu Bai frowned deeply, his brain working rapidly. He also had a method to treat Su Wuji without leaving any sequelae, but it would take at least more than 100 years to completely cure him. Su Wuji was in his prime youth now, the most suitable age for cultivation, but if he wasted over 100 years, his future cultivation speed would greatly decrease. Su Wuji's future achievements might be limited to the golden core realm, which Gu Bai could not accept. I can only try that method. Gu Bai gritted his teeth and whispered, then he looked at Physician Yat. Physician Yat, I need your assistance to help me treat the sect master, stabilize his injuries, and I will suture his wounds. Physician Ye nodded without asking too many questions. Gu Bai carefully laid Su Wuji flat on the ground, then he took out several tiny silver needles that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Gu Bai then took out 2 transparent threads. These threads were very thin, so thin that even the naked eye of a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to see them. Gu Bai did not hesitate and, for the first time in a long time, activated absolute rationality. His eyes instantly became cold, devoid of any emotion. Then Gu Bai picked up special tools, holding the needle, and began to suture Su Wuji's wounds. Suturing wounds is a basic skill for a physician, any physician would know how to do it. Most physicians would first suture the wound, then perform a medical Dao secret art to treat it, which saves a lot of effort. However, they merely know how to do it, they are far from proficient. Gu Bai himself placed great emphasis on these foundational medical Dao techniques, dedicating a lot of time to practice them. Coupled with his immortality, which allowed him to freely study his own body, he gained an unparalleled understanding of every inch of his muscles. After activating absolute rationality, Gu Bai could suture incredibly tiny wounds, even meridians thinner than a strand of hair, perfectly sewing them back together. Gu Bai's hands became after images as he continuously sutured Su Wuji's wounds. This was an extremely tedious and patience-consuming task, it would take at least several days to suture all the wounds. However, what Gu Bai had in abundance was patience. He meticulously pieced together Su Wuji's severely damaged body, bit by bit. During this time, Physician Ye continuously performed the medical Dao secret art to stabilize Su Wuji's injuries. With the cooperation of the two, it took a full 4 days to suture all of Su Wuji's wounds. At this moment, Su Wuji lay quietly on the bed. His severely damaged body had now fully recovered, appearing no different from a normal person from a distance. However, if one were to approach, they would discover that Su Wuji's entire body was covered in countless tiny silver threads. Besides the exterior, Su Wuji's internal body was also filled with even finer threads, which perfectly sutured his severely damaged body back together. Perfect, simply too perfect. Ingenious, I've never seen anything like it in my life. A large group of physicians surrounded Su Wuji, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. The reason was none other than Gu Bai's incredibly perfect technique. Gu Bai's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt a splitting headache, with his vision starting to double. Gu Bai knew this was due to extreme exhaustion, he had been highly concentrated for a full 4 days, without a moment's rest during that time. Gu Bai did not rest, instead, he forced himself to rally his spirits and, together with Su Wuji, performed the medical Dao secret art to begin treating Su Wuji's wounds. Since all of Su Wuji's wounds were tightly closed, it made recovery easier. Under their combined treatment, Su Wuji's wounds slowly began to heal. Su Wuji's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. I'm still alive. Su Wuji said in a hoarse voice. He hadn't expected to wake up again, given his injuries before he lost consciousness, he wouldn't have been surprised if he had died instantly. Father, you're all right, that's truly wonderful. Upon seeing Su Wuji awaken, Xing immediately threw herself into his arms and began to cry. All right, don't cry. Aren't I fine? What's wrong? Although Su Wuji was a bit bewildered, he instinctively comforted Xing. As a father, how could he bear to see his daughter cry in front of him? Gu Bai stood outside the door, watching this tender scene with a slight smile. Wasn't this the very reason he became a physician? To be able to use his abilities to treat his friends and family, at least ensuring they wouldn't die in front of him. As his mental tension relaxed, Gu Bai's vision darkened, and with a soft thud, he collapsed to the ground. Gu Bai. Seeing Gu Bai faint, Xing face turned pale with fright, and she immediately rushed to his side. Don't worry, he's fine. He just fainted from overwork, he'll recover after a few days of rest, Physician Ye said with a smile, then rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes and let out a long sigh. Although he had only been assisting, he was also getting on in years, and he was equally exhausted now. Su Wuji, who was lying on the bed, shakily stood up. He felt very strange, as if his body was constrained, and every movement was incredibly difficult. Hey, sect master, please lie down quickly. Your injuries haven't recovered yet, strenuous activity might tear your wounds. Seeing this, Physician Ye quickly stepped forward and supported Su Wuji. It seems Gu Bai saved my life, Su Wuji nodded, saying with a touch of emotion. He truly hadn't expected Gu Bai, with his foundation establishment realm, to be able to achieve this. In a sense, Gu Bai's role was far more significant than his own as sect master. It could be said that Gu Bai deserved a large share of the credit for the victory in this war. Many of the top combatants within the sect, including himself, had been pulled back from the brink of death by Gu Bai. Indeed, Physician Gu has saved my life twice already. If Physician Gu hadn't disagreed, I would have wanted to become sworn brothers with him, Tianming Zi, looking rosy-cheeked and continuously popping red spiritual fruits into his mouth, also said with some emotion. The red fruits in his hand were vermilion fruits specially cultivated by Gu Bai, sweet and sour, and effective in dispelling the bitter taste in his mouth. Earlier, Gu Bai saw that Tianming Zi was truly pitiful, so he asked Xing to help pick some of the vermilion fruits he had grown for Tianming Zi to try. Tianming Zi instantly fell in love with the taste, eating dozens of them every day, almost depleting Gu Bai's small stock. After Su Wuji woke up, although he couldn't engage in strenuous activity, he could still manage the sect with some effort. He didn't need to put too much thought into it, he just needed to stand there and let others know he was fine. As for the matters to be handled within the sect, Gu Bai had already planned them out for Suwuji in advance, so Suwuji didn't need to expend too much effort. The next day, Gu Bai and Celestial Frost True Person returned to Lingyun sect with smiles on their faces. Master, you're actually alright. When Gu Bai saw Suwuji standing there completely unharmed, he immediately beamed with joy. Upon hearing this, Suwuji's mouth twitched. What did he mean, he's actually alright? Was that something a person would say? Suwuji ultimately didn't flare up, as he was, after all, his beloved disciple. How's the battlefield cleanup going? What good things did the three great sects have? Suwuji coughed lightly and asked with a hint of curiosity. There's so much. There are more than 20 magic treasures used by golden core cultivators alone. Besides that, there are also the three great sects' foundational cultivation techniques, as well as numerous top-tier cultivation techniques and secret arts. Pure Yang sect's strongest cultivation technique, Pure Yang cultivation, and the Golden Light spell, 5 Poison sect's myriad poison great law, and Xing sect's star secret technique and star observation secret technique. These are all top-tier golden core cultivation techniques. However, Xing sect's star observation secret technique is extremely profound. It doesn't seem to be a golden core level cultivation technique. Moreover, I also discovered a stargazing tower that reached the sky in the depths of Xing sect. According to Xing sect's records, this stargazing tower seems to be a 4th grade Pure Yang spiritual treasure. Standing on the stargazing tower to observe the stars seems to allow for more accurate divination. Besides that, there are also some top-tier 3rd grade spirit treasures, the Xing compass. With the enhancement of these two items, Celestial Star True Person's divination ability was so strong. I suspect that Xing sect's background is not as simple as imagined. It seems to be a branch of an incredibly powerful sect. In addition, there are many other good things, too numerous to list. I've packed all of them into storage pouches and brought them back. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he picked up a giant box and placed it in front of Suwuji. This box contained dozens of high-grade storage pouches, which held most of the resources from the three great sects. Upon hearing this, Suwuji's lips also curved into a smile. Murder and arson bring wealth. The riches gained from this wave were more than Lingyun sect's accumulation over several millennia. With this massive amount of resources, coupled with Lingyun's dominance, and the excellent aptitude of both himself and his disciple Gu Bai. Under the immense support of resources, it was entirely possible to break through to the Golden Core realm. Lingyun sect might even leap to become the legendary Nascent Soul sect. Gu Bai finally woke up after sleeping for a day and a night. He stretched deeply, feeling incomparably comfortable. For ordinary people, overwork would surely lead to extreme soreness the next day. But for a cultivator, especially a cultivator in the foundation establishment realm like Gu Bai, only a day was needed to fully recover. As soon as Gu Bai woke up, he went to the sect leader's residence to help Suwuji organize the supplies. The tangible materials from the three great sects were easy to handle, they just needed to be categorized and placed into the sect's treasury in order. But the difficult part was how to deal with the vast number of cultivation techniques and secret manuals from the three great sects. The Lingyun sect naturally couldn't just move everything into the scripture pavilion, they needed to classify and summarize them, selecting a better portion to be placed in the scripture pavilion. Although there were many cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the sect's scripture pavilion now, they were actually only a very small portion of the sect's inventory. The remaining majority of cultivation techniques and secret manuals were hidden deep within the scripture pavilion, and ordinary disciples did not have the authority to browse them, only high-ranking members of the sect like Gu Bai could browse them at will. It wasn't that the sect intentionally hid the good cultivation techniques, on the contrary, the cultivation techniques kept in the scripture pavilion were of the highest quality. These cultivation techniques and secret manuals might not be the best quality or the most powerful cultivation techniques, but they were definitely the simplest and most practical ones. Among the cultivation techniques that were filtered out, some might have been decent in quality, but within the scripture pavilion, one could find cultivation techniques with the same effect but simpler to learn. Now with the cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the three great sects, the sect naturally had to upgrade and replace the existing cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion. This was a very large project, because the system of cultivation techniques and secret manuals in the scripture pavilion concerned the foundation of the entire Lingyun sect, and choices had to be made carefully. Not everyone was qualified to take on this job, only those with a deep understanding of cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and who were absolutely trustworthy to the sect, could take on this job. And Gu Bai happened to be such a person. Although his realm cultivation was relatively low, he had deep attainments in medical deo, planting methods, and alchemy methods. There was no need to say more about medical deo, as the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai's medical skills were beyond doubt, and even in the entire Qingzhou, only physician Ye could compare with Gu Bai. Gu Bai was also quite proficient in the deo of planting, at least half of the Lingyun sect's spirit fields were managed by Gu Bai. Gu Bai would take time every few days to inspect the spirit fields to prevent problems before they occurred. Under Gu Bai's management, the Lingyun sect's vast number of spirit fields had always enjoyed favorable weather, and all disasters were extinguished by Gu Bai in advance. As for the deo of alchemy, Gu Bai was the only person in the entire sect second only to alchemist Liu. Most importantly, Gu Bai's identity was absolutely clean, he was the least likely person to betray the entire Lingyun sect. Are these all the cultivation techniques and secret manuals from the three great sects? Gu Bai stared at the mountain of cultivation techniques in front of him, his mouth twitching slightly. The reason was simple, there were simply too many. Looking at the scale, he estimated there were at least hundreds of thousands of books. Among these books, A small portion consisted of various cultivation techniques or spells, while the remaining majority contained quite miscellaneous records, almost everything imaginable. The most common among them were personal travelogues of cultivators. Most cultivators in their later years would write down their general life experiences. Some travelogues would also record some simple cultivation techniques or pill formulas, as well as detailed records of their process of learning these skills. These travelogues were very valuable and could be read by future generations to broaden their horizons, so that the pitfalls they encountered would not be stepped on again by the sect's future generations. The sect would select some relatively exciting and valuable travelogues to be collected in the scripture pavilion, perhaps only a few pieces each year. However, a cultivator's entire life experience could not be recorded in one book. It usually required more than 10, or even hundreds of books to be fully recorded. Although there would be a certain degree of reduction when incorporated into the scripture pavilion, it would still not be reduced too much. Over thousands of years, the three great sects naturally accumulated hundreds of thousands of personal travelogues. Not only that, some sect secrets have been destroyed, but the law enforcement hall already has professionals who are extracting memories from deceased cultivators. It won't be long before they can be re-replicated. A middle-aged law enforcement hall cultivator with a scar on his face said. Gubai looked at these hundreds of thousands of cultivation techniques and secret manuals and felt a headache coming on. He needed to go through all of these cultivation techniques and secret manuals, and finally select the most valuable ones to be included in the scripture pavilion. However, he was at an advanced level, so he only needed to look at the cultivation techniques that others had screened and deemed valuable, and then rescreen them himself based on his own judgment. Gubai did not intend to devote all his energy to it. With his workload, 1 or 2 hours a day would be enough. Physician Gu, please rest for a few more days, this matter is not urgent. The law enforcement hall cultivator with the scar on his face said respectfully. Gubai nodded after hearing that, and without much further ado, turned and left. He knew that cultivator. During the previous sect war, he was severely wounded, his face was cut by an enemy, his entire head was almost cut in half, and his life was in danger. It was Gubai who personally intervened and saved that cultivator's life, and also saved his eye which had been cut in half. Gubai did not return to his immortal cave. He found Suwuji. Sect Master, I want to study the Tianxing Sect's star observation secret technique, as well as the poison arts and detoxification secret techniques of the 5 poison sect. Gubai did not beat around the bush, he went straight to the point, stating his intention. Although he was responsible for organizing the cultivation techniques of the 3 great sects, that was only for cultivation techniques from the foundation cultivation to chi refining realm. For example, 3rd order cultivation techniques of the golden core level did not need to be summarized. Each of these cultivation techniques was incredibly important, a top secret of the sect. The Lingyun sect had hidden them away as soon as they obtained them. If one wanted to browse these cultivation techniques, they would not be found in the scripture pavilion. The sect would not possibly place such important items in the scripture pavilion. The sect would generally hide these precious cultivation techniques and secret manuals in secret places. In the scripture pavilion, one could only find their names and general effects. If one wanted to learn them, they would need to go to a special secret chamber. He was very curious about the Tianxing Sect's star observation secret technique, for no other reason than that Celestial Star True Person's performance was too heaven-defying. Almost every action of theirs could be calculated by Celestial Star True Person. It could be said that there were no secrets before Celestial Star True Person. And there were the poison arts of the 5 poison sect. Since he became a physician until now, there was almost no poison he couldn't cure. After all, he could experiment on his own body. He had personally experienced almost every kind of poison, so he could naturally easily formulate an antidote. But after encountering the 5 poison Immortal Master, he repeatedly hit a wall twice, unable to break the poison laid by the 5 poison Immortal Master. Although a 2nd order physician being able to preserve the patient's life against a 3rd order poison master was already very impressive. But Gubai was still not satisfied. Now that the 5 poison sect was defeated, Gubai naturally had to thoroughly examine the 5 poison sect's poison arts secret manuals. Although these were top secret cultivation techniques within the sect, viewing them required a large amount of contribution points. Gubai, however, had an abundance of contribution points. During the war, the sect had a rule that saving one person would reward a large number of contribution points. And nearly half of the injured were treated by Gubai, in addition to his various other contributions. If he wished, he could almost empty the sect's treasury. You can, but divination secret manuals are extremely unorthodox, and they place the utmost importance on talent. Many cultivators go mad while learning them, so you must consider carefully. Suwuji said with a slight hesitation. Divination secret manuals were widely recognized in the cultivation world as the most difficult secret manuals to learn. Even the Tianxing sect, which leaned towards divination, had only produced Celestial Star True Person, one diviner, in its nearly 1000-year history. Most of its cultivators, even if they learned the star observation secret technique, did not amount to much. The Lingyun sect also had similar secret manuals, but not a single person was able to learn them, and there were also stubborn cultivators who tried to force themselves to learn, but ultimately went mad. He was just worried that Gubai wanted to learn the star observation secret technique and would mess up his mind. Don't worry, I'm just interested in the star observation secret technique. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Gubai waved his hand, smiling faintly. As long as you know what you are doing. Suwuji nodded. He knew Gubai's character, very steady and easygoing, and he wouldn't act impulsively. This is the key to the secret chamber, you can open its door at will. Suwuji handed Gubai a jade pendant, speaking in a low voice. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, and after bidding farewell to Suwuji, he eagerly headed to the secret chamber. The location of the secret chamber was not remote, instead, it was directly beneath the sect leader's residence. After Gu Bai put on the jade pendant, he gently pushed open the door, and inside, to the left and right, stood two masked cultivators. Judging by their chi fluctuations, their cultivation was at the peak of foundation establishment. They did not speak when they saw Gu Bai, but simply stood quietly in place. Gu Bai went to the bookshelf in the secret chamber and began to browse, and soon he found his target, the Tianxing sect's star observation secret technique. The star observation secret technique was divided into 3 sections in total. The first section mainly explained some basic divination knowledge and the principles of the star observation secret technique. The second section mainly recorded some basic knowledge, and the third section was the true core. Most of the spells performed by Celestial Star True Person came from the third section. Gu Bai sat on the bench in the secret chamber and began to read. This star observation secret technique was different from previous divination cultivation techniques. It did not require profound cultivation or spells, only a very vast knowledge base and a little talent. Every day, one needed to look up at the starry sky at night, observe the movement of the stars, and interpret them through one's own understanding. This was very, very metaphysical, relying on that fleeting inspiration. After a long while, Gu Bai gently closed the book, then let out a long breath. He had already memorized the entire content of the cultivation technique, and now he could barely be considered to have entered the Dao. Gu Bai left the secret chamber. By this time, the sky had already darkened, and specks of starlight appeared in the sky, appearing magnificent. Gu Bai strolled through the sect and arrived at a nameless mountain peak that he usually liked the most. He stood on the mountain peak, looked up, and as usual, quietly gazed at the starry sky. Only this time, Gu Bai performed the star observation secret technique. Spells gathered in his eyes, and faint starlight appeared in Gu Bai's pupils. This time, looking up at the starry sky, Gu Bai found that something seemed to have been added to the starry sky. The movement between the stars, the shape of the moon, seemed to contain endless information, and Gu Bai was momentarily lost in thought. In the starry sky, Gu Bai vaguely seemed to see the future, but it did not give specific instructions. This future was extremely vague and constantly changing. Gu Bai subconsciously wanted to see what his future self would be like. The galaxies in the sky slowly changed, gradually forming a picture in Gu Bai's eyes. A figure in white clothes, with snow-white hair, exuding a serene aura, had his back to Gu Bai. He seemed to be sitting alone on the mountain peak, drinking wine by himself. The location where he was standing was exactly the nameless mountain peak where Gu Bai was currently. Perhaps because the locations were the same, coupled with an extremely coincidental reason, Gu Bai was extremely fortunate to see the future scene. Who? Just then, the Gu Bai in the picture suddenly turned his head and stared at the real Gu Bai. Gu Bai's hair instantly stood on end. Clearly, the two were not in the same space-time, and even if his future self turned around, he would only see a mass of air. But Gu Bai just felt as if he was being stared at by his future self, and his future self's eyes were just staring at him. Interesting, it's my past self. His future self chuckled softly. The dangerous aura emanating from him instantly disappeared, replaced by an incredibly gentle and amiable aura. His future self revealed an incomparably gentle smile, and he just looked at himself. Seeing this smile, Gu Bai was momentarily in a trance. It was the first time he realized that his personal charm was so great. Just then, the picture in the starry sky suddenly flickered, becoming extremely unstable. Gu Bai was instantly startled. He hadn't asked his future self what would happen in the future yet. Don't worry, it's just that the medium connecting to the future is a bit chaotic. His future self gently waved his hand, and the picture actually stabilized. However, he also received a punishment. His future self seemed to have aged in an instant, and his skin became dull and rough. But his future self was not flustered at all. In just a moment, he returned to his original state. Perhaps seeing what Gu Bai was thinking, the future Gu Bai revealed a faint smile. Don't worry, our future may involve separation, and the people we know will grow old one by one, but we will also meet more new friends. Perhaps this process is somewhat painful, but there are many more journeys waiting for you to experience. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. When did his future self become a riddle man? What was the difference between saying this and not saying anything? Can you be more precise? For example, what happened to Gu Bei and Xing Ning in the future? Did they suffer any accidents? Will the Ling Yun sect encounter any disasters? Do I have any regrets? You're so amazing now, you should be able to tell me, right? Although revealing the secrets of the heavenly Dao will reduce lifespan, for us, it doesn't matter how much lifespan is lost. Gu Bai said anxiously. These were the things he wanted to know most. His future self fell silent, and after a long while, he slowly said. I cannot say, with the heavenly Dao obstructing me, I cannot tell you about the future at all. Time is linear, the past cannot be changed. The reason we can converse is because this is history that has already occurred in the past, belonging to intrinsic history. I have also tried to change the past. As for the result, I cannot say. Gu Bai paused. This sentence contained too much information. What did cannot say mean? Did it mean that there was a way to change the past, but he couldn't tell his past self? There's no need to overthink it, nor do you need to change anything because of my words. Just live your life normally. In any case, I will handle everything. Perhaps sensing Gu Bai's apprehension, his future self said with a smile. Hearing this, Gu Bai was speechless. Wasn't this exactly what he often said to his juniors? As the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, he was considered a high-ranking member of the sect and had always taken care of his juniors, frequently saying, "I will handle everything." How was it that now, on the contrary, he had become the one being taken care of? Ha ha ha, don't think so much about it. Come, have a drink. His future self chuckled twice, then raised the wine cup in his hand. Gu Bai was slightly stunned and poured himself a cup of wine. The two clinked their cups in the void realm and drained the wine in one gulp. How am I doing in the future? Gu Bai looked at his future self, asking with a hint of curiosity. After a moment of thought, his future self suddenly revealed an incredibly gentle smile, as if he had recalled something joyful. Very well. At least for my current self, I am very satisfied. Just as Gu Bai was about to ask something else, the scene in the starry sky suddenly blurred, then completely dissipated. At the same time, Gu Bai violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his hair instantly turned completely white. Gu Bai knew this was because he had stolen a heavenly secret and was punished by the heavenly Dao, which extracted a large amount of his life origin. But Gu Bai, for one thing, had as much life origin as he needed. Gu Bai's life origin continuously flowed away, and his muscles began to shrivel. In just a few breaths, Gu Bai collapsed to the ground, completely devoid of life. However, at this moment, a vast vitality also began to surge from Gu Bai's body, rapidly restoring him, and the heavenly Dao did not stop, but continued to extract Gu Bai's life origin. This continued for a long time before the heavenly Dao finally ceased. Gu Bai slowly sat up from the ground, feeling a lingering fear. Just now, he had at least 100,000 years of lifespan extracted. No wonder no one had ever been able to converse with their past self, the price was simply too terrifying. He hadn't even said much, just a few casual words, and 100,000 years of lifespan were taken. It was likely that no one in the cultivation world could meet this condition. Only he, being immortal with infinite lifespan, could withstand such a terrifying price. However, he still hadn't obtained any useful information, only knowing that his future self was doing quite well. He seemed incredibly formidable, able to sense when someone from the past was peeking at him just by feeling. He could also instantly turn around and investigate the other party, and the most heaven-defying thing was that he casually stabilized the medium connecting to the future. This completely exceeded Gu Bai's imagination, as even golden core cultivators, or even nascent soul cultivators, could not do an iota of it. Gu Bai shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. His future self said to leave it to him, and Gu Bai still trusted himself very much. Gu Bai reviewed his recent experience in his mind. Overall, he still had a great talent for divination. His very first attempt at divination succeeded, and by extreme coincidence, it triggered some medium between the present and the future, leading him to see his future self. This kind of talent could only be described as heaven-defying, simply put, it was the kind where heaven chased after you to feed you. Gu Bai rested a bit to recover his somewhat fatigued spirit. He did not plan to continue observing the future. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that the time had already passed. From the extremely distant horizon, a red light was slowly rising, the sun was slowly ascending. Although the star observation secret technique was very effective, it had various restrictions. It could only be performed at night, during the short period when the stars were most dazzling, and could not be performed during the day. Gu Bai turned and walked towards the sect leader's residence. He had basically learned the star observation secret technique now. To progress further, he needed accumulation over time and gradual improvement. Although he was still far from celestial star true person, he could now observe the future without restraint, without worrying about a significant loss of lifespan. After all, he was immortal with infinite lifespan, no matter how much he squandered, he couldn't exhaust it. Next, he planned to study the poison arts and medical skills of the 5 poison sect, especially the poison arts, which he had coveted for a long time. Since he started practicing medicine, there had been almost no injured person he couldn't cure, especially in the area of detoxification, where he was almost unrivaled. When he encountered a poison he couldn't solve, he could rely on his immortality to experiment on his own body and quickly formulate an antidote. However, against the 5 poison immortal master, he had stumbled twice. He simply couldn't decipher the poisons laid by the 5 poison immortal master and could only barely suppress them. Although Gu Bai, as a second-order physician, could still barely contend against a third-order poison master, it was already quite remarkable. The low-level potent poisons formulated by the 5 poison immortal master were easily deciphered by Gu Bai, only the third-order potent poisons remained unsolvable. But Gu Bai still managed to save Tianming Zi's life with his superb medical skills. Although Tianming Zi is currently afflicted with a poison called soul-severing poison, it has been firmly suppressed by Gu Bai with various medicinal formulas. Tianming Zi is still lively and unaffected in his daily life. However, for Gu Bai, this was still not enough. What he wanted was not suppression, but a complete cure. Entering the secret chamber, Gu Bai quickly found the general outline of the 5 poison sect's poison arts. This book was the 5 poison sect's treasured item, containing recipes for tens of thousands of poisons, as well as methods for their crack. It also included how to formulate poisons, how to discreetly administer them, and so on. Almost all the knowledge a poison master needed was contained within. Gu Bai opened it, only to find that the book did not present knowledge directly, but rather a series of categories. Cognition of basic poisons, how to become a poison master within 3 years, the mixing of poisons, and so on, were listed as table of contents. Gu Bai clicked on one of the table of contents, named Cognition of Basic Poisons, and the content of the entire book instantly began to change. The cover, which read General Outline of Poison Arts, also transformed into cognition of basic poisons. Seeing this, Gu Bai was slightly surprised. This book, being the general outline of poison arts, should be a magic treasure. After a brief period of familiarization, Gu Bai discovered that the book's content could change at will. At least tens of thousands of different types of poison arts were stored within this book. No wonder the 5 poison sect treated this book like a treasure, sending more than a dozen foundation establishment cultivators to escort it, and it was only when Gu Bai personally acted that this book was found. Gu Bai murmured softly. It could be said that this book was equivalent to possessing more than half of the 5 poison sect's foundation. With this book, the 5 poison sect could be rebuilt. If I have the chance in the future, I can also compile all my lifelong knowledge into a similar book, Gu Bai said softly. Gu Bai opened the book and started reading from the very basics. He read very slowly, but with extreme detail, only moving on to the next page of knowledge after thoroughly understanding the current page's knowledge points. Gu Bai only took one day to learn all the knowledge of a first-order poison master. It wasn't just a simple learning, Gu Bai thoroughly understood and integrated it. This was something ordinary cultivators might not achieve in decades, but for Gu Bai, it was effortless. After all, he had already reached the pinnacle of a second-order physician, and poison arts were essentially a branch of medicine. If Gu Bai wanted to, he could completely act as a second-order poison master. As being a physician, he had already thoroughly researched all kinds of potent poisons. To perfectly replicate them was effortless for him. Gu Bai could even optimize and upgrade them. If understood by modern people, Gu Bai was currently at the level of a high school student, and one who was the top scholar nationwide. The knowledge of first-order poisons, at most, was at the middle school level. It was just slightly different from what Gu Bai had learned, so he naturally found it incredibly easy. Gu Bai closed the book and then let out a breath. He did not continue to study but instead walked out of the secret chamber and headed towards the Hall of Returning Spring. He held a high position, and there were many matters in the sect waiting for him to handle. He couldn't stay in the secret chamber for a long time. Following this, Gu Bai's life settled into a routine. Every morning he handled matters at the Hall of Returning Spring, at noon he helped Suwuji with sect affairs, and in the afternoon, he would take 1 or 2 hours to organize cultivation technique secret manuals. In the evening, he would take some time to spend with Xing, or in the morning, Gu Bai, Suwuji, Tianming Ziai, Wang, these close friends would gather and have a few drinks. Life was quite comfortable. Although Gu Bai's strength was at the bottom among these people, everyone respected him immensely, even subtly looking to Gu Bai and Suwuji as their leaders. After all, most of them had been saved by Gu Bai, so they naturally felt grateful towards him. Moreover, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't get injured in the future. Late at night, Gu Bai would go to the secret chamber to read the 5 poison sect's general outline of poison arts, and when it was close to dawn, Gu Bai would return to his immortal cave to sleep for 1 or 2 hours. Although his day was filled with various tasks, Gu Bai lived an incredibly fulfilling life, and he greatly enjoyed his current routine. Months passed peacefully like this, and the Lingyun sect finally stabilized. During these past few months, Gu Bai had been diligently studying the general outline of poison arts, benefiting immensely. He had almost learned and thoroughly understood all knowledge related to second-order poison masters. Gu Bai also forcefully learned some third-order poison arts. Although it was incredibly difficult to learn, he gained a lot. He already had some clues regarding the Xianming soul-severing poison that Tianming Ziai was afflicted with. Although it couldn't be removed in a short time, Gu Bai could continuously suppress it and slowly remove it. This process might last 1 or 200 years, but it was a method nonetheless. That night, Gu Bai once again attempted to observe the stars at night and divine the future. This time, he divined what would happen to the Lingyun sect in the future. In Gu Bai's eyes, a star system among the constellations suddenly lit up, which represented great fortune. But immediately after, the constellation representing great fortune suddenly flickered, becoming dim and bright intermittently. This indicated that the Lingyun sect might gain benefits in the future, but this process would be accompanied by threats. The moment the result was obtained, a significant portion of Gu Bai's lifespan was instantly drained, roughly 50 years. Gu Bai frowned tightly. The result given was too vague. He took out a cup, filled it with water, and then moved the cup so that the moon in the sky was perfectly reflected in the water. The silver moon, refracted by the water, almost filled the entire cup. Gu Bai formed hand seals, drawing upon the power of the stars and injecting it into the cup. The water surface slowly began to show a blurry image. This was the full moon divination method, capable of directly divining some future scenes. It was one of the most advanced secret techniques within the star observation secret technique. It could only be performed on all full moon days within a year, and today happened to be a full moon day. Of course, it was also one of the secret techniques that consumed the most lifespan. The image in the cup gradually became clearer, finally presenting a scene. It was outside the sect, with countless figures densely surrounding the Lingyun sect. He and Suwuji stood on a mountain peak, looking down at everything below. The moment the image appeared, Gu Bai suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his hair immediately turned snow white. This was him suffering from a backlash from the heavenly Dao, being severely injured, and having 100 years of lifespan drained. However, Gu Bai didn't care in the slightest. In just a moment, he recovered. Staring at this scene, Gu Bai finally had a slight clue. This should be the sect recruiting disciples, and the divination result of danger and opportunity coexisting should mean that the Lingyun sect would accept a disciple. And that disciple would bring great danger to the Lingyun sect, yet also be incredibly important to it. It is indeed time to recruit disciples, Gu Bai murmured softly. He was still unsure whether or not to accept that disciple. However, if that disciple's heart nature was good, then even if there was a threat, he would still accept him or her. Of course, the most important thing was what his future self said, just decide according to his own thoughts. This meant that most of his decisions were correct, at least they wouldn't lead to regret. Although thinking this way might be somewhat one-sided, Gu Bai understood himself very well, he was absolutely reliable. He might not give a clear answer, but he couldn't give misleading information. Since his future self said that he would mostly have smooth sailing in the future and to just decide according to his own thoughts, then it must be absolutely correct. Soon, it was time for the sect to recruit disciples. And this time, the people participating in the entrance examination were densely packed, almost filling the entire square. Gu Bai took a rough glance and found that at least tens of thousands of people came to participate in the entrance test. These were already after screening, almost everyone had the qualification to cultivate. Such a massive scale was unprecedented in the history of the Lingyun sect. In the past, even during the time when the number of disciples was the highest, there were no more than 1,000 people with testing qualifications. In Gu Bai's generation, the number was only just over 600, but this time, there were tens of thousands of people participating in the entrance test. However, thinking carefully, it was actually quite normal. After all, due to the sect war, the four major sects had already stopped recruiting disciples a few years before the war began. And the war lasted for several years, only barely ending now. During this period, the four major sects had not recruited any new disciples. After the war ended, the Lingyun sect recuperated for 1 or 2 years before finally stabilizing. During this period of nearly 10 years, the four major sects had not recruited disciples, so a large number of people naturally accumulated. In addition, most of the people in Qingzhou who were originally qualified to cultivate were uniformly assigned by the four major sects, only recruiting people within their own territories. But now, with Lingyun's sole dominance, the Lingyun sect enjoyed the resources of the entire Qingzhou. Anyone in Qingzhou who wanted to cultivate would come to the Lingyun sect. This resulted in an incredibly large number of people, dozens of times more than during normal periods. He and Suwuji stood on a mountain peak, just as his divination had predicted. These are all the future of Lingyun sect, Suwuji said with some relief, looking at the dense crowd below. The rise and fall of a sect are closely related to the number of disciples and the sect's foundation. Currently, Lingyun sect does not lack resources, having occupied the entire Qingzhou, Lingyun sect enjoys most of King's resources. Lingyun Peak also does not lack cultivation techniques and secret manuals, the only thing it lacks is disciples. As long as there is a large number of disciples continuously joining, accumulating little by little, Lingyun sect will rapidly grow stronger. And the more disciples there are, the higher the chance of a genius being born. Among so many disciples, there will always be a few golden core seeds. As long as Lingyun sect is given a few hundred years, Lingyun sect will surely become a colossal entity. Indeed, Gu Bai also said with some emotion, looking at the many disciples below. The entrance test was proceeding in an orderly manner. This year was different from previous years, as the entrance test became much more complex, no longer just a simple talent test. In addition to aptitude, comprehension ability, and hard nature, a new criterion, hard nature, was added. Only those with good hard nature could join the sect. All disciples, after the entrance test, would enter an illusion array set up by the sect. Within the illusion, they would encounter various situations to reveal their true character. The illusion would automatically match corresponding scenarios. For example, only by killing a senior brother could one enjoy the best resources. Or, one day, it might be necessary to betray the sect to advance further. If, after experiencing all this, a person could maintain their original hard nature, even if their aptitude was poor, as long as they had the qualification to cultivate, the sect would exceptionally accept them. But if they were morally corrupt and selfish, no matter how good their aptitude, the sect would not accept them. This was Gu Bai's plan. For a sect to truly grow strong, it needed people with good hard nature. Not asking for loyalty to the sect, but only that they would not betray the sect for some benefits in the future. The entrance test was in full swing, and for some reason, the quality of the disciples this year was unexpectedly high. There were as many as 3 with superior aptitude, 4 with superior comprehension ability, and even more with superior hard nature, totaling over a dozen. Besides these, there were many others with extraordinary aptitude, their quality surpassing any previous batch of disciples. The number of inner sect disciples alone exceeded 100. The number of outer sect disciples was even greater, reaching tens of thousands. Numerous disciples stood on the square, chatting with each other, their voices incredibly noisy, yet Gu Bai could hear them even from a great distance. So much vitality. It seems the sect will become quite lively in the future, Gu Bai thought, listening to the noisy sounds, not finding them bothersome but rather full of youthful energy. Ha ha ha, the elders in the sect are going to have a headache, having to face so many energetic disciples. Suwuji, with his hands behind his back, also chuckled softly. I refuse to accept this. I clearly have superior aptitude, medium comprehension ability, and superior hard nature. Even if I'm not the best in aptitude, I'm still among the top few. Why won't you let me join the sect? A gloomy-faced young man in black loudly and unwillingly exclaimed. The person responsible for recruiting disciples was an old man in the Foundation establishment realm. He was originally a law enforcement hall disciple and had participated in the sect's extremely fierce defensive battle. He had achieved great military feats, and now that he was old, the sect simply assigned him an easy job. Because you didn't pass the assessment, the old man said unhurriedly, flipping through the book in his hand. The illusion for testing hard nature was naturally conducted secretly, and after it ended, the test taker's memory would be erased. What other assessment did I not pass? The young man took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. No comment, the old man said without turning his head. Why is it so noisy here? At this moment, Gu Bai and Su Wuji walked over, asking with a hint of curiosity. It's him. Although his aptitude passed, he didn't pass the assessment you specifically set up, the old man said helplessly. Gu Bai frowned and took the young man's detailed information from the old man's hand. He's good. Both aptitude and heart nature are superior, a definite golden core seed, Su Wuji said with a slight surprise after just looking at the first page, then turned to Gu Bai. How about we make an exception and accept him? If his heart nature isn't good, we can teach him, I don't think he's very old. Don't draw conclusions too early, Gu Bai shook his head, then began to read the black-clothed young man's more detailed information. The black-clothed young man came from an extraordinary background, he was a prince of Immortal dynasty, but his heart nature was ruthless. To contend for power, he had strangled his younger brother, with whom he used to play, from a young age. He then used various insidious methods to harm other princes, hoping to ascend to the throne through this. And when the current emperor had not yet aged, the black-clothed young man, unwilling to wait that long, poisoned his father, successfully ascending to the throne. When he ascended to the throne, the black-clothed young man was only 17 years old. Later, he learned about cultivation and heard that Ling Yun sect was recruiting disciples, so he directly abandoned the dynasty without a second thought, bringing only a team of personal guards, and traveled thousands of miles to Ling Yun sect. This was the background information of the black-clothed young man. Because the black-clothed young man arrived relatively early, and his aptitude was too heaven-defying, the sect immediately sent people overnight to investigate his background. Although the black-clothed young man believed he had done it very secretly, hiding his past perfectly, mortal methods were still no match for immortal realm techniques. In just 3 days, the sect investigated all of the black-clothed young man's experiences from childhood to adulthood. Gu Bai frowned tightly, this black-clothed young man indeed had a superior heart nature, achieving so much at such a young age. Upon learning that he could cultivate, he decisively abandoned the empire he had painstakingly gained, solely to seek eternal life. Such a person would definitely go far in the future, but he was absolutely not suitable for their Ling Yun sect. According to the sect's investigation, after he left, the dynasty he managed fell into chaos, and his own faction engaged in fierce internal strife. However, it was difficult to determine a winner, and it was estimated that it would soon split into several small countries. Such a person had no sense of responsibility at all, he could abandon a dynasty for cultivation, so in the future, it was very likely that he would betray Ling Yun sect for further advancement. Some cultivators, if they could not break through to a higher realm before their death, would choose to learn the demonic path, cleansing the entire sect with blood to help themselves break through to a higher realm. This was not uncommon in the cultivation world, there were many similar cases. Su Wuji also fell silent, even if such a person had good aptitude, he wouldn't dare to accept him. I'm sorry, but you really don't meet the sect's requirements, Gu Bai said with a smile. The black-clothed young man was silent for a moment, glanced at Ling Yun sect, imprinted the scene in his mind, then turned and left without hesitation. As expected of a superior heart nature. If he were to step into the cultivation world, with his heart nature and comprehension ability, he would surely become a formidable power, Gu Bai said in a deep voice, watching the young man's retreating figure. Although he spoke this way, Gu Bai's tone was very cold. Indeed, even if he can't join Ling Yun sect, he'll probably find an opportunity to join other sects, Su Wuji said, his tone equally icy. At that time, our Ling Yun sect's situation won't be good. Perhaps we'll face his retaliation. Gu Bai's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a calm tone, but his words contained unconcealed killing intent. How could the two of them not be intelligent? Although the black-clothed young man hid it very well, a hint of resentment clearly surfaced in his eyes when he turned to leave. Perhaps the young man thought he had hidden it well, but Gu Bai and Su Wuji were both cultivators, so they could naturally easily see through the resentment the young man was hiding. After he's gone far, kill him, Gu Bai said slowly. Don't worry, I've secretly placed sword chi in his meridians. Once he's far away, the sword chi will activate. With his mortal body, his body will probably instantly shatter, Su Wuji said, his tone cold. The two of them naturally wouldn't allow such a hidden danger to exist, there's no logic in always guarding against a thief. After the black-clothed young man had gone far, Gu Bai and Su Wuji resumed their cheerful conversation, as if nothing had happened before. This year, there are so many talented disciples. Aren't you planning to take a few as disciples? Su Wuji asked as he walked. If there's a disciple I'm satisfied with, I'll take them, Gu Bai said in a deep voice. At that moment, his gaze swept quickly across the many disciples, hoping to find the disciple from his prophecy. He didn't believe that the black-clothed young man was the person he had divined. Just then, Gu Bai suddenly locked his gaze on a plain-looking young man in the distance. Old man, with you as my master, I don't lack cultivation techniques. Why do I still need to join a sect? Won't I be restricted by the sect that way, the young man said in his mind, clearly not very keen on joining a sect. Ha ha ha, silly child, it's not easy to get by alone in the cultivation world. Although joining a sect will impose some restrictions, it's much better than being a loose cultivator. Of course, the prerequisite is that your luck is good, that you join a sect with a good atmosphere, and then meet a good master. An extremely ancient but harmonious voice echoed in the young man's mind. This young man was named Yafan, a young man from an ordinary rural family. By chance, he picked up a ring in a river. A wisp of old man Yu's remnant soul resided within the ring. Later, for various reasons, Old Man Yu decided to teach Ye Fan. When Ye Fan grew to a certain level, he would help him forge a physical body. Under the old man's suggestion, the young man had traveled thousands of miles to Lingyan sect. Just as Ye Fan was silently communicating with the old man in his mind, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he saw a gentle and soft face radiating a warm smile. Strangely, even though it was their first meeting, Ye Fan felt an immense sense of familiarity with the person. "Hello, may I ask if you need something from me?" Ye Fan turned to look at Gu Bai, speaking with a slight lack of confidence. "You must be tired from your journey here," Gu Bai said with a smile, his tone gentle, like a spring breeze. Not at all. Ye Fan's body trembled slightly, and he suddenly felt an urge to cry. Leaving his hometown and traveling thousands of miles to this unfamiliar place made him feel very uneasy. Gu Bai smiled as he looked at the young man in front of him. He was now certain that the young man was the person he had calculated. Although the young man's aptitude was ordinary, he only possessed a superior heart nature. But a vague intuition made Gu Bai incredibly sure that the young man was very special. Cultivators value intuition the most, and after learning the star observation secret technique, Gu Bai's intuition became even more acute. Therefore, Gu Bai completely trusted his intuition. This plain-looking young man must be the person he had divined. "This is my identity token. When you choose an immortal cave, take this token, and you can choose an immortal cave with a better location," Gu Bai said with a smile, handing Ye Fan the token representing his identity, just as Elder Zhang had done when he first joined the sect. With this token, it meant that Ye Fan was someone he favored. Everyone in the sect who had a good relationship with Gu Bai would give Ye Fan face. However, unlike Elder Zhang, Gu Bai's token would likely be even more effective, as half of the Foundation establishment cultivators currently in the sect had been saved by Gu Bai. And with this token, it was believed that no one in the sect would be so foolish as to bully Ye Fan. Gu Bai intended to let Ye Fan experience the good side of the sect, at least so that when he became powerful in the future, he wouldn't forget the sect that nurtured him. "Brat, quickly put away the token. This is a heaven-defying opportunity to change your fate." When Ye Fan was stunned, Old Man Yu's anxious voice echoed in his mind. "Thank you," Ye Fan reacted at this point, quickly accepting the token, and then respectfully bowed to Gu Bai. "If you encounter any difficulties in the sect in the future, you can find me. I still have some authority in the sect," Gu Bai said with a smile, then slowly turned and left. He didn't intend to take Ye Fan as a disciple right now, that would be a bit too deliberate. Ye Fan stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to believe it. "Brat, you've hit the jackpot. You've just stepped into the cultivation world and already received the protection of a Foundation establishment cultivator." Old Man Yu's excited voice echoed in his heart. "Is a Foundation establishment cultivator very powerful? Didn't you often say that Foundation establishment cultivators are just the lowest rung of the cultivation world, not even cannon fodder in large-scale wars?" Ye Fan asked in his heart, somewhat puzzled. "That's only in terms of the entire cultivation world. You've just stepped into the cultivation world, you're dirt poor and have nothing. Having a Foundation establishment cultivator protect you will make the path much easier." The entrance test didn't end until close to evening. Under the sect's arrangements, the numerous disciples began choosing their immortal caves. The originally somewhat quiet sect instantly became lively, with disciples playing and laughing filling the paths. After circling once, Gu Bai and Suwuji walked together again. "How was it? Did you meet any disciples you were satisfied with?" Gu Bai asked with a smile. "I did meet one, but I still need to observe him for a period of time," Suwuji also said with a smile. From his expression, it was clear that he was very satisfied with that disciple. Generally speaking, Golden Core cultivators would take 1 or 2 disciples to train as Golden Core seeds. Most of the Golden Core cultivators within the sect came to be this way. Almost all Golden Core cultivators had a master of the same realm. Those who break through to the Golden Core realm by themselves were practically non-existent. These disciples could enjoy the most resources from the sect, as well as guidance from a Golden Core true person. Ultimately, even if they couldn't become Golden Core cultivators, their cultivation could reach the Foundation establishment late stage, allowing them to serve the sect. Suwuji's previous disciple was Gu Bei, but now that Gu Bei had grown, Suwuji should cultivate his next disciple. "What's her name? To think she could satisfy even you?" Gu Bai asked with a hint of curiosity. After having Gu Bei as his disciple, there was still someone who could satisfy Suwuji. Her name is Zhou Xuet. Although she only has average aptitude, she possesses advanced comprehension ability and a superior state of mind. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that she is extremely devoted to the Dao of the sword. Since childhood, her long sword has never left her side, and she diligently cultivates sword techniques, Suwuji said with a smile. "Very good, quite suitable for you." Gu Bai nodded. Suwuji had always wanted to take a sword cultivator fanatic as a disciple to inherit his sword arts, but he had never found a satisfactory candidate. He had only taken Gu Bei as a disciple because Gu Bei's talent was too high, and it was only fitting for him, the sect leader, to take Gu Bei as his disciple. However, Gu Bei possessed the heavenly thunder body, which was more suited for the Dao of the spell cultivator, not the sword cultivator. Gu Bei himself also had no interest in the Dao of the sword. This led to Suwuji being Gu Bei's master, yet he taught Gu Bei no skills. He always entrusted his master, Lu Sunshin or other sect elders, to help guide Gu Bei. This left Suwuji with some regret. His profound sword skills had no one to inherit them. "What about you? After looking around, have you found any satisfactory candidates?" Su Wuji turned to look at Gu Bai, asking with slight curiosity. There is one who seems quite pleasing to the eye, but their talent and comprehension ability are not great. Gu Bai did not hide it, admitting it openly. Pleasing to the eye is good. If needed, I can help teach sword arts. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji nodded, somewhat relieved. Recruiting disciples meant that he was bound more deeply to the sect, and he was very willing for Gu Bai to take a disciple. Even if that disciple's talent was lacking, the sect would still provide the highest level of cultivation treatment. Gu Bai and Su Wuji strolled through the sect, discussing how the sect should develop in the future. Mostly, Gu Bai spoke, and Su Wuji listened. Although we have already won, it does not mean that the danger is over. Qingzhou is currently at its weakest point in history, with the number of golden core true person being fewer than 10. I'm worried that demonic cultivators will seize the opportunity to attack, Gu Bai said with a solemn tone. The sect's archives contained the history of Qingzhou and various other regions, which Gu Bai had thoroughly studied. Many forces, much like the current Lingyun sect, had experienced brutal chaotic wars and ultimately emerged as the sole victors. But soon after, demonic cultivators would arrive, frantically slaughtering the mortals or small forces in that region. Don't worry. As long as it's not a nascent soul demonic cultivator attacking, we'll kill however many golden core demonic cultivators come. Su Wuji's lips curved slightly, revealing an incredibly confident smile. Gu Bai was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then also showed a smile. Indeed, the Lingyun sect was no soft persimmon, on the contrary, it was a tough nut to crack. If demonic cultivators dared to come, they would surely never return. Gu Bai, father, you're here. Just as Gu Bai and Su Wuji were strolling, a clear and pleasant voice came from afar. Qingning rushed towards Gu Bai with quick steps, embracing him tightly with a flying leap. Gu Bai, I'm hungry. Tonight I want to eat braised pork, and it's just you and me. You can't invite anyone else to join us. Qingning affectionately rubbed against Gu Bai. I know, I know. Gu Bai was helpless but affectionately ruffled Qingning's beautiful hair, speaking with a doting tone. Seeing this scene, Su Wuji's originally pleasant mood instantly soured. His fists hardened. Where was his sword? Even after so long, Su Wuji still found it somewhat unacceptable. Sect Master, it's getting late. I'll head back first. Gu Bai smiled and waved to Su Wuji, then pulled Qingning towards his immortal cave. Everything else can wait, but when my wife is hungry, naturally, I must first fill her little belly. After returning to the immortal cave, Gu Bai hummed a cheerful tune and began to make braised pork and other dishes that Qingning loved. Hum. Gu Bai cooked the ingredients with immense skill. His movements were fluid and graceful, as if he wasn't cooking, but performing some sacred ritual. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Gurgle 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 gurgle. Gu Bai lightly scooped a mouthful of gravy, brought it to his lips, and took a sip. Then he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, the taste is just right. Gu Bai covered the pot and then got up to go to the vegetable garden outside the immortal cave, picking a few emerald cucumbers from the vines. These were his emerald cucumbers. Although they were low-grade spiritual plants and did not contain much spiritual qi, their taste was incredibly delicious, crisp, and refreshing, most suitable for cutting through richness. After much effort, a large table of sumptuous delicacies was prepared by Gu Bai. This is for you. Gu Bai, of course, did not forget Xiao Bai. He served a large bowl full of braised pork and placed it in front of Xiao Bai. Immediately after, the two people and one bear began to enjoy this lavish dinner. Qingning ate the meat in large mouthfuls. The braised pork made by Gu Bai was incredibly tender, and the fatty meat was not greasy at all, instead, it had a faint sweetness. As expected of Gu Bai, it's a taste I can never replicate. Qingning's cheeks puffed out slightly, like a squirrel. Ha ha ha, if it's good, eat more. I made a lot. Gu Bai chuckled twice and added more meat to Qingning's bowl. He always made a habit of cooking extra, which resulted in a little bit left over each time. This was intentional on Gu Bai's part, because only this way could he ensure that everyone could eat until they were full, and no one would push food onto others just because a certain dish was too delicious, wanting the other person to eat more. Gu Bai didn't want to see that scene. Of course, the extra portion wouldn't go to waste, it was always completely eaten by Xiao Bai. Warm light emanated from the room, and the atmosphere inside was very cozy. Feeling everything around him, Gu Bai smiled. Meanwhile, on the other side, because too many people had joined the sect, Ye Fan had to queue for most of the day. It was already getting dark when it was finally his turn to choose an immortal cave. These are the remaining immortal caves in the sect. Pick one. The person responsible for allocating immortal caves was still an old man. He leisurely leaned back in a reclining chair and casually handed Ye Fan a map. Ye Fan took the map and examined it carefully. Old man you, where do you think would be a suitable place for me to choose? Ye Fan said in his mind. None of them are good. These are all what others have left over. Don't you have that token someone gave you? Take it out and try it. Maybe you can exchange it for a better immortal cave. Old man Yu's voice resounded deep within his mind. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Exchanging immortal caves is no small matter. What if it displeases that person? Ye Fan hesitated slightly, he didn't really want to use this token so quickly, after all, favors are hard to repay. What are you afraid of? Under my guidance, you will definitely stand at the peak of the cultivation world, and it won't be too late to repay then. Old Yu said indifferently, he understood very clearly that this was an investment, and the investment was in Ye Fan's future growth. As long as Ye Fan had some conscience and knew how to repay, then Gu Bai's investment this time would not be a loss. This was a win-win deal. After hearing this, Ye Fan no longer hesitated and directly took out the token Gu Bai had given him. He had also made up his mind that when he became powerful in the future, he would never forget the person who gave him the token. Hello, this is the token Gu Bai gave me. Can you see if I can exchange it for a better immortal cave? Upon hearing the name Gu Bai, the elderly man, who had originally been somewhat drowsy, instantly sobered up and suddenly jumped up from his reclining chair. I hope you're not deceiving me. The consequences of forging Physician Gu's token are very severe. The elderly man said in a low voice, then quickly picked up the token and examined it carefully. This pattern, this material, it's definitely Physician Gu's own token. The more he looked, the more excited the elderly man became, and his face even turned a bit flushed from the intense excitement. Immediately afterward, he quickly took out a small notebook from under the table and handed it to Ye Fan. These are some of the best immortal caves in the sect's outer sect. The spiritual qi concentration isn't even inferior to the inner sect. The elderly man didn't hesitate at all, directly taking out a map of hidden immortal caves, and the best immortal caves in the entire sect were all recorded within it. Gu Bai had also saved his life, twice, pulling him back from the brink of death. The second time, he had even been pronounced dead, but Physician Gu still burned his life origin and used a forbidden art to forcefully pull him back from the underworld. He had always wanted to thank Physician Gu but couldn't find an opportunity, yet this person in front of him possessed Physician Gu's token, indicating that he was someone Physician Gu cared about. Then he naturally had to do his best to help the person in front of him. A life-saving grace cannot be repaid, and no amount of help for Physician Gu would be too much. Ye Fan blankly took the map, seemingly unable to believe it. The person who gave him the token didn't seem to be an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, his identity was far greater than he had imagined. It seems that person's identity is quite extraordinary, he actually possesses such terrifying prestige within the sect. Old Yu's voice rang in his heart. Ye Fan didn't speak, although he knew Gu Bai might be trying to invest in him, he still felt a warmth in his heart. Soon, Ye Fan selected an immortal cave. It was a place with beautiful scenery, and almost no one was on the entire peak. The location he chose was at the very top of the peak, where the spiritual qi concentration was almost identical to that of the inner sect. However, this place was generally not open to outsiders, and it was only with this token that the elderly man took out the map for this location. Old Yu, what cultivation technique should I cultivate? Although the immortal cave had been uninhabited for many years, it was equipped with a formation, so there was no dust. Ye Fan lay tiredly on the bed, asking weakly. Since you're going to cultivate a cultivation technique, it's definitely best to choose the best one. Although the basic cultivation technique given by the Lingyan sect has no flaws, it also has no advantages. I have two cultivation techniques here, each one leads directly to the true immortal realm. It just depends on which one you want to choose. Old Yu's slightly smug voice rang in his mind. Which two cultivation techniques are they? Ye Fan's spirit immediately lifted upon hearing this, and he quickly asked. The first one is the Supreme Limitless Wonderful Method, which has the reputation of being the #1 cultivation technique in the Grand Profound World. Although the cultivation speed will be a bit slow, it can allow you to possess combat power far exceeding cultivators of the same realm. The second cultivation technique is the Xing Yuan Sword Art, and supreme killing cultivation technique that I created. The cultivation speed of this cultivation technique is very fast, and it doesn't really depend on aptitude. Each time you cultivate to the peak, you must disperse all your cultivation and cultivate again. Repeating this 3 times will make your foundation incredibly strong. I created the Xing Yuan Sword Art, dispersed my cultivation and recultivated, which allowed me to break through to the Golden Core realm with an inferior aptitude, achieving a superior Golden Core. Old Yu said with some emotion, his voice low, as if reminiscing about the past years. Then I'll choose the Xing Yuan Sword Art. Ye Fan chose the Xing Yuan Sword Art without any hesitation. A sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai rubbed his faintly aching lower back and walked out of the immortal cave. Gu Bai did not walk towards the Hall of Returning Spring, instead, he walked in the opposite direction. Someone had informed him yesterday that his token had been used by a newly inducted disciple named Ye Fan. Gu Bai naturally knew where the immortal cave Ye Fan had chosen was located. Outside Ye Fan's immortal cave, Ye Fan was clenching his teeth, constantly striking various strange poses. After a night of cultivation yesterday, with Old Yu's help, he finally refined the first wisp of spiritual qi and became a qi refining first layer cultivator. Without time to rest, as soon as dawn broke, Ye Fan was called by Old Yu to cultivate his physique. Hold on, this Zhaohua body tempering art can slowly increase your life origin. Over time, your talent will inevitably get better and better. Old Yu's voice rang in his mind. Ye Fan gritted his teeth and continued to make the strange movements as Old Yu instructed. Under Old Yu's guidance, Ye Fan finally completed a set of movements with great difficulty. Ye Fan lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He felt an unprecedented weakness. If one looked closely, they would find that Ye Fan had become much thinner. Body refining consumes a great deal of qi and blood. Later, I'm afraid we'll have to get some qi replenishing medicinal pills. Old Yu's helpless voice rang in Ye Fan's heart. Body refining itself consumes a lot of resources, and the Zhaohua body tempering art consumes far more resources than general body refining methods. Even if he knew countless wonderful methods, he couldn't conjure cultivation resources. Ye Fan had to strive for and seize them himself. However, Ye Fan indeed did not disappoint him. The cultivation process of the Zhaohua body tempering art was extremely painful, something ordinary people simply couldn't endure. But Ye Fan endured it stubbornly, and just a while ago, he was merely a mortal. I will work hard. Ye Fan said with difficulty. No more talking, someone is coming. As soon as old Yu finished speaking, Gu Bai slowly walked over from a distance. This kid is not simple. Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan, who was lying on the ground, thoughtfully. In just one night, he successfully refined a wisp of magical power and became a cultivator. This speed could even be compared to Gu Bai back then. And judging by his appearance, he had probably just cultivated some unknown body refining method, otherwise, his chi and blood wouldn't have been depleted so severely. All these signs combined indicated that Ye Fan probably harbored a great secret. However, Gu Bai didn't intend to delve deeper. In the cultivation world, who doesn't have a secret? As long as he didn't betray the sect or harm his relatives and friends, it was fine. Hello, Elder Gu. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Ye Fan struggled to his feet from the ground and greeted Gu Bai respectfully. Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal. You can call me Physician Gu from now on, everyone else in the sect calls me that. Gu Bai chuckled twice, speaking in a gentle tone. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Ye Fan's heart suddenly calmed down. It was very strange, although their statuses differed greatly, when speaking with Gu Bai, he felt no arrogance from Gu Bai at all, only an equal conversation. They had only met a few times, yet upon seeing Gu Bai, he felt a sense of peace, as if they were long-lost friends. Logically, the two had no common topics and should not have been able to converse. However, Gu Bai always found something to talk about, and his words were humorous and witty. Even when joking, he was very refined and would not speak crudely. Gu Bai seemed to know everything, no matter what he said, Gu Bai had some understanding and would offer his insights from a completely new perspective. After only a short conversation with Gu Bai, Ye Fan felt as if he had experienced an enlightenment, gaining a new understanding of everything. Take these few bottles of medicinal pills first. You have just become a cultivator and are penniless, so this is when you need medicinal pills the most. After chatting for a while, Gu Bai smiled and handed several bottles of medicinal pills to Ye Fan. This is too valuable, I cannot accept it. Ye Fan, however, shook his head firmly, not intending to accept Gu Bai's medicinal pills. Physician Gu had already helped him a lot, and he had some self-respect. These medicinal pills are nothing to me. Just consider it my investment in you. When you become powerful in the future, you can repay me. A win-win deal, right? Neither of us loses out. Gu Bai, however, was direct with Ye Fan, there was no need to pretend, as that was exactly what he thought. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan was slightly stunned, not expecting Gu Bai to be so direct, but then he smiled. He did not dislike this, on the contrary, if Gu Bai kept being good to him without expecting anything in return, he would feel panicked. Thank you. These medicinal pills are very important to me. I will definitely repay you in the future. Ye Fan solemnly accepted the medicinal pills and then bowed deeply to Gu Bai. No need to make it so grand. Just consider it me thinking you're a good person and making a friend. As for repayment, forget it. It's just a few bottles of medicinal pills, they're not valuable items. Gu Bai waved his hand casually, speaking in a relaxed tone. Ye Fan did not think so, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring, especially for the medicinal pills that were incredibly important to him now. However, Ye Fan did not say it out loud, merely silently remembering this kindness in his heart. It's getting late, and I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. If you have time in the future, you can come chat with me and drink the tea I brew. Gu Bai glanced at the sky, smiled, waved to Ye Fan, and then turned to leave. Goodbye, Physician Gu. I will definitely come find you when I have time. Ye Fan watched Gu Bai's retreating figure and then said loudly. Gu Bai did not speak, merely waved his hand, indicating that he understood. In just a short while, Gu Bai's impression in his mind had changed greatly. From an unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivator, he had become an incredibly reliable elder. That Physician Gu probably has other intentions for you. Don't believe everything he says. Old Man Yu's incredibly solemn voice echoed in his heart. No matter what, he really helped me a lot. Ye Fan looked at the several bottles of medicinal pills in his hand and couldn't help but retort. You brat, am I the outsider, or is he the outsider? I'm completely thinking for your sake. We're like ants on the same rope now. How could I harm you? Old Man Yu's mouth twitched after hearing this, and he said helplessly. Another part. Gu Bai hummed a cheerful tune as he arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring. At this time, in the Hall of Returning Spring's office area, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were very reluctantly handling the affairs of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai had already begun training them, letting them gradually handle some simple tasks so that they could inherit the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. He had already decided that once they successfully break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he would let Oriental Starfall serve as the Hall Master and Lu Ruyan as the Vice Hall Master. Oriental Starfall had a steady personality and was more suitable to be the Hall Master. Lu Ruyan had a volatile personality, and even if she were made the Hall Master, she wouldn't do it. It was just right for her to be the Vice Hall Master, helping Oriental Starfall when needed. He himself would retreat behind the scenes, only intervening to guide them when they encountered difficulties, which would give him plenty of time to do what he wanted. To be honest, the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring no longer gave him much power. Gu Bai could now be said to be below one person and above 10,000, apart from the Sect Master, everyone else had to listen to him, and even Golden Core cultivators had to give him face. And coincidentally, Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall had both been at the Qi refining 9th tier for many years, ready to break through to the Foundation establishment realm at any time. Thinking about the scene after his retirement, Gu Bai couldn't help but want to laugh. Ah, why is it so difficult? I thought Master handled it quite easily. Lu Ruin painfully clutched her hair, holding a pen but unable to write a single word. Thinking about facing a mountain of documents every day in the future, Lu Ruin felt an urge to cry. Fortunately, Oriental Starfall was quite reliable, although he also frowned, his speed in handling documents was not slow. In recent years, he had been diligently learning by Gu Bai's side and had already somewhat acquired the demeanor of a hall master. How's the handling going? These are the simpler matters I specifically filtered out, they shouldn't be difficult to handle. Gu Bai smiled as he pushed open the door, speaking in a gentle tone. Master. Lu Ruin's eyes instantly lit up when she saw Gu Bai. Master, handling documents is so hard. Anyway, I'm just a vice hall master, so can I not learn? Lu Ruin said pitifully. No, you can't. Being a hall master is a very tiring job. Would you really be willing to watch Oriental Starfall handle so many documents alone? Gu Bai smiled and ruffled Lu Ruin's hair, comforting her softly. All right. Lu Ruin pouted and stopped complaining. Gu Bai still carefully taught them how to handle documents. Fortunately, they were not foolish, with a little learning, they could manage to handle relatively simple documents. Gu Bai handled the more difficult portion of the Hall of Returning Springs documents, leaving only a small, relatively simple portion for the two of them to practice on, before heading towards the sect leader's residence. Although the two might make mistakes, Gu Bai was there to back them up. No matter how big the mistake, Gu Bai could handle it, as long as it allowed them to learn a lesson. The sect leader's residence also needed his help, Su Wuji's injuries had not yet fully healed, so Gu Bai told him to rest and let him handle the sect's affairs. Time slowly passed until dusk, when Gu Bai finally finished processing all the documents. Gu Bai stretched tiredly, slowly took out a tea set, and skillfully brewed himself a cup of tea. Gu Bai stood by the window, holding the teacup, quietly observing the sect. He had been incredibly busy in the past few days with the entrance tests for so many disciples. He had to find formation masters to set up a super large illusion formation, expand the plaza's area so the newly admitted disciples wouldn't feel crowded. He also had to mobilize the sect elders to reasonably arrange personnel. Furthermore, he had to dispatch manpower for an urgent investigation into the past experiences of those exceptionally talented disciples. Lingyun sect originally had few people left, but this year, the number of disciples who came to test alone was tens of thousands. If this were left to others to arrange the manpower, it would definitely lead to large-scale chaos due to insufficient personnel. Gu Bai also pondered for a long time, pushing all the sect elders to their limits, which barely managed to stabilize the situation. Alas, the sect would fall apart without me. Gu Bai sighed deeply. He still had to consider how to manage these tens of thousands of disciples. Currently, the realm of these disciples is very low, making them unable to undertake dangerous tasks, yet the sect doesn't have that many tasks for them. However, these disciples need resources to grow quickly, which represents an incredibly vast expenditure. Just thinking about it gave Gu Bai a headache. He would be busy for at least a decade or more until these newly admitted disciples grew up, only then could he relax. Gu Bai stood quietly by the window, watching as Lingyun sect, no longer desolate, finally re-emerged with vibrant life qi. A slight smile touched Gu Bai's lips, and he no longer felt tired. Gu Bai stood quietly by himself for a long time until the tea in his cup had grown cold, only then did he realize. Gu Bai, care for a drink? Just then, Su Wuji's voice sounded from behind him. Su Wuji was smiling, carrying a jar of wine, walking towards him. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, skillfully setting up a table and taking out wine cups. Both poured themselves a cup of wine and then drank it in one gulp. You've worked hard these past few days. I'll come help once my injuries are fully healed. Looking at the slightly tired Gu Bai, Su Wuji said apologetically. It's just a bit troublesome, not really hard work. However, sect master, you always charge to the front in every battle, fighting for your life against enemies. Compared to you, what I do is nothing. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, although these matters seemed incredibly difficult to others, for him, they were not complicated. They were just relatively troublesome and consumed a bit more time. You can't say that. In my opinion, you are even more important than I am. I am just a bit stronger, there are many people like me in the cultivation world, but a unique talent like you is nowhere to be found in the cultivation world. Su Wuji shook his head, indeed not agreeing with what Gu Bai had just said. Ha ha ha. Gu Bai chuckled twice, although what Su Wuji said was true, not everyone saw things as clearly as Su Wuji did. The two did not drink too much wine, only a few shallow cups. Both he and Su Wuji were married men now, they couldn't drink until late into the night like before, as their wives were waiting at home. Given how hard you've worked recently, this is for you. Before leaving, Su Wuji handed Gu Bai a jade box. Gu Bai nodded and accepted the jade box, after all, it was Su Wuji's kind gesture, and he couldn't refuse. After bidding farewell to Su Wuji, Gu Bai slowly walked towards his immortal cave. On the way, Gu Bai, slightly curious, opened the jade box, inside was a bottle of liquid emitting a faint glow. Gu Bai instantly froze, he recognized this item. It was called Marrow Cleansing Creation Fluid, an incredibly precious third-tier spiritual item. It had the effects of improving aptitude, refining magical power, and increasing cultivation. He had originally thought it was just an ordinary gift, but he hadn't expected it to be so precious. Marrow cleansing creation fluid was a spiritual item that even golden core late-stage cultivators coveted, yet Su Wuji gave it away just like that. Gu Bai felt a warmth in his heart and quietly put away the marrow cleansing creation fluid. Pushing open the door, Qingning had already been waiting there for a long time. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Qingning quickly rushed over, buried her head in Gu Bai's chest and sniffed. Although Gu Bai had hidden it well, she still smelled a faint scent of alcohol. Why are you back so late? Did you go drinking with some scoundrel again? Qingning crossed her arms, her cheeks slightly puffed out. Your father wanted me to drink with him, and I couldn't disobey the sect master's orders. Gu Bai chuckled, casually finding an excuse. Then come back earlier next time. Qingning's tone softened, she wasn't truly angry, just wanted Gu Bai to come back earlier to spend time with her. I know, I'll definitely come back earlier next time. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, speaking in a gentle tone. Humph. Yesterday you made me my favorite braised pork, so today I also made your favorite dishes. Qingning let out a cute hum, then turned to reveal a table laden with food. The table was filled with dishes Gu Bai liked, mostly light foods. Although Qingning preferred stronger flavored foods, and Gu Bai always cooked according to Qingning's taste, Qingning was incredibly perceptive and realized that Gu Bai actually preferred lighter foods. Therefore, whenever she cooked, she mostly made dishes Gu Bai liked. Gu Bai smiled and enjoyed the dinner with Qingning. After a satisfying meal, Qingning lay contentedly on the bed. After a short rest, the two began their cultivation for the day. No matter how busy he was, Gu Bai still insisted on cultivating every day, and Qingning also cultivated under his supervision. This is for you, it can slightly speed up your cultivation. Before starting cultivation, Gu Bai smiled and handed half of the marrow cleansing creation fluid to Qingning. Compared to himself, Qingning clearly needed the marrow cleansing creation fluid more. With Qingning's current aptitude, combined with the marrow cleansing creation fluid, there was a high probability she could break through to the golden core realm. As for Gu Bai, with his aptitude, the marrow cleansing creation fluid would merely be icing on the cake, providing little improvement for Gu Bai. That's why Gu Bai gave half of the marrow cleansing creation fluid to Qingning. He also needed the marrow cleansing creation fluid to speed up his cultivation. Do you think I'm stupid? This thing looks like a very precious spiritual item at first glance. Qingning immediately saw the extraordinary nature of the item and did not take the marrow cleansing creation fluid. This isn't too precious. Look, I also have a bottle. How about we drink it together? Gu Bai took out the remaining half and shook it at Qingning. Qingning nodded hesitantly, then drank the marrow cleansing creation fluid with Gu Bai. As soon as the marrow cleansing good fortune liquid entered Gu Bai's mouth, it transformed into an extremely overbearing medicinal power, beginning to cleanse his body. Gu Bai only felt hot, extremely, incredibly hot, as if his body was burning, and then came an itch, like tens of thousands of ants crawling inside his body. Gu Bai gritted his teeth, if it was only this level of discomfort, he could still endure it. Under Gu Bai's guidance, this immense medicinal power began to transform his body. The impurities in his body were being burned away little by little, and his magic power was also being consumed bit by bit, leaving only the purest essence. At the same time, his cultivation, which had not progressed for a long time, was rapidly increasing. Under the scouring of the immense medicinal power, Gu Bai's cultivation quickly reached Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. This only consumed a small portion of the medicinal power, and Gu Bai's aura surged, quickly reaching the peak of Foundation Establishment 3rd layer. Upon reaching the peak, Gu Bai's cultivation stopped rising, not because the medicinal power was exhausted, but because it was blocked by an invisible barrier. This was the barrier from Foundation Establishment early stage to Foundation Establishment middle stage. A super genius like Gu Bai might not even feel the barrier and could break through to Foundation Establishment middle stage. However, for a cultivator with less talent like Gu Bai, this barrier could potentially trap him for decades. Fortunately, he was not an ordinary cultivator. Gu Bai reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a pure white medicinal pill, swallowing it without hesitation. This was a second-grade exquisite green jade pill, a medicinal pill specifically used to help Foundation Establishment early stage cultivators break through to Foundation Establishment middle stage. The Jade Clarity pill was the best and most expensive among all breakthrough-type medicinal pills. The exquisite Jade Clarity pill in Gu Bai's hand was so rare that even Foundation Establishment late-stage great cultivators would find it difficult to afford. However, it was because Gu Bai had a very good relationship with alchemist Lu, so he naturally did not lack precious medicinal pills. Although the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing good fortune pill could also break through this barrier, that would be too wasteful. As soon as the medicinal pill entered his mouth, it transformed into an extremely overbearing medicinal power, fiercely impacting the invisible barrier. Break for me. Gu Bai's aura suddenly increased by a large margin, and he finally cultivated to Foundation Establishment middle stage, with a small half of the marrow cleansing good fortune liquid's medicinal power still remaining. Gu Bai did not waste it and continued to absorb the medicinal power, only stopping after he break through to Foundation Establishment 5th layer. Phew. Gu Bai let out a long breath. The marrow cleansing good fortune liquid truly lived up to its reputation as a heaven-defying spiritual object that even golden core late-stage great cultivators would covet. Just half of it allowed him to break through 3 layers, from Foundation Establishment 2nd layer to Foundation Establishment 5th layer, saving him at least several decades of arduous cultivation. Of course, such a top-grade spiritual object was rare and hard to come by, let alone in Qingzhou, even in other places, it was priceless. Moreover, the price of marrow cleansing good fortune liquid was incredibly expensive, the same price would be enough for 2 cultivators with decent talent to cultivate from scratch to the Golden Core realm. Using it on an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, even if it could allow him to break through to the Golden Core realm, it would still be a very unprofitable deal. Gu Bai frowned. He suddenly caught a whiff of a foul smell, and looking down, he saw a large amount of black viscous liquid on his body. Gu Bai instantly knew that this was the marrow cleansing good fortune liquid forcibly expelling the dirty water from his body. It smells so bad, Gu Bai, quickly think of a solution. At this moment, Xing Ning also woke up. Smelling the foul odor on her body, she frowned tightly and quickly looked at Gu Bai. Gu Bai took out a wooden bucket, cast a water spell, filled the bucket, and then Gu Bai controlled a flame to fly into the water, beginning to burn the water in the bucket. In a short while, the water in the bucket began to boil. All right, quickly go in and wash your body. Gu Bai said with a smile, then took off his clothes and entered the wooden bucket to wash off the dirt on his body. Although at Gu Bai's realm, if his body got dirty, he could completely clean it with a spell. But Gu Bai was still accustomed to washing with water, using a spell always felt like it wasn't completely clean. Xing Ning did not hesitate at all. After taking off her clothes, she jumped into the wooden bucket. After Xing Ning jumped into the wooden bucket, she was like a child, jumping up and down. Gu Bai had no choice but to hold Xing Ning and help her wash her body. Ha 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 ha, it tickles so much. After being grabbed by Gu Bai on her stomach, Xing Ning immediately struggled. Alright, stop messing around. Gu Bai said helplessly. His hands were merciless, and with a few quick brushes, he cleaned Xing Ning. He and Xing Ning were like an old married couple, they had seen everything there was to see, so naturally, they wouldn't be overly shy. Gu Bai took out a towel and began to wipe Xing Ning's body. After her body was clean, Gu Bai then forcibly dressed the unwilling Xing Ning in a green robe. Then he also put on a pure white robe. Gu Bai, what exactly did I drink just now? I feel like my body is much clearer, and my skin has become much fairer. Most importantly, I finally break through to foundation establishment late stage. Xing Ning asked with a hint of curiosity. That, well, it's a secret for now. Gu Bai shook his head, not planning to reveal it. Alright then, but next time you must tell me in advance, otherwise I'll get angry. Xing Ning lowered her head, her voice slightly dejected, but soon she was attracted by something else. Wow, not just me, Gu Bai, you've also become so handsome. This was when Xing Ning noticed Gu Bai's transformation. Gu Bai's skin had become even fairer, and he felt incredibly youthful, even better than the skin of many female cultivators. The most crucial thing was that Gu Bai's temperament had also changed, becoming more immortal chi, as if a true immortal had descended to the mortal world. Xing Ning's eyes instantly lit up. She pounced on Gu Bai, pinning him to the bed, then hugged him tightly. Stop messing around, now is cultivation time. Besides, didn't we just do it yesterday? Aren't you cooled down yet? Gu Bai said helplessly, one hand pressing Xing Ning's head, the other gripping his clothes tightly. I don't care, Gu Bai, you suddenly became so handsome, I can't hold back. Xing Ning, however, paid no mind and directly sat on Gu Bai, preparing to take the initiative. I can't do anything with you. Gu Bai was quite helpless, but today, both he and Xing Ning had greatly increased their cultivation, and it was indeed time to relax properly. Of course, this wasn't the main reason was that he couldn't beat Xing Ning, and resistance was useless, so he might as well enjoy it. A sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai, clutching his lower back, fled from his immortal cave as if escaping. Days slowly passed like this. Every day, Gu Bai would teach his 2 disciples how to better manage the Hall of Returning Spring, and then he would go to the sect leader's residence to handle sect affairs. When he had nothing to do, he would delve into the 5 poison sects' poison arts, and late at night, he would practice the star observation secret technique. Of course, Gu Bai did not forget Ye Fan. Since that day, Gu Bai would visit Ye Fan's immortal cave every few days to chat with him. Inside the small courtyard, Ye Fan was performing one strange movement after another. Several months had passed since he first started, and Ye Fan's originally thin body had gradually begun to grow stronger. By now, Ye Fan's body already had well-defined and flowing muscle lines. Only after completing the last movement did Ye Fan lie on the ground, gasping for breath. Although he was exhausted, Ye Fan couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Good kid, I truly didn't misjudge you. You've actually managed to cultivate the Zhao Hua body tempering art to the introductory level in just a few short months. The old man's voice echoed in his mind, his tone not as calm as usual, but rather filled with a hint of excitement. Ye Fan was now a body cultivator, although he had just entered the introductory level, it was still quite remarkable. It's all thanks to Physician Gu's medicinal pills. Otherwise, no matter how hard I tried, it would still take me several years to reach my current realm. Over the past few months, Gu Bai often visited Ye Fan, and each time he would give Ye Fan some medicinal pills he needed. It was because of these medicinal pills that Ye Fan didn't need to spend a lot of time on missions to earn resources, he only needed to cultivate diligently in his immortal cave every day. Otherwise, even if Ye Fan tried his best and the old man's guidance was excellent, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Zhao Hua body tempering art to the introductory level in just a few months. Ye Fan, are you tinkering with your unknown body tempering method again? Gu Bai, dressed in his perpetually white robes, smiled as he walked towards him. Physician Gu, you've come to see me again. Upon seeing Gu Bai, Ye Fan's eyes lit up, and he struggled to stand up from the ground. You need to rest well now. Don't engage in strenuous activities anymore. Gu Bai reached out and pressed Ye Fan onto a bench, then poured him a glass of blue juice. Gu Bai held the cup, emitting a faint chill that froze the juice, before handing it to Ye Fan. This was his own brewed 100 spirit fruit juice, a mixture of juices from 100 different spirit fruits, sweet and sour, and very delicious. Thank you. Ye Fan took the juice, took a big gulp, and instantly felt a refreshing sensation. The two then sat together, leisurely playing chess and chatting. Ye Fan had an excellent personality, possessing the passion of youth but without being impulsive. After several months, the two had become quite familiar with each other, but many of Ye Fan's behaviors still puzzled Gu Bai. For example, Ye Fan would occasionally talk to himself, as if speaking to another person. Another example was his unknown body refining method. Gu Bai didn't inquire, everyone had their own secrets, and Ye Fan must have obtained some kind of opportunity. Physician Gu, do you have any recommended missions? I want to earn some contribution points so I can go to the scripture pavilion to choose a few cultivation techniques. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment, then finally asked Gu Bai. He needed to go to the scripture pavilion to select some basic cultivation techniques to demonstrate the cultivation technique he cultivated. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain to others how he suddenly knew so many cultivation techniques. But to select cultivation techniques in the scripture pavilion, he needed contribution points, and to get contribution points, he needed to perform sect missions. These missions, though not difficult, were very tedious, requiring a lot of time but yielding only a small amount of contribution points. Ha ha ha, you don't need to worry about cultivation techniques. Take my token to the scripture pavilion. Except for advanced cultivation technique secret manuals, you can browse anything else freely. Gu Bai chuckled twice, then said with a hint of pride. It's that simple? Won't the elder of the scripture pavilion interfere? Ye Fan was stunned upon hearing this, saying with some disbelief. Don't worry, I happen to know the elder of the scripture pavilion. He won't make things difficult for you. Gu Bai waved his hand, saying with a touch of emotion. This scene reminded him of when he first joined the sect and also wanted to learn cultivation techniques. Elder Zhang had also given him a token, allowing him to freely choose first-tier cultivation technique secret manuals. In the blink of an eye, he had already become a reliable senior like Elder Zhang. As for the elder of the scripture pavilion, he indeed knew him and had even saved that elder's life. The elder of the scripture pavilion, or rather, other elders with greater authority, were able to hold their positions because they had fought for the sect, shed blood and made great contributions. Only then could they hold positions that were so relaxed yet offered many benefits. This was a privilege granted to them by the sect. And most of these cultivators who had fought for the sect had been saved by Gu Bai once or twice, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, most of the elders currently holding high positions in the sect had very good relationships with Gu Bai. As long as they held Gu Bai's token, they could enjoy the highest level of treatment. Thank you, Physician Gu. Ye Fan bowed deeply to Gu Bai. He didn't say anything about repayment, but he silently edged the matter into his heart. Do you need me to recommend some cultivation techniques or spells? Gu Bai asked gently. Thank you for your kindness, Physician Gu, but I already have a cultivation technique I'm interested in. Ye Fan shook his head, declining Gu Bai's kind offer. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Gu Bai didn't mind. Ye Fan was a very mature child and wouldn't just pick a cultivation technique on a whim. Since Ye Fan said he had a satisfactory cultivation technique, Gu Bai chose to respect Ye Fan's opinion. Time slowly flowed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. This day was extraordinary because his two beloved disciples, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, were preparing to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. And they chose to break through at the same time. Standing outside the door of the cultivation room, Gu Bai was uncharacteristically nervous. After all, they were his disciples whom he had raised for decades. To say he had no feelings for them would be false, Gu Bai had long considered them his family. He walked back and forth outside the door with his hands behind his back, accompanied by Alchemist Lu. This left Physician He speechless. He heartily patted Gu Bai and Alchemist Lu on the shoulders. Don't worry, both of them have good innate talent, and they are using the highest quality exquisite Hunyuan Foundation Establishment pills, so the success rate is as high as 90%. Unless something unexpected happens, they won't fail. And even if they fail, it's not a big deal. With your medical skills, you could probably fully heal them in just a few years. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai finally felt less nervous. That was true. Even if they failed, with his medical skills, he could heal both of them within a few years. Moreover, they were his carefully nurtured disciples. Gu Bai had great confidence in both of them. Gu Bai and Alchemist Lu stood quietly outside the door like this. They did not disappoint Gu Bai. Inside the cultivation room, the auras of the two soared, and they successfully broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm without any mishaps. Master. The door slowly opened, and Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan walked out with joyful expressions. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or something else, but they both had a breakthrough at the same time. They had matured a lot. In the past, they would have probably rushed towards him with excited faces. I can no longer teach you anything, so congratulations on successfully completing your apprenticeship. Looking at the two walking towards him, Gu Bai smiled with relief. He was truly happy as their master that the two of them could grow to this extent. Over the years, the two had been learning medical Dao knowledge by Gu Bai's side and had each achieved success in their respective domains of expertise. If it was just about the Dao of pharmacology, Gu Bai could no longer teach Oriental Starfall any more knowledge, the rest was up to him to comprehend. The same went for Lu Ruyan, if it was just about the Dao of medical techniques, he could no longer teach her anything. Now, the two could be said to be true second-order physicians, and in their respective domains of expertise, they were arguably the strongest in the Hall of Returning Spring, besides himself. If the two cooperated, they would be even more formidable than most second-order physicians. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Without Master, we wouldn't be who we are today. Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall said in unison. Ha ha ha, you're making me blush. Although Gu Bai said this, the smile on his lips could not be suppressed. These are gifts for both of you, as a reward for successfully completing your apprenticeship. Gu Bai smiled, taking out 2 long robes from his storage pouch and handing them over. These are top-grade magical artifacts that I commissioned the head of the weapon forging hall to personally craft. They can withstand the attacks of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, that's secondary. The most important thing is that these clothes are only worn by the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai smiled, handing the white robe with golden patterns to Oriental Starfall. This one is yours, it represents your identity as the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai handed a beautiful blue robe to Lu Ruyan. Master. Their eyes instantly turned red, meeting such a good master made them feel so happy they wanted to cry. All right, hurry and try them on. These are styles I specially designed for both of you. Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. The two immediately took off their own long robes on the spot, and in a moment, they changed into the robes Gu Bai had given them. Not bad, my judgment is indeed good. Gu Bai stepped back a few paces, carefully observing the two for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. He had personally participated in the design of these clothes for them, and they perfectly matched their aura. Oriental Starfall's personality was more composed, resembling his own, so Gu Bai chose a pure white robe with some golden stripes as embellishments. After putting on this long robe, Oriental Starfall gave off a very gentle yet noble feeling, which elevated his appearance by several levels. Lu Ruyan's long robe was mostly composed of a mysterious blue, with a small portion of white patterns as embellishments. After Lu Ruyan put it on, her previously somewhat naive demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a touch of melancholic beauty, giving her a strong sense of mystery. The more Gu Bai looked, the more he liked it. He planned to pass on the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring to Oriental Starfall in a few days. Under his tutelage, Oriental Starfall had become very mature, sufficient to handle most situations in the Hall of Returning Spring. Moreover, his strength was evident to all, and with Lu Ruyan assisting him, no one could say anything. The two tidied their respective clothes, then exchanged glances, as if having made some kind of decision. Lu Ruyan walked towards him, while Oriental Starfall, with steps as if going to his death, slowly walked towards Alchemist Lu. Master, I. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, no longer as carefree as before. At this moment, she was like a little girl, not daring to tell Gu Bai what she wanted to say. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind and said loudly. I want to become Dao companion with Oriental Starfall. Gu Bai did not speak. He looked at Lu Ruyan, and after confirming that Lu Ruyan was serious, Gu Bai showed a gentle smile. Are you sure? You must think carefully, this is a major event concerning your life. Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. I'm sure. My only Dao companion is Xing Luo, and it can only be him. Lu Ruyan nodded. I watched both of you grow up, and you two are indeed the most suitable for each other. I just want to say, congratulations to both of you for being able to be together. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, giving his blessing. This was his most sincere blessing as a master to his disciples. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red again after hearing this, she had an urge to cry. Unlike the warmth on Gu Bai's side, things were much more intense between Oriental Starfall and Alchemist Lu. Alchemist Lu, I want to become Dao companion with your daughter. Oriental Starfall walked up to Alchemist Lu, without any preamble, and went straight to the point. You brat, dare to say that again. Alchemist Lu was so angry his face turned red. He covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Oriental Starfall with the other, saying in disbelief. I want to become Dao companion with Lu Ruyan. Oriental Starfall said loudly, this time even dropping the address of Alchemist Lu. Oriental Starfall was actually a little annoyed with Alchemist Lu, who had always prevented him and Lu Ruyan from being together. Moreover, Alchemist Lu had previously promised him that he could become Dao companion with Lu Ruyan once he reached the Foundation establishment realm. Furthermore, Alchemist Lu had beaten him up before, so Oriental Starfall naturally wouldn't speak kindly. Good. Alchemist Lu was so angry he couldn't speak. Without another word, he took off his long robe and assumed a fighting stance. Upon seeing this, Oriental Starfall also took off his long robe and carefully placed it aside. No matter what, he was still a young man, and young men were always a bit impulsive. He had wanted to fight Alchemist Lu for a long time. Neither of them used any spells, they simply exchanged punches. Why did you stop me from being with Lu Ruyan? Oriental Starfall punched Alchemist Lu to the ground, saying angrily. His relationship with Lu Ruyan was very good, but Alchemist Lu was always watching over him. Forget about intimate actions with Lu Ruyan, he had merely held Lu Ruyan's hand once, and after Alchemist Lu discovered it, he immediately kicked him. Oriental Starfall was not made of mud either, over time, he had accumulated a lot of anger. Because, she is also my precious daughter, how could I bear to let her leave me? Oriental Starfall's response was Alchemist Liu's fist. Neither of them dodged, they just exchanged punches, aiming fiercely at each other's faces. In just a moment, both of them were bruised and swollen. Alchemist Lu had the cultivation of foundation establishment late stage, but he had barely fought before, and being old and frail, his strength was not what it used to be. Although Oriental Starfall had just broken through to the foundation establishment realm, he was young and vigorous, and he had specifically cultivated his physique. Therefore, the two fought to a standstill, making it difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Xing Luo, father, how could this be? Lu Ruyan noticed them both at this point and wanted to step forward to break up the fight, but she hesitated. On one side was her beloved father, and on the other was her cherished Dao companion, which made Lu Ruyan unsure whether to help or not. Don't mind them, let them fight it out. Gu Bai smiled and pulled Lu Ruyan aside. Oriental Starfall and Alchemist Lu didn't actually have a major conflict, it was just that their accumulated grievances needed to be vented. Letting them have a good fight, and once the fight was over and their anger subsided, they might even become friends. Anyway, with him watching from the side, even if they fought hard, there would be no life-threatening danger. Lu Ruyan was still a bit worried, but she also truly found it difficult to intervene, so she could only watch silently from the side. The two fought from day to night, until they exhausted their last ounce of strength, then both collapsed to the ground. Kid, you must treat my daughter well from now on, don't even think about bullying her. Alchemist Lu lay on the ground, speaking in a low voice. After fighting for so long, his anger had subsided, and he knew it was impossible to prevent the two from being together, his daughter would marry sooner or later. Oriental Starfall was the most suitable candidate, he just had some difficulty accepting it. But now, he had no choice but to accept that his daughter was about to get married. I will definitely protect her. Oriental Starfall said with a firm tone. Alchemist Lu said nothing. He struggled to stand up from the ground, turning his back to everyone with a hint of loneliness, seemingly not wanting his daughter to see his disheveled state. Gu Bai smiled with relief at this scene, he knew that Oriental Starfall had successfully gained Alchemist Liu's approval. Alright, go quickly and treat your father. As for Xing Luo, just leave him to me for treatment. Gu Bai then smiled and pushed Lu Ruyan towards Alchemist Lu. Oriental Starfall and Alchemist Lu were both very important people to Lu Ruyan, no matter who she chose first, the other would be sad. He simply made the decision for Lu Ruyan directly, letting her treat her father first, while Oriental Starfall was entrusted to him. As Oriental Starfall's master, he should indeed heal his disciple immediately, such an arrangement was flawless to anyone. Gu Bai's hands emitted an emerald green light as he began to heal Oriental Starfall. You kid, you really don't know your own strength. While healing, Gu Bai did not forget to lecture Oriental Starfall. He wasn't actually saying this for Oriental Starfall to hear, but for Alchemist Lu. Oriental Starfall also understood Gu Bai's meaning, so he remained silent throughout. Under Gu Bai's treatment, in just a short time, Oriental Starfall's injuries had fully recovered. Oriental Starfall got up and stood side by side with Gu Bai. From now on, be good to Lu Ruyan. Her personality is quite simple and she's easily deceived, so you must protect her well. Gu Bai spoke first, breaking the silence. I will. Oriental Starfall nodded. Alchemist Lu surely had many things he wanted to say to Lu Ruyan right now. Gu Bai and Oriental Starfall both tacitly avoided disturbing the father and daughter. After a long while, Lu Ruyan, with a beaming smile, finally walked over. Xing Luo, my father finally agreed to let me become your Dao companion. From now on, when I come to your place to play at night, he won't stop me anymore. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes and said very happily. I won't disturb your date. Gu Bai smiled and wisely took the opportunity to leave. Before leaving, he also pulled away the dispirited alchemist Lu. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan seemed to think of something, their faces flushed as they exchanged glances, everything left unsaid. Gu Bai pulled the dispirited alchemist Lu to the nameless mountain peak where he usually frequented. Try to be more open-minded. Your daughter has found her own happiness. As seniors, we should give our blessings. Gu Bai smiled as he poured alchemist Lu a cup of wine, then took out some appetizers from his storage pouch. Of course, this wine wasn't stolen from Su Wuji, it was from his own collection. I'm just a little unhappy. Alchemist Lu drained the fine wine in his cup, speaking with a touch of melancholy. Then let's have a good, hearty drink. Gu Bai was indeed quite happy today. He also drained the wine in his cup, then refilled both his and Alchemist Liu's cups. And so, the two drank cup after cup, drinking until midnight. Looking at Alchemist Lu sprawled on the table, motionless, Gu Bai shook his head helplessly. He helped Alchemist Lu to his immortal cave, then Gu Bai shook his somewhat hazy head and walked towards his own immortal cave. He was truly happy today, his disciple had successfully completed his training and even became a Dao companion today, so he accidentally got carried away with drinking. By the time he realized it, it was already late at night. Gu Bai gently pushed open the wooden door, inside the room was Qing Ning, who had been waiting for a long time. Why are you back so late? Qing Ning stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Gu Bai indignantly. Gu Bai did not hide anything, telling Qing Ning the fact that Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were going to become Dao companions, and that Alchemist Lu was very sad and had forced him to drink all night. Alright, since Alchemist Lu forced you to drink, I'll forgive you this once. Qing Ning nodded doubtfully after hearing Gu Bai's explanation. I didn't expect them to become Dao companions too. Time really flies. Qing Ning was a bit surprised by the latter part. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan often came here to freeload meals, and over time, Qing Ning got to know them both. Flies? It's been almost several decades already, hasn't it? Gu Bai shook his head and said with a smile. Time really flies, doesn't it? I never thought that in the blink of an eye, we've become reliable seniors. Xing said with a slight sigh. She felt that after becoming Dao companions with Gu Bai, it was as if only a blink of an eye had passed until now. Yes, time really flies. I wish it could slow down. Gu Bai also felt a bit sentimental, but he had no regrets. He had truly enjoyed life in the past few decades, not wasting a single moment. In the early morning, Gu Bai went out early to inform the people he knew to attend Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan's wedding. As the master of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, Gu Bai naturally took full responsibility for their wedding. Early in the morning, Gu Bai wrote letters to everyone he knew, giving his two disciples a grand show of support. He may not have had much else, but he knew a lot of people, he was acquainted with most of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. At Gu Bai's invitation, more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect came, and in addition, many veteran chi refining cultivators also arrived. These were chi refining cultivators who had survived the war, and their relationship with Gu Bai was also very good. Alchemist Liu was not to be outdone and also invited everyone he knew. After Alchemist Liu's invitation, more than half of the remaining small portion of the sect also came, which resulted in almost all of the sect's high-level cultivators attending. Sect Master, are you sure you are not coming? Inside the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji, uncharacteristically, got up early to handle documents. No, there's still a mountain of things waiting for me to do. Su Wuji shook his head, picked up his brush, and began to concentrate on the documents before him. As the sect master, he was indeed very busy. After his injuries healed, Su Wuji also proactively started handling documents, although most of them he still handled himself. But as a golden core cultivator, his time was very precious every day, and he generally would not attend the wedding of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Are you sure? Today, I plan to personally cook and provide food for this wedding banquet. Gu Bai said softly, although his voice was very low, Su Wuji heard it clearly. Hearing this, Su Wuji hesitated for a moment. The food Gu Bai made was very famous throughout the sect, and Su Wuji had been craving it for a long time. Besides that, I will also bring out my treasured peach blossom brew, which I collected at a great cost. Seeing Su Wuji still hesitating, Gu Bai had no choice but to bring out his treasured fine wine. This peach blossom brew was collected with great effort. It was brewed from the petals of a second-tier peach tree, with a mellow taste and a faint hint of peach blossom, making it a very elegant fine wine. The few jars of peach blossom brew that Gu Bai had collected were all good wines that had been aged for over 100 years. However, today was his disciples' big day, and as their master, he definitely had to make this wedding beautiful. Ha 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 ha, as the sect master, how can I be absent from the wedding of a cultivator within the sect? Upon hearing that Gu Bai was going to bring out the peach blossom brew, Su Wuji instantly smiled broadly, indicating that he would definitely attend their wedding. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. With Su Wuji, all the golden core cultivators in the sect would attend their wedding. Gu Bai, needless to say, would come to freeload a meal even if Gu Bai didn't say anything. Tianming Ziai, even more so, was practically sworn brothers with Gu Bai now, often seeking him out for drinks, and would certainly attend this wedding banquet. As for Ice Frost Genren, for some reason, he just informed her, and without even asking, Celestial Frost true person agreed without hesitation. Gu Bai smiled. All the golden core cultivators in the sect, and more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators, would come to attend the wedding of his two disciples. This display of prestige could be said to be quite grand. Its scale was almost comparable to when he and Xing got married back then. Gu Bai immediately summoned people and began to arrange the venue. Cultivators have extremely strong mobility. With everyone's help, it only took 2 hours to set up all the necessary scenes for the wedding. Gu Bai also came to the back kitchen, simultaneously operating 3 large woks, and began to busily prepare the dishes. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the sun quickly hung high in the sky. When Oriental Starfall, pale-faced and clutching his waist, and Lu Ruyan, flushed, arrived at the scene, they saw a dense crowd of people. What happened? Why are there so many people? Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan both had question marks on their faces, unable to understand why so many people had gathered here. Let's go, let's see what happened. Lu Ruyan, pulling Oriental Starfall, excitedly squeezed into the crowd. Wow, is there some kind of party going on here? How come I didn't get a notification? Lu Ruyan, holding Oriental Starfall's hand, wandered through the crowd. I'm not sure. Didn't Master say he wanted us to come here to give us a surprise? Oriental Starfall frowned, somewhat confused by the current situation. Forget it, don't worry about so much for now. Why don't we just find a seat and see if we can blend in and sneak some food? Lu Ruyan whispered stealthily. This isn't good, is it? This should be a wedding held by some important figure. We didn't receive an invitation, so if we just freeload food and drink and get discovered, we'll definitely be kicked out, right? Oriental Starfall said with some hesitation. Oh, don't worry about it so much. Don't you think this is very interesting? If we get discovered, at worst, we'll just give some wedding gifts. Besides, didn't Master say he's giving us a month's vacation? We can play around however we want this month. Lu Ruyan said carelessly. After speaking, she pulled Oriental Starfall's hand and stealthily found a less crowded table to sit down at. Meanwhile, on the other side. It's already this late, and they're still not here. Alchemist Lu looked up at the sky, speaking with a slight hint of anxiety. I'm not sure. I just sent someone to Oriental Starfall's Immortal Cave, but they couldn't find either of them. Gu Bai, who was bustling in the back kitchen, stopped his movements upon hearing this. Gu Bai frowned in thought. He had clearly notified Oriental Starfall to arrive here on time today, so why, at the appointed time, were they nowhere to be seen? That shouldn't be. Although he only told them to come now for a surprise, with Oriental Starfall's personality, he should have arrived on time. Gu Bai's expression also became serious at this point. He immediately took out a talisman from his storage pouch, then infused a trace of magical power, closed his eyes, and began to sense. This talisman was called the Yin and Yang character talisman. There were two of them, and they could sense each other's location. A moment later, Gu Bai opened his eyes, full of doubt, because he sensed that Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were nearby. Gu Bai frowned. His two troublesome disciples must have misunderstood something, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be nearby but not come to find him. This is difficult. He could scan all objects within 1,000 feet with his divine sense. By flying a circle in the sky, he could easily find the two of them. However, there were too many people present, and casually releasing divine sense for exploration like that was a very impolite act, even considered a provocation. Gu Bai immediately put down what he was doing and found Gu Bei, who was waiting nearby for dinner to start. No time to explain. Fly into the air now and help me find my two troublesome disciples. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were completely unaware of this. They were mingling among the crowd, waiting for the meal to begin. Gu Bei, flying in the air, quickly found the two hiding in the crowd with his exceptionally powerful eyesight. I told you to, you always cause me trouble. Gu Bai stood behind the two, saying exasperatedly. Ah, Master, why are you here? Upon seeing Gu Bai, Oriental Starfall asked with some surprise, while a faint sense of unease subtly arose within him. Why am I here? Hearing this, Gu Bai was so amused he nearly laughed out of anger. Without another word, he pulled the two into a secluded house. Quickly, change into your clothes, you two are needed on stage immediately. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he closed the door. Ah. The two were still somewhat bewildered until they saw the two red wedding outfits inside the room, and instantly understood. The two had actually been prepared for a wedding for a long time, but they hadn't expected Gu Bai to arrange it so quickly. They had just made their breakthrough, and the very next day, Gu Bai had already arranged the wedding, gathering all the necessary people. A moment later, the two, dressed in red, emerged from the room with a slight blush. The two walked to the front of the stage, and under Gu Bai's guidance, the wedding ceremony began. Looking at the two embracing, Gu Bai smiled contentedly. You two are both my pride. Gu Bai looked at the two, straightened his back, and said with great pride. Meanwhile, Alchemist Lu, standing next to Gu Bai, watched the two intimately embracing, and his entire face fell, looking as displeased as could be. With the wedding concluded, it was finally time for the meal. Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall sat at a table with a few of their close friends. As for Gu Bai, he and Xing sat at a table with several golden core true persons of the sect. Where's the peach blossom wine? Bring it out now. Su Wuji looked at Gu Bai, saying with a smile. Gu Bai, with a slight pang of reluctance, took out a jar of peach blossom wine from his storage pouch. Come, drink. Gu Bai poured a cup for everyone, raising his own cup as he spoke. Good wine. Truly a rare and excellent wine. Su Wuji drank the peach blossom wine in one gulp, saying contentedly. Ha ha ha, it's good that it tastes good. I'm happy today, let's drink until we're all drunk. Gu Bai said with a laugh, then poured another cup for Su Wuji. The few of them chatted and laughed, drinking the fine wine until the entire jar of peach blossom wine was completely empty. Gu Bai swayed as he stood up. He was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, and drinking such high-quality wine easily made him drunk. Gu Bai also didn't use his talent to dispel the drunkenness, as that was precisely the feeling he was drinking for. Seeing Gu Bai's drunken state, Ice Frost Genren stood up, intending to support him. However, Qingning was a step ahead, directly embracing Gu Bai entirely in her arms. Humph! Qingning glared at Ice Frost Genren indignantly, then, supporting Gu Bai's legs and arms with both hands, turned and left without looking back, leaving Ice Frost Genren alone. Ice Frost Genren reached out, trying to grasp Gu Bai's receding figure, but only caught empty air. She took a despondent gulp of wine, then also turned and left. Ice Frost Genren knew that her relationship with Gu Bai could at most be described as good friends, and it was impossible for it to progress further. Su Wuji, meanwhile, looked at Ice Frost Genren thoughtfully, but ultimately said nothing. Ice Frost Genren had also made sacrifices and contributions to the sect. She had merely fallen in love with Gu Bai, so he couldn't say anything against it. However, if Ice Frost Genren were to do anything out of line, he would absolutely not spare her. After Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, Gu Bai also unhesitatingly abdicated, handing over the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring to Oriental Starfall. The handover process was incredibly smooth. The other physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring had long known that the position of Hall Master would inevitably go to Oriental Starfall. Although there were a few who were unconvinced, with Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan working together, their medical Dao skills were second only to Gu Bai's. They had almost no weaknesses. The very few who were unconvinced were harmless. With the support of Physician He and Su Physician, these two highly respected veteran physicians, no one could shake Oriental Starfall's position as Hall Master. Initially, Oriental Starfall was a bit flustered, but he slowly matured and began to embody the demeanor of a Hall Master. Su Wuji also finally had a change of heart. After his injuries healed, he finally began to handle the sex affairs. Now that the war had ceased, the number of injured naturally decreased, and with the Hall of Returning Spring having grown into a behemoth, treating the injured basically no longer required his intervention. Gu Bai's current medical Dao level also no longer required him to gain experience by treating the injured. This also completely freed up Gu Bai, leaving him with entire days of leisure at times. At first, Gu Bai was unaccustomed to it, often feeling anxious when idle. But over time, he grew used to it, and even began to slowly enjoy this leisurely daily life. Every day, he would read cultivation classics or research the poison arts of the Five Poison sect. Then he would play childish games with Xing, research new recipes, or act as a teacher, giving public lectures in the outer sect. Because of the sheer number of newly recruited disciples, the sect would dispatch Foundation establishment cultivators every day to the outer sect square to explain relatively basic cultivation knowledge. Gu Bai was the most popular among all the cultivators. Because he explained things incredibly thoroughly, was very patient, and was also very good-looking, giving off an instinctively warm and approachable feeling. In addition, Gu Bai planted many spiritual vegetables and even raised some spiritual birds in his small courtyard. Every evening, his friends would visit Gu Bai's small courtyard. The most frequent visitor was Gu Bai, who would come almost every other day, practically treating it as his own home. This day, Gu Bai was leaning under a tea tree in his small courtyard, slowly reading an obscure alchemy book. His medical Dao level had reached the limit of his current realm, no matter what, it wouldn't improve much further. Therefore, Gu Bai began to research alchemy knowledge. His alchemy level had not yet reached its limit, although he could already refine high-grade second-tier medicinal pills, his attainments in medicinal pills were still slightly inferior to alchemist Liu's. Physician Gu, I've come to see you. Ye Fan quickly pushed open the courtyard gate, then said energetically. He had undergone drastic changes over the years. Originally, he wore shabby grey clothes and had a somewhat unconfident expression. But now, Ye Fan wore a white robe, with a long sword gifted by Gu Bai at his waist, and his face was filled with a confident smile. Ha ha ha, come, have some tea. Gu Bai smiled, skillfully taking out the tea set and beginning to brew tea. Ye Fan also brought over a lounge chair, and together with Gu Bai, they lay on the lounge chairs, leisurely drinking tea and chatting. You're quite something, kid. You've actually cultivated to Qi refining stage, 4th level, Gu Bai said with a sigh, taking a sip of tea. He truly hadn't expected that Ye Fan, with his ordinary aptitude, could cultivate to Qi refining stage, 4th level in just 4 short years. Reality isn't like novels. In the normal cultivation world, a typical cultivator would likely take several years to advance one level of cultivation. But Ye Fan improved one level of cultivation per year, a speed comparable to even Gu Bai's back then. However, one must know that Gu Bai possessed a superior aptitude in the heavenly thunder body, a special physique, to achieve such rapid cultivation speed. Ye Fan, without Gu Bai's heaven-defying aptitude, could still achieve the same cultivation speed as Gu Bai, which genuinely surprised Gu Bai. Haha, just a fluke, Ye Fan said modestly, lowering his head to sip his tea. In 1 year, the sect will hold the sect competition. At that time, all the cultivators in the sect will participate, and those who rank high can receive generous rewards. The participants are all disciples who have recently joined the sect in the past few years, and their strength is generally not strong. As far as I know, the strongest few have only reached the Qi refining stage, 4th level cultivation so far. If you're interested, you can participate. With your strength, you should be able to achieve a relatively good ranking, Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Qi refining stage, 4th level is a watershed. Stepping into Qi refining stage, 4th level means one is already considered a middle stage Qi refining cultivator. However, reaching Qi refining stage, 4th level is not easy for ordinary cultivators, it is the first threshold on the path of cultivation. Those with poor talent might be stuck at the Qi refining 3rd level for several years, while cultivators with better talent still need a year to break through to Qi refining stage, 4th level. As far as he knew, among the tens of thousands of disciples who joined the sect in the same year as Ye Fan, only 2 or 3 had breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 4th level. I will, Ye Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. The two chatted for a while longer until the sky began to dim, and only then did Ye Fan wave goodbye to Gu Bai. Ye Fan, you must work hard in the coming year and strive to win first place in the sect competition. This way, you will be listed as a key training candidate, and if you are lucky, you might even become a golden core seed, so you won't have to worry about resources before cultivating to the golden core realm, Old Man Yu's solemn voice echoed in Ye Fan's mind. Don't worry, Old Man Yu, I'm terrifyingly strong now, Ye Fan said with a slight curl of his lips, full of confidence. Because he didn't have to worry about resources, he had been cultivating almost every day for the past 4 years. Aside from eating and sleeping, all other time was spent cultivating, at least 8 hours a day, completely abandoning all social interaction. And he also had Old Man Yu, a top-tier powerful being, providing one-on-one personal guidance, teaching him various basic spells. Only when he was occasionally too tired to continue would Ye Fan go to Gu Bai's place to rest, drink tea with Gu Bai, chat, and relax his mind. This allowed Ye Fan, in 4 years, to not only possess an incredibly stable cultivation but also master several basic spells and a powerful sword technique. Therefore, he was confident that he could win, not to mention cultivators of the same realm, but even Qi refining 5th level, or even refining Qi 6th layer cultivators. At the same time, on the other side, Su Wuji also spoke earnestly to a female cultivator. Zhou Shuat, there's a sect competition in 1 year. At that time, All disciples who have joined in recent years will participate. Given your strength, you will definitely win first place in the competition. Leave it to me, Master. Zhou Shuai, dressed in a blue robe with an expressionless face, nodded calmly, indicating that she understood. So Wuji looked at Zhou Shuai, whose cultivation was at Qi refining stage, 4th level, and nodded with immense satisfaction. Ever since Zhou Shuai joined the sect, she had been learning sword techniques by his side. Zhou Shuai also lived up to his expectations, practicing the sword desperately every day. Aside from eating and sleeping, all her other time was spent practicing the sword. This allowed her to cultivate to Qi refining stage, 4th level in just 4 short years, despite her not so good aptitude. In addition, she had also cultivated the Wuji sword technique he created to the introductory realm. So Wuji was confident that with Zhou Shuai's current combat power, even Qi refining 5th level, or even refining Qi 6th layer cultivators, would not be her match. At the same time, similar scenes were playing out within the sect. The sect competition to be held in 1 year was decided by Gu Bai and So Wuji after discussion, only yesterday. But in just 1 day, the news spread throughout the entire sect. Almost all disciples knew that the sect would hold a major sect competition in 1 year. Only these newly initiated disciples could participate, and the rewards for the competition were incredibly generous. Cultivators who ranked high could all receive a large amount of spirit stone medicinal pill. For those commoner cultivators, this was an opportunity to turn their lives around. After all, they were just starting to cultivate, everyone was at the beginning, the gap would not be too large, and as long as they worked hard, they could achieve a good ranking. The sect quickly fell into a cultivation frenzy. All disciples with a bit of ambition were diligently cultivating. Even some disciples who had been slacking off were greatly influenced and began to cultivate diligently. Inside the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai stood by the window, looking at the countless disciples below who were practicing spells, or those hiding in secluded corners to cultivate, and couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what he wanted. The rewards didn't matter, the main thing was to stimulate the atmosphere of cultivation among the disciples in the sect. Gu Bai, stop looking, come and help. Today's tasks are too many, I must finish all my work before dark, So Wuji's anxious voice sounded from behind him. Coming, Gu Bai smiled helplessly, sat next to So Wuji, and skillfully processed the documents. Ever since So Wuji took that disciple, he had to spend a lot of time personally guiding her every day, completely treating Zhou Shuai as his own disciple. Clearly, Zhou Shuai's personality, comprehension ability and love for the Dao of the sword were all very much to So Wuji's liking. In time, when Zhou Shuai grew up, she might become a female sword cultivator no less than So Wuji. With Gu Bai's help, the two quickly processed the sect's documents. By the way, how is that disciple you favor doing now? Is he confident in getting a good ranking? So Wuji turned to Gu Bai and asked curiously. A disciple favored by Gu Bai must have extraordinary qualities. However, it had been 4 years since he joined the sect, and he only knew that the disciple was named Ye Fan. He used Gu Bai's token to choose a good immortal cave and went to the scripture pavilion to pick a bunch of random cultivation techniques. After that, there was no news, as if he had been staying in his immortal cave to cultivate. He's incredible now, he might even win first place in the sect competition. Gu Bai chuckled, speaking with a hint of confidence. Although Ye Fan was always mysterious and sometimes talked to himself, this did not negate his excellence. Gu Bai believed that under normal circumstances, Ye Fan would be able to win first place in the sect competition. That's not necessarily true. You haven't seen my disciple Zhou Shuai, her strength should not be underestimated. Hearing this, So Wuji retorted, somewhat unconvinced. We'll see when the time comes. Gu Bai smiled and did not argue. Sect Master, since the documents are handled, I'll head back now. After sitting for a while and realizing there was nothing else to do, Gu Bai bid farewell to So Wuji, intending to turn and leave. Wait a moment, there's something I'd like to ask of you. So Wuji suddenly called out to him. What is it? Given our relationship, as long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely help. Gu Bai agreed readily without even asking, as So Wuji was his father-in-law, and he certainly had to help with whatever he could. However, Gu Bai hadn't expected that So Wuji would even need his help. Well, I just wanted to ask you to take a look at my disciple Zhou Shuai and custom make a set of body refining secret medicinal pills for her. So Wuji said, a bit awkwardly. Sword cultivators generally don't have strong defenses, a point So Wuji deeply understood, having nearly lost his life several times when fighting pure Yang true person. He didn't want his disciple to be like him, so he wanted Zhou Shuai to cultivate body refining methods to strengthen her physique. But the speed of self-cultivation was too slow, which is why So Wuji thought of Gu Bai. In the cultivation world, there was a saying, physicians are the true body refining experts. Behind every powerful body cultivator stood an experienced physician, custom concocting body refining secret medicinal pills for them. Therefore, So Wuji thought of Gu Bai. If Gu Bai could help, Zhou Shuai wouldn't have to worry about insufficient defense. He didn't ask for her body to be as hard as a body cultivator's, but at the very least, she wouldn't be instantly severely injured when facing attacks from cultivators of the same realm. Of course, no problem. This isn't difficult at all. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. This was nothing to him. Gu Bai, Wang, and even So Wuji himself had all approached him before, asking him to help custom refine a set of body refining secret medicinal pills. This was no difficult task for Gu Bai, it was merely a bit more tedious. Zhou Shuai was merely a foundation cultivation cultivator, which for Gu Bai was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He had previously approached Ye Fan, wanting to help him customize a set of body-refining secret medicinal pills, but Ye Fan had refused. Gu Bai followed Su Wuji and soon arrived at Zhou Shue's residence. Zhou Shue was different from Ye Fan, although her talent wasn't exceptional, she possessed superior comprehension ability. Therefore, she was qualified to enter the inner sect, and not long after, she was taken as a disciple by Su Wuji, so she lived not far from Su Wuji's Immortal Cave. This was also next to Gu Bai's Immortal Cave, the place with the richest spiritual qi in the entire sect. From a distance, Gu Bai saw a female cultivator in white, diligently practicing sword techniques. As if noticing Su Wuji, Zhou Shue gripped the long sword in her hand, turned sharply, and unleashed a blue sword qi towards Su Wuji. This sword qi seemed slow to Gu Bai, but that was only for foundation establishment cultivators. For qi refining cultivators, the speed of this sword qi was too fast to react to at all. Su Wuji, however, smiled. He used his hand as a sword and also unleashed a white sword qi. The two sword qi collided in the air, cancelling each other out, and finally dissipated into the air. Not bad, you've made progress. The power is a bit stronger than yesterday. Instead of getting angry at Zhou Shue's sneak attack, Su Wuji smiled, nodded, and praised Zhou Shue. This left Gu Bai, who was standing nearby, stunned. One could only say that they truly were the purest sword cultivators, even their way of greeting each other was so hardcore. This is Physician Gu, the physician I specially invited. Su Wuji smiled as he introduced Gu Bai to Zhou Shue. Zhou Shue also looked at Gu Bai with some curiosity, and Gu Bai smiled back at Zhou Shue in a friendly manner. It was very strange, even though it was their first meeting, he could feel a sense of familiarity from Gu Bai. It seems this Physician Gu is not simple, Zhou Shue thought to herself. After examining Zhou Shue carefully, Gu Bai frowned and said in a low voice. Don't move. I'll examine your body. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Zhou Shue subconsciously extended her arm, cooperating with Gu Bai's examination. Gu Bai held Zhou Shue's arm, and his divine sense probed into it, beginning to examine Zhou Shue's body. A moment later, Gu Bai's frown deepened. Zhou Shue's body was even weaker than that of a normal cultivator. He speculated that this was likely due to Zhou Shue's high-intensity sword practice every day. Coupled with the overly sharp sword qi constantly circulating within her body, it led to a depletion of her physical vitality. This was also a common issue for most sword cultivators. Because sword qi is too sharp, it is very damaging to the body, but sword cultivators always like to nourish sword qi within their bodies. Over time, the bodies of most sword cultivators become very fragile. Although Su Wuji had given Zhou Shue many medicinal pills to take, most of them only treated the symptoms and could not effectively treat Zhou Shue's severely depleted body. Gu Bai then meticulously investigated Zhou Shue's magical power attributes and the type of sword techniques she cultivated. Su Wuji did not hide anything and provided Gu Bai with these details very thoroughly. After a moment of consideration, Gu Bai quickly wrote down a prescription on paper. This is a prescription to replenish her body's depletion. Go to the Hall of Returning Spring and give this prescription to Xing Luo, he will help brew the medicinal soup. Thank you very much. Su Wuji took the prescription and sincerely thanked Gu Bai. It's nothing to thank me for, it's just a small issue. You could find other physicians to solve it just as well. Gu Bai smiled and said modestly. Then he walked behind Zhou Shue, pinching Zhou Shue's arm and the muscles in other parts of her body. This was Gu Bai checking Zhou Shue's physical strength to better customize the prescription. Zhou Shue also cooperated generously with Gu Bai, although their actions were very intimate, the atmosphere had no hint of intimacy. Although Zhou Shue was very beautiful, in Gu Bai's eyes, she was just a moving piece of flesh, no different from other female cultivators, or even male cultivators. When Gu Bai first began studying medicine, he had seen many girls like Zhou Shue, not to mention touching them, but even naked. However, most of them had been dissected and studied by Gu Bai. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai wrote down another prescription on the paper. You can also go to Xing Luo for this, he will help me refine it. Just take it once a day. Gu Bai said with a smile. Both of these prescriptions were relatively simple and didn't require his personal intervention, he could leave it to his disciple, Oriental Starfall. Thanks, I'll treat you to a drink when I have time. Su Wuji smiled at Gu Bai. Although other physicians at the Hall of Returning Spring could also handle such matters, he only trusted prescriptions written by Gu Bai. After all, Gu Bai's track record was incredibly brilliant, even he had been saved by Gu Bai several times. While prescriptions from others were fine, they definitely weren't as good as Gu Bai's. Then you must bring out your treasured fine wine, otherwise, I won't go. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. And upon hearing treasured fine wine, Su Wuji's face instantly darkened. His treasured fine wine was almost completely depleted by Gu Bai and Qing Ning. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. On this day, Ye Fan did not cultivate in his immortal cave as usual, instead, he came to Gu Bai's side playing chess and chatting with him. Physician Gu, I heard that if one achieves a good ranking in the sect competition, they can become a disciple of an elder. If they're lucky, they might even be taken as a disciple by a golden core true person. Then, if I win first place in the sect competition, will you take me as your disciple? Ye Fan placed a white chess piece, then looked at Gu Bai and asked. I can, but with your strength, you will definitely gain the recognition of a golden core true person. Wouldn't it be better to become a disciple of a golden core true person then? Why choose me, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, as your master? Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. That's different. As the saying goes, a master for a day, a father for life. You've helped me so much. If I were to take another master, I wouldn't have the face to see you again. Ye Fan shook his head, speaking with a firm tone. He respected Gu Bai from the bottom of his heart. Becoming Gu Bai's disciple wasn't about gaining more benefits, it was simply because he respected Gu Bai. You have a good heart. Gu Bai chuckled twice, speaking with a slight hint of joy. Their current relationship, though not master and disciple, was stronger than that. Gu Bai had already planned to take Ye Fan as his disciple after the sect competition a few years ago. Here, take this. This is a set of close-fitting soft armor I commissioned the head of the weapon forging hall to personally forge, named Golden Silk Soft Armor. This is a rather good medium-grade magical artifact, capable of defending against most chi refining cultivator attacks. Gu Bai smiled, handing the Golden Silk Soft Armor to Ye Fan. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a higher quality magical artifact, but with Ye Fan's current strength, he could only control medium-grade magical artifacts at most. Anything higher, even if available, wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. During this past year, he had seen Zhou Shui several times and was intimately aware of her strength. Zhou Shui had not only mastered extraordinary sword techniques, but under his tutelage, she also possessed an incredibly sturdy physique, making her strength far surpass other cultivators of the same realm. Furthermore, Zhou Shui also possessed a complete set of medium-grade magical artifacts. If it were a game, Zhou Shui would be a player who not only grinned and spent money but also had a powerful mentor carrying her. At level 10, she had already learned several level 20 skills and possessed a complete set of level 20 equipment. Although he had great confidence in Ye Fan, when facing Zhou Shui, Ye Fan was not lacking in other aspects, but he was somewhat deficient in terms of magical artifacts. If he fought Zhou Shui, the probability of losing was relatively high, so Gu Bai naturally had to compensate for Ye Fan's shortcomings. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted the Golden Silk Soft Armor. Thank you, Physician Gu. When I achieve Foundation Establishment, and even the Golden Core Realm, or even higher realms, I will never forget your kindness. Ye Fan said with extreme seriousness. It's enough that you have this intention. Gu Bai chuckled twice, speaking in a gentle tone. Boom. 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 Just as the two were talking, 9 bell tolls suddenly rang out from the center of the sect. It seems the intersect competition is about to begin. It's your time to shine. Gu Bai turned to look at Ye Fan, speaking with a hint of anticipation. Ye Fan nodded with high spirits. Gu Bai, the sect competition is about to begin. Let's go watch. Xing Ning, who was cultivating in her immortal cave, heard the sound and ran out, her face filled with excitement. Oh, Ye Fan, you're here too. Come on, let's go together. With your cultivation, you'll definitely get a good ranking. Xing Ning finished speaking and pulled Gu Bai, running towards the plaza. Soon, the three arrived at the plaza where the intersect competition was being held. In the center of the plaza were hundreds of arenas, with the Foundation Establishment cultivator standing beside each one. Beside the arenas, cultivators were densely packed, so numerous that the plaza was almost unable to accommodate them all. Even though the plaza had undergone several expansions beforehand, accommodating tens of thousands of cultivators was still a bit of a stretch. Gu Bai naturally didn't need to squeeze in with these ordinary disciples. He and Xing Ning walked to a high platform. This high platform was specifically built for the sect's high-ranking officials and offered an excellent viewing spot. Standing at the very front was Su Wuji, and behind him, in order, were the sect's golden core cultivators and the great cultivators of the Foundation Establishment late stage. As long as a cultivator performed well in the arena and was taken as a disciple by any of the cultivators present, it would be considered a successful counterattack, with the minimum achievement of Foundation Establishment cultivator. Gu Bai was now considered a member of the sect's high-ranking officials, so he naturally had the right to stand on this viewing platform. Although Xing Ning possessed the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment late stage, strictly speaking, she actually didn't have this qualification. However, none of the cultivators present dared to say anything more, they all cast friendly glances at Xing Ning. Big brother, you're here. Upon sensing Gu Bai's arrival, Gu Bai enthusiastically pulled Gu Bai, bringing him and Xing Ning to the very front of the viewing platform. Ah, time really flies. I remember those first few years after joining the sect. At that time, I think I was only at the Qi refining stage, 4th level, but I defeated a refining Qi 6-layer cultivator, which made me famous throughout the sect. And it was from that day on that my reputation truly spread. Gu Bai said with a hint of emotion, looking at the many disciples below. Yes, at that time, my realm was much higher than yours. I could beat you with one hand. It's a pity you've now surpassed me, and now you can beat me with one hand. Xing Ning also said with some emotion. At that time, she was 2 years older than Gu Bai, and she started cultivating earlier, so her realm was much higher than Gu Bai's. But she didn't expect Gu Bai's talent to be so abnormal. He quickly caught up to her. Although they both achieved a breakthrough to Foundation Establishment at the same time, she was still stuck in the Foundation Establishment middle stage, while Gu Bai had already broken through to the Golden Core realm and was fighting against Golden Core late stage powerhouses. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. This was completely his dark history. Back then, Xing Ning, relying on her higher cultivation, would pin him to the ground and beat him when they sparred, forcing him to call her sister Xing Ning. The most hateful thing was that Xing Ning also used her higher cultivation to forcibly snatch away the delicious food his big brother had given him. And Gu Bai, being someone who cared about face, was too embarrassed to tell anyone about it, so Gu Bai still didn't know about it. Ha ha ha, those are all things of the past. I'm very strong now. I don't even need one hand, just one finger is enough to defeat you. Gu Bei chuckled awkwardly, speaking with a slight embarrassment. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, I'm still your sister Qingning. Hurry up and call me sister to hear it, or else I'll make big brother beat you. Qingning didn't care for that. She crossed her arms over her chest and said domineeringly. If anyone else joked with Gu Bei like that, Gu Bei might immediately get angry, but Qingning was different. She and Gu Bei had been good friends since they first started cultivating and had been playing together ever since. Naturally, she could joke however she wanted. Alright, you're my Qingning Ji, is that good enough now? Gu Bei said in an extremely low voice. He wasn't afraid that Gu Bei would actually hit him, but rather that if Qingning got angry, she wouldn't let him mooch meals anymore. Louder, I can't hear you. Qingning rubbed her ears and said in an extremely arrogant manner. Qingning Ji. Gu Bei's face immediately turned red, but he still endured the shame and shouted out. Now that's more like it. From now on, you're under my protection. Only then did Qingning nod in satisfaction, then patted her chest in assurance. Gu Bei did not stop the two of them, he just smiled as he watched the scene unfold. As for Suwuji and Tianming Ziai, who had a good relationship with Gu Bei, they burst into boisterous laughter without any regard for their image, and the air immediately filled with a joyful atmosphere. They had been through life and death with Gu Bei, and after that, they often gathered to drink and chat, so they could naturally take such jokes. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, whose realms were relatively lower, lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. While Qingning and Gu Bei were bickering, the disciples below had mostly gathered. Suwuji coughed a few times, suppressing his laughter, and gathered his spiritual power in his throat. As with previous sect competitions, it was up to him, the sect master, to announce the start of the competition. Lingyun sect competition officially begins. With the amplification of his spiritual power, Suwuji's voice spread throughout the entire plaza, and all the disciples could hear him clearly. Then an elder flew into the air and began to read out the rules of the sect competition. After that was the drawing of lots. Because there were so many people, just the drawing of lots took several hours. After the drawing of lots concluded, all the disciples began their matches. Due to there being only 100 arenas, it would take more than 10 days just to complete the first round of matches. Ye Fan's lot number was 3782, which was relatively early among the many disciples, but it would still be at least several days before it was his turn. Those ranked after 1000, disperse. It won't be your turn today. Those who wish to watch the matches may do so from the sidelines. The elder maintaining order roared. Upon hearing this, a large group of disciples immediately left the plaza, and the plaza finally became less crowded. Ye Fan did not leave but watched the other disciples fight with great interest. He hoped to enhance his knowledge and combat experience by observing other disciples' battles. But he quickly lost interest. Most of the disciples on the arena were at Qi refining stage, 2nd level or Qi refining stage, 3rd level. Most of them only knew 1 or 2 spells, completely like novices pecking at each other, with no reference value whatsoever. I told you watching these novices fight is useless. Instead of spending this effort, it's better to spend more effort cultivating. Old Yu's nagging voice echoed in Ye Fan's mind. Got it, I'm going back to cultivate now. Ye Fan said in his mind, waved at Gu Bai on the arena, and then turned to leave. So boring, Gu Bai, let's go back too. Qingning shook Gu Bai, clearly not wanting to stay here anymore. Alright, then let's go back first. There's nothing we're needed for here anyway. Gu Bai thought for a moment, then got up and left with Qingning. Staying here any longer would just be a waste of time, it was better to leave early. The others also got up one after another, choosing to leave. Although they were there with the purpose of selecting disciples, they couldn't make out anything significant at the moment. Slightly outstanding cultivators could easily advance to the next round without any pressure. At least, they would only start paying attention once the number of participants was reduced to within 100. Outside Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai started a fire in the courtyard, preparing for a grilled fish feast. Qingning and Gu Bei had already been waiting there for a long time. The three sat around together, just like when they first joined the sect, laughing heartily without any regard for their image, playfully snatching at the grilled fish. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, each of them brought out a lounge chair, lay on it, and gazed at the starry sky, discussing their ideals as they used to. After several decades, their bond had not faded or drifted apart due to the vast difference in their strength, instead, it had become even purer. The first round of the sect competition lasted for more than 10 days before concluding. Ye Fan's opponent was an ordinary cultivator at Qi refining stage, 2nd level. Ye Fan defeated his opponent with just a casual strike, winning the match without any suspense. The second round of matches was the same. Ye Fan defeated his opponent with just one strike. In the subsequent 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, Ye Fan also defeated his opponents with a single strike. In the 7th round, although the enemy was a cultivator at the peak of Qi refining stage, 3rd level, capable of breakthrough to Qi refining stage, 4th level at any moment, Ye Fan still only used one palm strike to send his enemy flying off the arena. After the 7th round, out of over 10,000 participants, only 80 disciples remained. It was only then that the competition truly began, and Gu Bai and the other high-ranking sect officials successively arrived at the viewing platform. Among these 80 disciples, most were from the batch of disciples who joined 5 years ago, with the lowest realm being Qi refining stage, 3rd level. There were also more than 10 Qi refining stage, 4th level cultivators mixed in, these individuals could be considered the true future of Ling Yun sect. Barring any accidents, most of them would be able to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm, and a very few might even be able to cultivate to the Golden Core realm. Ye Fan and Zhou Shui were the cream of the crop among these individuals. They were among the first cultivators to enter the Qi refining stage, 4th level realm. After a year of cultivation, both had already reached the peak of Qi refining stage, 4th level, and were on the verge of breakthrough to Qi refining 5th level at any time. How about it? My disciple Zhou Shui is pretty good, right? She defeated all her opponents in one move. Looking at Zhou Shui below, Su Wuji said with a smile. My Ye Fan is not bad either, he also defeated all his enemies in one move. Gu Bai also said with a smile. Ye Fan and Zhou Shui were like two dark horses, rising from obscurity to fame throughout the sect in less than a month. They defeated all their opponents with a single, decisive blow, existing on a completely different level from everyone else. Quite a few elders had already wanted to take Ye Fan as their disciple, but upon learning that Ye Fan was a cultivator favored by Gu Bai, they no longer pursued the idea of taking him as their disciple. The 8th round of matches quickly began. This time, Ye Fan's opponent was a cultivator at Qi refining stage, 4th level. Ye Fan was slightly excited, he really wanted to fight an opponent of comparable strength now. But his previous opponents were too weak, unable to withstand even one of his attacks, and now he had finally encountered a cultivator of the same realm. I am Ye Fan, I have met fellow deist Su Yan. Ye Fan bowed respectfully and said politely. I am Su Yan, I have met fellow deist Ye Fan. Su Yan also bowed in return. As soon as their voices fell, both rushed towards each other simultaneously. Ye Fan condensed a scorching flame in his hand, while Su Yan condensed a water blade made of water. But the moment their bodies touched, Ye Fan used his movement technique, dodging Su Yan's attack with a flash. Then, he aimed a palm strike at Su Yan's chest, and Su Yan seemed to be hit by a fierce beast, instantly flying back several meters. He barely managed to stop at the edge of the arena, then Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking at his chest in disbelief. His clothes on his chest were completely burned, and even the heart-protecting armor he wore on his chest had several cracks. This was the low-level spell, Blazing Palm, that Ye Fan had learned in the scripture pavilion. It could condense flames in the hand, and the moment the palm touched an enemy, the flames would instantly erupt, sending the enemy flying. Although it was only a low-level spell, it was surprisingly effective in arena competitions. After cultivating it to major achievement realm, it gained the effect of penetrating the body, the flames could directly pass through defenses and scorch the enemy's internal organs. Ye Fan had already cultivated Blazing Palm to major achievement realm, which was why he could directly penetrate the heart-protecting armor and severely injure Su Yan. This was quite difficult, many veteran cultivators at the Qi refining late stage had only cultivated a few spells to major achievement. Again. Ye Fan flickered, instantly appearing in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils contracted violently, he only had time to conjure a water curtain in front of himself to block the attack. Ye Fan smiled, he condensed flames with both hands simultaneously, then shattered the water curtain with his left hand and sent Su Yan flying with his right, winning the match. He's too amazing. Even with the same cultivation, Ye Fan easily defeated his opponent. Immediately, a cheer erupted from below the stage, with countless people applauding Ye Fan. In the cultivation world, strength was paramount, powerful strength could earn the respect of most people. Even though Ye Fan rarely showed himself, after revealing his strength, he instantly became a prominent figure within the sect. Ye Fan subconsciously looked up, only to see Gu Bai also looking at him, and even clapping. Ye Fan immediately showed a smile, receiving Gu Bai's praise made Ye Fan incredibly happy. Wow, I didn't expect Ye Fan to be so strong, much stronger than I was back then. Qing Ning couldn't help but say, watching Ye Fan's excellent performance. She had seen Ye Fan many times before, but she hadn't expected Ye Fan to be so strong. Meanwhile, on another arena, Zhou Shui, holding the sky green sword, easily won the match by severely injuring her opponent with just one sword chi. After that, there were several more rounds of matches, and Ye Fan easily achieved victory in all of them. It wasn't until only 10 people remained that Ye Fan finally encountered a decent opponent. I am Chu Bai, greetings, fellow deist. A young cultivator with a gentle aura cupped his hands in greeting. I am Ye Fan, greetings, fellow deist. Ye Fan also cupped his hands in return, then looked at Chu Bai with a solemn expression. He actually felt a faint threat from Chu Bai. Ye Fan thought for a moment and recalled the identity of the person before him. One of the favored candidates to win this sect competition, the spell cultivator Chu Bai. He possessed upper middle aptitude and superior comprehension ability. After joining the sect, he was favored by a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. He had very rare spell cultivator talent, and in just a few years, he had cultivated several spells to major achievement realm. The moment the match began, Ye Fan condensed flames in both hands and rushed towards Chu Bai. Chu Bai did not dodge, but instead conjured several firewalls around himself to protect him. Bang! Ye Fan's palm struck the firewall, making a hole in it, but the firewall perfectly absorbed the kinetic energy of the blazing palm, causing his strike to not harm Chu Bai in the slightest. And just as Ye Fan paused, countless vines rose from beneath Ye Fan's feet, tightly entangling Ye Fan's legs. Then Chu Bai manipulated the remaining firewalls, sending them crashing towards Ye Fan. Clearly, Chu Bai had thoroughly studied Ye Fan's tactics, understood the power of Blazing Palm, and specifically set up a combo to deal with Ye Fan. But Chu Bai did not relax, instead, he frowned and suddenly retreated a step. The moment he retreated, a green sword chi grazed his body and flew past. A strong gust of wind rose from Ye Fan's original position, scattering the flames around him, revealing a thoroughly soaked Ye Fan, with water constantly dripping from his clothes, looking a bit disheveled. The moment the flame attack reached his body, Ye Fan cast a low-level water spell, enveloping himself in water, which perfectly blocked the flame attack. Ye Fan, at this point, finally drew the long sword from his waist. What he was most proficient in was the Qing Yuan sword art, and the low-level spells he had used before were merely to conceal his strength. Chu Bai's brows were tightly furrowed, feeling the situation was tricky. Come on! Ye Fan roared and charged towards Chu Bai. Chu Bai did not flee but stood his ground, rapidly forming hand seals. Instantly, over a dozen fire snakes formed in the air, flying towards Ye Fan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless green vines also rose from beneath Ye Fan's feet, attempting to impede Ye Fan's steps. Ye Fan did not stop his steps, his figure flickered, dodging most of the attacks, and the fire snakes that he truly couldn't avoid were directly cut down by Ye Fan. In the blink of an eye, Ye Fan had already rushed in front of Chu Bai. Chu Bai gritted his teeth and immediately raised a fire wall around his body, trying to block Ye Fan's attack. Facing the rising fire wall, Ye Fan neither dodged nor avoided, he simply protected his head with his right hand and crashed straight through it. Then, with a blazing palm, he sent Chu Bai flying several meters, directly falling off the arena. Ye Fan wins. The Foundation establishment elder watching from the side immediately shouted loudly after seeing Chu Bai fall from the arena. Thank you, fellow Daoist Yat, for showing mercy. Chu Bai struggled to get up from the ground, clutched his chest, and then bowed to Ye Fan. Clearly, Ye Fan had held back, he had only sent him flying and had not harmed him in the slightest. You flatter me. Ye Fan said modestly. This kid is pretty good. Su Wuji, who had been paying attention to the match, naturally noticed Ye Fan's performance just now and couldn't help but say in a low voice. Chu Bai was a cultivator he thought highly of, possessing extremely strong spell cultivator talent. In just a few years of cultivation, he could flexibly use multiple spells. Most importantly, the casting time for his spells was very fast, allowing him to cast spells at will. Unlike other cultivators who needed 2 or 3 seconds to cast a spell, which was unbearable to watch. Chu Bai's overall strength was roughly equivalent to a chi refining 5th level cultivator, but he was crushed by Ye Fan, losing after only a few exchanges. Of course, don't forget whose person he is. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of pride, crossing his arms. After defeating Chu Bai, Ye Fan successfully advanced to the top 5, leaving only 5 cultivators remaining at the scene, including him. The remaining 5 cultivators were all elites among elites, ruthless individuals who had fought their way through over 10,000 cultivators. They were Chen Tai, a body cultivator genius, Zhou Shui, a sword cultivator genius, Li Hong, a saber cultivator genius favored by Tianming Ziai, and Zhang Suekin, an ice cultivator genius favored by Ice Frost Genren. Each of these remaining individuals had a golden core true person standing behind them, effectively making them pre-selected golden core seeds. Regardless of the match results, they would all eventually be taken as disciples and receive the sect's highest level of cultivation. Of course, these geniuses also possessed their own pride and naturally wanted to go all out to compete for first place. Although Ye Fan didn't have a golden core true person backing him, he was favored by Gu Bai, and no one dared to look down on Ye Fan. Gu Bai's prestige in Lingyun sect was no less than that of any golden core true person. Next, a new round of drawing lots will commence, the elder in charge of the drawing loudly announced. Ye Fan immediately stepped forward and casually pulled out a slip of paper. Number 1 will fight number 1, number 2 will fight number 2, and number 3 will directly advance, the elder in charge of the drawing loudly announced again. Ye Fan opened it and found that his number was 3, allowing him to skip around and advance directly. However, Ye Fan did not feel happy, instead, he felt a little disappointed. He yearned to fight strong opponents to increase his battle experience. On the arena, Chen Tai and Zhou Shui were number 1, while Li Hong and Zhang Suekin were number 2. Ye Fan thought for a moment and finally decided to watch Zhou Shui and Chen Tai's battle. He only felt a slight threat from the other 3, but only from Zhou Shui did he feel a fatal threat. Therefore, he wanted to watch Zhou Shui's battle in advance to prepare for his upcoming fight with her. Zhou Shui and Chen Tai's battle did not disappoint Ye Fan. As soon as Chen Tai began to fight, he took off his upper garment, revealing his incredibly sturdy muscles. Chen Tai here, please enlighten me, Chen Tai said, filled with battle intent. Zhou Shui here, please enlighten me, Zhou Shui said in a calm tone, but her body was taut, and she became serious. She had heard about Chen Tai from her master. Before joining Lingyun sect, Chen Tai was the son of a martial Dao grandmaster, cultivating various top-tier hard chi techniques from a young age, honing his body to its limit. After joining Lingyun sect, he further displayed extraordinary body refining talent. Even before he began to cultivate, he defeated a chi refining 3rd layer cultivator with just his physical body. He was quickly noticed by Elder Zhang of the Law Enforcement Hall and taken as his disciple. Zhou Shui slightly gathered her chi and unleashed a blue sword chi, which flew towards Chen Tai's neck. Chen Tai reacted extremely quickly, immediately shielding himself with his hands, blocking the sword chi. Clang! The sword chi struck Chen Tai's body, emitting a metallic clashing sound. What sharp sword chi, Chen Tai said with great solemnity, as a medium-sized wound appeared on Chen Tai's arm, blood slowly flowing down his arm. Zhou Shui said nothing. Instead of retreating, she advanced, raising the blue long sword in her hand and charging towards Chen Tai. The long sword collided with Chen Tai's fist, emitting a metallic clashing sound. Chen Tai was truly surprised at this moment. Zhou Shui could actually engage in close quarters combat with him without falling behind, which indicated that Zhou Shui also possessed an incredibly powerful physique. Chen Tai roared, wanting to counterattack, but his fists were blocked with extreme precision by the blue longsword. In just a moment, Chen Tai's 2 iron fists were already scarred and covered with dense sword marks. Large areas of bone were exposed, and countless large and small wounds appeared on his body. In contrast, Zhou Shui had no injuries anywhere on her body, only slightly rapid breathing. Her wrists trembled slightly from enduring too many fierce attacks, but Zhou Shui's sword was very steady. I concede. Seeing that he consistently failed to touch Zhou Shui, Chen Tai very simply conceded. Zhou Shui wins. The elder watching from the side immediately shouted loudly. This girl is truly formidable, she's simply a born sword cultivator. Old Yu's voice resonated in Ye Fan's mind. Old Yu, is she very strong? Ye Fan asked in his mind. Very strong, she was hiding her strength just now. Her true strength should be comparable to yours. Be careful when you fight her, Old Yu said with great solemnity. Ye Fan also nodded solemnly. Li Hong and Zhang Xueqin's battle was equally exciting. Ultimately, Li Hong was slightly superior, winning the battle in an extremely thrilling manner. As soon as the battle ended, several physicians from the Hall of Returning Spring immediately stepped forward to help treat the injuries. Good, good, now this is more like it. Watching the fierce battles below, Su Wuji nodded with satisfaction. Without any surprises, these 5 cultivators below should all eventually become golden core true persons. After resting for an hour, and once the injured had largely recovered, the competition resumed. It's still a 3-person drawing, with 1 person able to advance directly. Ye Fan was not so lucky this time. He and Li Hong both drew number 1, meaning they had to fight. Ye Fan here, greetings, fellow deist Li Hong, Ye Fan bowed, speaking humbly. Ha ha ha, I'm Li Hong. I hope you can give me a satisfying fight. Li Hong laughed heartily, holding his blood-colored long saber, speaking with extreme madness. Ye Fan also showed a hint of excited smile. Clearly, Li Hong, like him, was a battle maniac. Ye Fan did not use any spells this time, he simply held his longsword, performed the King Yin sword art, and fought Li Hong. The arena instantly became a blur of saber light and sword shadows, with countless red saber gleams and green sword chi colliding with each other. When both their magical powers had been greatly depleted, they began an incredibly brutal close-quarters combat. The clashing sounds of saber and sword were incessant, and Li Hong's body began to show countless sword marks. In contrast, Ye Fan's injuries were much lighter. Most of Li Hong's attacks were blocked by his close-fitting soft armor. Ye Fan held his longsword, gathered a slight amount of qi, and then rapidly struck out 3 swords at Li Hong. This was the first form of the Qing Yuan sword art, which allowed one to strike 3 swords simultaneously with special techniques. 3 sword qi almost simultaneously flew towards Li Hong, causing his pupils to contract. These 3 sword qi were extremely tricky, blocking all his escape routes. No matter how he dodged, 1 sword qi would hit him. Li Hong did not choose to defend. Instead, he put all his strength into unleashing 2 saber gleams. And this also exhausted all of Li Hong's strength. He no longer had the energy to dodge. Clang. At this moment, the elder watching from the side timely intervened, blocking the last sword qi. Ye Fan wins. Thank you for the concession, Ye Fan said with a smile, bowing. Thank you for the concession. Li Hong, utterly convinced by the defeat, also returned a bow. Next was the battle between Ye Fan and Zhou Shui. Looking at Ye Fan's performance, Gu Bai nodded with immense satisfaction. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Gu Bai looked at Su Wuji and asked with a smile. I'm not sure. Both of them are sword cultivators. Ye Fan's sword Dao level is slightly inferior to Zhou Shui's, but besides sword Dao, Ye Fan is also proficient in several spells. It's really hard to say who will ultimately win or lose between them. Su Wuji shook his head, he also wasn't sure who would win. Then you stay here and watch for now. I'm going to heal their injuries. Gu Bai flashed and appeared beside Ye Fan. Physician Gu, why are you here? Upon seeing Gu Bai, Ye Fan said with a slight surprise. I've come to heal your injuries, so you can fight in peak condition. Gu Bai smiled, and his hands emitted a light blue glow, enveloping Ye Fan. Ye Fan felt as if his body was immersed in a spring of life, incredibly comfortable. Even his spirit, which was slightly tense from too many battles, relaxed. This was the Ambrosia secret art, capable of healing injuries, replenishing lost magical power, and even slightly nourishing the spirit. In just a moment, Ye Fan, who had been incredibly fatigued, was now full of energy and in unprecedentedly good condition. Gu Bai smiled, then walked to Zhou Shui and once again performed the Ambrosia secret art to heal Zhou Shui's injuries. Under his treatment, Zhou Shui also quickly recovered to her peak state. Thank you. Zhou Shui spoke with a slight hint of embarrassment. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, not saying much more. The 2 did not rest much and immediately began the final match. Ye Fan, please guide me. Ye Fan bowed and said with a smile. Zhou Shui, please guide me. Zhou Shui said in a calm tone. As soon as her voice fell, Zhou Shui and Ye Fan instantly drew their swords and fiercely unleashed a sword chi towards each other. Clang. A blue and a green sword chi collided in midair, ultimately dissipating simultaneously. Ye Fan smiled, he had finally met an opponent who could make him go all out. He did not continue to fight Zhou Shui from a distance. In terms of sword Dao, he was still slightly inferior to Zhou Shui. Only through close quarters combat could he rely on his powerful physique to defeat Zhou Shuai. Flames appeared at Ye Fan's feet, and then he suddenly flew up, charging towards Zhou Shuai at an extremely high speed. This was a variation of the flaming palm, capable of creating a huge explosion at the feet, generating immense kinetic energy that made Ye Fan's speed incredibly fast. Ye Fan, flying in the air, suddenly drew his sword and slashed towards Zhou Shuai's neck. Zhou Shuai's pupils contracted violently, and she instantly brought her sword to her neck. Clang! Ye Fan's surprise attack was narrowly parried by Zhou Shuai. Following this, the two engaged in close quarters combat. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of swords colliding intertwined ceaselessly. Ye Fan and Zhou Shuai were proficient in various sword techniques, and their close combat skills were second to none. Ye Fan's strength was slightly greater, but Zhou Shuai was even more agile than Ye Fan. For a time, the two were locked in an evenly matched battle. After Zhou Shuai nimbly dodged Ye Fan's slash, she instantly seized the opening and fiercely thrust her sword towards Ye Fan's chest. Pfft! The long sword was extremely sharp, actually piercing through Ye Fan's close-fitting soft armor. However, Ye Fan did not defend. Instead, he also thrust a sword, creating a hole in Zhou Shuai's body as well. Zhou Shuai gritted her teeth. The two were now too close, one of them had to retreat. But Zhou Shuai did not retreat. Instead, she completely abandoned her defense and swung her sword again, thrusting it towards Ye Fan's body. Pfft! 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 In just an instant, both of their bodies were covered in wounds. Gu Bai stared at the two with wide eyes. He knew that sword cultivators were battle maniacs, fighting with no regard for their lives, but he hadn't expected them to be this insane. Good, now that's more like it. Su Wuji, however, watched with immense excitement, cheering repeatedly. Of course, neither of them had completely lost their minds. They both subtly protected their vital points. Although they were covered in wounds, most were not fatal. In the end, it was Zhou Shuai who couldn't hold on first. She had only started body refining in the past year. Although her physical quality far surpassed that of cultivators in the same realm, she was ultimately not as formidable as Ye Fan. Ye Fan, on the other hand, had been training his physique every day since he first began to cultivate. His physical strength was already on par with a body cultivator. Zhou Shuai flashed and leaped directly to the edge of the arena. Then, the two faced each other from a distance, panting heavily. Before Ye Fan could make a move, Zhou Shuai was the first to swing her sword. She quickly waved the long sword in her hand, unleashing several blue sword chi. After these sword chi were in the air, they surprisingly split into two, then two split into four, turning into more than a dozen tiny blue sword chi. Ye Fan frowned. He did not dodge. Instead, he swung the long sword in his hand, shattering the incoming sword chi. Although he could have dodged, these sword chi were not very powerful and he could easily shatter them, so Ye Fan did not want to awkwardly dodge them. At the same time, the old man of the moon, who was residing in the ring, opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, said nothing. He sensed the hidden danger, but he did not intend to warn Ye Fan. This was Ye Fan's own battle. If he warned him, Ye Fan might make the same mistake next time. It was better to let Ye Fan suffer a bit now. Making a mistake now was better than making one when he went out to explore in the future. Pfft! Among those more than a dozen tiny sword chi, one suddenly accelerated sharply, flying towards Ye Fan's neck. Ye Fan's pupils contracted violently. He only had time to slightly move his body. The elder watching from the side wanted to step forward and stop it, but after a moment of hesitation, still did not make a move. That sword chi directly severed half of Ye Fan's neck. Fortunately, it only severed the front half of his neck and did not damage his spine. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Fan let out strange coughing sounds, and blood flowed down his neck, instantly staining his entire body red. Zhou Shuai did not give Ye Fan any chance to breathe. She flashed and rushed forward, wanting to end the match. Ye Fan, however, covered his neck with one hand and swung his long sword with the other, barely parrying Zhou Shuai's attacks. Bang! Ye Fan suddenly kicked, flames rising from his feet, sending Zhou Shuai flying several meters. This gave him a slight chance to breathe. Ye Fan took out a bandage and quickly wrapped the wound on his neck. Then, holding his sword with both hands, he fiercely engaged with the charging Zhou Shuai. It seems my Zhou Shuai has won. After looking at the condition of the two below the stage, Su Wuji said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Ye Fan might have been able to slowly drag out the victory by relying on his powerful physique. But he was ambushed by Zhou Shuai, taking a brutal hit that severely wounded him. In this state, Ye Fan was no longer Zhou Shuai's opponent. That's not necessarily true. Gu Bai, however, did not think so. Ye Fan had great luck, and should not lose the match so easily. Just as the two were talking, Ye Fan's aura suddenly began to rise steadily. Su Wuji had just taken a sip of tea to moisten his throat, but upon seeing this, he suddenly spat out the tea. Gu Bai was not much better, standing up in surprise. The reason was simple, Ye Fan chose to break through during the battle, which was simply unheard of and unseen. And from Ye Fan's appearance, he had actually succeeded. This completely subverted everyone's understanding. Gu Bai never thought that someone could actually break through in battle. After Ye Fan's on-the-spot breakthrough, he naturally won the match with extreme ease. I announce that the ultimate winner of the sect competition is Ye Fan. Su Wuji flew into the air, loudly proclaiming Ye Fan's victory. Regarding his disciple Zhou Shuai's loss, Su Wuji took it very well and was not angry about it, On the contrary, Su Wuji was even a little happy. After all, Ye Fan was still a member of the Lingyun sect, and being able to defeat his carefully nurtured Zhou Shui indicated that Ye Fan's talent was at least equal to Zhou Shui's. When Ye Fan grew up, the Lingyun sect would be the biggest beneficiary. Ye Fan achieved the first place result, not only receiving an incredibly generous reward, a reward that even Foundation establishment cultivators would covet. But Ye Fan didn't care much about it. After all, with Gu Bai standing behind him, providing him with help, he had never lacked resources from the beginning of his cultivation until now. After the sect competition ended, it was time for the disciple recruitment segment. Although discerning individuals clearly understood that outstanding disciples were backed by powerful cultivators, only a small portion had established master-disciple relationships. Most were like Gu Bai and Ye Fan, having a very good relationship but not being master and disciple. And these cultivators were waiting for today, if the disciple they favored performed exceptionally well and achieved a good ranking. Then, taking them as a disciple at that time would give their master a lot of face. Soon, Chen Tai, Li Hong, and these geniuses were all taken as disciples by the people behind them. Until only Ye Fan remained on the field, Ye Fan stood on the awards platform, quietly waiting. Ye Fan, are you willing to become my disciple? Gu Bai also walked over with a smile at this moment, looking at Ye Fan, and softly said. Looking at Ye Fan, who was the center of attention, Gu Bai was quite relieved and also a little proud. Even if Ye Fan had not performed well in the end and had not achieved a good result, he would still have taken Ye Fan as his disciple. It wasn't Ye Fan's special fate, but rather that he had spent several years with Ye Fan, and slowly, a little affection had developed. He also knew that Ye Fan had a secret, and perhaps could achieve a good ranking, but he didn't expect Ye Fan to give him such a big surprise. He actually defeated numerous strong enemies and achieved the first place ranking in the sect competition, which gave him a lot of face. From now on, when he drank with Su Wuji, Tianming Zi or others, he could boast fiercely. I am willing. Ye Fan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good boy, come, accompany your master for a drink tonight. Gu Bai smiled, immediately pulled Ye Fan, and then found Su Wuji, Tianming Zi, Gu Bei and other golden core true persons of the sect, and went to his usual nameless mountain peak for a drink. At night, the nameless mountain peak, which was originally very remote, was now incredibly lively. Gu Bai set up a large table on the peak, piled with various delicacies. At the same time, night glowing lamps were installed in various corners of the peak, which allowed for clear visibility even at night. At this time, the table was full of people, with the lowest cultivation among them being Wang, who was at the Foundation establishment late stage. All of them were pillars of the sect. Even Physician Ye was dragged over by Gu Bai to drink. However, they also brought their own disciples. Come, have a drink. Gu Bai smiled and raised his wine glass. After a few glasses of strong wine, the originally somewhat cold atmosphere instantly became fiery. Ye Fan, you and Zhou Shui are both Sword Dao experts, why don't you go and discuss Sword Dao insights? Gu Bai smiled and pushed Ye Fan in front of Zhou Shui, creating a space for the two to chat. Then he gathered the other few genius cultivators together, letting them chat among themselves. Gu Bai did this intentionally, to allow these young geniuses of the sect to get to know each other. This way, when they grew up, the internal relations of the sect would also become incredibly harmonious, and there would be no possibility of disintegration. And gathering to drink together now could allow juniors like Ye Fan to get acquainted with high-ranking members of the sect like Su Wuji in advance, which was a good thing for the sect. In fact, Su Wuji's relationship with Celestial Frost True Person, Tianming Zi and other Golden Core cultivators was not particularly good, they merely knew each other. The reason he could become the sect master was simply because he was strong, and he was the most suitable candidate. However, ever since the sect war ended, Gu Bai had intentionally pulled Su Wuji, Tianming Zi and other high-ranking members of the sect to drink and chat together. Under Gu Bai's deliberate guidance, the high-ranking members of the sect, whose relationships were not very close initially, became familiar with each other instantly after a few drinking sessions. Only Gu Bai, with his exceptionally high emotional intelligence, could chat with anyone and achieve this. So, the reason I come back so late every night from drinking is not because I'm out carousing, it's all for the future of the sect. Gu Bai said with an extremely sincere tone. So, that's your reason for coming back so late at night, reeking of alcohol. Xing said, hands on her hips, pouting. Gu Bai chuckled twice, trying to muddle through. Forget it, hurry up and wash up, then go to bed. Xing stared at Gu Bai for a while, finally saying with some helplessness. Days passed uneventfully like this. In the blink of an eye, several more years had passed. Gu Bai's changes were not significant, his cultivation remained the same, only improving slightly, and other aspects had not changed much. On this day, a major event occurred in the Lingyun sect. Wang, the previous head of the Law Enforcement Hall, was preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Lingyun sect. It signified that the Lingyun sect was gradually emerging from the shadow of decline and beginning to prosper. The Lingyun sect even provided 3 core formation spiritual items to help Wang form a superior Golden Core. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator breakthroughs to the Golden Core realm, no matter how high their talent, the sect would only provide 1 core formation spiritual item. After all, even if your talent is exceptional, it's almost impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm. It's better to use only 1 core formation spiritual item to allow more cultivators to form a Golden Core. However, Wang's situation was somewhat special. He bravely fought and killed enemies during the sect war, and in cooperation with Gu Bai, he defended the front line by defeating stronger opponents with his weaker strength. This was a great merit, and after the sect war ended, he led the charge against the remaining 3 great sects. After the war ended, he then led the law enforcement hall cultivators to sweep through the cultivator robbers of Qingzhou. He killed dozens of well-known Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator robberses, and by his own power alone, he made the cultivator robberses and demon cultivators who took advantage of the chaos in Qingzhou almost disappear. Coupled with the sect's recent victory and the abundant resources in the treasury, Wang Mang was exceptionally granted 3 core formation spiritual items. How is it? Do you have confidence? Gu Bai looked at Wang Mang and asked softly. I have been in the Foundation establishment late stage for many years, and my foundation is already incredibly strong. If I add the 3 core formation spiritual items, I should have a 90% chance. Wang Mang said in a deep voice. At this moment, Wang Mang was enveloped in a dense evil qi, so much so that a qi refining cultivator would instantly lose their combat ability if they even glanced at him. This was the evil qi Wang Mang had accumulated over many years, at least hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators and countless qi refining cultivators had died by his sword. Only then could Wang Mang accumulate such dense evil qi on his body. And because of the burning blood sword technique he cultivated, the more evil qi Wang Mang had, the stronger his strength became. With Wang Mang's current strength, it could be said that he was truly invincible below the Golden Core realm. Gu Bai didn't say much and quietly left the secret chamber. At this time, many cultivators were still gathered outside the secret chamber. These were cultivators who had good relationships with Wang Mang. Even so, Wuji stood quietly in front of the secret chamber door, just to act as Wang Mang's protector. Trouble Physician Gu. Wang Mang did not choose to break through immediately but looked at Gu Bai beside him. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. Gu Bai said with a smile. The burning blood sword technique that Wang Mang cultivated could use evil qi to strengthen himself. However, evil qi harms the body. A small amount of evil qi might not affect the body, but the evil qi accumulated on Wang Mang's body was simply too much, so much that even a Golden Core true person would be shocked. This was the immense evil qi Wang Mang accumulated from fighting in wars for a long time, then leading people to slaughter the entire Tianxing sect, and subsequently killing countless Jishu, marauder cultivators, who took advantage of the chaos. But such immense evil qi was constantly eroding Wang Mang's body, causing him to be incredibly weak. In this state, Wang Mang's probability of breakthrough to Golden Core was less than 30%. Fortunately, Wang Mang had been seeking Physician Gu for physical conditioning, and under Physician Gu's care, Wang Mang's body had almost recovered. However, since he was about to break through, he naturally needed Physician Gu to condition him again, adjusting Wang Mang's body to its optimal state. Gu Bai's hands emitted green light as he began to heal the body deep within Wang Mang, which had been corroded by evil qi. Thanks. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Wang Mang felt as if his entire body was soaking in a hot spring, incredibly warm, and the faintly aching muscles in his body completely recovered, no longer feeling any pain. This was the value of Physician Gu, a top-tier second-order physician. As long as the cultivation did not exceed the Foundation establishment realm, no matter how severe the injury, it was not an issue in Gu Bai's eyes. Wang Mang adjusted his mental state again, and it wasn't until 2 days later, when both his mind and body were in their most perfect state, that Wang Mang began to attempt the breakthrough. The spiritual qi around the secret chamber flew towards Wang Mang at an extremely fast speed, even forming a large-scale vortex in the air. Inside the secret chamber, Wang Mang's aura began to climb steadily until it reached a critical point, at which his aura suddenly became terrifyingly powerful. The crowd outside the secret chamber, seeing this scene, all showed a faint smile. Wang Mang had already begun to initially condense his golden core. At this step, he had actually succeeded for the most part. Next, as long as Wang Mang successfully passed the lightning tribulation, his golden core would be completely formed, and he would become a free and unfettered golden core true person. Rumble. Rumble. Thick tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky. Soon, the entire sect became pitch black, and streaks of tiny red lightning flashed within the clouds. Gu Bai watched the tribulation clouds in the sky with serious concern. He discovered that this was not an ordinary golden core tribulation cloud. Its scale was much larger than that of an ordinary golden core tribulation cloud, yet slightly smaller than the tribulation cloud for a superior golden core. The color of the lightning was also abnormal. Unlike the golden color of previous lightning tribulations, the lightning flashing in Wang Mang's lightning tribulation was an unsettling blood red. If he guessed correctly, Wang Mang's lightning tribulation should be an extremely rare killing tribulation. This was a special lightning tribulation formed because Wang Mang had killed too many people. The power of the killing tribulation was even slightly superior to the power of a superior golden core lightning tribulation. Wang Mang was now in extreme danger, with a high possibility of dying under the lightning tribulation. Generally, only well-known demonic cultivators would encounter such a lightning tribulation. But this was also an opportunity. If he successfully passed it, he would awaken a little supernatural powers of the killing type. It could be said that successfully passing the killing divine lightning was equivalent to forming a superior golden core. This was both an opportunity and a life-or-death calamity for Wang Mang. If he passed, he would soar to great heights, with a minimum of golden core late-stage cultivation in the future. If he failed, his soul flying away and spirit scattering, becoming a withered bone on the path of cultivation. Ha 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 ha, good timing. Wang Mang, however, showed no fear. Instead, he burst into laughter, his smile filled with boldness. Rumble. The first bolt of lightning tribulation struck down fiercely. Wang Mang, however, did not put up any defense. He spread his arms, letting the lightning tribulation strike his body. The power of the initial lightning tribulation was not strong, he could withstand it with his body, which would allow him to absorb the power of creation from the lightning tribulation to the greatest extent. It wasn't until the 10th bolt of lightning tribulation that Wang Mang finally took out his blood-colored longsword, which he carried with him. Then, after a slight charge, he aimed at the sky and unleashed a blood-colored sword chi. The sword chi and the lightning collided, mutually depleting each other, and finally dissipated simultaneously in the air. Wang Mang did this intentionally, he did not waste even a shred of magical power, as the sword chi could perfectly cancel out the lightning tribulation. Wang Mang continued to unleash streaks of blood-colored sword chi, one after another, to resist the lightning tribulation in the sky. It wasn't until the 32nd bolt of lightning tribulation that its power was already comparable to a full-strength attack from a golden core initial stage, making its power terrifying. Wang Mang looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He gripped the blood-colored longsword in his hand tightly and poured all his magical power into it. The magical power compressed within the blood-colored longsword, and the sword body began to tremble slightly due to the large amount of magical power it bore. Crack, crack. The sword body, unable to bear the weight, actually began to show tiny cracks. This blood-colored longsword was, after all, only a top-grade magical artifact, generally used by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a top-grade magical artifact, no matter how good its quality, could not withstand the magical power of a golden core true person and could not unleash the full strength of a golden core true person. Wang Mang swung a sword with all his might towards the sky, unleashing an incredibly massive blood-colored sword chi. The sword chi collided with the lightning tribulation, producing a tremendous roar. Rumble. Rumble. Wang Mang looked at the blood-colored longsword with a touch of heartache. At this moment, the longsword's body was covered in countless tiny cracks. This blood-colored longsword had accompanied him for decades. Originally, this blood-colored longsword was not actually blood-colored but silver, it was just that he had used this blood-colored longsword to kill an unknown number of enemies. Too much blood had stained the longsword's body, and eventually, it was slowly dyed blood red. Although Wang Mang wasn't like traditional sword cultivators who cherished their swords as much as their lives, he still felt a pang of heartache seeing his old companion in such a shattered state. Old friend, accompany me one last time, Wang Mang murmured softly, then poured all his magical power into the crimson longsword. The crimson longsword began to tremble violently, and the cracks on its blade grew more numerous. Wang Mang swung a sword strike towards the sky with all his might, though this sword chi wasn't as massive as the previous one, it was incredibly condensed. The sword chi seemed to be forged from fresh blood, appearing in a very rich crimson color. The sword chi collided with the 32nd lightning tribulation, ultimately cleaving the entire tribulation into two, and then the sword chi carved out a gap in the lightning tribulation before slowly dissipating into the air. Wang Mang let out a long breath and pulled out a purple great shield from his storage pouch, holding it in front of him. This shield, named Purple Cloud Thunder Shield, was a medium-grade magic treasure specifically used by Pure Yang sect for undergoing tribulation. It possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities against lightning, making it very suitable for undergoing tribulation. Originally a low-grade magic treasure, it had slowly advanced to become a medium-grade magic treasure due to enduring too many lightning tribulations and absorbing a large amount of creation power. Boom. 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 With the help of the Purple Cloud Thunder Shield, Wang Mang withstood two more lightning tribulations. Now, only the 35th and 36th lightning tribulations remained. Whoosh. Wang Mang exhaled a long breath and put away the Purple Cloud Thunder Shield. Although he could use the Purple Cloud Thunder Shield to block the last two lightning tribulations, the Purple Cloud Thunder Shield would suffer irreparable damage. Wang Mang took out a silver longsword from his storage pouch. This was a low-grade magical artifact, the Moonlight Sword. It was one of Tianxing Sect's inventories, and Su Wuji had gifted this Moonlight Sword to Wang Mang before his breakthrough. Wang Mang infused magical power into the longsword, and the Moonlight Sword's pure white blade slowly turned a faint red. Then, Wang Mang unleashed another faint red sword chi towards the sky. The sword chi greatly weakened the power of the lightning tribulation, and the remaining small portion of the lightning tribulation was firmly blocked by the crimson barrier in front of Wang Mang. Boom. 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 Without giving Wang Mang any chance to catch his breath, the final lightning tribulation followed closely. The power of this lightning tribulation was infinitely close to the full-strength strike of a golden core late-stage cultivator. Wang Mang's expression also became extremely solemn at this moment. He cut his wrist and attached his vital blood to the surface of the Moonlight Sword. Then Wang Mang swung a sword strike towards the sky. The power of this sword chi far surpassed the previous sword chi. This was a secret art of the burning blood sword technique, which could consume vital blood to strengthen sword chi. Yet, even such a powerful sword chi only consumed one-third of the lightning tribulation's power. Wang Mang quickly calculated in his mind and immediately pulled out 5 top-grade defensive magical artifacts, placing them in front of him. He then cast a secret art, conjuring a large amount of blood to envelop himself, thereby reducing the damage he would sustain. Boom. 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 The lightning tribulation instantly destroyed the 5 top-grade magical artifacts, and the remaining one-third of the lightning struck Wang Mang. Gu Bai seized the opportunity and caught the heavily injured Wang Mang. Without even needing to make a move, the creation power contained within the lightning had already begun to heal Wang Mang's wounds. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Wang Mang, on forming your golden core and becoming a golden core true person. Gu Bai congratulated him with a smile. And around them, cheers instantly erupted. They were all celebrating the birth of a new golden core true person within the sect. Afterward, Gu Bai personally cooked and held a celebration feast for Wang Mang. Late at night, after most of the others had left, Gu Bai learned of the little supernatural powers Wang Mang had awakened from Wang Mang's own mouth. Wang Mang's little supernatural powers was named Blood Shadow Clone. It could split into 2 clones composed of blood, with each clone possessing about 50% of Wang Mang's power. Although it didn't sound impressive, it was an incredibly useful divine ability. After all, even with only 50% of the power, it was still the power of a golden core true person, capable of easily crushing Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, the blood clones could be used for intelligence gathering or executing dangerous missions. After all, it wouldn't be painful if a clone died. Furthermore, the clones could cooperate with the main body to use various formations, such as the Yin and Yang 2 formations, the 3 Lives Great Formation, and the 3-3 Great Formation. To unleash the power of these formations, incredibly tacit cooperation was required, and nothing understood how to cooperate better than a clone. With the enhancement of formations, Wang Mang might be able to defeat a Golden Core middle stage cultivator with his Golden Core initial stage cultivation. After all, Wang Mang was equivalent to a superior Golden Core. The quality and quantity of a superior Golden Core's magical power were 30% stronger than that of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. When Wang Mang becomes a Golden Core late-stage great cultivator in the future, the clones he splits off might be no weaker than ordinary Golden Core middle-stage cultivators. In this way, Wang Mang alone would be equivalent to 3 powerful Golden Core true persons. So Wuji seemed very happy, drinking a lot of wine by himself. Gu Bai and So Wuji, taking advantage of the moonlight, returned to that nameless mountain peak. So Wuji might have been a bit drunk, his steps swaying, but he was beaming with joy. Gu Bai, I'm truly happy. In the past, there were I and Gu Bei holding the fort. Now there are cultivators like Wang Mang, and in the future, there will be talented juniors like Ye Fan and Zhou Xuet. More importantly, with you here, my Lingyun sect has no worries. As the sect master, the burden on his shoulders was incredibly heavy, so heavy that he could barely breathe. Especially during the sect war, a single misstep could lead to the demise of Lingyun sect. As sect master, So Wuji always charged to the front lines of the battlefield. In every battle, he was the most heavily injured and killed the most people. He single-handedly fought against 3 veteran Golden Core middle-stage cultivators, and later even engaged in a bloody battle to the death with Pure Yang True Person, a Golden Core late-stage cultivator who burned his life origin. So Wuji was a genius sword cultivator, but he had only just broken through to the Golden Core middle stage. Even if his offensive power rivaled that of a Golden Core late-stage cultivator, So Wuji's defensive power was only that of a normal Golden Core middle-stage cultivator. Every battle before had been a near-death experience for So Wuji, but as the sect master, he had to charge ahead of everyone. If it weren't for So Wuji fighting so desperately, Lingyun sect might not have lasted until now. The period immediately after the Lingyun sect's sect war was when Qingzhou was at its weakest. Even across the Tianyuan desert, demonic cultivators from other states were eyeing them covetously, all wanting to tear a piece of flesh from Qingzhou. It was So Wuji who went to the border, killed 2 attacking demonic cultivators, and, in conjunction with Gu Bei, killed the Golden Core late-stage Immortal Master Wang Gu. He established Lingyun sect's prestige, which then deterred those demonic cultivators. From the start of the sect war until now, in just over 30 years, So Wuji had experienced countless battles, big and small, with 5 or 6 of them being life-or-death struggles. He had suffered countless injuries, and even now, So Wuji's wounds have only partially recovered. If he, a top second-order physician, hadn't been fully dedicated to helping So Wuji heal, So Wuji would have died countless times over. It could be said that So Wuji handled sect affairs every day while injured. If Gu Bai hadn't consistently helped him with documents and nursed So Wuji's body daily, So Wuji would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. But now, with Gu Bei here, and Wang Mang having broken through to the Golden Core realm, the immense pressure on So Wuji has finally lessened, at least allowing So Wuji to catch his breath. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, several more years passed. After long periods of cultivation, coupled with the improvement in his aptitude, Gu Bai only took over a decade to advance 1 level in his cultivation, reaching the Foundation Establishment 6th level. Qingning also subsequently broke through to the Foundation Establishment 9th level. She only needed to refine her magic power for another 10 or 20 years before she could attempt to break through to the Golden Core. His 2 disciples had also successively cultivated to the Foundation Establishment 2nd level, which was truly gratifying. In addition, Tianming Zi finally broke through to the Golden Core late stage, becoming a Golden Core late stage grand cultivator. This was not easy for Tianming Zi, because although his talent was extraordinary, he lacked resources. When he broke through, he only consumed 1 core formation spirit medicine, ultimately condensing only an ordinary grade Golden Core. An ordinary Golden Core true person finds it very difficult to break through to the Golden Core late stage. Most Golden Core true persons of ordinary quality, after cultivating to the Golden Core middle stage, would stop cultivating and begin to enjoy life. However, after Tianming Zi cultivated to the Golden Core middle stage, he continued to diligently cultivate every day, and then, during the Great Sect War, he experienced several life and death battles one after another. It is said that there is great terror between life and death. Having gone through various battles, Tianming Zi's strength improved significantly, and he gained new insights into cultivation. Finally, with countless precious resources, Tianming Zi finally broke through to the Golden Core late stage. Besides that, the strength of all other people Gu Bai knew also improved by a small margin. Gu Bei, as expected, cultivated to the Golden Core middle stage, and So Wuji advanced 1 level in his cultivation. Most gratifying of all was the new generation of disciples in the sect, who had grown over a decade. Most cultivators had cultivated to the qi refining middle stage, and a small number of exceptionally talented ones had already cultivated to the qi refining late stage. The biggest change among them was Ye Fan. After over a decade of cultivation, Ye Fan had already cultivated to the qi refining 9th tier several years ago. He was the first among all disciples to cultivate to the qi refining 9th tier. This speed was not just fast, even Gu Bei didn't have such a rapid cultivation speed back then. Closely following him was Zhou Xuet. She also successfully cultivated to the qi refining 9th tier in the second year after Ye Fan's breakthrough. Master, I need a large amount of Xian water pills. Can you ask Alchemist Lu to help me refine some? In the small courtyard, Ye Fan said with a slight hint of embarrassment. Even though he had asked Gu Bai for resources many times before, Ye Fan still felt a bit embarrassed this time. From the moment he first stepped onto the path of cultivation until now, he had never worried about resources. If he lacked anything, he would just ask Gu Bai for it. But the amount of resources he needed this time was simply too much. Even with his thick skin, he felt a little awkward. How much do you need? Gu Bai, as always, did not ask for the reason, but merely asked in a gentle tone. I need about 90 plus pills, preferably high-grade Xian water pills. Ye Fan lowered his head and whispered. Xian water pill is a high-grade first-order medicinal pill, highly favored by immortal second generations. After consuming Xian water pills, one's cultivation can be improved to a certain extent, though the effect is not as good as other high-grade first-order medicinal pills. However, the Xian water pill's medicinal pill effect is mild, producing almost no pill toxicity, so a large amount of Xian water pills can be consumed in a short period without worrying about pill toxicity. There was even a record in the cultivation world of a golden core true person's descendant who consumed dozens of Xian water pills in one day, directly breaking through from the refining Qi 6 layer to the Qi refining 9th tier. However, rapidly increasing one's cultivation by so much in a short period would also lead to an unstable foundation, and one's magic power would be far less refined than that of cultivators at the same realm. It would be extremely difficult to break through to higher realms in the future. The reason he needed so many Xian water pills was because the Qing Yuan sword art he cultivated was quite unique. After cultivating to the Qi refining 9th tier, a large portion of one's cultivation would be dissolved, making the magic power more refined. After repeating this 3 times, when the magic power is refined to its limit, one can then attempt a breakthrough. Ling Yun sect also had similar secret arts, such as the 3 Yuan Qi transformation art cultivated by Qing Ning and Gu Bei. However, its efficacy was far from as powerful as the Qing Yuan sword art. At most, it would only cause a drop of a few realms. And once he used the secret art to dissolve a large portion of his cultivation, he would need a large amount of Xian water pills. After all, relying on self-cultivation to reach the Qi refining 9th tier, even with recultivation, it would still take at least several years to return to the peak. Therefore, Ye Fan needed a large amount of Xian water pills to help him return to his peak. He wasn't using Xian water pills to increase his cultivation, he was merely using them to restore lost cultivation, and as long as he didn't exceed the Qi refining 9th tier, there would be no issue of an unstable foundation. However, Xian water pills are very precious, and he was asking for over 90 at once, and even high-grade Xian water pills. This massive quantity, even an ordinary golden core true person, would be unable to produce. Ye Fan originally didn't want to ask Gu Bai, but it was a matter of great importance, concerning whether he could go further in the future, so he shamelessly asked Gu Bai for the medicinal pills. No problem. When I have time, Alchemist Lu and I will refine them together. This way, there should be a 99% chance of refining high-grade Xian water pills. Alchemist Lu and I can refine 100 high-grade Xian water pills in about 3 days. Gu Bai, as always, did not ask for the reason, but smiled and agreed to Ye Fan's request. After all, Ye Fan was his disciple, and as his master, he should ensure his disciple received the best treatment. Over 90 high-grade Xian water pills were nothing to Gu Bai. He himself was an alchemist, capable of stably refining high-grade first-order medicinal pills, and Alchemist Lu had a very good relationship with him, so he would certainly come to help if asked. As for the materials, that was even less of an issue. He managed most of the sect's spirit medicine fields, so the spirit medicine for these 90-plus high-grade first-order medicinal pills was simply nothing. Master. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Ye Fan looked up with immense joy. He hadn't held too much hope for his request. Originally, he thought his master would only provide a portion of the Xian water pills, and he would figure out the rest himself. He hadn't expected his master to actually agree to his outrageous request. Ye Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Gu Bai, to him, was like a reliable elder, meticulously protecting him. Gu Bai made him feel pure familial affection, which was very precious in the cultivation world. When I leave in the future, I must repay master. Ye Fan thought to himself. With the Xian water pill provided by Gu Bai, Ye Fan immediately began to disperse his cultivation and recultivate. Soon, most of Ye Fan's cultivation was gone, and his realm also dropped to Qi refining stage, 4th level. Although it was only Qi refining stage, 4th level, Ye Fan's current Qi quality and quantity were actually comparable to a refining Qi 6-layer cultivator. What he dispersed was not his cultivation, but most of the impurities in his Qi, leaving only the purest part. Ye Fan sat cross-legged in his immortal cave and unhesitatingly swallowed a Xian water pill. The medicinal pill instantly transformed into a gentle medicinal pill power that surged through his body, and Ye Fan immediately controlled the medicinal pill power, beginning to absorb it. After one medicinal pill, Ye Fan's cultivation increased significantly. After the medicinal pill was completely refined, Ye Fan didn't hesitate and took another Xian water pill. With the boost from the second Xian water pill, Ye Fan successfully broke through to Qi refining 5th level. Then came refining Qi 6th layer, Qi refining 7th level. After consuming 30 Xian water pills, Ye Fan's cultivation finally returned to Qi refining 9th tier. Hu! Ye Fan let out a long breath. At this moment, he felt full of power, and the quality and quantity of his Qi had increased by about 30% compared to before. After resting for a while, Ye Fan once again dispersed most of his cultivation. At this time, Gu Bai was strolling with Suwuji within the sect. When do you plan to open the King Yun secret realm? It was originally supposed to open once every 10 years, but decades have passed since the war broke out, and the King Yun secret realm hasn't opened once. Gu Bai said casually. The King Yun secret realm can produce the creation Azure Cloud Fruit, a heaven-defying spiritual item that can improve aptitude, and it is the common property of all forces in Qingzhou. Originally, the King Yun secret realm opened once every 10 years, requiring people from the 4 major sects to be present at the same time to open it. However, ever since Ling Yun sect dominated Qingzhou, the King Yun secret realm naturally belonged to Ling Yun sect, and Ling Yun sect could open it whenever they wished. Soon, in 3 more years, the first batch of disciples in the sect should be able to cultivate to the Qi refining peak, and then we'll open the King Yun secret realm. You go back and tell Ye Fan not to rush to break through to foundation establishment yet. With his strength, he should be able to obtain a creation Azure Cloud Fruit. His aptitude is only average, and he greatly needs the King Yun creation fruit to improve his aptitude. Suwuji said with a smile. Gu Bai nodded, he indeed thought the same. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, Ling Yun sect held another sect competition, and the rewards were much more generous than before. More importantly, the top 20 cultivators could obtain an admission ticket to the King Yun secret realm. How about it? Do you have the confidence to win first place again? Gu Bai and Qing Ning held hands, smiling as they looked at Ye Fan beside them. Don't worry, master, senior sister, first place is just picking something out of a bag for me now. Ye Fan, dressed in green, carrying a green treasured sword on his back, with his arms crossed and a blade of grass in his mouth, leaned against the wall and said with extreme confidence. Over the years, he had become a prominent figure in the sect, and because he joined relatively early, everyone who saw him respectfully called him senior brother. Disciples who joined in the same year as him also respectfully called him senior brother, and Zhou Shui senior sister. Hat, you're still trying to act cool in front of me. Looking at Ye Fan's cool demeanor, Gu Bai raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Master, don't talk about me, you're clearly the most handsome one. Ye Fan quickly waved his hand. When it came to the most handsome cultivator in the sect, it had to be Gu Bai. After all, dressed in white, chatting and laughing with the golden core great masters in the sect, just by his appearance, he looked like a true immortal descended to the mortal world. Ha 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 ha, you're still a sweet talker, kid. After hearing this, Gu Bai's lips curved slightly, revealing a happy expression, although what Ye Fan said was all true. The sect competition quickly began, and this sect competition could be said to be extremely lively. Genius like Ye Fan had already grown up, all having cultivated to the Qi refining peak, putting on one fierce battle after another for the sect. Ye Fan, just like last time, defeated his opponent with a single blow. He advanced all the way, making it into the final round. Facing his formidable opponent Li Hong from last time, Ye Fan only used 3 swords to defeat the Qi refining peak Li Hong. Thank you, senior brother Ye, for showing mercy. Li Hong, lying on the ground, struggled to get up after a while, then bowed to Ye Bai. Li Hong was completely convinced by Ye Fan, even his address changed to senior brother Ye. There was no other reason, Ye Fan was simply too strong. Ever since the last sect competition ended, he and Ye Fan became good friends. These few sect genius often gathered to discuss the Dao of cultivation. Ye Fan's understanding of both the Dao of the sword and the Dao of magic far surpassed ordinary people. Li Hong gradually changed from fellow Daist Ye to senior brother Ye, and others also gradually began to call Ye Fan senior brother Ye. In these more than 10 years, Ye Fan became the senior brother of all disciples, the leader of the new generation. After defeating Li Hong, Ye Fan advanced to the top 2, next, he only needed to defeat Zhou Shui to become the first place in the sect competition. Fellow Daist Zhou, please enlighten me. Ye Fan bowed to Zhou Shui, then assumed a battle stance. Fellow Daist Ye, please enlighten me. Zhou Shui also bowed. Then the two began to fight. Unlike last time's evenly matched battle, this time Ye Fan immediately suppressed Zhou Shui from the start, making it impossible for Zhou Shui to lift her head. After dozens of rounds, Zhou Shui was struck down from the stage by Ye Fan's sword, and he easily won the match. Gu Bai was not surprised by this. Ye Fan, for some reason, seemed to evolve every few years. He cultivated very slowly when he first started to cultivate, but now Gu Bai estimated that Ye Fan's cultivation speed was already comparable to that of a genius with superior aptitude. Furthermore, the quality and quantity of Ye Fan's qi were already almost on par with a foundation establishment cultivator, only his cultivation was still in the qi refining realm. After the sect competition ended, early the next morning, Suwuji summoned the flying boat, preparing to take 20 disciples to the King Yun secret realm. Looking at the very obvious scars on the flying boat, Suwuji felt a pang of heartache. This was from the previous sect war when he piloted the flying boat to crash into Pure Yang Sect's mountain protecting formation, shattering Pure Yang Sect's mountain protecting formation, but the flying boat also suffered irreparable damage. Go up. Suwuji said in a deep voice. Ye Fan and the others looked at each other, then all flew towards the flying boat. Under Su Wuji's piloting, everyone quickly arrived at the King Yun's secret realm. Master, can the creation azure cloud fruit only be eaten one at a time? If I eat a second or third one, will it still have an effect? Standing below the King Yun's secret realm, Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai, who was standing beside him, and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Ye Fan's words, Gu Bai was slightly taken aback. That kid, Ye Fan, really dared to think big. When he, Gu Bai, and Xing Ning teamed up, they only barely managed to obtain 3 creation azure cloud fruits even after putting in their full effort. At that time, they thought it would be a success if each of them could eat one. But this kid, Ye Fan, immediately thought about whether there would still be an effect if he ate more. Gu Bai frowned, his brain working rapidly. Currently, no one in Qingzhou had tried eating 2 creation azure cloud fruits at once, so no one knew if eating a second creation azure cloud fruit would still have an effect. After all, the creation azure cloud fruit was too precious, and obtaining even one was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Gu Bai, as a top-tier second-rank physician and alchemist, was proficient in pharmacology, and having eaten a creation azure cloud fruit himself, he understood its effects. After some thought, he could come up with a conclusion. It's possible, but the effect of improving aptitude should not be as good as the first one. After all, once a person's aptitude has improved to a certain extent, it becomes very difficult to improve it further. However, the creation azure cloud fruit's ability to condense magic power and increase origin will not weaken, on the contrary, it will slightly increase. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai said in a deep voice. I understand. Ye Fan looked up at the King Yun's secret realm entrance in the sky, seemingly having made up his mind. Gu Bai smiled and said nothing. It was always good for young people to have ideas. With the King Yun's secret realm opening, Ye Fan, Zhou Shuai, Li Hong, Chen Tai, Zhang Suecan, and Chu Bai, these sect prodigies, stood together and flew in unison towards the King Yun's secret realm. Apparently, they planned to team up, with Ye Fan as their leader, to sweep through the King Yun's secret realm. This was something that would have been impossible in the past, as most sect prodigies were very arrogant and would not stoop to taking orders from others. But Ye Fan managed to do it. He conquered these sect prodigies with his raw strength and personal charisma. These kids have ideas. Su Wuji also noticed this scene and, like Gu Bai, smiled. He wasn't worried that Ye Fan and the others would pick all the creation azure cloud fruits in the King Yun's secret realm. The King Yun's secret realm was very large, and with the speed of qi refining cultivators, it was impossible to search the entire King Yun's secret realm within a month. If Ye Fan and the others managed to pick most of the creation azure cloud fruits, Su Wuji wouldn't say anything. After all, that would be their skill, and it wouldn't be a waste for them to use the King Yun creation fruit. Stop thinking so much. Come, let's drink, we can take this opportunity to rest for a while. Gu Bai smiled, pulling out a complete set of tables and wine utensils from his storage pouch, then took out some good appetizers, and finally 2 jars of fine wine. After pouring a cup for himself and Su Wuji, he leisurely drank and chatted. The King Yun's secret realm needed to be open for a month, and the entrance would remain open during that time, requiring someone to guard outside the King Yun's secret realm. This could be said to be purely for resting. For this month, they didn't have to do anything but stay beside the King Yun's secret realm. This task originally only required Su Wuji, but Su Wuji forcefully dragged him along to keep him company and relieve boredom. Although Gu Bai was somewhat helpless about this, he still came along with Su Wuji. Anyway, it was peacetime now, and Qingzhou had completely stabilized, so there wouldn't be any major incidents normally. His and Su Wuji's temporary absence wouldn't have any impact. Gu Bai drained the fine wine in his cup and then began to chat heartily with Su Wuji. After they had drunk their fill, Su Wuji began to eloquently explain his understanding of the sword Dao to Gu Bai. Gu Bai could barely understand. Su Wuji had been intentionally teaching him swordsmanship, and they often sparred privately. Although Gu Bai was ostensibly a physician and seemed to have never fought anyone, his combat power was actually not weak. Under Su Wuji's guidance, Gu Bai's sword Dao level might even surpass that of ordinary sword cultivators at the same realm. If his own recovery ability was also taken into account, Gu Bai was confident he could fight a foundation establishment late-stage grand cultivator. The two chatted very happily, from day to night, until a huge full moon appeared in the sky. Ha ha ha, such a beautiful scene, wonderful, wonderful. Su Wuji, somewhat drunk, looked at the full moon in the sky and couldn't help but laugh heartily. As if feeling something, Su Wuji drew the Wuji sword from his waist and stared blankly at the full moon before him. Seeing this, Gu Bai immediately stood up. Because from the profound aura emanating from Su Wuji, it seemed that Su Wuji might have entered an epiphany, something ordinary cultivators might never encounter in their lifetime. Gu Bai immediately maximized his divine sense, scanned the surroundings, and only after confirming there was no danger did he breathe a sigh of relief. Once a cultivator enters an epiphany, they essentially lose the ability to resist, and if disturbed, they will be forcibly pulled out of the epiphany state. They would also suffer a backlash, harming their mind, and in severe cases, they could even become insane. Su Wuji continued to gaze intently at the full moon before him, the moonlight shining on him as if cloaking him in a layer of silver. After a long time, Su Wuji slowly raised the Wuji sword, then aimed it at the sky and unleashed a crescent-shaped sword qi. Gu Bai stared blankly at the sword qi unleashed by Su Wuji. His mind seemed to be attracted by the crescent-shaped sword qi, completely devoid of any other thoughts. Boom. 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 The sword qi plowed a deep sword mark into the ground, then consecutively cut several mountains in half before slowly dissipating into the sky. Upon hearing the loud noise, Gu Bai finally came back to his senses, then broke out in a cold sweat. Clearly, Su Wuji had gained new insights into the sword Dao. The sword chi was not merely simple sword chi, but also possessed the effect of controlling enemies. Even though he was merely observing the sword chi from the side, his mind was so captivated that he couldn't think at all. Moreover, the power of this sword chi was terrifying. It was probably even stronger than the full force strike of a typical golden core late-stage cultivator. Ha ha ha, Gu Bai, I just had an epiphany and comprehended a set of sword techniques called Round Moon Sword Art. Its power is boundless, and it can also deter the enemy's mind. Su Wuji let out a hearty laugh, then said with a hint of pride. Very impressive. Gu Bai smiled and clapped. Su Wuji's epiphany, though somewhat unexpected, was also within reason. After all, as a sword cultivator, Su Wuji had experienced so many intense battles, which laid the foundation for his epiphany. If it had been any other genius, they would probably have had an epiphany much earlier, without having to wait until now. The two then fell into a long wait. Gu Bai was not very anxious. He took out a 5 poison sect poison book and leisurely began to read it. The knowledge recorded in the book was quite profound and time-consuming to learn. One book was enough for a day's read. And the 5 poison sect had over 1,000 similar books. Soon, a month passed, and Su Wuji flew into the sky, opening the exit of the King Yun's secret realm. Soon, Ye Fan, covered in blood, flew out, followed closely by the other prodigies from the sect. Ye Fan and his group looked very disheveled and dusty, with many tears in their clothes, but they were smiling. This kid, he actually did it. After sensing the physical condition of Ye Fan and the others, Gu Bai also smiled with some relief. This was because the chi of Ye Fan and his group had significantly improved compared to before, especially Ye Fan, whose origin of life chi was almost overflowing. Clearly, Ye Fan had not only eaten one creation azure cloud fruit but possibly several. After returning to the sect, within just a few days, the geniuses led by Ye Fan began to break through to foundation establishment. Ye Fan even began his breakthrough on the second day, and without any unexpected circumstances, he easily break through to the foundation establishment realm. Congratulations! Looking at Ye Fan, who exuded a terrifying chi and whose magical power fluctuations were not inferior to his own, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He was genuinely happy for Ye Fan's breakthrough to foundation establishment, but Gu Bai was also a little worried. Because his disciple's growth rate was too fast, after only a dozen years, Ye Fan's combat power was almost surpassing his master's. After breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, Ye Fan and Zhou Shui joined the law enforcement hall together, finally beginning to undertake missions outside. It wasn't that Ye Fan lacked resources, rather, as a sword cultivator, the best way for him to quickly improve his swordsmanship was through combat. Especially experiencing life and death battles could maximize one's potential. There was no place more suitable for combat than the law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall had nothing else but an abundance of battles. They were constantly fighting either cultivator robbers, demonic cultivators, or killing rampaging Yao beasts. Moreover, these demonic cultivators were quite cunning, and one might even be counter-killed if not careful, making the law enforcement hall the department with the highest mortality rate among all. However, the law enforcement hall cultivators who survived, whether in heart nature or combat awareness, far surpassed cultivators of the same realm. Almost all golden core cultivators in the Lingyun sect had spent time in the law enforcement hall. Su Wuji had also served as the hall master of the law enforcement hall when he was young, and both Gu Bei and Ice Frost Genren had spent a long time there. Or rather, without that unforgettable experience in the law enforcement hall, they would not be who they are today. Gu Bai did not object to Ye Fan joining the law enforcement hall. He smiled and agreed as usual, giving him his utmost support. That night, Gu Bai began writing letters to the law enforcement hall cultivators he knew, writing over 100 letters. The general content was to ask them to take good care of Ye Fan, of course, not to prevent him from undertaking dangerous missions. Instead, it was to ask the old seniors of the law enforcement hall to guide Ye Fan, imparting their experiences. And if there was a suitable mission for Ye Fan, to try to let him have it. Ye Fan, dressed in black, took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door of the law enforcement hall. He had already inquired beforehand. The old seniors of the law enforcement hall liked prodigies like him the most. Generally, prodigies who had just joined the law enforcement hall would be teased by those old seniors. Only when those prodigies yielded would these old seniors stop. This was an unwritten rule of the law enforcement hall. When Gu Bei joined the law enforcement hall, he also received the same treatment. However, Gu Bei did not yield. Instead, he united with other new members of the law enforcement hall and chose to resist to the end, together confronting the seniors of the law enforcement hall. And divided the law enforcement hall into new and old factions, until Gu Bei break through to the foundation establishment realm and learned the divine thunder dharma aspect art. He then severely beat those old foundation establishment late-stage cultivators of the law enforcement hall, forcing the seniors to submit, which finally ended the conflict. But this unwritten rule did not disappear. Instead, it continued to exist. This was also intentional on the part of the sect, as only by undergoing numerous trials could one become a true strong person. If you can't even endure this and choose to yield, then what kind of immortal cultivation are you doing? Just go home and farm. The law enforcement hall is not suitable for you. Ye Fan could already imagine how he would avoid these difficulties after pushing open the door. But unexpectedly, he was greeted by smiling faces, each filled with benevolence. You're Ye Fan, right? Welcome to the law enforcement hall. A white-haired old man, carrying a bloody scythe, thin, and exuding a strong smell of blood, showed a benevolent smile to Ye Fan. Before Ye Fan could react, he was pulled by these enthusiastic old men to tour the law enforcement hall. This was the terrifying prestige of Gu Bai in the law enforcement hall. It could be said that nearly two-thirds of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the law enforcement hall had their lives saved by Gu Bai. The remaining one-third had also been treated by Gu Bai. Moreover, Gu Bai also reformed the Hall of Returning Spring, which significantly lowered the price of healing for physicians, and the law enforcement hall cultivators benefited the most. After all, injuries are inevitable when undertaking missions outside, and most of the cultivation techniques practiced by demonic cultivators are extremely sinister, leaving difficult to treat injuries. Therefore, the law enforcement hall cultivators were all very grateful to Gu Bai. Since Gu Bai said he would take care of Ye Fan naturally enjoyed the goodwill of all cultivators in the law enforcement hall. Ye Fan instantly realized that this might be the credit of his master. After all, no matter how great his own personal charm was, it was impossible for people he had never met to show such strong goodwill towards him, right? It should be that his teacher used his connections to ask the law enforcement hall cultivators to take more care of him. Thinking of this, Ye Fan smiled helplessly. His original intention in joining the law enforcement hall was to temper himself. Compared to being taken care of, he actually preferred to be targeted. But this was also good. As for tempering, fighting demonic cultivators could also temper his hard nature. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, several more years had passed. By this time, many of the disciples who had entered the sect back then had already cultivated to the Foundation establishment realm. The Lingyun sect also expanded rapidly during this period, with the number of disciples being double that of its peak period. In addition, Su Wuji finally break through to the Golden Core late stage, becoming a Golden Core late stage great cultivator. His combat power had increased significantly again. Even if ordinary Golden Core late stage great cultivators joined forces, they would not be Su Wuji's match. On this day, Gu Bai stood on the star-gazing tower, holding the Xing compass, and began to divine the future. The star-gazing tower is a fourth-order pure yang spiritual treasure, capable of greatly enhancing the accuracy of divination. As for the Xing compass, it can, to a certain extent, increase the chances of divination and greatly reduce the backlash from divination. Gu Bai naturally borrowed these two treasures from the sect. Today is a rare stellar day, occurring only once every few decades, making it an excellent day for divination, allowing for a more precise prediction of the future. Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky, activated the star observation secret technique, and began to divine what major events would occur in Qingzhou within the next 10 years. Amidst the shimmering stars, the answer was revealed: Qingzhou would be peaceful for the next 10 years, with no major events occurring. Upon receiving this result, Gu Bai instantly had 10 years of his lifespan drawn away. This was the power of the star-gazing tower and Xing compass, with their double enhancement. Originally, with Gu Bai's strength, he could not observe the future of the entire Qingzhou. At most, he could only observe what major events might occur in a single sect in the next few years. However, with the enhancement of the star-gazing tower and Xing compass, Gu Bai could easily know whether major events would occur in Qingzhou in the next 10 years. And it only drew away a mere 10 years of his lifespan. Under normal circumstances, observing the future of an entire province would require at least 100 years of lifespan to be drawn away. Gu Bai was not satisfied and continued to operate the star observation secret technique, looking towards a more distant future. 20 years later, Qingzhou would have no major events. 30 years later, a demonic cultivator would sneak into Qingzhou to cause chaos, slaughtering tens of millions of mortals. Gu Bai frowned, secretly noting this matter. This is the heaven-defying aspect of the star observation secret technique. It allows one to know the enemy's actions in advance, though it is only a general idea. Where is the location? Who is the enemy? Even the exact day is unclear, but this is already heaven-defying enough. As long as this information is known and precautions are taken, the opponent might be discovered and killed by Lingyun sect before he even acts. The moment he received this answer, he had several decades of his lifespan drawn away again. However, Gu Bai did not care and continued to operate the star observation secret technique, observing the future. Today was a special period, rare in decades, allowing for easier divination of the future. Therefore, Gu Bai intended to test his limits. 40 years, 50 years, still no major events, but after 52 years, Gu Bai suddenly saw a patch of blood red, and then the image was interrupted. Gu Bai violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and in an instant, over 100 years of his lifespan were drawn away. Gu Bai's pupils constricted. A disaster of blood. This was a great ominous sign, and it was not a personal disaster of blood, but a disaster for the entire Qingzhou. It meant that after 52 years, a huge disaster would occur in Qingzhou, and Qingzhou might even be annihilated as a result. Gu Bai's brows were tightly furrowed. He had originally thought that after Lingyun sect dominated Qingzhou, it would at least be able to live peacefully for several hundred years. But he did not expect that before even 100 years of peace, war would break out in Qingzhou again. Gu Bai performed another divination. This time he divined what would happen in Qingzhou after 52 years. This made Gu Bai feel a vague sense of threat. His intuition was warning him that continuing to divine might lead to his death. But Gu Bai did not stop and continued to operate the star observation secret technique. Laughable, mere lifespan, he has as much as he wants, so he is not afraid at all. Because Gu Bai provided accurate information, this time, a picture slowly formed directly on the Xing compass. In the picture, he and Su Wuji stood on a mountain range, with many Lingyun sect cultivators standing behind them. And opposite them, an endless tide of Yao beasts was sweeping towards them. Above the tide of Yao beasts, several third-order golden core realm Yao beasts emitting terrifying auras floated. The two sides stood silently in the sky, facing each other, while below, countless disciples and Yao beasts engaged in a brutal slaughter. The moment he saw this scene, Gu Bai's lifespan rapidly drained away, his hair instantly turned white, his body shriveled, and he was quickly sucked into a dried corpse. But within a few breaths, Gu Bai had returned to his original state. This is not good. Gu Bai's mood instantly became heavy. He did not expect Ling Yun sect to be so unlucky as to encounter a tide of Yao beasts, a phenomenon rare in thousands of years. Although the great power of the human race and the great power of the demon clan signed a truce agreement, under normal circumstances, the human race and the Yao race are not allowed to fight each other. But that is only under normal circumstances. In fact, small-scale battles are also permitted. Therefore, there will be friction between the Yao race and the human race in each region. Under normal circumstances, it is the Yao race that takes the initiative to attack, launching a large number of second-order and first-order Yao beasts to form a tide of Yao beasts to attack human territory. The human race will also send out its foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators to block them, and engage in wars lasting decades. If either side captures a piece of territory, as long as they can hold it, then that territory belongs to that side. Although the human race and the Yao race have a truce agreement, it is only limited to the Golden Core realm and above. In the eyes of the great power of the human race, disputes below the Golden Core realm are only considered minor skirmishes and cannot be called wars. In this situation, the great power of the human race and the Yao race are too lazy to care, as long as the fighting does not get too out of hand. Once any Golden Core true person from either side makes a move, the other side will have a reason to start a war. At this time, even if Golden Core realm combat power is deployed, the great power of both the human race and the Yao race will turn a blind eye. After all, if one side is forced to deploy a Golden Core true person, the Yao race can also legitimately send out third-order demon beasts. At this point, the scale and brutality of the war would escalate by several notches. At this time, even if the human race cultivators do not want to fight, they will have to fight. And the great power on the human race side is also not good at making a move. After all, the deployment of Golden Core realm level combat power is already the limit. But Nascent Soul Immortal Master, for whatever reason, cannot make a move. Once they do, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, if you deploy Nascent Soul cultivators, then I will also deploy fourth order Yao beasts, and eventually the battle will grow larger and larger, and perhaps as the fighting continues, Soul Transformation Great Expert will also make a move. By then, perhaps the entire cultivation world's human race would officially go to war, the kind that won't stop for thousands of years. Gu Bai's face was grim, and he once again divined the future. He wanted to calculate the scale of this war and whether there were any fourth order Yao beasts behind it. A moment later, Gu Bai's brows relaxed. This should be the Yao beasts in the area of the 10,000 barren mountains close to Qingzhou. The forces involved behind it are not large, and there is no sign of fourth order Yao beasts. From this perspective, it should be that the number of low-level Yao beasts in the 10,000 barren mountains is too large, and they want to fight with the human race to reduce the number of Yao beasts, and are not truly trying to conquer Qingzhou. Gu Bai did not rest and immediately told Su Wuji this news. Of course, it was processed by him. Gu Bai only said that he had calculated that Qingzhou might encounter a huge crisis after 52 years, and did not tell Su Wuji what the specific crisis was. Su Wuji didn't doubt Gu Bai's words, as Gu Bai learning the star observation secret technique wasn't a secret. Coupled with the blessings of the star-gazing tower and the Quoxing compass, two heaven-defying spiritual items, it wasn't too surprising that Gu Bai could foresee future dangers. The next day, Ling Yun sect began to intentionally collect resources, and Su Wuji even personally set off, preparing to cross the Tianyuan Desert to head to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. He planned to exchange the third-order spirit medicine collected by Ling Yun sect over the years, as well as treasures that Ling Yun sect didn't need, for necessary resources. Next to Qingzhou is the Tianyuan Desert, which contains nothing but endless yellow sand, and its area is more than 10 times larger than the entire Qingzhou, virtually cutting off Kingsu's communication with the cultivation world. On the other side are the 10,000 barren mountains, the territory of Yao beasts, and the endless sea. Kingsu's location is rather awkward. It is separated from the center of the human race cultivation world by a vast expanse of the Tianyuan Desert, making it virtually isolated and unaided. However, the land of Qingzhou is not rich, the spiritual qi is sparse, nowhere near as dense as the spiritual qi within the 10,000 barren mountains. Therefore, generally speaking, fourth-order demon beasts do not look down on Qingzhou, and even if third-order demon beasts did, they wouldn't be able to conquer it. Thus, over Kingsu's tens of thousands of years of history, it has fought with the Yao race several times, but the Yao race has never been able to occupy Qingzhou. Crossing the Tianyuan Desert leads to Qin country, which is within the territory of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Qin country is an extremely vast immortal dynasty, governing over 100 states, each with a territorial scope similar to Qingzhou. According to Gu Bai, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty has dozens of nascent soul cultivators, and the current emperor's cultivation is unfathomable. He might have reached the spirit transformation realm, which is above nascent soul, making him a cultivator standing at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world. Ling Yun sect's annihilation of the three great sects naturally yielded many good things, but most of them were useless to the current Ling Yun sect. It was a good opportunity to take them to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to exchange for third-order medicinal pills and other necessary items from different domains. Watching Su Wuji's retreating figure, Gu Bai sighed softly. He wasn't worried that Qingzhou would be annihilated. After all, with Gu Bai and Su Wuji, two powerful cultivators, Qingzhou wouldn't be in trouble unless the Yao race dispatched a fourth-order demon beast. However, 4th-order demon beasts cannot attack the human race, and 3rd-order demon beasts would not be dispatched in too great numbers, as Qingzhou is only so large. If there were too many 3rd-order demon beasts, even if they eventually occupied Qingzhou, the land they would receive might not be as good as their original territory. Gu Bai's main concern was the low-level disciples. For them, it would likely be a disaster, and perhaps many people would die. This is also good, it can temper the younger generation of disciples. Gu Bai thought with a bittersweet feeling that the outbreak of the beast horde was very timely. In 52 years, the genius disciples of the sect's younger generation would mostly reach the foundation establishment late stage. With such cultivation, participating in the human Yao war would not pose too great a life danger, on the contrary, they could gain a large amount of combat experience. Late at night, Gu Bai stood on the nameless mountain peak, feeling a little worried. Although Qingzhou would most likely be fine, it's better to be safe than sorry. Lingyun sect was too important to him, and Gu Bai didn't want to see any risks. Brother, no need to worry too much, I'm here. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind Gu Bai. Gu Bai, carrying 2 jars of wine, walked over with a smile. Gu Bai was clearly not as worried as Gu Bai, he was still doing whatever he usually did. Aren't you worried about this crisis? This is a crisis that threatens the entire Qingzhou. He looked at Gu Bai and couldn't help but ask. Ha 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 ha, it's just a small crisis, what's there to worry about? When facing the siege of the 3 great sects, with most of our disciples dead or injured, we endured and slaughtered the 3 great sects, dominating Qingzhou. We survived that situation, so why should we fear this inexplicable crisis? As long as we are here, Lingyun sect fears no threat. Gu Bai said with a heroic voice. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Gu Bai also burst into laughter. Yes, when did he start being so indecisive? With Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Tianming Ziai and Ice Frost Genren, these sect cultivators, Lingyun sect fears no crisis. Come, drink. With his knot untied, Gu Bai completely relaxed and began drinking with Gu Bai. However, Gu Bai didn't drink for too long this time. After all, Qing Ning was still waiting for him in the Immortal Cave. Brother, really, I haven't had my fill yet, and you're already going back. Upon hearing that Gu Bai was leaving, Gu Bai said with a resentful tone. You'll understand when you have a wife, kid. Gu Bai revealed a mysterious smile, saying meaningfully. Early the next morning, Gu Bai rubbed his lower back and arrived at the sect leader's residence early. After Su Wuji left, someone naturally needed to take his place and help him with daily sect affairs. Originally, Su Wuji had entrusted this task to Gu Bai, hoping to train Gu Bai's abilities in this area. However, as soon as Gu Bai took office, he threw the sect into chaos. In his helplessness, Gu Bai could only help Gu Bai process documents, so Gu Bai had to go to the sect leader's residence every morning. There were still 52 years until the beast horde he had divined would erupt, which was enough time for the younger generation of the sect to fully mature. What he needed to do now was to hoard resources, recruit as many disciples as possible, and reinforce the border defenses. Although these tasks were tedious, for Gu Bai, they only required more time and were not too difficult. As Gu Bai issued one command after another, the sect, under his management, operated like a tightly run machine. Just as Gu Bai was managing the sect in an orderly manner, a major event occurred in the Hall of Returning Spring. That was, Lu Ruyan, the deputy hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, was pregnant. What? Upon hearing this, Gu Bai suddenly stood up, disregarding the sect's documents, and threw down his pen. He immediately used a escape technique, and rushed towards the Hall of Returning Spring. When Gu Bai arrived at the Hall of Returning Spring, he saw Lu Ruyan, her face filled with happiness, holding her belly. And next to her, Oriental Starfall, no longer his usual mature and steady self, seemed somewhat flustered. Clearly, this news had too great an impact on Oriental Starfall. Don't move, let me check. Gu Bai said nothing after arriving, he placed his hand on Lu Ruyan's belly and began to sense carefully. Soon, Gu Bai sensed a faint life force within Lu Ruyan's belly. Congratulations, you two are going to be parents. Gu Bai said with great satisfaction after releasing his hand. He thought that Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall could actually have offspring. Cultivators are different from mortals, even the lowest level chi refining cultivators find it difficult to have offspring. Not to mention foundation establishment cultivators, the difficulty of having offspring is extremely high, or almost impossible. Therefore, high-level cultivators, or immortal cultivators, hardly have descendants. They all take on 1 or 2 apprentices, like Gu Bai, and treat them as their own children. Gu Bai truly regarded Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan as his own children. He was genuinely happy for them that they were fortunate enough to have offspring. Not long after Gu Bai arrived, Alchemist Lu also rushed over from the Danding division. Judging from the scent of spirit medicine emanating from him, Alchemist Lu must have stopped his alchemy halfway to rush over. Gu Bai, is my daughter's body all right? Lu Dan looked at Lu Ruyan, then immediately asked Gu Bai. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Don't forget that Lu Ruyan is also a second-order physician. She knows better than anyone how to take care of her body. I just checked, and Lu Ruyan's body is very healthy, with no problems at all. Gu Bai said with a smile. Then, he and Alchemist Lu began to discuss how to raise the child in the future. I believe we should use a second-order fetal nurturing pill, taking one every day to nourish the fetus, so that he will have a stronger foundation than others before he is born. Alchemist Lu glanced at Lu Ruyan, then said. You can also drink some of my specially formulated medicinal concoction every day, which can strengthen the body and provide more nutrition for the fetus. Gu Bai frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly said. As Gu Bai's grand disciple and alchemist Liu's grandson, they naturally had to ensure this child started ahead of the curve. Just as the two were discussing intensely, Xing also rushed over from her immortal cave. Ruyan, congratulations. After Xing saw Lu Ruyan, she flew into her arms, affectionately rubbed against Lu Ruyan's body, and then pulled Lu Ruyan to a corner to whisper. As Lu Ruyan's master's wife, Xing naturally knew Lu Ruyan, and their relationship was very good. Although Xing was Lu Ruyan's master's wife, their relationship was actually more like close friends. They would often gather to chat when they had nothing to do. Everyone present seemed to have something to do, but Oriental Starfall alone stood in place, looking left and right, not knowing what he should do. He certainly couldn't compare to his master in medical Dao. Even if Oriental Starfall wanted to speak, he couldn't interject. Moreover, Alchemist Lu disliked Oriental Starfall very much, so he naturally wouldn't let him interrupt his conversation with Gu Bai. As for Lu Ruyan and Xing, the two girls were whispering, and he, a grown man, felt awkward going over. Oriental Starfall simply squatted on the ground and began counting the stones on the ground. After a long time, Gu Bai finally finished discussing the child-rearing methods with Alchemist Lu, and then walked towards Oriental Starfall with a smile. Xing Luo, you should resign from your position as Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring and take good care of Lu Ruyan. Gu Bai looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a smile. As a second-order physician, Oriental Starfall was proficient in the Dao of medicine and very good at taking care of people. Gu Bai felt relieved having him take care of Lu Ruyan. Ah? What about the Hall of Returning Spring? Oriental Starfall said in disbelief. You don't need to worry about that. I can temporarily serve as the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring for a while longer. You can go home and take care of your wife and child with peace of mind. Gu Bai said with a smile. Before Oriental Starfall could reply, Gu Bai directly pushed him towards Lu Ruyan, telling them to stay in their immortal cave and not worry about anything else. On that day, Gu Bai once again assumed the position of Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring. The physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring had no resistance to this sudden news, on the contrary, they warmly welcomed Gu Bai's return. Although Oriental Starfall was excellent and did everything a Hall Master should do, under his leadership, the Hall of Returning Spring was well ordered. But he was ultimately not as good as Gu Bai. The Hall of Returning Spring now had over 100 physicians, and even 7 or 8 second-order physicians. It was one of the largest departments in the entire domain, even larger in scale than the Danding division. However, 70 or 80 years ago, the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring numbered no more than 10, and even the second-order physician was only the former old Hall Master. But since Gu Bai emerged, he thoroughly reformed the Hall of Returning Spring and personally taught a large number of students. Under Gu Bai's influence, physicians within the Hall of Returning Spring selflessly spread their knowledge, learning from each other and progressing together. This is why the Hall of Returning Spring was able to grow into such a behemoth in less than 100 years. Most of the current high-ranking figures in the Hall of Returning Spring are almost all Gu Bai's students. Gu Bai has become a belief in their hearts. When Gu Bai chose to leave the Hall of Returning Spring, there was widespread weeping in the Hall of Returning Spring. As soon as Gu Bai stepped through the gate of the Hall of Returning Spring, he was instantly surrounded by countless physicians. Physician Gu, you've finally come to see us. Physician Gu, do you still remember me? Back then, my aptitude was dull, but you made an exception and admitted me into the Hall of Returning Spring. Now I have finally achieved something. A middle-aged man instantly knelt on the ground after seeing Gu Bai and kowtowed several times. Facing such a warm scene, Gu Bai showed no panic. He smiled and responded to everyone's greetings one by one. Gu Bai also helped the kneeling middle-aged man up. Of course I remember you, you are Su Hao, one of the most diligent among all my students. Your achievements today are definitely not my sole credit, but rather due to your own hard work. Gu Bai said in a gentle tone, perfectly handling the human relations aspect. The Hall of Returning Spring did not have too many matters that needed Gu Bai to handle, he only needed to sign documents. Gu Bai simply began lecturing on medical Dao knowledge in the backyard of the Hall of Returning Spring. Upon learning this news, almost all the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring came to the backyard. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Gu Bai cleared his throat and began lecturing from the most basic human body knowledge. He lectured for a full day and night before slowly finishing the basic knowledge of first-order medical Dao. After resting for a while, Gu Bai began to lecture on the knowledge of second-order physicians. Gu Bai now stood at the pinnacle of second-order physicians. He had learned and mastered almost all second-order medical Dao secret arts. His Dao of medicine was even close to a third-order physician, capable of suppressing the poison of a third-order poison master with his second-order physician status. This was enough for Gu Bai to teach any second-order physician, even top-tier second-order physicians like Physician Yat, who had lived for hundreds of years, did not know as much as Gu Bai. Gu Bai spent almost a month, off and on, to finish explaining all the second-order medical Dao knowledge. This greatly benefited all the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring, and their medical skills improved significantly. Soon, 2 first-order physicians assimilated the knowledge they had learned and became second-order physicians. Time flew by, and several months passed quickly. Master, I'm back. That day, Ye Fan, covered in rags and wounds, arrived outside Gu Bai's immortal cave. How did you get so badly injured? Seeing Ye Fan's appearance, Gu Bai frowned and immediately cast a secret art to begin healing Ye Fan's injuries. Master, look at what good stuff I brought you. Ye Fan, however, didn't care about his injuries at all. he took out an emerald green seed from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Bai. Gu Bai took the emerald green seed and examined it carefully. When he saw the mysterious patterns on the emerald green seed, Gu Bai's eyes instantly widened. An enlightenment tree seed. Where did you get it? Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. The enlightenment tree is a legendary spiritual plant. Standing under an enlightenment tree can slightly improve one's comprehension ability, and the leaves of the enlightenment tree can be made into enlightenment tea. Long-term consumption can slightly improve one's comprehension ability. Even the lowest grade enlightenment tea tree is a rare spiritual item, let alone in a remote place like Xing. Even in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, there are only a few enlightenment trees. I found this seed in an extremely remote ruin. I thought it was a good thing, so I brought it to give to master. Ye Fan scratched his head and said in a relaxed tone. This was a lie. With the great expert old man of the moon present, Ye Fan naturally wouldn't fail to recognize enlightenment tea, and the process of acquiring it was not easy for him. He risked countless dangers, deep within the ruins, defeating several Foundation establishment late-stage Yao beasts to obtain the seed. You little prodigal, such a precious item, you just give it away. If this thing were sold, it could buy several top-grade magic treasures. Old Man of the Moon's extremely pained voice echoed in Ye Fan's mind. Ye Fan, however, did not feel pained. On the contrary, the more precious the enlightenment tree seed was, the happier he felt. Because he could finally repay his master a little. In Ye Fan's opinion, this enlightenment tree seed was far from enough to repay his master's kindness to him. This is too precious, I cannot accept it. Gu Bai did not accept the seed, instead, he returned it to Ye Fan and explained in detail how precious the enlightenment tree seed truly was. That's why I can't accept it. When you become a golden core true person in the future, go to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and sell this seed. The resources you get will be enough for you to cultivate to the golden core late stage. Gu Bai said with an extremely serious tone. Although he could pretend not to recognize the seed, or simply accept it. But Gu Bai did not intend to do that. As a master, taking advantage of his disciple would go against his Dao. He was immortal, for such a small gain, it was not worth breaking his bottom line. One should know that once a bottom line is broken, there will be a second time, a third time. Then the bottom line would become lower and lower, eventually possibly turning him into a villain with no bottom line. Gu Bai did not want to become such a person. He took Ye Fan as a disciple not because he expected Ye Fan to repay him in the future, but simply because he found Ye Fan pleasing to the eye. After so many years of getting along, Gu Bai had also completely recognized Ye Fan. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Ye Fan felt a warmth in his heart, feeling that he had met the best master in the world. Master, please accept it. This is my heartfelt wish, Ye Fan said loudly. But Gu Bai shook his head, firmly refusing to accept the enlightenment tea tree seed. Then master, could you please help me look after the seed and see if it can be planted? I'll come back for it when I need it. Is that okay? Ye Fan said helplessly. No, once the seed starts to sprout, it cannot be moved freely. Although the enlightenment tea seedling is also valuable, it's impossible to carry the seedling across the Tianyuan desert to the Great Qin dynasty. Therefore, it's most suitable for the seed to remain with you. Whether you plan to sell it for resources or keep it to plant yourself, it's entirely up to you. Gu Bai shook his head again, rejecting Ye Fan's suggestion. The two of them remained in a stalemate for a long time, finally forcing Ye Fan into a corner. He simply conjured a ball of fire in one hand and placed the seed over the flames with the other. Master, if you don't accept it, then I'll burn the seed. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai and said with extreme seriousness. His words were extremely serious, anyone could tell he wasn't joking. Gu Bai's mouth twitched violently at this sight. He always felt that the scene was somewhat familiar, it seemed he had once used a similar move on Elder Zhang, and it worked every time. But he didn't expect that time would fly by, and in the blink of an eye, he himself would fall victim to his own move. As Ye Fan's master, although Ye Fan kept many secrets from him, Gu Bai still understood Ye Fan's personality very well. Ye Fan's personality was somewhat similar to his own, quite stubborn in certain aspects. Gu Bai was certain that if he dared to refuse this time, Ye Fan would dare to burn that incredibly precious enlightenment tree seed. I can't do anything with you. Then I'll plant it in my immortal cave and keep it. You can come and get it whenever you need it. Gu Bai said helplessly, as if resigned to his fate. Hearing Gu Bai say this, Ye Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Just then, both of them burst into laughter simultaneously. The laughter instantly dispelled the previous solemnity, and the atmosphere between them became incredibly relaxed again. You little rascal, who taught you that move? Gu Bai punched Ye Fan's chest and said with a laugh. Ha ha ha, I heard the story of you and Grandmaster from Master's wife, which is how I thought of this method. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai was silent for a moment, then revealed a relieved smile. Regarding the deaths of Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, Gu Bai had come to terms with it and found peace, though he still felt some nostalgia. He did not dwell in the past, he remained optimistic and gentle, forming new relationships with new people, living the life he desired. Ha ha ha, Ye Fan, do you want to hear the story of me and your Grandmaster? Although Gu Bai and Elder Zhang had not formally established a master-disciple relationship, Gu Bai had already regarded Elder Zhang as his master. Gu Bai slowly moved 2 recliners over, then brewed a pot of tea. The two of them lay on the recliners, quietly looking at the sky. Gu Bai, with a hint of nostalgia, began to tell Ye Fan his old stories. The stories, though not thrilling, were exceptionally heartwarming. When I first started, my aptitude was too poor. It was your Grandmaster who saw my excellent state of mind and allowed me to exceptionally join Ling Yun sect. He was a very hot-tempered person, speaking bluntly, but after spending a long time with him, you would find that he was actually a rather gentle person. That old fellow, every time I sparred with him, he would say he'd suppress his strength, but he'd always beat me up badly. And Elder Qian, he taught me many spells and many principles of how to conduct myself. Gu Bai spoke with a hint of nostalgia, recounting the little things between him and the two elders when he first joined the sect. Ye Fan listened very attentively, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise, acting as the perfect listener. He was quite interested in his master's younger stories, feeling as if a historical figure was telling him history. Gu Bai chatted with Ye Fan for a long time, roughly telling Ye Fan the stories of himself and the two elders. Those two elders are truly remarkable seniors. Ye Fan said very seriously. Yes, it is precisely because of everything they did, their concern for me, that I could become who I am today, Gu Bai said with genuine emotion. He was fortunate, when he first stepped into the cultivation world, he met these two kind elders who shielded him from wind and rain. Later, he met Physician He and Su Physician, two physicians with noble medical ethics, who selflessly imparted their medical Dao knowledge to him, which led to his current skills. And Qingning had always been by his side, giving him enough companionship. Later, he met Su Wuji, the sect master who appeared very cold on the outside but was quite gentle on the inside. It could be said that it was precisely because he met these people that he could become who he is today. This physician Gu, who would shield his disciple from wind and rain and was extremely gentle. Then, Master, I'll be leaving now. After listening to Gu Bai's stories, the sky had completely darkened. At this moment, Zhou Xuet, dressed in a white robe, appeared outside Gu Bai's immortal cave. She did not enter, but simply stood quietly outside the small courtyard, apparently there to practice swordplay with Ye Fan. Come in and sit for a while. My Dao companion happens to know some sword techniques, you two can discuss them with each other, Gu Bai said with a smile, waving his hand and calling Zhou Xuet in when he saw her outside the door. Gu Bai then called Qingning over as well, letting the two girls chat by themselves. Meanwhile, he walked into the kitchen and began cooking braised pork, Qingning's favorite dish. By the time Gu Bai finished cooking, Qingning and Zhou Xuet were sitting together, smiling and whispering secrets. Qingning would occasionally point at Ye Fan, laughing softly, while Zhou Xuet's face was slightly flushed, softly refuting something. As for Ye Fan, he used his free time to practice swordplay in the courtyard. Xiao Bai, who was almost as round as a ball, acted as Ye Fan's sparring partner. He swung his sharp bare paws, attacking Ye Fan with full force, but Ye Fan easily dodged all of them. In a short while, Xiao Bai was panting, sticking out his tongue, and lay on the ground, refusing to move. Seeing this warm scene, Gu Bai also smiled. In the early morning, Gu Bai stretched and sat up from the bed. As usual, he first went to the sect leader's residence to handle some sect affairs. Afterward, he went to the Hall of Returning Spring. After handling everything, Gu Bai returned to his immortal cave early. He picked a good spot in the backyard and planted the enlightenment tea seeds. After covering them with two-tier spiritual soil, he poured some green liquid over them. This was his specially made essence of life, a great tonic for plants. Gu Bai could be said to be very experienced in how to plant spiritual plants, he had personally cultivated several mortal trees into spiritual trees. The enlightenment tree did not have overly strict environmental requirements, as long as the spiritual qi was abundant, it would suffice. And coincidentally, the spiritual qi in the backyard of his immortal cave was relatively abundant, at least until the enlightenment tree grew to the third tier, it would not lack spiritual qi. Gu Bai thought for a moment, then released green light from his hands, injecting a bit of life origin into the enlightenment tree seeds. This was a special planting technique, the human life origin was the top-tier tonic for plants. Even a small amount of life origin could make plants grow rapidly. Under Gu Bai's nourishment, the enlightenment tree finally slowly grew into a vibrant green sapling. And then a mysterious and profound aura emanated from the sapling. Whether it was an illusion or not, Gu Bai felt as if his brain had become more agile. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction, very good. As long as it sprouts, then he is confident in raising it. Gu Bai thought for a moment, then took out a formation flag from his storage pouch and inserted it near the enlightenment tree. An invisible light wave flashed, forming a transparent barrier around the enlightenment tree. This was a two-tier formation flag crafted by a two-tier formation great master, with the two-tier formation carved on the battle flag. As long as it was inserted into the ground, it could immediately form a simple two-tier formation to protect the safety of the enlightenment tree. Life then settled into tranquility. Ye Fan spent almost half of his time performing missions outside. In just a few years, Ye Fan had made a great name for himself. With his foundation establishment early-stage cultivation, he had single-handedly slain several well-known foundation establishment late-stage demonic cultivators. The enlightenment tree grew very well under his care, but it grew very slowly. Even though Gu Bai occasionally injected some life origin and various precious spiritual items, after several months, it had only grown a few leaves. After the enlightenment tree sprouted, Xiao Bai would often lie next to it and sleep whenever he had nothing to do, and Gu Bai did not stop him. Xiao Bai could just help guard the enlightenment tree, and with Xiao Bai's foundation establishment realm cultivation, he was enough to handle most crises. This night, Gu Bai finished his day's rest and was just about to go to sleep when his communication talisman suddenly received a message, Lu Ruyan was about to give birth. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai immediately got up, woke up the sleeping Qingning, and the two of them used their escape techniques to rush towards Lu Ruyan's immortal cave. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at the entrance of Lu Ruyan's immortal cave. Inside the immortal cave, Lu Ruyan was clutching her stomach with a painful expression. Soon, the physician from the Hall of Returning Spring also rushed over. This was an elderly middle-aged female cultivator. She was one of the first dozen or so physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring, specifically responsible for assisting female cultivators within the sect with childbirth. Thank you for your trouble, Gu Bai said in a deep voice. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to be able to help Physician Gu, the middle-aged female physician quickly said. Then she pushed open Lu Ruyan's door and began to assist Lu Ruyan with the delivery. Although he was very worried about Lu Ruyan's safety, Gu Bai did not enter the room but stood at the door, waiting quietly. Although his medical skills were superb, as a male cultivator and Lu Ruyan's master, it was better to leave such matters to others. Childbirth might be very dangerous for mortals, potentially costing their lives if not careful, but for cultivators, it was not considered very dangerous. Along with Gu Bai, there was Xing, a visibly anxious Oriental Starfall, and alchemist Lu. Gu Bai, however, wasn't too anxious. He stood by the door, waiting quietly to prevent any mishaps. A cultivator's vitality is extraordinary, and Lu Ruyan was a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if she were cut in half by an enemy, she wouldn't die as long as she received timely treatment. Moreover, he was there guarding her. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of something happening to Lu Ruyan, he was confident he could save her. Even if Lu Ruyan died on the spot, as long as the death occurred within an hour, Gu Bai could forcibly revive her. Perhaps influenced by Gu Bai, Oriental Starfall and alchemist Liu's anxious hearts gradually calmed down. Not long after, loud cries echoed from inside the immortal cave, and the female physician assisting with the birth pushed open the door. Congratulations, mother and daughter are safe. The female physician said with a smile, then quietly left, no longer disturbing them. Inside the room, Lu Ruyan held a baby girl, her face full of happiness. Her aura had changed from before, she was no longer as lively and active, and her eyes held a gentle softness, like a tender mother. Gu Bai released green light from his hands, enveloping Lu Ruyan. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Lu Ruyan's previously pale complexion slowly began to turn rosy, and her body was no longer weak. Master, look, it's a girl. Lu Ruyan carefully handed the infant to Gu Bai, who also took the baby with extreme caution. Wow, what a cute baby. Can I touch her? Xing seemed to have discovered something fun, saying excitedly. Then Xing extended a finger and happily poked the baby's cheek. No, you can only watch from the side at most. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, then he shook his head in refusal, not daring to hand the baby to Xing. Gu Bai looked at the child in his arms with a look of contentment, and after a long while, he handed the child to Oriental Starfall. But just as Oriental Starfall was about to step forward, he was kicked away by Alchemist Lu. You. Oriental Starfall only managed to utter one word before being kicked out the window by Alchemist Lu. Then Alchemist Lu carefully took the infant, simultaneously revealing a happy smile. After Alchemist Lu looked for a while, he ignored Oriental Starfall behind him and handed the infant back to Lu Ruyan. Have you thought of a name for her? Gu Bai looked at Lu Ruyan and asked with a smile. Let's call her Oriental Yuch. Lu Ruyan looked up at the moon slowly rising outside the window and said with a smile. That's a very nice name. Gu Bai nodded, saying nothing more. Early the next morning, those close to Lu Ruyan came to visit her and to see Oriental Yuch. The birth of offspring by cultivators is very rare in the cultivation world. Many cultivators might never have seen a baby in their lives, and it's even difficult to see children. Is this senior sister's child? She's very cute. Ye Fan, who had rushed back overnight after receiving the news, also looked at Oriental Yuch from the side. He had a very good relationship with Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall, as they all shared the same master. Gu Bai quickly resigned from his position at the Hall of Returning Spring, returning it to Oriental Starfall. With a lot of free time, Gu Bai often came to take care of Oriental Yuch. After all, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, as the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, were very busy every day and rarely had time to care for the child. They trusted Gu Bai completely, sometimes even entrusting Oriental Yuch to him for several days. Gu Bai and Xing both adored Oriental Yuch. After all, they didn't have children of their own. Although Gu Bai had tried very hard, the probability of cultivators having offspring was simply too low. Even Gu Bai didn't have a good solution. In his opinion, the drugs on the market that claimed to increase pregnancy rates had strong side effects. For example, the children born might have low talent or be born with defects. Gu Bai didn't want his child to be born with defects, so it was better to let nature take its course. Oriental Yuch made up for their regret of not having children. Ye Fan also loved Oriental Yuch and already regarded her as his own younger sister. He would occasionally bring gifts to Oriental Yuch, which were spoils of war he obtained from killing Jishu, marauder cultivators, though they were completely useless to the current Oriental Yuch. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, forward, forward. 5-year-old Oriental Yuch rode the now chubby Ziobai, playing in the courtyard. Alright, stop playing, come quickly and eat. Gu Bai walked out of the kitchen with a smile, carrying 2 plates of dishes he had cooked. Although as foundation establishment cultivators, he and Xing could sustain themselves with spiritual qi and go years without eating. But Xing, being a little glutton, would ask Gu Bai to cook a lavish meal every few days to satisfy her cravings. Moreover, Oriental Yuch hadn't started cultivating yet and still needed to eat daily to fill her stomach. Therefore, Gu Bai would prepare a lavish table of dishes every day. Got it. Oriental Yuch nodded, got off Xiaobai, and with small steps, pounced into Qingning's embrace, then snuggled against Qingning's chest, affectionately rubbing against her. Qingning didn't mind at all, she held Oriental Yuch and sat at the dining table, beginning to pick food for Oriental Yuch. After they finished eating, Gu Bai and Qingning held Oriental Yuch's hands, one on each side, and took her to the Hall of Returning Spring. After all, Oriental Yuch was Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin's child, so Gu Bai naturally had to take her to see her parents more often. Good daughter, let father hug you. Upon seeing Oriental Yuch, Oriental Starfall opened his arms, wanting to hug her. No, I want mother to hug me. Oriental Yuch shook her head, turned, and with small steps, ran into Lu Ruin's embrace. In Lu Ruin's arms, Oriental Yuch turned her head and playfully stuck out her tongue at Oriental Starfall. Oriental Starfall stood dumbfounded, his entire being like a shattered stone. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, Gu Bai laughed unrestrainedly. Inside the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai issued one command after another. Under his arrangements, the Lingyun sect established contact with all small forces in Qingzhou and formed the Qingzhou Alliance. The official reason was mutual assistance, with the Lingyun sect as the leader, responsible for mediating disputes and providing free alchemy and magical artifact refining services. However, in reality, this cut off any possibility for these small forces to advance further. After all, while alchemy and artifact refining knowledge were not monopolized by the Lingyun sect, the Lingyun sect could help refine them for free, so why would those small forces spend a great deal to train alchemists or artifact refiners? Establishing the Qingzhou Alliance also has another benefit. If a beast-tide crisis breaks out in Qingzhou, the Lingyun sect can, with proper justification, have all forces in Qingzhou participate in the battle together. After all, as a member of the Qingzhou Alliance, when Qingzhou faces a crisis, it would be inexcusable not to send troops. Even if they really don't want to send troops, they can contribute money to help. With the help of all forces in Qingzhou, if they act as cannon fodder at the front, the pressure on the Lingyun sect will be greatly reduced. At the very least, the number of disciple casualties can be significantly reduced, and they won't have to perform dangerous missions. Gu Bai took out a pen and began to write rapidly. He first wrote a letter to Daist Xianlong of Xianlong Immortal City, and then another letter to Daist Tianyun of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. The general content was to ask them to take the lead and be the first to join the Qingzhou Alliance. These two parties are the only two golden core forces in Qingzhou besides the Lingyun sect. With their participation, even if other small and medium-sized forces don't want to join, they will have to follow the mainstream. Gu Bai promised that when war breaks out, he would try not to assign dangerous missions to people from their forces. Facing Gu Bai's request, the two forces naturally agreed without hesitation. After all, if a war truly breaks out in Qingzhou, these two medium to large forces cannot stand by idly, they will always have to take a stance in the conflict. Since they are going to fight anyway, why not find a powerful backer early on? Afterward, Gu Bai wrote letters to some old Brown Foundation establishment cultivator forces, asking them to also join the Qingzhou Alliance. The benefit offered was that as the first batch of founding members, they would have certain rights to command other forces that joined later. Those old Brown Foundation establishment cultivator forces hesitated only slightly before agreeing. They were all very self-aware, knowing that even if they refused Gu Bai would use other methods to make them join the Qingzhou Alliance. It's just that the other methods are somewhat unsavory, so they wouldn't normally be used. Rather than joining the Qingzhou Alliance in a sorry state at the end, it's better to join early and enjoy the benefits of a founding member. As most of the old brown forces in Qingzhou, as well as the two top golden core forces, joined the Qingzhou Alliance. The remaining small and medium-sized forces also no longer hesitated and chose to join the Qingzhou Alliance. And Gu Bai, as expected, became the first alliance master of the Qingzhou Alliance. It wasn't because he was so strong, but because his reputation was excellent. There were almost no negative comments about him, and he was humble and gentle. Even if someone else was more suitable to be the alliance master than Gu Bai, others would still choose Gu Bai without hesitation. After handling a day's affairs, Gu Bai glanced at the sky and found that it was still early. Gu Bai thought for a moment, returned to his immortal cave to retrieve 2 bags of tea, and then headed towards the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai did not push open the main door of the Hall of Returning Spring. Instead, he continued walking forward until he reached a secluded small courtyard behind the Hall of Returning Spring, where he finally stopped. Inside the small courtyard, He Physician and Su Physician, 2 old men, were lying on lounge chairs, leisurely sunbathing. The 2 old men are quite old now, both around 220 years of age. This age is already considered quite old among Foundation establishment cultivators. Their chi and magical power have begun to wane, and their energy is not as good as before. Gradually, the 2 old men were no longer able to perform the duties of a physician. Therefore, a few years ago, they resigned from their elder positions at the Hall of Returning Spring, chose an immortal cave near the Hall of Returning Spring, and retired there. Of course, it says they retired, but in reality, the 2 occasionally visit the Hall of Returning Spring to guide the disciples who have just joined. To prevent the 2 old men from feeling lonely, Gu Bai would visit them every now and then. Looking at the 2 old men who were aging day by day, Gu Bai felt a pang of sadness, but fortunately, Gu Bai had already prepared himself for this. As long as the 2 old men can enjoy their later years peacefully and without regrets, that's enough. Old He, old Su, I've come to see you. Gu Bai slightly eased his mood, then a smile appeared on his lips, and he called out loudly. I'm not blind, no need to shout so loudly. He Physician scratched his ear and stood up from the lounge chair. although he spoke words of dissatisfaction, he was smiling. These are tea leaves I personally stir-fried, the taste is quite good. Gu Bai smiled and gave the 2 prepared portions of tea leaves to He Physician and Su Physician. These tea leaves look unremarkable, but in reality, they are mixed with a few leaves from the enlightenment tree. After several years of growth, the enlightenment tree has now grown into a small sapling. Although there are still very few leaves, it's perfectly fine to pick a few to brew tea. The leaves of the enlightenment tree can slightly enhance divine sense strength, and for elderly cultivators, they have the effect of refreshing the mind. If one drinks it continuously, they won't become muddled in the head when they get old like other cultivators. The 2 elders carefully put away the tea leaves, although they weren't sure what Gu Bai had mixed in. But every time they drank it, they only felt a refreshing coolness in their minds, and their brains worked much faster than before. They knew it was good stuff without even thinking. The 2 old men had also refused Gu Bai before, not wanting Gu Bai to spend too many resources on them. But Gu Bai used the same method. If the 2 old men didn't accept it, Gu Bai would burn the tea leaves to ashes in front of them. Come, have some tea. Gu Bai skillfully took out a tea set, then poured a cup of tea for each person. The 3 of them each moved a lounge chair and lay in the small courtyard, occasionally sipping tea and chatting leisurely. The topics of conversation were mostly related to medical knowledge. The 2 old men were old in age but not in spirit, and even at this age, they still studied medicine every day. Unlike before, when Gu Bai had not yet grown, it was mostly the 2 old men talking and Gu Bai listening. Now it was Gu Bai talking, and the 2 old men listening, occasionally responding with a few words. Decades ago, perhaps the 2 old men combined could still discuss medical skills with Gu Bai and make progress together. But now, Gu Bai's medical skills have far surpassed those of the 2 old men, and the 2 old men have nothing left to teach Gu Bai. The 2 old men were very proud of this, proud that they could teach such an excellent disciple as Gu Bai. It's getting late, I'll head back now. Gu Bai stayed and chatted with the 2 old men for a long time, until the sky was completely dark, and only then did Gu Bai get up and leave. Walking on his way back, Gu Bai pondered over methods to improve the second-tier life extension pill. He had already decided to create a brand new type of second-tier life extension pill, a medicinal pill that could extend life by at least 30 years with a single dose, to give to the 2 old men. He indeed had the ability to research and develop it. Thinking about it carefully, many of the people around him were already nearing the end of their lifespan. Besides the 2 elders, Alchemist Lu was already over 200 years old, roughly the same age as He Physician and the others. Even with the best second-tier life extension pill on the market, he would likely only live to around 280 years old. While birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural laws of the world, cultivators inherently seek to be heaven-defying and change their fate to go further. Gu Bai naturally hoped that the people around him could live as long as possible. The next day, Gu Bai summoned Alchemist Lu and Physician Yat, 2 great masters well versed in the Dao of medicine, to research the second-tier life extension pill with him. Even the most potent second-tier life extension pill on the market could only extend one's lifespan by 20 years. The effect would have after each use, and it could be taken a total of 3 times, meaning that consuming 3 life extension pills could at most extend one's lifespan by 35 years. For an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, 35 years was already a significant amount of time, but for Gu Bai, an immortal, 35 years was still too short. Physician Yet and Alchemist Lu naturally agreed to Gu Bai's request without hesitation. Led by Gu Bai, the 3 began a long period of research focused on how to refine better second-tier medicinal pills. As for the second-tier spirit medicine needed for the research, it was not an issue for the 3 of them at the moment. The 3 of them controlled the usage rights of almost all spirit medicine in Lingyun sect. Apart from third-tier spirit medicine, they had as much second-tier spirit medicine as they needed. Under Gu Bai's guidance, they first developed a medicinal pill that could extend lifespan by 21 years, then 22 years, and then 23 years. However, when they reached 25 years, the speed significantly slowed down because the spirit medicine used for the life extension pill that extended lifespan by 25 years was already of the highest quality among second-tier medicinal pills. To continue improving the effect, they could only push the medicinal power to its limit. However, Gu Bai was not too anxious. No matter what, the 2 elders and Alchemist Lu could live for another 20 to 30 years without a problem, and this long period was enough for him to research the most extreme second-tier life extension pill. Time slowly passed, and several years went by in a flash. Whenever the 3 had free time, they gathered to research the life extension pill. With their continuous efforts, the lifespan extended by the life extension pill finally reached 32 years. Gu Bai had a premonition that the maximum lifespan for the life extension pill should be around 35 years. No matter how second-tier spirit medicine was combined, it could not exceed its own limit. In recent decades, the sect had been peaceful, and most of the talented disciples had cultivated to the late stage of qi refining. Those with average talent were stuck in the middle stage of qi refining realm, unable to break through on their own strength, and would likely need some fortuitous encounter to break through to the late stage of qi refining. As for cultivators like Yefan, who were in the first echelon, they were already advancing towards the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yefan had even breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation establishment last year. The sect's overall strength was now even stronger than during its previous peak. If it continued to develop for a few more decades, the overall combat power of the lower-level disciples could probably increase by another 2 or 3 times. Gu Bai was extremely gratified by the overall development of Lingyun sect. At least half of the reason the sect was so prosperous was due to his excellent management. This day, Gu Bai was handling documents in the sect leader's residence as usual, but He Physician and Su Physician, the 2 elders, suddenly came to him. Gu Bai, Healer Kui might not make it. At this moment, the eyes of these two highly respected elders were slightly red. From their slightly hurried breathing, it seemed they had rushed to the sect leader's residence to inform Gu Bai immediately after receiving the news. Let's go. Gu Bai said nothing more and led the two elders towards Healer Kui's Immortal Cave. He naturally knew where Healer Kui's Immortal Cave was. When he first became the Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, he almost went to Healer Kui every other day to ask him various questions. Healer Kui, like a benevolent elder, always answered Gu Bai's questions in great detail. After the Hall of Returning Spring stabilized, Gu Bai also frequently visited Healer Kui to discuss medical arts, and Healer Kui, without reservation, imparted his many years of experience to Gu Bai. It could be said that he physicians and Su physicians' guidance accounted for 50% of Gu Bai's current achievements, his own efforts accounted for 40%, and the remaining 10% was Healer Kui's guidance to him. Although Gu Bai had long been mentally prepared, knowing that even after taking the life extension pill, Healer Kui was nearing the end of his lifespan. He just didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Last year, Healer Kui was perfectly fine and in great health, so how did his body suddenly collapse? Gu Bai quickly arrived at Healer Kui's Immortal Cave. At this time, Healer Kui was weakly lying on the bed. There were also several physicians next to him, their hands emitting green light, normally treating him, but with no significant effect. Healer Kui's aura became increasingly faint, and the qi of life on his body was like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Move aside. Gu Bai pushed away the two physicians, placed his hand on Healer Kui's chest, and began to transmit the qi of life to Healer Kui. The two physicians who were pushed away were about to get angry, but seeing that it was Gu Bai who pushed them, they instantly suppressed their anger and obediently stood aside. How is it, Gu Bai? Can you save Healer Kui? He physician looked at Gu Bai and asked worriedly. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, they had gone from being Gu Bai's reliance to Gu Bai being his and Su physician's reliance. Gu Bai frowned, his expression extremely grim. Healer Kui's body was like a broken net, no matter how much qi of life he injected, it would quickly dissipate. Healer Kui was not simply injured or sick, but his lifespan had reached its end, and all parts of his body had reached their limit. Gu Bai, don't waste your effort, I know my own situation best. At this moment, Healer Kui, who had been unconscious, slowly woke up under Gu Bai's treatment. He gently pushed away Gu Bai's hands and said in a calm tone, as if he had long been prepared for this matter. Why didn't you tell us before? Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, this grand elder, won't waste your young people's time. Healer Kui laughed heartily. Gu Bai fell silent, he could understand Healer Kui's thoughts, but he did not support them. More and more people came to visit Healer Kui, some were physicians taught by he physician, and others were cultivators whose lives Healer Kui had saved. Healer Kui chatted with his arriving friends for a long time until nightfall and his aura grew weaker and weaker, likely unable to last until tomorrow. Alright, let me and Gu Bai have a good chat for the remaining time. Healer Kui waved his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone silently left, leaving only Gu Bai. Don't be sad, child. To live until one's natural end is something many cultivators dream of. Healer Kui lay on the bed. Although his body was growing weaker, he was smiling. There was no trace of fear of death in his smile. Yes, to live until one's natural end is indeed a blessing. Gu Bai also smiled with relief. He took out a tea set and brewed a special tea for Healer Kui. Drink it. It will let you leave with more dignity. Gu Bai handed the hot tea to Healer Kui. Healer Kui struggled to sit up, took the tea brewed by Gu Bai, and without any hesitation, drank it all in one gulp. As the hot tea entered his mouth, Elder Kui's pale face became rosy, and his mind cleared significantly. At least he was no longer as muddled and filled with the aura of old age as he had been just now. This was a cup of tea brewed with leaves from the enlightenment tree, along with other spirit medicine that stimulated the body. Although it couldn't extend Healer Kui's time of death, it could allow him to be like a normal person during his final moments. The two sat facing each other. Healer Kui, who was usually not talkative, now had an endless stream of words. The two talked through the night, until dawn. My time has come. Healer Kui looked at the rising sun on the horizon and said with a smile. May you have a good journey. Gu Bai also said with a smile. There was no sadness or pain of parting in the air, only peacefulness. Ah, child, you will have to walk the path ahead by yourself. Healer Kui lowered his head, his aura slowly dissipating, and he passed away right before Gu Bai's eyes. Silence, a long-lost silence. Gu Bai sat there quietly. He didn't say a word, but the sense of loneliness on him grew a bit stronger. Many people came to Healer Kui's funeral. Everyone wore white clothes and white hats, with solemn expressions. Gu Bai stood at the front of the procession. He led the group to bury Healer Kui in a beautiful spot in the sect's back mountain. This was something Healer Kui had decided long ago. Watching the coffin gradually being covered by soil, Gu Bai felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Another one of his elders had left. No one would kindly call him child anymore. Unconsciously, his elders became fewer and fewer, while his juniors became more and more numerous. Even his disciple's child had already been born. And in the eyes of others, he was already considered a qualified elder. Gu Bai tried to show his usual gentle smile to comfort others, but found that he couldn't smile at all. It was then that Gu Bai realized his heart might not be as calm as he had imagined. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just as Gu Bai was lost in thought, he was suddenly hugged tightly from behind. Qingning hugged Gu Bai tightly. Although she was usually not smart, she knew that no words of comfort would work at this moment. She just needed to quietly stay with Gu Bai. Feeling the warmth from behind and the emotions conveyed by Qing Ning, Gu Bai felt a sense of peace. Master, you still have us. At this moment, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan stood together and said to Gu Bai with a smile. And me, and me. Oriental Yuch, held in Lu Ruyan's arms, also said in a childish voice. Master, just wait for me to show my filial piety to you, old man. Ye Fan walked to Gu Bai's side, patted Gu Bai's shoulder, and said with a smile. Big brother, I'm still here with you. Gu Bai also pushed through the crowd and walked over at this moment. He smiled at Gu Bai and said. Gu Bai stared blankly at his surrounding friends and family. From their gazes, Gu Bai could feel the most sincere concern. I'm fine. Gu Bai's lips once again curved into the same gentle smile as before. He waved his hand at everyone, indicating that he was fine. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. After a long period, Gu Bai finally perfected the rank 2 life extension pill to its limit, which was extending lifespan by 35 years. Gu Bai named it the Ancient Tree Life Extension Pill. After many attempts, he quickly refined a top-grade Ancient Tree Life Extension Pill, capable of extending lifespan by 40 years. This was not Gu Bai's limit. It was still a rank 2 medicinal pill, and it could only withstand so much medicinal power. Any more, and it would become a rank 3 medicinal pill. As for a rank 3 life extension pill, not to mention whether he had the cultivation to refine it, even if he successfully refined it, a foundation establishment cultivator simply couldn't consume it. 3 top-grade Ancient Tree Life Extension pills could extend lifespan by 70 years, which was already a terrifying number. If a foundation establishment cultivator consumed them, they could almost certainly live to 300 years old. If properly maintained, 310 or 20 years was not impossible. Master, I have successfully slain several more foundation establishment late-stage Jishu, marauder cultivators. In their storage pouches, I found several precious spirit plant seeds. They are useless to me, so I'll give them to Master. Ye Fan, dressed in white and with a confident smile on his face, took out several green seeds from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Bai. You're thoughtful. Gu Bai did not refuse and accepted the seeds with a smile. He indeed liked to plant spirit plants, but the number of spirit plants in the cultivation world was very scarce. Even if there were any, they were the treasured possessions of various sects and would never be sold externally. Therefore, Gu Bai could only cultivate spirit plants himself, but after spending about 100 years, he had only cultivated a few trees into the lowest rank of spirit plants. After Ye Fan learned of this, he would send him some precious spirit plant seeds or young spirit plant seedlings every now and then. In just over a decade, more than a dozen spirit plants had appeared in his backyard. In a few more decades, under his cultivation, these spirit plants would bear various delicious spirit fruits. Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan before him and couldn't help but feel somewhat gratified. Ye Fan had undergone another transformation in just over a decade. He now possessed the cultivation of a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, and swordsmanship no less inferior to Zhou Shui's. At the same time, Ye Fan was also proficient in various spells. This speed was already very fast. Others, even Zhou Shui, whose cultivation was second only to his, was still in the foundation establishment middle stage. Ye Fan's current combat power could no longer be described as merely exaggerated. The prodigies of his generation were no longer on the same rank as Ye Fan. In Ye Fan's own words, any number of foundation establishment late-stage cultivators, no matter how many, could not pose a threat to him. In all the years that had passed, Ye Fan alone had almost wiped out the demonic cultivators in Qingzhou. The previously numerous Jishu, marauder cultivators, were now pitifully few. They had tried to surround and kill Ye Fan together, but it ended in failure. When Ye Fan was still in the foundation establishment middle stage, more than a dozen foundation establishment late-stage demonic cultivators and Jishu, marauder cultivators, had joined forces to try and kill Ye Fan. They almost succeeded, once pushing Ye Fan to a desperate situation, but Ye Fan burned his life origin and used a secret spell to slay them all. Of course, Ye Fan's lost life origin was later replenished by him. After reaching the foundation establishment late stage, Ye Fan's strength underwent another transformation. Now, Ye Fan had truly achieved the feat of being invincible below the golden core rank, and barely able to fight above the golden core rank. Not to say he could win, but at least he wouldn't lose too badly. This was a very terrifying concept. As of now, in Qingzhou and even the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, there had been no instance of a foundation establishment cultivator overcoming a golden core true person. At most, a few hundred foundation establishment cultivators would form a grand formation to surround and kill a golden core cultivator. Even the former Gu Bei could at most only manage to die not so miserably under a golden core true person. Early this morning, Gu Bai and Gu Bei stood together outside the sect, waiting. According to the message from Su Wuji, he should be able to return to the sect today. Qingning and Zhou Shui also came along. One was Su Wuji's daughter, and the other was Su Wuji's disciple, so they naturally missed Su Wuji very much. In addition, Ye Fan also came along. Su Wuji had taught Ye Fan swordsmanship for a period in his early years, so he could barely be considered half of Ye Fan's master. Therefore, Ye Fan and Su Wuji had a fairly good relationship. Gu Bai and the others did not have to wait too long. A streak of light flew from afar, and soon a huge flying boat stopped in front of Ling Yun sect. Although the flying boat was covered with hideous cracks, its defense was merely reduced. It did not affect the normal use of the flying boat. I'm back. Did you miss me? A slightly haggard Su Wuji slowly walked down from the flying boat, then he spread his arms and said happily. Father! I missed you so much. Qingning used a escape technique, and came before Su Wuji, her eyes red as she spoke. Gu Bai smiled and did not disturb the father and daughter's reunion. After waiting for quite a while, Gu Bai finally stepped forward. How was it? Was the trip smooth? Gu Bai looked at Su Wuji and asked with a smile. It was alright, had some scares but no real danger. Su Wuji shook his head, not providing detailed explanations, but from his haggard figure, it was clear that the trip was not smooth. I'll go to the sect leader's residence with Gu Bai first to see how the sect has been recently. You all can go back first. After Su Wuji finished speaking, he pulled Gu Bai towards the sect leader's residence. Gu Bai did not resist. He could see that Su Wuji was not in good condition, likely injured, but did not want Qingning and the others to see it. Gu Bai also put away his smile. As a golden core cultivator, his perception was extremely keen, and he also discovered that Su Wuji was injured. After Gu Bai and Su Wuji walked far away, he also found an excuse to leave, and after walking a distance, he quietly circled back to the sect leader's residence. Just as they arrived at the sect leader's residence, Su Wuji suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Gu Bai released green light from both hands, unleashing full intensive power to stabilize Su Wuji's injuries. Only then did he realize that Su Wuji was severely injured. Although he appeared to have no external wounds, his internal organs were already riddled with holes. A special black magic power was attached within Su Wuji's body, continuously eroding his body. How could he be so severely injured? Gu Bai asked with a frown. From Qingzhou to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, the greatest danger was crossing the Tianyuan Desert. The marginal desert was 10 times larger than Qingzhou, with extremely harsh conditions. The daytime temperature could literally dry up a foundation establishment cultivator into a mummy in just a moment. Countless dangerous Yao beasts also lived within the desert. Even for a golden core true person, the Tianyuan Desert was extremely perilous. One careless mistake could mean being left in the Tianyuan Desert forever. However, the Tianyuan Desert had not given birth to 4th-rank Yao beasts. With Su Wuji's current strength, the Tianyuan Desert would at most be somewhat troublesome for him, not particularly dangerous, and it was impossible for him to suffer such severe injuries. Unless he was attacked by human race cultivators in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Don't mention it. I was targeted by a group of cultivator robbers because I was carrying a large amount of precious spirit medicine. As soon as I left the city, they ambushed me. Fortunately, my strength is still decent, even though they had 3 golden core late-stage great cultivators and 5 or 6 golden core middle-stage cultivators. Su Wuji said with lingering fear. But I'm not to be trifled with either. I desperately killed 1 golden core late-stage cultivator and snatched his storage pouch. That storage pouch contained all the good things he usually plundered, and I quietly sold them all for resources. Su Wuji said with a hint of pride. Be careful next time. There's no need to be so desperate. Gu Bai nodded, but he did not agree with Su Wuji's approach. Although Su Wuji spoke lightly, the process must have been incredibly perilous. From Su Wuji's injuries, it was clear that if it weren't for him, the physician, even if Su Wuji recovered, his own foundation would be affected. Ha ha ha, I know what I'm doing. Su Wuji laughed awkwardly. Master, are you all right? At this moment, Gu Bai and Ye Fan also rushed over. Seeing Su Wuji's pale face, Gu Bai asked worriedly. Su Wuji was about to open his mouth to cover it up when Gu Bai interrupted him. Gu Bai, you've come at just the right time. Quickly come and assist me in treating the sect master. He's severely injured. Gu Bai nodded. He released greenish-white lightning from both hands and began to assist Gu Bai in treating Su Wuji. Although Gu Bai was not skilled in healing methods, his creation Divine Thunder was simply too effective. Cooperating with Gu Bai perfectly compensated for his lack of magic power. If he and Gu Bai worked together, no matter how severe the injury, it could be fully recovered within a few years. The reason Su Wuji recovered so quickly before, fully recovering in just a few years, was not only due to Gu Bai's superb medical skills but also largely thanks to Gu Bai's cooperation. The green creation Divine Thunder instantly spread throughout Su Wuji's body, and the black true qi that had been constantly eroding his body. Upon touching the lightning, it seemed to encounter its natural enemy and instantly dissipated. Gu Bai also used his superb medical skills, continuously guiding the creation Divine Thunder to treat Su Wuji's body. Su Wuji suddenly spat out a mouthful of black clotted blood, and then his complexion gradually became rosy. Thank you, and don't tell Qingning and the others. Su Wuji said in a low voice. Gu Bai nodded. The dangerous combat matters could be left to them. Qingning did not need to know these things, nor did she need to worry about them. She only needed to enjoy life well. Su Wuji brought back a great deal of resources this time. In addition to exchanging all 3rd-rank spirit medicine for 3rd-rank medicinal pills. Su Wuji also bought many rare spirit medicine from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty that were not available in Qingzhou. And various cultivation classics that Gu Bai entrusted Su Wuji to buy. These books were quite diverse, containing everything. Including the history and culture of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, the relationships between different factions, and even many personal travelogues. Although there were no plans to go to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty in the short term, as the closest power to Lingyun sect, it was still very necessary to learn more about it. With Su Wuji's return, all golden core true person of Lingyun sect received a set of magic treasure that suited them, and their overall strength increased significantly. This also made Gu Bai feel much more at ease. Although Qingzhou now was not like its peak period with about 20 golden core cultivators. The quality, however, was very high. Su Wuji alone was worth half of King's Hu's previous golden core true person. Moreover, Qingzhou was no longer fighting individually as before, and its overall strength was not weaker than the previous Qingzhou. If a beast tide were to truly break out, as long as the opposing side did not dispatch fourth-rank Yao beasts, Qingzhou would not be annihilated. Inside the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai and Su Wuji were handling the sect's documents. At this moment, Gu Bai dragged a cultivator's corpse in from outside the door. He threw the corpse on the ground, and then said with some anger. Big brother, it really was as you predicted. This demonic cultivator planned to sacrifice the lives of all the mortals in Immortal dynasty to help him break through to the golden core late-stage realm. He did it quite secretly, but fortunately, I took action personally, and that's how I discovered his scheme. Gu Bai nodded, finally relieved. There's only a thief for 1,000 days, how can there be a way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Just thinking about a demonic cultivator of the golden core realm lurking in Qingzhou, ready to cause trouble at any time, Gu Bai felt his fists harden. Fortunately, he had previously divined a hexagram and calculated the demonic cultivator's location and the specific time of the action, and sent Gu Bai to kill the demonic cultivator. He had already solved one of the two crises he had divined before, and now only the beast tide crisis remained. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Inside Gu Bai's small courtyard, Xiao Bai was lying under the enlightenment tree, basking in the sun, while Gu Bai leaned against Xiao Bai's belly, leisurely reading cultivation classics. Since Su Wuji returned, Gu Bai found that he had nothing to do again. Hall of Returning Spring was managed by Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, and he didn't need to worry about it. The sect was also managed by Su Wuji, and he only occasionally needed to offer suggestions, but this didn't take up much of his time. Having completely freed himself, Gu Bai spent his days wandering around the sect, or reading books, and in the evening, he would find Su Wuji, Gu Bai and others to drink, and his days were quite carefree. Master, Master, I have become a physician. Just as Gu Bai was leisurely reading, a crisp and pleasant voice came from a distance. Gu Bai looked up and found that the person who came was Oriental Yuch, and she ran over with an excited face. Is that so? Congratulations. Gu Bai rubbed Oriental Yuch's long hair and said with a smile. Unknowingly, Oriental Yuch had grown from the original little brat into the little girl she is now. From a young age, the little girl had a very strong interest in the medical deo. Ordinary people found medical books exceptionally boring and tedious, but the little girl read them with relish. Gu Bai didn't train Oriental Yuch as a physician, but gave the choice to Oriental Yuch, letting her decide whether or not to become a physician after she turned 18. Because Oriental Yuch's aptitude was quite good, being of middle-upper level, and with superior comprehension ability. Although physicians appear glamorous on the surface, they are actually very tiring. There are many things to learn, and they are very miscellaneous. One must put in unimaginable efforts to become a physician. For cultivators without a background, becoming a physician may be a good choice. But for cultivators like Oriental Yuch, who have a background, becoming a physician is only one of her choices. With Gu Bai Yafan and others as her backers, the little girl's future is bright, and she can live well without becoming a physician. But the little girl had an interest in medical skills that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and she insisted on becoming a physician. Until after she turned 18, Oriental Yuch still chose to become a physician. On the day Oriental Yuch turned 18, Gu Bai chose to officially accept her as a disciple and teach her medical deo knowledge. The little girl's talent was very good. It seemed that she had inherited the advantages of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. She was very interested in both the medical deo and the pharmacology deo, and there was no case of being partial to one subject. In just a few years, the little girl's medical skills had already surpassed most first-level physicians. However, because she was still too young, she had not participated in the physician assessment until now that Oriental Yuch was allowed to participate in the assessment. Oriental Yuch easily passed the assessment and became a first-level physician. Becoming a physician is a good thing, but the realm cannot be neglected. After slightly sensing Oriental Yuch's cultivation, Gu Bai rubbed Oriental Yuch's hair again and said with a smile. Oriental Yuch is now 20 years old, and her realm is at refining Qi 6 layer. This speed is very fast in the entire sect. But Gu Bai was still a little worried. He was afraid that Oriental Yuch would put most of her energy into the medical deo, thus neglecting her cultivation. His two disciples were like that. Not to mention their poor aptitude, they were also not interested in cultivation. If Gu Bai hadn't been urging them to cultivate all the time, it would be uncertain whether they could become foundation establishment cultivators. I know, I will work hard to cultivate. Brother Yafan also said that to me just now. Oriental Yuch nodded and agreed. Oh, Yuechu, you came and didn't tell me. Just as the two were talking, Qingning, yawning, opened the door and walked out. When she saw Oriental Yuch, her eyes lit up, and then she stepped forward and hugged Oriental Yuch suddenly, then affectionately rubbed against her. Master's wife, I'm not a child anymore. Oriental Yuch's face was flushed, and she wanted to break free from Qingning's embrace. But with her cultivation at the Qi refining realm, how could she break free from Qingning's favor at the foundation establishment late stage realm? Not only did Qingning not let go, but she hugged her even tighter. Everyone is a girl, what's the big deal about hugging? Qingning said nonchalantly. Gu Bai sighed helplessly and stepped forward to forcibly separate Qingning and Oriental Yuch. Perhaps Qingning was too well protected by him. Even though she was already a big girl over 100 years old, her heart was very naive. She was not even as mature and stable as the 20-year-old Oriental Yuch. Master, I'm hungry. After the two girls played around for a while, Oriental Yuch suddenly looked at Gubai and said pitifully. What do you want to eat? Gubai asked with a smile. Braised pork. Oriental Yuch and Xing said in unison. You eat braised pork every day, aren't you tired of it? Gubai covered his forehead and said very helplessly. He didn't know why, but the people around him liked to eat the braised pork he made. It was clear that this was a very greasy dish, but the people around him never got tired of eating it. Since Xing met him, she had been asking him to make braised pork every now and then, and she had been eating it until now, and Xing had not gotten tired of it. Not to mention Oriental Yuch, braised pork was something she had eaten since she was a child. When little Yuecha was just able to eat, she fell in love with braised pork, and she still clamored to eat braised pork every day until now. Not enough, how can we get enough of such delicious food? After hearing this, Oriental Yuch and Xing said in unison again. I know, I know. Gubai nodded, came to the back of the kitchen, and skillfully started making braised pork. Hiccup, I'm so full. Xing covered her belly and sat limply on the bench with a satisfied expression. Oriental Yuch was the same, she covered her slightly bulging belly with a satisfied expression. It's not like I won't make it for you next time, don't eat so much every time. Gubai got up helplessly and started cleaning the table. There was no way, one was his Dao companion, and the other was his disciple, what could he do? Spoil them. After tidying up the table, Gubai originally wanted to find a quiet place to read, but the jade pendant he carried with him suddenly vibrated. Gubai frowned. This was a yin and yang jade pendant, divided into one yin and one yang, capable of transmitting messages to each other. It was Suwuji who had just sent him a message, telling him to come to the sect master's residence quickly, as there was an important matter to discuss. Gubai immediately got up. After bidding farewell to Xing and Oriental Yuch, Gubai cast a escape method and headed towards the sect master's residence. Soon, Gubai arrived at the sect master's residence. Pushing open the main door, Suwuji stood in the sect master's residence with a serious expression, and beside him stood Gubai, Tianming Zi, Ice Frost Genren, and other Golden Core high-ranking members of the sect. Besides them, Gubai also saw Yefan, although Yefan was not yet a Golden Core true person. However, his talent and strength were publicly recognized, and it was a foregone conclusion that Yefan would become a Golden Core true person. Coupled with his identity as Gubai's disciple, his status was guaranteed, allowing him to participate in a meeting of this rank. What happened? Gubai asked in a low voice. A disciple who was performing a mission outside just sent back news that the Yao beasts in the 10,000 barren mountains have started to slowly gather. If this continues, a beast tide will likely form. Suwuji frowned and said very seriously. Gubai also frowned after hearing this. He had calculated that the beast tide would erupt in 52 years, but there were still 30 years until then. The 10,000 barren mountains starting to prepare so early probably meant that the scale of the beast tide would be even larger than imagined. Besides Suwuji, the other immortal masters also had serious expressions, as if facing a formidable enemy. Normally, even if a beast tide showed signs of gathering, the sect would at most just pay attention, and would not react so intensely, nor would they think that the beast tide would attack the human race. After all, Yao beasts also fight among themselves. Usually, when Yao beasts gather, it means there's an internal conflict among them, and they're about to start fighting. But who made Gubai calculate earlier that Qingzhou would face a great crisis in 52 years? Gubai's character was recognized by everyone. If he said a crisis would erupt in 52 years, everyone would choose to believe him. And besides the outbreak of a beast tide, they really couldn't think of any other crisis Qingzhou would have. I believe we should now organize manpower to build a city on the border between Qingzhou and the 10,000 barren mountains to resist the Yao beasts' attack. Gubai said in a deep voice. The Golden Core Immortal Masters looked at each other, then all nodded, agreeing with Gubai's statement. Then let's do as you say. You will be fully responsible for this matter. You can mobilize all elders and disciples of Ling Yun sect. Suwuji handed Gubai a token and said in a deep voice. This token was the sect master's token. Holding it was equivalent to having the sect master's authority. Generally speaking, only the sect master could use this token. It was only because Gubai was one of their own that Suwuji would give Gubai this token. Next, the few of them discussed the specific details together. Most of the talking was done by Gubai and Suwuji, with the other Golden Core Immortal Masters listening. Although they were Golden Core Immortal Masters, what they excelled at was nothing more than combat and cultivation. They were truly not good at arranging manpower, managing, or organizing such matters. Of course, besides Gubai and Suwuji, Yefan was surprisingly able to interject. Although he could only offer suggestions in very few places, each time it was incisive, hitting the core of the problem. On the surface, Yefan's face showed no change, but inwardly, he was panicking. Old you, is it really okay for you to give me advice like this? Yefan muttered to himself. What are you afraid of? Now you and I are one. What I know, you know. But I didn't expect your master to be truly capable. To be honest, his management ability is rare even in top-tier forces. Old Yu said with a slight surprise. He was becoming increasingly unable to see through Gubai. He was clearly just a foundation establishment cultivator, yet his status in the sect was surprisingly high. Even the Golden Core Immortal Masters and even the sect master in the sect implicitly centered around Gubai, always instinctively seeking Gubai's opinion. But regarding Gubai, the only thing he could see through was that Gubai genuinely treated Yefan, his disciple, and his kindness was selfless. Therefore, Old Yu did not dislike Gubai. On the contrary, he had a relatively high regard for Gu Bai. The only pity was that he currently had no physical body. He felt that Gu Bai should be very compatible with him, and if they knew each other, they might become close friends. He even wanted to befriend Gu Bai after being revived and have a drink together. But it would take at least a few hundred years for Gu Bai to create a brand new body for him, and he didn't know if Gu Bai would live until then. Old Yu thought to himself. Gu Bai was unaware of the conversation between Ye Fan and Old Yu. At this moment, all of Gu Bai's thoughts were focused on the outbreak of the beast tide. It wasn't until dark that the general framework was discussed. Gu Bai rubbed his somewhat throbbing temples, pushing open the door to his immortal cave with a slight weariness. A full day of high-intensity thinking, even for him, was a bit much. You're back. Xing had been waiting for Gu Bai in bed early. She had originally wanted to ask Gu Bai why he returned so late. But seeing Gu Bai's tired look, she knew that Gu Bai must have been busy with important matters. Rest quickly. Xing patted the bed and said softly. Gu Bai nodded. After taking off his robe, he lay down beside Xing. The two of them embraced each other. Smelling the lemon-like body fragrance emanating from Xing, Gu Bai felt a sense of peace, and then slowly fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably. He had to admit, with Xing by his side, he slept very peacefully last night. Gu Bai did not linger in the gentle embrace. He glanced at the sleeping Xing, then left the immortal cave with firm steps. For a long time to come, he probably wouldn't be as leisurely as he was now. As the alliance leader of the Qingzhou alliance, he needed to manage the cultivators of the entire Qingzhou to prepare in advance and resist the beast tide's attack. This process was very complicated. Whether it was troublesome was secondary, the main thing was that he might have to stay at the border for several years, or even more than 10 years, without returning to the sect even once. Although Gu Bai was also very reluctant, some things had to be done by someone. When the beast tide attacked Qingzhou, everyone would be involved. Someone had to step forward to take charge of the overall situation, and he was the most suitable candidate. Gu Bai took out a pen and wrote a letter to Xing, explaining why he had to leave. Gu Bai did not wake Xing. He just took a deep look at Xing, then turned and left with firm steps. If Xing were awake, although she wouldn't stop him from leaving, she would definitely cry, and Gu Bai didn't want to see Xing sad. Yellow Dragon City, an immortal city standing between Qingzhou and the 10,000 Barren Mountains, is no smaller in scale than Qianlong Immortal City, though it has fewer people. The city's appearance is very rugged, with city walls dozens of meters high surrounding it, designed to withstand enemy attacks. The dilapidated city walls are covered with hard-to-wash bloodstains and claw marks. There is a huge claw mark on the city wall that almost splits it in two. The damaged areas have been mostly repaired, but the power of that claw mark can still be seen from the clues. And at the very center of the city wall, a ferocious dragon head hangs prominently, with dragon bones embedded in the city wall still visible. This is Yellow Dragon City, which has protected Qingzhou from the invasion of the Ya race for thousands of years. It is the most important line of defense between Qingzhou and the 10,000 Barren Mountains. From its construction until now, it has withstood countless attacks from the Ya race. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, during the First Great War between the human race and the Ya race, the founding old ancestor of the myriad sword sect in Qingzhou slew a golden core late-stage Huanglong, infinitely close to the nascent soul realm, beneath the city. He then placed the Huanglong's dragon bones within the city wall and protected them with a third-order formation to strengthen the city wall's defenses. Huanglong Immortal City does not belong to any single force in Qingzhou, nor does it have a true master. Generally, each golden core sect sends a representative to jointly manage Huanglong Immortal City. However, ever since Lingyun sect dominated Qingzhou, Huanglong Immortal City has also been considered a hidden asset of Lingyun sect. During peacetime, a large number of loose cultivators gather here. They travel back and forth to the 10,000 Barren Mountains, collecting various spirit medicine and selling them to large forces. Half of King's Hu's spirit medicine comes from the 10,000 Barren Mountains. Is this Huanglong Immortal City? It's truly magnificent. Standing under the city gate of Huanglong Immortal City, feeling the sense of solemnity emanating from Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai said with some emotion. Gu Bei and Ye Fan were also standing beside him, protecting his safety. After expressing his emotion, Gu Bai immediately led the formation masters of Lingyun sect to begin strengthening the defenses. Huanglong Immortal City also became bustling again after a long time, with various forces from Qingzhou dispatching a large number of cultivators to guard Huanglong Immortal City. Gu Bai also arranged for a large number of people to build 30-meter-high earthen walls on both sides of Huanglong Immortal City to resist the attacks of the beast tide. Formations are carved on the earthen walls. Although they cannot stop third-order demon beasts of the golden core level, they can easily block ordinary second-order and first-order Yao beasts. Under Gu Bai's organization, the once somewhat empty Huanglong Immortal City quickly became overcrowded. Almost all cultivators from Qingzhou who could come did. There were thousands of foundation establishment cultivators alone, and chi refining cultivators were too numerous to count. Deist Qianlong, Deist Tianyun, Physician Yat, these loose cultivators from Qingzhou also arrived at Huanglong Immortal City. Standing on the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the distant 10,000 Barren Mountains. The 10,000 Barren Mountains is a territory of the Ya race, vast and boundless, occupying 1/10 of the entire cultivation world. It is rumored that deep within the 10,000 Barren Mountains, there are several great Yao beasts of the spirit transformation realm. Of course, these have little to do with Qingzhou. Xing is simply not qualified to make a soul transformation great Yao beast take action. At this moment, a purple escape light suddenly flew from afar. The escape light landed on the city wall, and after the light dissipated, Gu Bei's figure was revealed. What's the situation inside the 10,000 barren mountains? Gu Bei looked at Gu Bei beside him and asked in a deep voice. He had specifically sent Gu Bei to the 10,000 barren mountains to scout for enemy intelligence. With Gu Bei's current strength, even if he were discovered, Gu Bei could leave safely. It's not ideal. Currently, a small beast tide of several thousand second-order Yao beasts and 100,000 first-order Yao beasts has formed. Moreover, deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, I vaguely sensed the aura of more than a dozen third-order demon beasts. Gu Bei frowned tightly and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Bei also frowned, secretly feeling unlucky. The scale of the beast tide might be larger than he imagined. The beast tide hasn't officially erupted yet, but thousands of Foundation establishment Yao beasts have already gathered. If the beast tide truly erupts, the number of second-order Yao beasts will likely reach tens of thousands, and the number of ordinary first-order Yao beasts will likely reach millions. The largest beast tide in King's Hu's history only had a few thousand second-order Yao beasts. Fortunately, he had divined the danger beforehand and made ample preparations early on. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to discover the gathering of the beast tide within the 10,000 barren mountains under normal circumstances. Even if it were discovered, it would be after the beast tide had already formed a certain scale. Gu Bai turned his head and looked at the several thousand Foundation establishment cultivators within Huanglong Immortal City, immediately feeling a sense of relief. Although the number of people on King's Hu's side is relatively small, with mutual cooperation, they can resist Yao beasts several times their own number. Gu Bai then found Su Wuji, Wang Meng, and other cultivators who were skilled in killing techniques and had experience in large-scale warfare. They implemented military management, training the several thousand Foundation establishment cultivators and countless chi refining cultivators within Huanglong Immortal City into a regular, organized, and disciplined army. Although more than half of them were cultivators from other forces, they were all local forces from Qingzhou, and one-third of them were even internal members of Lingyun sect. Managing them was still very simple, at least there would be no situations where orders were not followed. For the strict training arranged by Gu Bai every day, the cultivators who came to support Huanglong Immortal City did not resist at all. After all, it was a golden core true person personally teaching, and what was taught was real skill. Who wouldn't be tempted? Gu Bai then found the head of the weapon forging hall, asking him to lead the hall of weaponry cultivators to forge as many armors as possible, as many as they could. Yao beasts are not like humans, they don't use various strange spells or different types of weapons. They mostly rely on their powerful physical bodies for combat, and only a very small number of Yao beasts can awaken their innate divine ability. Even for Yao beasts that have awakened their innate divine ability is mostly related to their physical body. Therefore, wearing a set of armor can greatly increase the probability of survival. Lingyun sect currently has nothing else but an abundance of resources. Su Wuji waved his hand, directly taking out all the materials suitable for forging magical artifacts from the sect's treasury. This made the head of the weapon forging hall overjoyed. His hall of weaponry had so many apprentices who had always been eager to forge magical artifacts to improve their proficiency. However, orders were limited. An apprentice forging 10 magical artifacts a year was already very good. And now, such a large order suddenly came, enough to allow a large number of apprentices to grow rapidly, and their experienced artifact refiners could also gain some experience. He led many cultivators from the hall of weaponry to work tirelessly forging armor, and set after set of armor was produced. Of course, these armors were only provided for the cultivators of Lingyun sect. If cultivators from other forces wanted armor, they would need to pay extra spirit stones for Lingyun sect to help forge it. And at least half of these cultivators who came to participate in the war paid spirit stones for Lingyun sect to help forge armor. After all, wearing a set of armor could indeed greatly increase the probability of survival, and these cultivators who came to participate in the war were also afraid of death. And the remaining small portion of cultivators who had not forged armor eventually had to ask Lingyun sect to help forge a set of armor as time went on. After all, other cultivators had armor, and if you didn't, when it came to close combat with a Yao beast, who would the Yao beast hit if not you? In addition, the Danding division in the Hall of Returning Spring also began to operate at full capacity, refining a large number of recovery-type medicinal pills. War is about supplies. If there are supplies, the average survival probability of all cultivators can be increased by at least several tenths. After all matters were arranged, several years had already passed. Gu Bai looked at the neatly arrayed cultivators in Huanglong Immortal City, practicing unified spells, and finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Gu Bai did not return to the sect. Huanglong Immortal City still needed him to oversee the overall situation. However, Gu Bai still often took time to return to the sect to accompany Qingning. Qingning originally wanted to come and help, but he strictly refused her. Hey, Gu Bai, I'm here. As Gu Bai was pondering, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Immediately after, Gu Bai felt himself being firmly hugged from behind. Smelling the familiar, unique body fragrance of Qingning, and feeling the familiar softness against his back, Gu Bai sighed deeply. Didn't I tell you to stay in the sect? Why did you come here? Huanglong Immortal City is very dangerous right now. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. I don't want to stay in the back like a good-for-nothing. It was like that during the last sect war, you didn't even ask if I was willing, you just forcibly sent me away. It's the same with the current battle between the human race and the Yao race. I clearly have the ability to participate, so why can't I? I am a sword cultivator, I should be on the battlefield killing enemies. Even if I die in battle, I'll have no regrets, instead of being a mere vase in the sect. Xing said loudly, with a rare hint of anger in her voice. Gu Bai was stunned upon hearing this. This was the first time Xing had gotten angry with him since they met. Gu Bai was not angry, instead, he began to reflect. Was he really wrong? But looking at Xing appearance at this moment, Gu Bai felt that he was terribly wrong. Xing was Xing, she was a living person, not a machine that would only operate according to specified instructions. I'm sorry, I overlooked your feelings. Gu Bai gently hugged Xing and said apologetically. He had indeed overlooked Xing's own thoughts, this was his fault. His love for Xing would never become chains to bind her. Xing was not his possession, she was a person with her own thoughts. She could do whatever she wanted and didn't need his permission. So that means I can participate in the upcoming battles. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Xing's eyes instantly lit up, and she said excitedly. You can, but you must also be careful and not overexert yourself. If you get hurt, we will all be sad, understand? Gu Bai ruffled Xing's hair and said in a gentle tone. Although he was very worried, he respected Xing's wishes. Then what about my father? Xing was still a bit uneasy. She nestled into Gu Bai's embrace and whispered. For Xing to participate in the battle, she needed the consent of both Gu Bai and Su Wuji. Gu Bai's approval was relatively easy to get, as he wasn't a stubborn person, and he would seriously consider what Xing said. But Su Wuji was different. As a sword cultivator, his personality was inherently more unyielding, and he was also Xing's father. If Xing wanted to get his permission to risk participating in this war, Su Wuji would never agree. Don't worry, I'll handle your father. You just wait for the result. Gu Bai ruffled Xing's hair and said with a smile. After hugging Xing for a while longer, Gu Bai finally released her embrace. Then, he took a deep breath and, with determined steps, walked towards Su Wuji. What? My daughter is going to participate in this war. And you agreed? Su Wuji's eyes widened as he looked at Gu Bai, speaking in disbelief. Yes, this is her own idea. I respect her thoughts, which is why I agreed. Gu Bai said in a calm tone. Don't you know this war is extremely dangerous? People can die with just a moment of carelessness. Don't you care about her safety? Su Wuji's face turned red with anger as he shouted at Gu Bai. This was the second time he had gotten angry with Gu Bai. The first time was when Gu Bai told him that he wanted to become Dao companion with Xing. Of course I know, but Xing is not an ordinary cultivator, she is a powerful sword cultivator. As her father and master, you should know better than I do that Xing is not weak. She is fully capable and qualified to participate in this battle. Gu Bai also said loudly. But it's too dangerous. Su Wuji was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice. But this is what Xing needs as a sword cultivator. As a sword cultivator great master, you understand better than I do that for a sword cultivator to grow, they must experience battle. Not battles like child's play, but those where death is a constant possibility. Xing has been protected too well by us, which has caused her swordplay to not improve for decades. Her swordplay is no longer sharp, which is very detrimental to her future cultivation. Do you think, in her current state, she can successfully break through to the Golden Core realm? The probability is probably very low, isn't it? But Gu Bai continued to question Su Wuji. Su Wuji fell completely silent. As a sword cultivator great master, he naturally understood better than Gu Bai that what Xing needed was not a stable environment. The true suitable places for Xing were the law enforcement hall and the frontline battles. Only by fighting fierce demonic cultivators could Xing truly grow. But as a father, he couldn't bear to see Xing get hurt, and he certainly couldn't accept the possibility of Xing dying. Therefore, many years ago, he refused Xing joining the law enforcement and did not allow Xing to carry out any dangerous missions. Sigh, I've said what needed to be said. Your silence means you agree. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I will definitely protect Xing's safety. Besides, aren't you still watching from the side? If you don't trust others, don't you trust yourself? Gu Bai patted Su Wuji's shoulder and said with a smile. Su Wuji said nothing, just stood still, which counted as tacit agreement. Gu Bai stood beside Su Wuji, and neither of them spoke. Although they were both very worried about Xing's safety, fortunately, they both loved Xing very much, and this love did not bind Xing. That's how it is, so I want to ask you to protect your master's wife's safety. This is my only request to you as your master. Can you do it? Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan, who was clad in armor, holding a Saiyan longsword, and full of heroic spirit, and said in a deep voice. In the early stage of the war, neither side's Golden Core realm strategists would make a move, at most, only Foundation Establishment realm combat power would be deployed. Ye Fan's strength was the strongest among all Foundation Establishment cultivators. Therefore, Ye Fan was specially appointed as the commander of all cultivators, with him leading all cultivators in battle. Ye Fan did not disappoint him, he not only demonstrated his champion Foundation Establishment realm strength but also displayed his grand vision and personal charisma, like a true general. In just a few years, Ye Fan gained the recognition of all cultivators, thoroughly solidifying his position as commander. Master, rest assured, I will definitely protect Master's wife's safety. If Master's wife encounters danger, I will bring you my head. Ye Fan patted his chest, making a promise. His relationship with Xing was also very good. Xing was like an elder to him, taking care of him since he first joined the sect. Even if Gu Bai didn't say anything, he would still desperately protect Xingning's safety. Time slowly flowed by, and Gu Bai lived quite comfortably in Huanglong Immortal City. Most of the people he knew had come to Huanglong Immortal City. Every evening, he could still find Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Tianming Ziai and others to drink and chat, and Xingning would accompany him in the evenings. More than 10 years passed like this. Gu Bai's overall strength had improved further, his medical dao had even surpassed the scope of a second-order physician, placing him between a second-order physician and a third-order physician. In terms of theoretical level, his theoretical knowledge was in no way inferior to a third-order physician. What limited Gu Bai now was not knowledge or skill, but his own cultivation. As long as he broke through to the Golden Core realm, he would instantly become a third-order physician and a third-order alchemist. Becoming a third-order physician or alchemist is an extremely difficult task, requiring sufficient aptitude. Without aptitude, no amount of time spent will be useful. For example, Physician Ye has been a second-order physician for several hundred years. Even with his cultivation in the Golden Core realm, he still cannot become a third-order physician. At that time, if Lingyun sect acquired precious third-order spirit medicine again, they wouldn't have to travel to the extremely distant Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and spend a huge price to specifically find an alchemist to help refine it. Gu Bai could refine it himself, which would save the sect a large sum of money. And if he became a third-order physician, then treating Su Wuji and others would not be as difficult as it was now. Because he had repeatedly taken spirit items that improved aptitude, Gu Bai's aptitude had actually risen to a moderate level. With the support of a large number of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was not slow. His current age was 145 years old, which was at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. And his current cultivation was Foundation Establishment 8th layer, at 145 years old. To have cultivated to Foundation Establishment 8th layer, this speed was considered fast in the entire cultivation world. As long as no unexpected circumstances occurred, he should be able to break through to the Golden Core realm and become a Golden Core true person before his lifespan limit arrived. As for the core formation spirit items he needed, Su Wuji and Gu Bai had already prepared them for him. A full 3 core formation spirit items, and all of them were wood attribute core formation spirit items that matched his cultivation technique. It's not that a 4th core formation spirit item couldn't be obtained, but a cultivator can only use a maximum of 3 core formation spirit items when breaking through to Golden Core. Besides him, after so many years of cultivation, Xingning had also long since cultivated to Foundation Establishment 9th layer and had already begun preparing to break through to Golden Core. Su Wuji had already prepared 3 core formation spirit items for Xingning, although their quality was not too high, they were all very compatible with Xingning. Of course, the money spent was not taken from the sect, these were all spirit stones that Su Wuji had saved over the years and specifically purchased in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. With his strength as a Golden Core late-stage Grand Cultivator, it was not very difficult to buy 3 ordinary core formation spirit items. As for Ye Fan, as a Golden Core seed of the sect, and the extraordinary talent he displayed, Su Wuji also used the sect's power to secure 2 core formation spirit items for Ye Fan, the remaining one would have to be figured out by Ye Fan himself. However, Gu Bai was not worried about Ye Fan, he had already seen that Ye Fan had great luck. When he broke through to Golden Core, he would definitely obtain the core formation spirit items he needed in an unexpected but extremely reasonable way. If Ye Fan hadn't obtained 3 core formation spirit items when he was about to break through, at worst, Gu Bai would use his connections to find an ordinary core formation spirit item for Ye Fan. It was also thanks to Lingyun sect defeating the 3 great sects and becoming the overlord of Qingzhou, emptying the treasuries of the 3 great sects, that they could possess such a strong foundation. Otherwise, even with money, it would be very difficult to buy core formation spirit items, let alone choose core formation spirit items suitable for oneself. Ye Fan could have actually tried to break through to the Golden Core realm several years ago, but he did not. Instead, he was preparing to participate in the upcoming Great War between the human race and the Ya race. In the early stage of the war between the human race and the Ya race, neither side would use Golden Core combat power, whichever side first used Golden Core combat power would be at a disadvantage. According to Ye Fan, his current combat power was basically invincible in the Foundation Establishment realm, and his participation in the war would be of great help to the human race. As Gu Bai lowered his head in thought, his transmission talisman suddenly vibrated slightly. Gu Bai sent his divine sense into it, reading the transmitted information, and a moment later, Gu Bai frowned tightly. Intelligence from cultivators lurking deep in the 10,000 barren mountains reported that the beast tide had become restless and was slowly moving towards Huanglong Immortal City. Upon hearing this news, Gu Bai's expression remained normal, he was not surprised. The beast tide's attack time was more than 10 years earlier than expected, which should be because the Yao beast side also detected the anomaly in Huanglong Immortal City and knew that the human race might have already known about their actions. Therefore, once the Yao beasts had gathered almost enough, they started the beast tide early, wanting to catch the human race off guard. But Gu Bai had already used the star observation secret technique to release information that the Yao race would attack Qingzhou early, although the time was not detailed, he only roughly knew it would be around this month, and that was enough. Some time ago, Gu Bai sent several cultivators skilled in stealth to secretly hide in the 10,000 barren mountains to observe the Yao beast's movements. Everyone, act according to the plan and prepare to resist the beast tide's attack. Gu Bai shouted loudly, and with the enhancement of a special magical artifact, Gu Bai's voice instantly spread throughout Huanglong Immortal City. Upon hearing Gu Bai's voice, the cultivators of Xianlong Immortal City instantly stopped what they were doing, they marched with neat steps. It only took the time of 1 stick of incense for all of them to orderly stand on the city wall, ready in formation. Looking at the neatly arranged cultivators on the city wall, clad in armor and exuding a chilling aura, Gu Bai couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. He had trained these cultivators using methods for training soldiers on Earth, and after more than 10 years, he had finally trained them to be presentable. Not to mention how much their combat power had improved, just in terms of discipline, they completely surpassed any other force. On the city wall, there were densely packed cultivators, with the Foundation establishment cultivators stationed every few meters. The cultivators standing in the front row were mostly those skilled in long-range attacks. Behind them stood a row of cultivators more skilled in close combat, to protect the safety of the front row cultivators. There were 3 such groups of cultivators on each city wall. They could take turns fighting, and if they got tired, they would retreat to the rear to rest, and members of other groups would take over. In addition, every 100 meters, there would be a physician stationed there, so that if any cultivator was injured, they could immediately receive treatment from the physician. Ye Fan would preside over the overall situation at the front. Once he discovered that a certain area was about to be breached by Yao beasts, Ye Fan would lead the elites of the law enforcement hall to support, thereby stabilizing the battle. Gu Bai was the leader of the physicians in the rear, and he led all the physicians to ensure that every injured person received treatment. To counter this beast tide, Gu Bai brought over most of the physicians from the Hall of Returning Spring. Even the elderly He physician and Su physician followed along. Gu Bai originally wanted the 2 of them to live out their retirement peacefully in the sect. After all, both old men were advanced in age, their energy was not what it used to be, and it was time for them to enjoy their retirement. However, the 2 old men threatened to die if they weren't allowed to help on the front lines. In their words, for the young people to fight on the front lines while they hid in the sect was the greatest insult to them. Rather than live a comfortable life in the sect, it was better to contribute their last bit of strength for the sect on the front lines. Even if they died in battle, they would have no regrets. Gu Bai originally intended to forcibly keep the 2 old men in the sect, but then he thought of Elder Zhang, who, despite dying in battle within the sect, had a proud smile on his face before his death. Thinking of this, and seeing the firm gaze of the 2 old men, Gu Bai found himself unable to refuse. As soon as everyone had taken their positions, the ground began to tremble slightly. Immediately after, a black tide formed by Yao beasts approached Qianlong Immortal City at an extremely fast speed. These black tides were composed of countless Yao beasts, so numerous that they layered upon each other like a surging tide, hence they were called a beast tide. Gu Bai looked at the distant beast tide with a solemn expression. This should only be a probing attack from the Yao race, not their main force. But the numbers were still terrifyingly high. The 10,000 barren mountains had no shortage of low-level Yao beasts. How are you feeling? Nervous? It's not too late to regret leaving now. Gu Bai turned to look at Qing Ning beside him and said with a smile. Not afraid at all, in fact, I'm a little excited. Qing Ning, dressed in a green armor, looked heroic and said with full battle intent. As a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, coupled with her excellent performance, she successfully became a captain. She could lead 9 Foundation establishment cultivators and countless Qi refining cultivators to guard a small section of the city wall. During her more than 10 years in Huanglong Immortal City, Qing Ning had not been idle. She had undergone military training every day. She became a captain purely based on her own abilities, without relying on outside help. Gu Bai and Su Wuji did not offer any help to Qing Ning. On the contrary, Su Wuji even secretly increased the difficulty for Qing Ning. But Qing Ning overcame all of it and successfully became a squad captain. I've said what needed to be said countless times before, but I still want to say it one more time. Be careful. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Understood, I will be careful. Gu Bai nodded and then turned to leave. The entire rear required him to oversee the overall situation. He could not stay by Qing Ning's side indefinitely. However, Gu Bai was not too worried about Qing Ning's safety. In the early stages of the war, neither side would deploy Golden Core level combat power. With Qing Ning's Foundation establishment late-stage cultivation and numerous life-saving spirit items, she could even survive an attack from a Golden Core true person. Rumble rumble rumble. Soon, the beast tide arrived near Qianlong Immortal City, but as soon as they approached Qianlong Immortal City, the ground collapsed. Instantly, a large number of Yao beasts fell into the pre-dug deep pits. As the mechanisms were triggered, countless sharp spikes appeared in the pits, instantly impaling the Yao beasts that had fallen in. These pits were dozens of meters deep and contained a first-order killing array. Even second-order demon beasts would find it difficult to climb out after falling in. And Gu Bai had people dig tens of thousands of similar pits. Puchi puchi puchi. Yao beasts fell into the deep pits like dumplings. But the number of Yao beasts was too great, and the pits gradually filled up. Some second-order demon beasts that had not yet died completely in the pits were already climbing out, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Standing on the city wall, Ye Fan quietly watched this scene. He had anticipated this. He did not expect these pits to stop all the Yao beasts, only to reduce their numbers. Anyway, these pits were cheap to construct, and tens of thousands of pits would not cost many spirit stones. Although some of the Yao beasts on the ground were intercepted, these pits could not stop the flying Yao beasts. Suddenly, countless bird-type Yao beasts appeared in the sky. They gathered in dense swarms, like black clouds, flying rapidly towards Huanglong Immortal City. Listen to my command, don't rush to attack yet. Ye Fan did not lose his composure, his voice was extremely calm, and hearing Ye Fan's calm voice, the cultivators present also calmed down slightly. The most taboo thing on the battlefield was chaos. Once chaos formed, the battle line would immediately collapse. There had already been signs of chaos just now, but fortunately, Ye Fan suppressed it in time. It was not until the Yao beasts in the air were less than 1,000 meters from the city wall that Ye Fan shouted loudly. Unleash fire spells. The cultivators on the city wall, as if rehearsed, neatly performed hand seals and launched countless fireballs. Bang 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 bang. The Yao beasts in the sky were instantly intercepted, and countless flaming Yao beasts fell from the sky. Bird-type Yao beasts are the most fragile of all Yao beasts. The physical strength of most bird-type Yao beasts is even inferior to that of the human race. Moreover, they are covered in feathers and are very afraid of flames. Generally speaking, they act alone and would not rush over like this, nor would they actively attack human race cultivators. But now, these low-level bird-type Yao beasts were all controlled by the Yao King, unable to act on their own will. Unleash wind spells. Seeing that the time was right, Ye Fan then shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, all the cultivators immediately switched from fire spells to wind spells. Rumble rumble rumble. When the flames met the strong wind, they instantly expanded countless times, and the bird-type Yao beasts in the rear that had not been attacked also had their wings ignited by the suddenly expanding flames. Ye Fan also performed hand seals, instantly forming an incredibly massive gust of wind that made the flames in the sky burn even more intensely. The sky quickly turned into a sea of fire, and countless bird-type Yao beasts fell from the sky like a rain of fire. Only a small number of second-order demon beasts remained unaffected by the flames and continued to fly towards the immortal city. But they were also instantly struck down by the cultivators on the city wall. Xing also took the opportunity to slay several second-order demon beasts. The first extremely troublesome wave of attack was easily resolved by Ye Fan. Ye Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this wave seemed simple, it was actually not simple at all. It was crucial to seize the timing firmly. Being too fast or too slow would not work, and a slight misstep could lead to heavy casualties. This kid has my demeanor from back in the day. It's no wonder I put so much effort into teaching him. Wang, who was already a golden core cultivator, nodded with satisfaction after seeing Ye Fan's performance. In the more than 10 years before the war, he would teach Ye Fan combat techniques whenever he had free time, and Ye Fan's set of combined techniques was learned from him. Subsequently, Ye Fan used the same move to deal with the beast tide that had already climbed to the bottom of the city wall. Countless cultivators unleashed fire spells at the Yao beasts below the city wall, followed by wind spells. However, the effect was not as good, causing only a small number of casualties. After that, everyone displayed their divine abilities, with the cultivators at the forefront unleashing their good at remote attacks to stop the beast tide's advance. Ye Fan unleashed an incredibly massive sword chi, instantly cutting dozens of second-order demon beasts and hundreds of first-order monsters in half. The others also displayed their divine abilities. Chu Bai, who had already cultivated to the foundation establishment late stage, used fire spells with his left hand and wind spells with his right hand. Instantly, a giant flaming dragon tornado formed, sweeping countless Yao beasts into it. Li Hong, holding a long saber, displayed streaks of saber light, cutting countless Yao beasts in half. Zhang Xueqin released countless cold currents. As the blue cold currents slowly descended, any Yao beast that touched them would be frozen into ice sculptures within a few breaths. They were all prodigies within the sect, and after such a long time, they had all grown, possessing foundation establishment late-stage cultivation. Of course, as their senior, Xing was not to be outdone. She also swung out countless sword chi, killing several second-order demon beasts in just a few breaths. But the number of Yao beasts was simply too great, and they were fearless, climbing towards the city wall like mad. Under high-intensity spell usage, the cultivators on the city wall quickly depleted most of their magical power, with only a few foundation establishment cultivators still having reserves. First group, return to rest. Second group, take over. Ye Fan shouted loudly after realizing this situation. The cultivators on the city wall did not retreat immediately, they all used their most powerful spells before neatly retreating to the rear. And the cultivators in the rear instantly filled in, taking over from the cultivators on the city wall to continue attacking. This was the tactic Ye Fan and Gu Bai had arranged from the beginning, dividing all cultivators into 3 large teams, taking turns to rest. The beast tide's attack was very prolonged. One wave of attack could last a whole day, or even several days, so it was necessary to reasonably arrange for personnel to rest. The cultivators who retreated to the rear immediately sat down in the pre-prepared empty spots, then took a restorative medicinal pill and began to recover their magical power. Under the efforts of the numerous alchemists from the Hall of Returning Spring and the Danding Division, within just over a decade, all the spirit medicine that Lingyun sect had stored for many years was refined into restorative medicinal pills. The quantity of this batch of spirit medicine was enormous. It could be said that to cope with this beast tide crisis, all forces in Qingzhou took out their stored spirit medicine. Coupled with the fact that during the previous sect war, Lingyun sect had collected a large amount of spirit medicine, intending to use it for attrition warfare. But they did not expect the war to end so quickly, resulting in the spirit medicine barely being used. All these factors combined, ultimately, all cultivators participating in the battle were equipped with several bottles of restorative medicinal pills. At least in the short term, their side did not have to worry about the medicinal pill problem. Ye Fan, Li Hong, and other foundation establishment cultivators did not leave the front line. As foundation establishment cultivators, their magical power was incredibly abundant, and they did not need to be replaced as frequently as chi refining cultivators. Under Ye Fan's command, although the beast tide's attack was swift and fierce, it was firmly blocked, and not a single Yao beast could break through the defense line. The beast tide's attack continued until nightfall, gradually thinning out until it completely dissipated late at night. Ye Fan stood on the city wall, gazing at the 10,000 barren mountains in the distance, not letting down his guard. He observed that the ratio of second-order demon beasts to first-order monsters was only 1 to 1,000, meaning that only one second-order demon beasts would appear among 1,000 first-order monsters. This ratio was very abnormal. Normally, the ratio of first-order monsters to second-order demon beasts should be 1 to 100. Clearly, that wave of beast tide just now was merely the Yao beasts' irregular forces, and there were no very strong individual Yao beasts. The true elite forces were still behind. And as if to confirm Ye Fan's conjecture, from the depths of the darkness, the beast tide swept in again. But this time, the overall intensity had increased by several levels. Almost all were first-order mid-late stage Yao beasts, with many second-order demon beasts interspersed among them. Full attack. Upon seeing this scene, Ye Fan's pupils slightly constricted, and he immediately shouted loudly. The cultivators on the city wall had no time to rest and all launched their good at attacks. Dense attacks flew towards the distant beast tide, countless flames covered the sky, interspersed with some wind spells. Hidden within the flames were dense sword chi and saber lights. Instantly, countless Yao beasts fell, but the number of Yao beasts was too great, and many second-order demon beasts rushed to the front to withstand the attacks. Slowly, the Yao beasts got closer and closer to the city wall, until they reached the base of the city wall, and then began to climb up the city wall. Although Ye Fan and the others were still attacking with all their might, knocking down the Yao beasts on the city wall. But under this massive number, there were always a few stragglers who could climb onto the city wall. A scarred second-order late-stage Yao beast, the Iron Arm Mantis, finally climbed onto the city wall. The Iron Arm Mantis is an extremely troublesome existence among Yao beasts. Its two arms are incredibly sharp, and the arms of a second-order late-stage Iron Arm Mantis are even sharper than top-grade magic treasures. And its speed is extremely fast, being one of the faster Yao beasts among second-order demon beasts. Most importantly, the Iron Arm Mantis is covered in a thick layer of armor, which ordinary magical artifacts can barely harm. This makes the Iron Arm Mantis almost at the pinnacle of second-order monsters. At least 4 or 5 cultivators of the same realm are needed to contend with one Iron Arm Mantis. The Iron Arm Mantis lived up to its reputation, charging at the very front of the beast tide, enduring wave after wave of attacks, and stubbornly pushing through the attacks to climb onto the city wall. It looked at the weak chi refining cultivators around it, let out an excited roar, and swung its arms, wanting to cut the nearby cultivator in half. Clang! The Iron Arm Mantis's attack was blocked by a long sword. Xing Ning, holding a long sword, struck the Iron Arm Mantis's head with a single blow. With a clang of metal, a large gash was cut into the Iron Arm Mantis's head. The Iron Arm Mantis roared in pain, swinging its incredibly sharp arms, engaging in a fierce struggle with Xing Ning. Although this Iron Arm Mantis was incredibly powerful, Xing Ning was not to be trifled with. The person and the beast fought back and forth. Similar scenes were playing out on the city wall. Although the attacks on the city wall could stop first-order monsters, there were still some second-order demon beasts with strong defenses that could withstand the dense attacks and charge onto the city wall. At this point, the Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the city wall were needed to deal with these Yao beasts that had climbed onto the city wall. Although the Yao beast's attack was swift and fierce, it did not break through the city wall's defenses. Ye Fan held his green longsword, focusing intently on the entire battlefield. As soon as any side was about to collapse, he would dispatch people to support them. Gu Bai, who had been idle in the rear for a long time, finally received some injured cultivators with this round of attacks, who were then transported to the back. The first to be transported was a cultivator in the late-stage chi refining realm, who had a massive claw mark on his chest. Through the claw mark, one could even faintly see his subtly beating heart, indicating that he had been struck by a second-order demon beasts to sustain such severe injuries. He was carried in on a special wooden stretcher made by Gu Bai. Gu Bai did not take action, he merely glanced at him and then paid no further attention. Given his current status, ordinary cultivators in the chi refining realm were not qualified for him to personally intervene, only cultivators in the mid to late Foundation establishment realm would require his direct treatment. After all, in a while, there would undoubtedly be many more injured, and if he treated everyone, he would certainly be overwhelmed. Injured cultivators in the chi refining realm, of course, had other physicians to treat them. Immediately, 2 first-order physicians consciously stepped forward and began treating that cultivator. Subsequently, more and more injured cultivators were carried to the rear, and the physicians there also began to get busy. Gu Bai waved his hand, releasing a dense life chi, simultaneously treating 5 cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm. Under Gu Bai's treatment, the injuries of these 5 severely wounded, near-death Foundation establishment cultivators recovered at a visible rate. In just a few incense sticks' time, these 5 Foundation establishment cultivators awoke from their coma, and their injuries were completely healed. Many thanks, Physician Gu. The few immediately bowed respectfully to Gu Bai. Gu Bai nodded, indicating he understood, then waved his hand, telling them to leave quickly as he still had to treat the next batch of injured. Without the slightest hesitation, the fully recovered cultivators turned and rushed back to the battlefield, continuing to fight the Yao beasts. Gu Bai's face was slightly pale, healing 5 Foundation establishment cultivators at once, while he could do it, almost completely depleted his magical power. Gu Bai popped an unknown medicinal pill into his mouth, pretending to refine it, but secretly burning a trace of his life origin to restore his magical power. Soon, Gu Bai's magical power had fully recovered. The medicinal pill he ate was actually just a candy bean, meant to draw attention and conceal his burning of his life origin to restore magical power. Anyway, others wouldn't recognize it. If asked, he would just say it was a special medicinal pill he researched, only effective for himself. Gu Bai continued to treat the injured, batch after batch, tirelessly. Gu Bai's treatment speed was incredibly fast. Often, he would have healed 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Other second-order physicians might have only healed 1 foundation establishment cultivator, and even then, it was just healing, not an immediate restoration of combat power. Moreover, unlike Gu Bai, they couldn't completely heal the injured and fully restore their injuries. After a second-order physician's magical power is depleted, even if they take restorative medicinal pills, it takes a long time to fully recover their magical power and continue healing. But Gu Bai needed no rest, he could continuously heal. In the time it took an average second-order physician to save 1 foundation establishment cultivator, Gu Bai could heal 20 foundation establishment cultivators. Even physician Yat, who was in the Golden Core realm, was only a few times faster than a normal second-order physician, far from as abnormal as Gu Bai. And all the second-order physicians in Qingzhou combined were only about 10, countable on one hand. This meant that Gu Bai alone was more effective than all second-order physicians combined. With Gu Bai operating at full capacity, even severely wounded, near-death cultivators, as long as they were sent to the rear, could quickly return to the front lines to fight. A ray of morning light pierced through the darkness, shining upon Huanglong Immortal City. At this moment, the city walls of Huanglong Immortal City were covered in blood, with countless Yao beast corpses casually discarded at their base. Watching the receding beast tide in the distance, Ye Fan exhaled a long breath. Ye Fan was now certain that the beast tide had indeed retreated. In just one night, the Yao beasts suffered losses of over 1,000 second-order demon beasts, and countless first-order monsters. Meanwhile, the Qingzhou cultivators only lost a few dozen foundation establishment cultivators and 1,000 chi refining cultivators. This ratio could be described as a grand victory. Of course, this was also due to the city walls, mutual cooperation and support, and the fact that after severe injuries, physicians like Gu Bai treated them, allowing the casualty ratio to be reduced so low. Without time to rest, Ye Fan immediately took the lead, beginning to clear the battlefield. Every part of a Yao beast is a treasure. Hard parts like claws and teeth can be refined into magical artifacts. Even bones can be refined into magical artifacts, though their durability isn't very high. Yao beast hides can be specially processed into talisman paper, and due to their excellent spiritual chi conductivity, talisman paper made from Yao beast hides is in high demand in the cultivation world. Yao beast fur and bones can also be refined into talisman brushes and other special magical artifacts. Blood can also be mixed with ink to draw talismans. Yao beast internal organs are highly nourishing for cultivators. For example, bear hearts and leopard gallbladders are top-grade body refining elixirs for body cultivators. Snake gallbladders can be used to detoxify, venom sacs can be used to make poisons, and eating eyes can slightly increase eyesight. Even the most common flesh and blood are rare good things for cultivators, slightly increasing chi and blood in cultivation after consumption. Even if there's too much to eat, it can be made into dried meat, which is a hard currency in the cultivation world, even usable as spirit stones to purchase other items. Even Yao beast feces are excellent fertilizer. Just this wave of Yao beast corpses, even if only a portion was acquired, significantly increased Ling Yun Sec's foundation. In most situations in the cultivation world, it is the human race who actively attacks the Yao race's territory. In fact, the armistice treaty signed between the human race and the Yao race primarily protects the Yao beasts. In the very distant past, the human race relentlessly slaughtered Yao beasts, forcing the Yao race to sign a peace treaty with the human race. Gu Bai did not go to clear the battlefield, he went to the city wall and scanned the area, quickly spotting Qing Ning. Qing Ning also suddenly turned around and saw Gu Bai. Gu Bai, in that recent battle with the Yao beasts, I killed over 20 second-order demon beasts, and 5 or 6 late-stage second-order great Yao. Qing Ning smiled as she recounted her performance in the recent battle to Gu Bai, talking voluminously. Her current condition was not very good, her armor was tattered, covered in claw marks and blood. Most of this blood belonged to Yao beasts, but some was Qing Ning's own. In addition, she had a penetrating wound on her chest, which had gone straight through her chest, and this wound was only a finger's width from her heart. But Qing Ning was completely unconcerned about her injuries, her eyes were very bright, and her aura had changed. Previously, Qing Ning, although a sword cultivator, had an incredibly gentle aura, like an ordinary girl. But the current Qing Ning was completely different, her aura was still gentle, but it contained a trace of evil qi. Qing Ning's eyes were very bright, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Compared to before, she had more vitality, if one had to describe it precisely, she had become more confident. Gu Bai stared blankly at Qing Ning, and in a trance, Qing Ning's appearance overlapped with how she looked 100 years ago, when they had just emerged from the King Yun secret realm. At that time, Qing Ning was so spirited, cooperating with the sect genius Gu Bai, to kill a second-order demon beast silverback bear beyond their realm. Although the process was extremely dangerous, they were laughing. But ever since she came out of the King Yun secret realm, Qing Ning had been staying in the sect, with no opportunity to fight. At that time, Qing Ning was still confident, but ever since Gu Bai broke through to foundation establishment one day before her, it deeply stimulated Qing Ning. After that, the confidence on Qing Ning's body gradually disappeared, and she herself gradually returned to normalcy. Gu Bai smiled, a heartfelt smile, he was happy for Qing Ning finding her inner self again. Be careful, don't overexert yourself, understand? Gu Bai gently ruffled Qing Ning's hair and said softly. Understood. Qing Ning showed no impatience at all, she smiled and nodded, then spread her arms and gently hugged Gu Bai. Gu Bai also smiled and returned the hug to Qing Ning, feeling each other's warmth. Gu Bai only felt a sense of tranquility. The two of them hugged like this for a long, long time. After separating, Gu Bai released green light from his hands, beginning to treat Qing Ning's injuries. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Qing Ning's not so serious injuries instantly recovered. The two looked at each other again, then went their separate ways. Now was not the time for romantic sentiments, they each had their own things to do. Gu Bai still needed to hurry back to direct the overall situation and help treat those with minor injuries, so he couldn't leave for too long. The same applied to Qing Ning, as a member of the city defense team and a captain, she needed to take on the responsibilities of a captain. Under Ye Fan's leadership, in just a few hours, the ground covered with corpses had been cleaned, and all Yao beasts were dismembered and categorized, and distributed according to military merits. In the cultivation world, no one dared to falsely report military merits, however many Yao beasts they killed, they would report that many, never more. It wasn't that they were honest, but because there were many magical artifacts for lie detection in the cultivation world, once one lied, it could be immediately detected. Such magical artifacts were very rare in the cultivation world, in a remote place like Qingzhou, no one could craft them at all. However, before the war, Su Wuji specifically bought one from Qingzhou, although its quality wasn't very high, it could only detect whether cultivators in the Foundation establishment and Qi refining realm were lying. This was enough, golden core cultivators didn't need lie detection. Seizing the free time, the cultivators on the city wall found a random spot to lie down and began to rest. The beast tide was not something that could be endured so easily, this wave of beast tide could at most be considered the vanguard, with the main force still behind. This was destined to be a long and protracted war of attrition, a contest of whose foundation was deeper. The advantage of the Yao beasts was their vast numbers, there were as many low-level Yao beasts as needed. The advantage of the human race was relying on the city wall, and understanding how to cooperate. Once injured, another person would take their place. Under such cooperation, human race cultivators basically would not die. This war would theoretically last for a very long time, not ending for at least 10 years. At night, inside Huanglong Immortal City, countless huge bonfires were lit in the center of the field, and countless roasted meats hung over each bonfire. The flames roasted the meat, making it sizzle with oil, and hot oil flowed down the roasted meat, dripping into the fire, making sizzling sounds. A rich aroma of meat permeated the air. With a great victory in the first battle, Qingzhou naturally had to prepare a celebration feast. At Gu Bai's suggestion, so many huge bonfires were built. Fellow deists, you have worked hard. Standing in front of the largest bonfire, Ye Fan raised his wine cup, facing all the cultivators, and said in a deep voice. Then Ye Fan drank the strong wine in his cup in one gulp. Cheers! The atmosphere instantly became fervent, the other cultivators all drank the strong wine in their cups in one gulp. Everyone stood by the bonfires, drinking wine, eating roasted meat, and laughing heartily. Ye Fan was surrounded by everyone, and people constantly toasted him, which he reciprocated with a smile. However, apart from the very first cup, Ye Fan never drank alcohol again. What was in his wine cup was not strong wine, but just water that looked very much like wine. As the temporary leader of their cultivators, he had to remain sober at all times to prevent a sudden sneak attack from the beast tide. The cultivators who toasted him also knew this and did not expose it. Gu Bai did not attend this feast, he and Su Wuji stood side by side on the city wall, quietly watching the feast below. He liked lively scenes, but only with friends he was relatively close with. The bonfire feast below, though incredibly lively, did not have too many people Gu Bai knew. Gu Bai only watched Qing Ning in the feast. Qing Ning was ungracefully drinking with others, there were both men and women drinking with Qing Ning, mostly Foundation establishment cultivators. What, are you jealous? Su Wuji looked at Qing Ning, then turned to Gu Bai, and said with a smile. On the contrary, I am very happy, because Qing Ning has made many friends. These cultivators who were drinking with Qing Ning were all Qing Ning's teammates. After a full day of fighting, they had entrusted their safety to each other, and could be considered comrades who had faced life and death together. As comrades, it was very normal for them to gather and drink after a war victory. Qing Ning actually didn't want to go initially, because she wanted to stay with Gu Bai, but she was still pushed by Gu Bai to forcibly attend this celebration feast. In these years in the sect, besides herself and Gu Bai, Qing Ning only had Ye Fan, Oriental Starfall, and Lu Ruyan. Having these people accompany Qing Ning was not lonely, but most of them were met through Gu Bai, not actively sought out by Qing Ning herself. Although Qing Ning had a very good relationship with them, it was mostly because of Gu Bai. And now Qing Ning had finally found her own fellow deists, and Gu Bai was very pleased about this. Qing Ning was not his possession, she also had her own life. Having new friends did not mean their relationship would fade, and Gu Bai was not at all worried that Qing Ning would leave him after making new friends. Because the two of them were already tightly bound together, neither could leave the other. The beast tide did not attack again until dawn, and the banquet concluded smoothly. However, the beast tide soon launched its second attack, which was much more ferocious than the first. Fortunately, with the experience from the first attack, this wave of assault was still repelled. After that, both sides fell into a prolonged war of attrition. The beast tide would attack Huanglong Immortal City every few days, but they were always repelled by the cultivators of Qingzhou. Time flowed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these past few years, Gu Bai remained largely the same, apart from some progress in his cultivation, no significant changes occurred. Ye Fan's strength did not increase much, but he gained valuable war experience, and his state of mind matured significantly. The two elders were busy every day, although tired, their spirit and energy were much better than before, at least they no longer looked as frail as they did in the sect. The biggest change belonged to Qingning. In just a few short years, Qingning seemed to have transformed into a different person. At this time, Qingning wore a green armor, and her expression was no longer as innocent as before, instead, she was calm and composed. During these few years, Qingning consistently charged at the front lines of the battlefield. She befriended many like-minded fellow deists and also experienced partings. After several years of high-intensity combat, Qingning finally integrated the sword Dao knowledge Su Wuji taught her, and her strength increased significantly. Among the many Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators, Qingning also forged a great reputation. When Qingning was mentioned, people no longer first thought of her as Gu Bai's Dao companion or the sect master's daughter, but as Qingning herself. Qingning's appellation gradually changed from Gu Bai's Dao companion to green-clad sword Immortal, which was the nickname everyone gave Qingning. In these years, under Ye Fan's leadership, not a single Yao beast was able to breach Huanglong Immortal City's defenses. However, Gu Bai, Su Wuji, and the others did not relax, these were merely appetizers. Regardless of which side won or lost, it would not affect the final outcome. Whether the war was victorious still depended on these golden core true persons. Over these years, the number of third-order demon beasts deep within the 10,000 barren mountains has increased. Roughly estimated, there are over 20 third-order demon beasts lurking deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. Fortunately, most of these 20-plus third-order demon beasts are at the third-order early-stage cultivation, with only a very small number reaching third-order middle stage, and there are only 2 third-order late-stage great demons. All the golden core true persons on King's Hu's side, even including Deist Suanlong's Black Dragon, only amount to 9 golden core level combat powers. However, the quality of golden core true persons on King's Hu's side is very high. Su Wuji alone can single-handedly take on 2 opposing third-order late-stage great demons. Gu Bai, with his relatively large attack range, can easily hold back 7 or 8 third-order demon beasts. The rest is easy, under the leadership of Tianming Zi, a golden core late-stage cultivator, they can easily slaughter the rest. However, there are always exceptions. These 20-plus third-order demon beasts are only the visible combat power. What if the opponent is hiding other third-order demon beasts? Gu Bai now performs a divination every night, but without the augmentation of the star-gazing tower and the Quoxing compass, and because it's not a special date, Gu Bai can only predict what will happen a year later. According to his calculations, nothing would happen a year later. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, another decade or so passed. During these past 10-plus years, the Ya race continuously attempted to capture Huanglong Immortal City, launching multiple heavy assaults. In the largest scale attack, the Ya race deployed over 10,000 second-order demon beasts and hundreds of thousands of first-order Yao beasts. That battle was extremely difficult, the beast tide seemed endless, constantly impacting Huanglong Immortal City. Under Ye Fan's leadership, the cultivators of Qingzhou fought fiercely for 7 days and 7 nights, and after suffering incredibly heavy casualties, they finally repelled the beast tide. On this day, Gu Bai, who was observing the stars at night, had his expression freeze because he calculated that Huanglong Immortal City would face a great disaster a year later. Gu Bai instantly understood that a year later, the third-order demon beasts would attack Huanglong Immortal City and cause immense destruction to it. Even if they ultimately won, they would pay a heavy price. Gu Bai frowned and immediately sought out Su Wuji and the other golden core cultivators to discuss a plan through the night. However, after half a day of discussion, everyone still had no particularly good plan. They could only defend Huanglong Immortal City and make full preparations. After all, they couldn't just charge directly into the 10,000 barren mountains and engage in a decisive battle with the Yao beasts ahead of time, could they? That would be a bit too arrogant. The situation in the 10,000 barren mountains is different from Qingzhou. Qingzhou is backed by the Tianyuan Desert, so even if the human race wanted to provide support, they couldn't. But the 10,000 barren mountains are different, who knows how many third order, or even fourth order, Yao beasts are hidden within. If they dared to attack the 10,000 barren mountains, the other third order demon beasts would definitely not just stand by and watch. This is the awkwardness of not having a powerful backing. Even during King's Hu's most prosperous period, when it was fully capable of seizing a territory from the 10,000 barren mountains, Qingzhou absolutely dared not make a move against the 10,000 barren mountains. Are we just going to wait here? Tianming Zi slammed the table in anger and said loudly. We can only do so. Gu Bai sighed, speaking with great helplessness. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Tianming Zi fell silent. Su Wuji and the other golden core cultivators also remained silent. King's Hu's strength is ultimately too weak. If a nascent soul true lord were to emerge, then no matter how strong the Yao beasts were, they would not dare to attack Qingzhou. Late at night, within Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai stood alone on the rooftop of a tall building, quietly gazing at the starry sky. Although the Yao beast's strength might be formidable, Huanglong Immortal City would absolutely not be breached, but Qingzhou would also pay a heavy price. At that time, in the midst of a chaotic battle, no one would be able to look out for anyone else. Gu Bai worried that the people around him would be injured or even die. But he was powerless. After all, he was only a physician, and no matter how superb his medical skills were, he could only save lives. Gu Bai had also considered switching to the sword Dao and participating in the frontline battles. But there was simply no time. His comprehension ability and aptitude were both of the lowest grade. While eternal life was incredibly heaven-defying, it only guaranteed his immortality and indestructibility, providing no assistance to his cultivation. Absolute rationality only helped in the early stages. In the later stages, Gu Bai could achieve absolute rationality on his own. To have achieved this level of cultivation and medical Dao proficiency in over 100 years was already the limit of what he could do. If he were to switch to the sword Dao, no matter how strong he became, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ye Fan, let alone a golden core true person. Time is still too short. I need the accumulation of time. Gu Bai softly sighed. His talent would only gradually begin to manifest its effects in the very late stages, but by then, his close friends and family would either have cultivated to a higher realm or grown old and died. Thinking of this, Gu Bai became even more worried. Big brother, I didn't expect you to be here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Just as Gu Bai was feeling melancholic by himself, Gu Bai's familiar voice came from behind him. Gu Bai turned his head and saw Gu Bai climbing to the top of the building with a cheerful smile, carrying 2 jars of strong liquor in his hands. Seeing this familiar scene, Gu Bai smiled. He didn't know why, but whenever he felt melancholic and wanted to be alone, Gu Bai could always find him accurately, and each time he would bring 2 jars of good wine and talk with him through the night. The usual. Gu Bai took out a pre-prepared table and chairs from his storage pouch, then placed many small dishes for drinking on the table. Gu Bai took the 2 jars of wine and skillfully poured a cup for himself and Gu Bai. Both of them simultaneously drank the strong liquor in their cups. Gu Bai, when you break through to the nascent soul realm, will you no longer need my help? At that time, will you think I, your big brother, am useless? Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai with a melancholic expression. With Gu Bai's talent, he was fully capable of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. And this wouldn't take too long. Gu Bai was now in the golden core middle stage, relatively late, and in a few years, he would be able to become a golden core late stage great cultivator. Besides Gu Bai, Su Wuji was also estimated to be close to breaking through to the nascent soul realm. At that time, even if he became a golden core cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to help Gu Bai and Su Wuji much. Gu Bai did not feel any negative emotions, nor did he envy Gu Bai and the others, he was just a little lost. As Gu Bai's big brother, he would no longer be able to provide help to Gu Bai. What are you talking about? No matter what, you will always be my big brother. No matter how powerful I become in the future, I will never despise you. To be honest, when that time truly comes, I will actually be a little happy. Because it will finally not be big brother helping me, I can also help big brother. Gu Bai boldly held the wine jar and drank more than half of the strong liquor with gulps. Seeing Gu Bai like this, Gu Bai also smiled with relief. His feelings for Gu Bai and the others were not based on self-interest. Even if his cultivation was completely abolished one day, the people around him would not despise him, instead, they would try every possible way to help him recover his cultivation. After understanding this, Gu Bai felt a sense of clarity in his heart, and his somewhat depressed mood instantly dissipated. In the cultivation world's terms, this was called Dao heart clarity. Maintaining this state at all times would be greatly beneficial for cultivation, at least preventing the generation of heart demons during future cultivation. You brat, you didn't call me when you were drinking. Just then, Gu Bai felt his head being flicked. He turned around and found that Su Wuji had come. Ha ha ha, sect master, why are you here? Gu Bai smiled, feeling a little guilty. He had originally intended to stay alone quietly, but since Gu Bai came to drink with him, he couldn't refuse. However, Gu Bai never expected that Su Wuji would find this place. He and Gu Bai were secretly drinking behind Su Wuji's back and didn't call Su Wuji. Even with Gu Bai's thick skin, he felt a bit awkward. Less nonsense, let's drink. Without another word, Su Wuji pulled out several jars of strong liquor from his storage pouch. It wasn't surprising that Su Wuji and Gu Bai could find them here, it was simply that they were too bored. The war had been going on for almost 20 years now, but these golden core true persons had never once made a move. Moreover, they couldn't leave Huanglong Immortal City, they just wandered around the city every day, and they weren't required to do any work. Su Wuji and Gu Bai, along with all the other golden core cultivators, were almost bored to death. They had also looked for Gu Bai, wanting to drink and chat together at night to relieve their boredom. But as a physician, Gu Bai naturally had to stay sober at all times, so Gu Bai hadn't drunk with Su Wuji and the others for several years. After Gu Bai was no longer with them, Su Wuji and the other golden core true persons also didn't want to gather and drink. After all, without Gu Bai talking beside them, it always felt like something was missing. However, Gu Bai didn't plan to care so much today, he just wanted to drink heartily once and vent the depression in his heart. Anyway, as a physician, he had plenty of ways to sober up. The three of them drank heavily and chatted freely, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. In the early morning, Gu Bai rubbed his slightly swollen forehead and slowly sat up from the bed. His eyes were dull for a few seconds before becoming spirited again. Gu Bai no longer remembered what happened last night, only that the three of them drank very late, and after that, he seemed to forget some things. Gu Bai shook his head, feeling a little confused as to why he had suddenly returned to his room. Gu Bai thought back carefully again and finally remembered. In the middle of the night, while the three of them were drinking happily, Xing suddenly came over with a sword. Because Gu Bai had said he wanted to go see the scenery for a while and would be back soon, but Xing waited and waited, and Gu Bai never returned. So Xing became angry. She took her sword and quickly found Gu Bai and the others, then forcibly dragged him back. Thinking of this, Gu Bai suddenly slapped his face. He had originally planned to go back after looking at the scenery for a while, but he didn't expect that with Gu Bai's involvement, he forgot that Xing was still waiting for him at home. You're awake. Just as Gu Bai was in a daze, Xing, dressed in a nightgown, handed him a cup of water. Really, it's not like I don't let you drink, but next time you drink, you have to tell me in advance, you made me worry for so long for nothing. Xing said with her hands on her hips, a little displeased. Ha ha ha, it won't happen next time. Gu Bai scratched his head, saying somewhat awkwardly. Xing current strength was extraordinary. After such a long period of intense fighting, she had long undergone a complete transformation. If they really had a conflict, he might be easily defeated by Xing with just one hand. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, a year had gone by. Early this morning, Su Wuji, Gu Bei, and a group of Golden Core true persons stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. If nothing unexpected happened, today would be the general offensive from the Yao Beast side, and it was now time to decide the victor. The war had reached its limit for both sides. On King Su's side, there were casualties almost every day. Although they were backed by Qingzhou could continuously send fresh blood. But this was not without limit. In nearly 20 years, most of the lower-level cultivators in Qingzhou had died in battle. Supplies were almost exhausted, especially consumables like medicinal pills. Even with intentional conservation, and only using them as a last resort, there was very little left now. It was similar on the Yao race side. Even if third-order demon beasts could control lower-level Yao beasts to form extremely large beast tides, there had to be a limit. After fighting for so long, there weren't many low-level Yao beasts left on the Yao race side. Rumble 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 rumble. Under everyone's gaze, a massive black tide suddenly appeared in the distance. This black tide surged towards Huanglong Immortal City at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the sky above the black tide gradually darkened, until the distant sky became completely black. Those were flying Yao beasts, densely packed, almost completely obscuring the sun. Gu Bai's expression was extremely grave, even he, who had witnessed many grand scenes, felt a surge of surprise. It seems the Yao race truly went all out, judging by the scale of this beast tide, the Yao race has almost emptied their coffers. The number of first-order Yao beasts was countless, but there were at least over 1 million. Second-order Yao beasts were densely mixed among the first-order Yao beasts, making it difficult to calculate precise numbers, but proportionally, the number of second-order Yao beasts should also be in the tens of thousands. It seems a bloody battle is inevitable. Gu Bai muttered to himself in a grave tone. It must be known that the number of foundation establishment cultivators in Huanglong Immortal City was only a few thousand, and the number of qi refining cultivators was at most only a little over 100,000. Compared to the number of Yao beasts, there was a tenfold difference. Although the human race cultivators who had survived until now were the elite of the elite, capable of cooperating with each other, and had medicinal pills as supplies. However, a bloody battle was unavoidable, even if they were lucky enough to win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. I just hope Qingning and Ye Fan will be fine. Gu Bai, standing at the back, silently prayed in his heart. Ye Fan, standing at the very front of the city wall, also had an extremely grave expression, he tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. Old man Yu, I apologize. Ye Fan said this in his heart. His life did not belong to him, he had previously promised Old man Yu to help him rebuild his body, but he might have to break his word. Because the upcoming battle was too dangerous, he could die at any moment. This was not like other times where there was at least a retreat, if the war failed now, he would truly die. As the commander of his side, he could absolutely not retreat from the front line, even if he died in battle, he could not take half a step back. Because once he retreated, it would lead to a collapse of morale, everyone would run away together, and Huanglong Immortal City would be completely lost. Although Ye Fan's heart nature was relatively easygoing, he was extremely arrogant deep down, he would absolutely not allow himself to flee. Therefore, Ye Fan's life was now bound to Huanglong Immortal City. I don't need your apology, your life is not mine. How you decide is up to you. Even if you truly die, as long as you don't regret it, that's fine. Old Man Yu's heroic voice resounded in Ye Fan's heart. Old Man Yu was not a person of narrow heart nature, he possessed an extremely high moral standard. Otherwise, when he first discovered Ye Fan, he would not have resided deep within Ye Fan's divine sense, but would have directly attempted possession of Ye Fan. Upon hearing this, Ye Fan's lips curled slightly, he looked at the distant beast tide with soaring ambition, without a trace of fear in his heart. Activate the formation. Ye Fan roared, and as soon as his voice fell, Huanglong Immortal City seemed to come alive, golden patterns lit up on the city walls. These patterns looked very rough, but they were intricately combined. At the same time, a pale golden barrier rose above the city wall. The golden barrier suddenly soared, dyeing the entire sky a pale golden hue. This was the true appearance of Huanglong Immortal City, a third-order grand formation was hidden within Huanglong Immortal City, capable of both offense and defense. Once activated, no matter how many beast tides there were, they would be unable to break through the formation's defense. This was also why Huanglong Immortal City had been able to stand for thousands of years without falling. Of course, the formation within Huanglong Immortal City consumed an extreme amount of spiritual qi, and Huanglong Immortal City's location was very remote, with very thin spiritual qi. To activate a formation, it would take at least several decades of charging. Therefore, this third-order grand formation would only be activated during the most crucial decisive battles. Above the city wall, countless dense golden light waves began to condense, striking towards the Yao beasts. These golden light waves possessed extremely strong destructive power, capable of instantly piercing through the bodies of Yao beasts, even those of the second-order late stage. Boom! 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 Countless Yao beasts were pierced through by the golden light waves, falling from the sky. But the number of Yao beasts was simply too immense, they were so densely packed that they almost filled all available space. The beast tide stubbornly endured the attacks of the golden light waves and charged onto the city walls of Huanglong Immortal City. However, they were blocked by the golden barrier on the city wall. No matter how they attacked, they could not penetrate this golden barrier. The number of the beast tide rapidly decreased, but the spiritual chi stored in the formation was also being rapidly consumed. Soon, the golden barrier in the sky began to dim. The power of the golden light waves also began to slowly diminish. It was clear that the spiritual chi stored in the formation was almost depleted. Prepare for battle. Ye Fan roared, then he gripped the long sword in his hand and began to gather strength. Crack! Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks began to appear in the golden barrier, and then it suddenly shattered. Countless Yao beasts began to engage in fierce slaughter with the cultivators on the city wall. The moment the golden barrier shattered, Ye Fan unleashed his full power strike. In just an instant, this sword chi flew over 1,000 meters, and all the Yao beasts blocking its path were instantly cut in half. Finally, after flying over 1,000 meters, although the sword chi became dim, it still severed the arm of a second-order late-stage Yao beast before slowly dissipating into the air. This was Ye Fan's strength. The power of this one sword strike of his was already infinitely close to an attack from a golden core cultivator. Moreover, Ye Fan was not like Wang back then, who needed to burn his life origin to unleash such a powerful move. As long as he had enough magical power, Ye Fan could unleash as many such sword chi as he wanted. At the same time, all the cultivators on the city wall also unleashed their most powerful moves. However, the scale of the beast tide was simply too vast. A small portion of Yao beasts still endured the attacks and charged onto the city wall. The two sides instantly entered the most intense battle. At this point, there were no more groups, as there was a severe shortage of manpower. All cultivators charged together to the front line, barely able to withstand the beast tide's attack. This chaotic battle was incredibly brutal, like a meat grinder, furiously slaughtering both sides. Ordinary chi refining cultivators were not even cannon fodder in this war, they could lose their lives at any moment. Even powerful foundation establishment late-stage cultivators like Xing could die at any time. Kill. At the very front of the battlefield, Ye Fan single-handedly resisted hundreds of second-order Yao beasts, or rather, hundreds of second-order Yao beasts surrounded Ye Fan. But Ye Fan showed no signs of decline, instead, he fought with increasing ferocity. A casual strike from him could take the life of a second-order Yao beast. Countless physicians moved through the battlefield, risking their lives to heal injured cultivators. In such intense combat, there were simply no hands available to drag injured cultivators to the rear. Physicians had to come to the front lines themselves, treating them in areas where there were fewer Yao beasts. Gu Bai was no exception. He moved swiftly along the city wall, treating those severely wounded foundation establishment cultivators. Gu Bai slightly shifted his body, dodging a Yao beast's attack, then immediately dragged a foundation establishment cultivator who was deeply surrounded to the rear. Without any wasted words, Gu Bai released green light from his hands and began to heal him. Under Gu Bai's treatment, the severely wounded foundation establishment cultivator's injuries quickly recovered by more than half. Thank you. Before the person could finish speaking, Gu Bai turned and left without hesitation. Time was too tight, there were injured cultivators everywhere, and he had to race against time. This battle was incredibly tragic. Huanglong Immortal City's originally yellow city walls had been stained red with blood. Countless human and Yao beast corpses lay scattered everywhere on the city wall. Xing panted heavily, gripping the long sword in her hand, staring intently at the dozen or so second-order demon beasts in front of her. The battle had progressed to this point, and in the area she was responsible for, only she, the captain, remained. The other dozen or so fellow deists who had fought alongside her for many years had all died in battle. Xing was also covered in wounds at this moment, countless large and small injuries covering her entire body. Even wearing top-quality armor could not withstand the dense attacks of the Yao beasts. Even Xing most treasured face had a claw mark, with blood flowing down her cheek. If this were Xing from decades ago, she might have gone mad, but the current Xing was completely unconcerned. She calmly pondered countermeasures in her mind, thinking about how to use her nearly exhausted body to slay those dozen or so second-order demon beasts. It could be done. Soon, Xing thought of a countermeasure, to conserve her magical power as much as possible, use her remaining magical power to strengthen her body, and rely on her excellent swordsmanship to slay the Yao beasts with her sword. This process would consume very little magical power but was extremely risky because Yao beasts' physiques far surpassed those of cultivators, and while her physique was slightly stronger than cultivators of the same realm, it was only marginally so. Engaging in close combat with the second-order demon beasts, a single misstep could lead to severe injury or even death. However, Xing's heart held no fear, instead, it was filled with battle intent. Because she finally didn't have to hide behind others, trembling, she could finally stand at the forefront and shield others from the wind and rain. Xing executed her footwork, moving among the dozen or so second-order demon beasts, constantly swinging the long sword in her hand, stabbing at the Yao beasts. This process was extremely dangerous, because if Xing was hit even once, her rhythm would be disrupted, and she would be surrounded by the Yao beasts. But Xing only felt an unparalleled sense of relief in her heart, and her sword intent became even purer. As time passed, the number of Yao beasts dwindled, but Xing's own condition also worsened. Until finally, only 3 second-order demon beasts remained, but Xing was already exhausted, her body swaying, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. The remaining 3 second-order demon beasts watched Xing warily, emitting low growls, ready to attack at any moment. Xing stood still, her eyes tightly closed. She wasn't waiting for death. As if she had a premonition, Xing suddenly unleashed a sword chi towards the front. This sword chi was extremely powerful, instantly cleaving the last 3 second-order demon beasts in two. Crack! As if something had shattered, Xing aura instantly surged by a large margin, and her sword chi became even sharper. Xing knew that this was her breakthrough on the Dao of the sword, going deeper. The sword strike she unleashed not only severed the Yao beasts in front of her but also the weak self from decades ago, who wanted to participate in the battle but was too weak and could only be locked in a secret room to avoid becoming others' weakness. When she was locked in the secret room, Xing did not resent Gu Bai or anyone else, she only hated her own weakness. But now, with this sword strike, she also cleaved that weak past self in two. I did it. Xing smiled, she had finally shed the shadows of the past, and from this point, she had leaped over the dragon gate, entering the ranks of prodigies, becoming a completely different kind of person from ordinary cultivators. Xing's body swayed, then she lost consciousness. She was already exhausted, the sword strike she unleashed, guided by her intuition, though immensely powerful, had completely drained all her magical power. Just as Xing was about to fall, she was firmly supported by a pair of hands. Seeing Xing's severely wounded appearance, Gu Bai sighed. Seriously, you should at least pay attention to your safety. Seeing you injured, my heart aches too. Although Xing had rediscovered herself, the process was truly incredibly perilous. Several times, Xing almost lost her life there. Su Wuji, who had been secretly protecting Xing from the shadows, almost couldn't resist intervening when he saw Xing's severely wounded appearance. It was Gu Bai by his side who held him back, preventing him from disturbing Xing. Gu Bai had also been silently guarding Xing from afar and rushed over immediately after seeing her severely injured. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Xing's injuries quickly recovered by more than half. Gu Bai hesitated slightly. He really wanted to use a special method to make Xing sleep for a while, just until the war ended. Because next, the Golden Core true person would personally enter the battle, and then Su Wuji and Gu Bai would not have time to protect Xing. Xing, having completed her transformation, had significantly increased in strength, and she should not be in mortal danger in the subsequent battles, but what if? What if something really happened to Xing? Gu Bai gritted his teeth. He thought of the heartfelt smile Xing showed after unleashing that sword strike, and finally decided to fully heal Xing's injuries. He could not arbitrarily make decisions for Xing. With Xing's current personality, she would not regret it even if she died in battle. As Xing's Dao companion, Gu Bai would naturally support Xing's ideas. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Xing slowly opened her eyes. Sorry, Gu Bai, I'm injured again. Xing looked at Gu Bai and said with a slight hint of embarrassment. Because she had promised Gu Bai beforehand that she would try her best to ensure her safety and not get injured easily, but now it seemed she had broken her word. Not only was she injured, but she was also severely injured. It's okay. Be careful in the upcoming battles. If something happens to you, your father and I will go crazy. Gu Bai smiled and ruffled Xing's hair, saying in a deep voice. I'll be careful. Xing nodded, saying very earnestly. The two exchanged a smile, then each turned and left. Now was the most intense period of the war, and they each had their own tasks. As for romance, they could talk about that after the war ended. Xing, having recovered, immediately rushed to another battlefield. Gu Bai also quickly left to treat other heavily injured cultivators. The number of Yao beasts in the beast tide began to decrease sharply, and gradually, the human race seemed to see hope of victory. But just then, the ground began to tremble violently. In the distance, a massive azure bull, hundreds of meters tall, roared and charged towards Huanglong Immortal City. Everyone's faces changed drastically, because this was a third-order late-stage great demon, and if it truly crashed into the city wall. Even if Huanglong Immortal City was very sturdy, it would instantly be smashed open with a large hole. All the Golden Core cultivators in Qingzhou flew into the air, unleashing their strongest attacks, hoping to stop this azure giant bull. Tianming Zi condensed a 100-meter-long blood-colored spear in the air, and under his control, the spear flew towards the azure giant bull. Seeing the flying spear, the azure giant bull not only did not stop but crashed forward with even greater speed. As its speed increased, the azure giant bull's two horns also began to emit light, forming a green shield in front of it. After the blood-colored spear struck the shield, it exploded violently, and the azure giant bull's speed suddenly slowed down, but it shook its head and continued to charge towards the city wall. Other people's attacks followed one after another, but none could stop the azure giant bull, at most leaving hideous wounds on its body. However, compared to its massive size, these hideous wounds were like an arm being cut by a small knife, only minor injuries. There was no other way, this azure giant bull was a third-order late-stage great demon, which translates to a golden core late-stage cultivator. Furthermore, this azure giant bull's bloodline was special, its skin was thick and tough, coupled with the Ya race's innate physique. The attacks of ordinary golden core cultivators were like tickles to it, even the attacks of golden core late-stage cultivators could not severely injure this azure giant bull. This azure giant bull's speed was extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the city wall. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Gu Bai and Su Wuji made their move. Gu Bai unleashed Divine Thunder Transformation, condensing a lightning barrier in front of the azure giant bull. At the same time, Gu Bai also condensed countless golden chains, tightly coiling around the azure giant bull. Even when entangled by the chains, the Azure Giant Bull's steps could not be stopped. It suddenly exerted force, shattering the chains on its body, and then crashed into the lightning barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered, but the Azure Giant Bull's steps also stopped. Suwuji also seized this momentary gap, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword chi. This sword chi was extremely fast, instantly striking the Azure Giant Bull's neck. Thump! The Azure Giant Bull's neck was instantly cut open for the most part, and blood, like a waterfall, flowed down its neck. The Azure Giant Bull also fell to the ground with a thump, its body convulsing violently, clearly severely injured and unable to fight again for a short period. Just as Suwuji was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a loud bang suddenly came from the city wall, followed by a gap dozens of meters long. The culprit also revealed its figure. It was a giant snake hundreds of meters long. This giant snake was also a third-order demon beast. Although its strength was not as great as the Azure Giant Bull's, it possessed the innate divine ability of invisibility and hidden aura. Under normal circumstances, even if this giant snake could be invisible, Suwuji would have noticed it. But just now, Suwuji and the others' attention was entirely focused on the Azure Giant Bull, which allowed this giant snake to succeed. The beast tide roared, attempting to pass through the gap. Just as Suwuji and the others were about to stop them, all the third-order demon beasts from the Ya race side moved out. Led by a third-order late-stage White Tiger and a third-order late-stage Azure Dragon, over 30 third-order demon beasts charged majestically towards Huanglong Immortal City. Suwuji and these Golden Core cultivators no longer cared about Huanglong Immortal City, they all went to stop these third-order demon beasts. Suwuji fought two at once, simultaneously holding back the White Tiger and the Azure Dragon, two of the most top-tier Yao beasts in terms of both bloodline and cultivation. Under normal circumstances, these two Yao beasts would require two Golden Core late-stage cultivators to contend with them. But Suwuji handled them without any pressure, even with some ease. Gu Bei, moreover, transformed into a golden giant, single-handedly holding back over a dozen third-order demon beasts, and most of these Yao beasts were third-order middle stage, relatively powerful Yao beasts. Gu Bei's current strength was only slightly weaker than Suwuji's. This was also because Gu Bei was only a Golden Core middle stage. If Gu Bei had broken through to the Golden Core late stage, his magic power would undergo a qualitative change, and he would probably be able to single-handedly challenge all the remaining third-order demon beasts. Tianming Zi, Ice Frost Genren, and other Golden Core cultivators also chose their opponents. From the perspective of both sides' combat power, as long as Suwuji or Gu Bei first resolved their opponents and then helped others expand their advantage, victory for the Qingzhou cultivators was only a matter of time. But the premise was that Huanglong Immortal City could withstand the Beast Tide's attacks during this period. Otherwise, if the Beast Tide rushed into Qingzhou territory, it would instantly scatter, causing widespread destruction, and even if Golden Core true persons made a move, it would be difficult to clear out these Yao beasts. And within Qingzhou territory, most areas were mortal dynasties with no cultivators whatsoever, even the lowest grade first-order demon beasts could cause widespread destruction. At that time, even if the war was won, Qingzhou would suffer heavy losses. Hold on, just get through this period. Ye Fan reacted instantly, rushing to the damaged city wall at the first opportunity to prevent the Beast Tide from entering. At this moment, others also reacted. Zhou Shuai, Li Hong, Zhang Suecan, these sect prodigies, rushed to the front line of the battlefield immediately. They usually enjoyed the sect's best resources, so they naturally would not retreat at such a critical moment. Qingning also refused to be outdone, standing alongside these sect prodigies to resist the Beast Tide's attacks. Subsequently, more and more cultivators joined in. They fought to the death without retreating, forming a defensive line with their flesh and blood, firmly resisting the Beast Tide's advance. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai smiled with some relief. It seemed that testing the heart nature of disciples before they joined the sect was an incredibly correct choice. It was this test that filtered out those with impure heart natures, and those who remained influenced each other. This made their qualities increasingly pure and noble, and the sect's atmosphere improved day by day. Older disciples would not bully newly arrived disciples, instead, they would enthusiastically help them. This was passed down from generation to generation until now. In this war between humans and Yao beasts, even if one side suffered heavy casualties, no one retreated half a step. Those loose cultivators and cultivators from small forces in Qingzhou also bravely fought the enemy under the influence of Ling Yun sect disciples. At the very front line of the battlefield, Ye Fan, bare-chested and alone, was fighting countless Yao beasts. Ye Fan was in a very bad state, his armor was already tattered and discarded. Fortunately, as a body cultivator, Ye Fan's physical defense was comparable to a magical artifact. Even if he was accidentally attacked by a Yao beast, it would only leave a shallow scar on his body. However, facing hundreds of second-order demon beasts, even with Ye Fan's strength, he was somewhat unable to cope. His upper body, full of fluid muscles, was already covered with countless large and small wounds. Blood flowed down the wounds, staining his entire body crimson. The other prodigies were also in very poor condition. If Ye Fan hadn't been at the forefront, absorbing most of the damage, they probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Ye Fan looked up at the endless Beast Tide in the distance, and even with his hard nature, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Ye Fan only felt double vision appearing before his eyes, and his body was swaying, as if he could collapse at any moment. This was a warning sign that his body had reached its limit. Ye Fan knew he should retreat from the front line and let others take over for a while. He needed to rest and treat his injuries. But Ye Fan did not retreat half a step, because he was the strongest person present and the nominal leader of everyone. The reason why the casualties were so heavy now, and why the other cultivators of the Qingzhou alliance still hadn't fled, was twofold. Firstly, there were many Lingyun sect disciples among them. Once they showed any sign of fleeing, the Lingyun sect disciples would choose to kill them on the spot. Secondly, their leader, Ye Fan, had been charging at the very front line of the battlefield, which greatly stabilized morale. Therefore, anyone could retreat, but he could not. If he showed even a hint of decline, it would lead to unstable morale. Ye Fan was gasping for breath, and the hand holding his long sword trembled slightly. Taking advantage of the free time, Ye Fan stuffed a large number of restorative medicinal pills into his mouth. But his body was already extremely exhausted, and even if the medicinal pills took effect, their impact on Ye Fan at this moment was very limited. Ye Fan only felt immense soreness in his body now. The trace of magical power he had managed to recover was also used to temporarily strengthen his body. Ye Fan narrowly dodged the hook of a late-stage second-order red poison scorpion, but a late-stage second-order black bear struck him with a palm, sending him flying dozens of meters. Ye Fan struggled to his feet from the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Looking at the black bear charging towards him, Ye Fan gave a bitter laugh. In his normal state, let alone being ambushed by this black bear, even if he stood still and let the black bear hit him, the black bear would not be able to break through Ye Fan's defense. After all, Ye Fan's physical strength was maximized, and with the additional magical power strengthening his body, Foundation establishment level attacks could hardly cause him harm. But now, Ye Fan was already at the end of his rope, his magical power completely exhausted. He was relying entirely on the strength of his physical body to endure, but his body was already riddled with holes. His internal organs were also severely injured. If this were any other Foundation establishment cultivator, they would probably die instantly. Ye Fan was merely holding on by virtue of his powerful physique. Is this the end? Looking at the dozen or so second-order demon beasts that had him firmly surrounded and were slowly approaching him, Ye Fan murmured. At the same time, all his memories from the moment he stepped into the cultivation world until now flashed through his mind. His background was very ordinary, he was just a farmer's child. Until he was 16, he lived a somewhat poor but peaceful daily life. The turning point came when he found a mysterious ring in a river, after which he signed a contract with the Old Man of the Moon. The Old Man of the Moon would cultivate him, and in return, once his cultivation was profound, he would create a new body for the Old Man of the Moon. Afterward, under the guidance of the Old Man of the Moon, he joined the Lingyun sect and met his most respected master. Under his master's guidance, he passed through the relatively difficult early stages and successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. He then joined the law enforcement hall and began to stand on his own, slowly building a great reputation in Qingzhou. Unfortunately, he was destined to die here today. Ye Fan did not regret his decisions, nor did he fear death in his heart. He just felt a bit of regret that he couldn't recast a body for the Old Man of the Moon, and couldn't repay his most respected master. After coming to terms with it, Ye Fan's hard nature had improved once again. As if sensing something, Ye Fan knew. He had now accumulated to the limit in all aspects. If he wanted to, he could break through to golden core at any time, and the golden core he condensed would be of a very, very high quality. But unfortunately, he was already at the end of his rope. Forcing a breakthrough would be no different from seeking death. Ye Fan gritted his teeth, gripping the long sword in his hand. Even knowing he would die, he would drag a Yao beast down with him before his death. Clang! Just as the Yao beast's sharp claws were about to strike Ye Fan, they were firmly blocked by a silver longsword. You brat, what are you trying to prove? You're so badly injured, why aren't you coming to me for healing? Gu Bai, holding the silver moon sword, firmly blocked the Yao beast's attack. Then he looked at Ye Fan, speaking with some distress. Master. Seeing his master suddenly appear beside him, blocking the attack for him, Ye Fan's eyes suddenly turned red. Master was still the master from his memories, always so reliable, always appearing when he encountered difficulties. Even though he had grown up and could now protect his master in return, his master still treated him as a disciple and risked his life to save him. Thinking of this, Ye Fan felt a lump in his throat and almost couldn't hold back his tears. Severely injured and at the end of his rope, Ye Fan did not cry. Facing many fellow Daists who died on the battlefield, Ye Fan also did not cry. Even now, facing a desperate situation with no chance of survival, Ye Fan still did not cry. Because he was a true man, and he had to bear the responsibilities of a man. But now, facing Gu Bai, this reliable elder, Ye Fan could finally stop being so strong, because his elder had arrived, and Gu Bai would handle everything. Fortunately, Ye Fan still cared about his face. He forcefully held back his tears. Gu Bai did not notice Ye Fan's abnormality. He stared intently at the dozen or so second-order demon beasts in front of him. He swung the long sword in his hand, producing streaks of sword chi. The sword chi crisscrossed, quickly slaying those dozen or so second-order demon beasts. Gu Bai might not be comparable to prodigies like Ye Fan or Qing Ning, but Gu Bai's strength was actually not bad. After all, whenever he had time, he would spar with Suwuji in swordsmanship. Although he hadn't experienced much actual combat, Gu Bai had honed a set of exquisite swordsmanship. Dealing with a dozen second-order demon beasts in his peak state was something Gu Bai could do very easily. After slaying all the Yao beasts, Gu Bai took a deep breath, slightly burning his life origin to restore his magical power. After slaying more than a dozen second-order demon beasts, Gu Bai's already limited magical power instantly became almost depleted. Gu Bai simply stopped pretending. After all, the Yin Yang Yuan supplementing pill was something he had researched himself, so even if his life origin was missing, others would believe he could recover. Gu Bai's hair slowly turned snow white, and his aura gradually recovered. Don't move, I'll heal you. Gu Bai pulled Ye Fan to a relatively safe spot behind them and began to heal Ye Fan. As for the front line, it was temporarily left to Qingning and the others. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Ye Fan's injuries gradually recovered. Although not fully recovered, it did not affect his combat strength. Master, I want to attempt a breakthrough now. With me blocking the cave entrance like this, I will definitely be able to temporarily hold back the beast tide. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke to Gu Bai. His accumulation had already reached its limit, and he did not need to calm down and refine for several days like other cultivators before making a breakthrough. Moreover, once he made a breakthrough, anyone hostile to him would not be allowed to enter the lightning tribulation's range, or they would be attacked by the lightning tribulation. Huanglong Immortal City was already on the verge of collapse. The number of Yao beasts in the beast tide was far too great. Even with Ye Fan holding the front line, the defense could collapse at any moment. No, this is too dangerous. Gu Bai glanced over the chaotic battlefield around him, his mouth twitching, and he unhesitatingly rejected Ye Fan's request. Under normal circumstances, he would unconditionally agree to Ye Fan's requests, doing his best to fulfill anything he could. However, Ye Fan's recent request was truly too outrageous, even he found it somewhat unacceptable. A cultivator's breakthrough is a very, very serious matter. Normally, one would find a place with abundant spiritual qi, then rest for a few days to adjust their state to the best possible. Only then can one attempt a breakthrough. During this process, there must be an absolutely safe environment, and the breakthrough candidate must not be disturbed in any way. Because the breakthrough process requires complete concentration, it could even be said that hearing any sound would lead to the breakthrough failing. But what kind of environment was this now? It was the very center of the human race and Yao race battlefield, with stray attacks flying through the air from time to time. Furthermore, the spiritual qi concentration near Huanglong Immortal City was extremely low, almost lacking any conditions for a golden core breakthrough. Yet Ye Fan now said he wanted to attempt a breakthrough here. It was only because Gu Bai always trusted Ye Fan that he was merely surprised. Anyone else might have thought Ye Fan had gone mad. Master, I am serious. Ye Fan said with an extremely serious tone. Gu Bai looked directly into Ye Fan's eyes. Ye Fan, like him, had a steady personality and would always think things through before acting, never making a decision on a whim. Therefore, if Ye Fan told him he wanted to make a breakthrough, it absolutely meant Ye Fan had thought about it for a long time and found a theoretically feasible method. I can't do anything with you. Gu Bai gritted his teeth, finally agreeing to Ye Fan's request. Are there enough core formation spiritual items? Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan and asked in a low voice. Enough. I already gathered 3 suitable core formation spiritual items a few years ago. Ye Fan said with a smile. As for how he, with the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation, managed to obtain extremely precious third-order core formation spiritual items, Ye Fan could only say it was pure luck. After Ye Fan returned to the battlefield, he took a deep breath, no longer suppressing his cultivation, and immediately began to attempt a breakthrough. Ye Fan's aura instantly soared, and the surrounding spiritual qi formed a vortex, slowly flying towards Ye Fan's direction. At the same time, in the sky above the outer perimeter of Huanglong Immortal City, Su Wuji, gripping his Wuji sword with his mechanical arm, stared intently at the 2 great Yao beasts before him. He hadn't expected these 2 Yao beasts to be so powerful. Tiger-type Yao beasts were inherently the kings of all Yao beasts, extremely skilled in combat. The third-order late-stage white tiger he faced was an even more formidable variant of tiger-type Yao beasts, a white tiger. White tigers are born for slaughter, and the white tiger he faced had remained in the third-order late stage for many years, making it an absolute king among Yao beasts. In the 10,000 Barren Mountains, this white tiger likely commanded territory no smaller than Qingzhou. If it were to encounter a fortunate opportunity in the future, it might even become a 4th-order great Yao beast. As for the other azure dragon, its strength was even greater. It was originally a 3rd-order green snake that had cultivated, and was only 1 step away from becoming a true dragon. Unlike Deist Suanlong's black azure dragon, that black azure dragon, though called an azure dragon, actually only had a pair of dragon horns, while the rest of its body still retained snake-like characteristics. This azure dragon's head was already almost indistinguishable from a true dragon's, possessing 4 dragon claws and dragon scales covering its body, making it practically identical to a true dragon. As long as it could break through to the 4th order, it would be a true fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a true dragon. Facing these 2 Yao beasts simultaneously, even with Su Wuji's strength, he felt immense pressure. By now, both sides were suffering. Gu Bai's side was much more relaxed. He was like a thunderous Dao god, effortlessly summoning countless lightning bolts that struck the dozen or so 3rd-order Yao beasts, preventing them from raising their heads. Of course, Gu Bai would also find it difficult to decide the victor in a short amount of time. Wang split into 2 blood-colored clones, each clone holding back a 3rd-order early-stage Yao beast, while he himself suppressed a 3rd-order middle-stage Yao beast. However, it would likely be difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Ice Frost Shenron and the other golden core cultivators were the same. After all, Yao beasts have thick hides and tough flesh, and after reaching the 3rd order, their vitality becomes extremely tenacious. Even if they sustained fatal injuries, they would not die immediately. While they could suppress the Yao beasts, they could not achieve a decisive victory in a short period. Just as both sides were fiercely battling, everyone stopped their actions and looked up in unison. Because they sensed that someone within Huanglong Immortal City was making a breakthrough. Ye Fan, you brat! Suoji glanced at Ye Fan, then cursed in a low voice. He wanted to say more, but the two Yao beasts hostile to him gave him no chance, instantly pouncing on him. Suoji cursed under his breath, then, with a solemn expression, began to fight these two Yao beasts. Rumble. Rumble. Thick tribulation clouds began to gather in the sky, and Ye Fan stood quietly at the broken opening in the city wall. All the Yao beasts stopped in their tracks, cautiously watching Ye Fan. Some Yao beasts, however, still disregarded the warning and tried to attack Ye Fan. But before they even reached Ye Fan, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, repelling all approaching Yao beasts. This was a warning, cautioning the Yao beasts not to attack someone undergoing tribulation. Undergoing tribulation is a test for cultivators, and the heavenly Dao is the invigilator, it naturally would not allow outsiders to interfere. Thus, an extremely spectacular scene unfolded in Huanglong Immortal City. At the shattered breach, Ye Fan stood quietly alone. All the Yao beasts were blocked by him outside the city wall, daring not to approach, and could only attack Huanglong Immortal City from other places. Ye Fan looked up, his expression solemn as he gazed at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Ye Fan's aura rapidly increased, instantly breaking through the limits of a foundation establishment cultivator and stepping into the golden core domain. An immortal golden core slowly condensed within his body, even in its nascent form, it granted Ye Fan unparalleled power. Next, Ye Fan only needed to endure the lightning tribulation, which would temper the golden core, making it complete and awakening corresponding innate divine abilities. Rumble, 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 rumble. A thick layer of tribulation clouds quickly gathered in the sky. In the distance, Gu Bai watched the tribulation clouds in the sky with an extremely solemn expression. He realized that the area of these tribulation clouds was much larger than he had imagined, definitely more than just a top-grade golden core. This was even several circles larger than the tribulation clouds formed when Gu Bai broke through to the immortal golden core previously. Gu Bai's brows furrowed, because the immortal golden core was already the highest quality golden core known in the cultivation world. Logically, the immortal golden core's lightning tribulation should also be the strongest. There shouldn't be any tribulation clouds in the cultivation world more powerful than what Gu Bai experienced during his breakthrough. Gu Bai meticulously stared at the tribulation clouds in the sky for a long time, finally discovering the anomaly. He noticed a faint, almost imperceptible crimson hue in the color of the tribulation clouds, which resembled the killing divine lightning from when Wang broke through. Gu Bai instantly understood, this immense tribulation cloud was formed by the immortal golden core's lightning tribulation combined with the killing divine lightning. The killing divine lightning would strengthen the power of the original lightning tribulation, but if successfully undergoing tribulation, it would awaken a little supernatural powers related to slaughter. Although this was incredibly dangerous, the rewards were immense. If he successfully broke through, Ye Fan should be able to possess 2 minor divine abilities, plus 1 little supernatural powers related to slaughter. Feeling the terrifying destructive aura contained within the tribulation clouds, Ye Fan showed no trace of fear, instead, he burst into hearty laughter, his voice filled with heroic spirit. Ye Fan was not surprised by the sudden descent of the killing lightning tribulation. He had previously slain countless demonic cultivators and Jishu, marauder cultivators, in the law enforcement hall, so many that he himself couldn't remember the exact number, but he had killed no less than 100 foundation establishment cultivators of the same realm. Later, in the great war between the human race and the Ya race, he was always at the forefront, his presence almost guaranteed in every battle. Conservatively estimated, over these past 20+ years, Ye Fan had slain at least 10,000 second-order demon beasts. This was an extremely terrifying number, something even the most heinous demonic cultivators would find difficult to achieve. One could even say that an average golden core cultivator would not cause as much slaughter in their lifetime as Ye Fan had. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A bolt of lightning tribulation struck first, but Ye Fan spread his arms, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike him. Currently, Ye Fan was much stronger than Gu Bai was during his breakthrough, the initial lightning tribulation could hardly cause him harm. Ye Fan could have broken through more than 20 years ago, but he deliberately delayed it until now for this battle. During these 20+ years, Ye Fan had pushed his physique, magical power and other aspects to their limits. Furthermore, he engaged in fierce combat daily, facing the encirclement of dozens of second-order demon beasts was a routine for Ye Fan. As a relatively pure sword cultivator, intense combat was undoubtedly the most effective way to improve his strength, and Ye Fan's strength had reached a terrifying realm over these 20+ years. He could truly be called invincible below the Golden Core realm, and even capable of a decent fight against those above the Golden Core realm. His strength was almost equivalent to a weakened version of a Golden Core true person, and after initially condensing his Golden Core, Ye Fan's strength rose to an extremely terrifying level. Gu Bai sensed that Ye Fan's current aura was already comparable to that of a normal Golden Core middle-stage cultivator. The lightning tribulation struck him but caused no harm to Ye Fan, instead, it transformed into nourishment for him. Rumble, 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 rumble. More than 10 consecutive bolts of lightning tribulation were endured by Ye Fan with his powerful physique, and Ye Fan continued to absorb the power of creation from the lightning tribulation to strengthen his physique. Suddenly, Ye Fan's aura surged dramatically, his body, with its fluid muscle lines, seemed to inflate, expanding by a circle and continuously emitting heat. Rumble, 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 rumble. At the same time, the tribulation clouds in the sky became violent, instead of continuing to unleash lightning, they continued to expand. Gu Bai, watching from below, saw this scene and his mouth twitched. This was because Ye Fan was replicating Gu Bai's previous method, achieving a physical breakthrough to the Golden Core realm during the breakthrough process. If successful, this would grant him a little supernatural powers related to his physique. However, this would also further amplify the power of the lightning tribulation, making an already terrifying lightning tribulation even more terrifying. One could say that Ye Fan's series of actions almost maximized the power of the lightning tribulation. The fusion of 3 of the most supreme lightning tribulations was something only Ye Fan dared to attempt. Anyone else would have been blasted to smithereens by the lightning tribulation long ago. Rumble, 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 rumble. As if finally having accumulated enough, 3 bolts of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, almost instantaneously hitting Ye Fan. Ye Fan still did not evade, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike him. Thus, countless bolts of lightning tribulation, like a violent storm, relentlessly struck Ye Fan. Meanwhile, in other parts of Huanglong Immortal City, the war between the human race and the Yao beast did not stop. Both sides, with great unspoken understanding, simply moved away from Ye Fan's area and continued their fierce battle. Gu Bai treated the wounded while observing Ye Fan undergoing tribulation. The first few dozens of lightning tribulation bolts were endured by Ye Fan with his bare body. But then the power of the lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger, gradually reaching the power of a full force strike from a golden core middle stage. Ye Fan no longer relied solely on his body, he wielded his longsword, unleashing sword chi to block the lightning tribulation's attacks. It wasn't that Ye Fan's physique couldn't withstand a full force strike from a golden core middle stage, rather, taking such a hit would inevitably injure Ye Fan. Injury would reduce his strength, and he needed to maintain his strength to resist the even more powerful lightning tribulations that would follow. Rumble, 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 rumble. All incoming bolts of lightning tribulation were blocked by Ye Fan using various methods. Whoosh. After a long while, Ye Fan, whose magical power was largely depleted, let out a long breath. He had a vague premonition that if he endured just 3 more bolts of lightning tribulation, he would achieve the immortal golden core. Ye Fan took out the purple cloud thunder shield from his storage pouch, a shield specifically designed to ward off lightning tribulations. Then he took out a recovery type 3rd order medicinal pill and put it into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted upon entry, and Ye Fan instantly refined its pure medicinal power to restore his magical power. Rumble, 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 rumble. A bolt of crimson purple lightning, 1 meter in diameter, suddenly struck down. The purple cloud thunder shield hovered above Ye Fan's head, firmly protecting him. However, after taking this bolt of lightning tribulation, the purple cloud thunder shield's light dimmed, clearly indicating it was severely damaged. Ye Fan immediately put away the purple cloud thunder shield and took out a green longsword from his storage pouch. This is the medium-grade magic treasure, King Yun's sword, which Su Wuji had an artifact refiner in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty specially crafted for Ye Fan back then. Its quality is similar to Su Wuji's Wuji sword, although it's only a medium-grade magic treasure, it's perfectly suited for him. Several years ago, Ye Fan had already begun preparing for his breakthrough. The purple cloud thunder shield needed for his golden core breakthrough, as well as various restorative medicinal pills, had all been prepared in advance. Ye Fan, holding the King Yun sword, swung a sword strike towards the sky with all his might. The enormous azure sword chi collided with the lightning tribulation and was annihilated, but the sword chi only consumed half of the lightning tribulation. The remaining lightning struck Ye Fan without hindrance. Ye Fan slowly exhaled a mouthful of black chi. Fortunately, as a body cultivator, what would be a fatal injury for an ordinary golden core cultivator was merely a minor wound for Ye Fan. Rumble. Rumble. A series of dull rumbling sounds began to emanate from the sky, as if something terrifying was brewing. Ye Fan took a deep breath and quickly began to adjust his state. He had a premonition that this final attack should be comparable to the full-strength strike of a golden core late-stage cultivator. This had already far exceeded the limit of a normal lightning tribulation, because he was not yet considered a true golden core cultivator. Only after successfully passing the lightning tribulation, with his golden core fully formed and corresponding divine ability awakened, could he be considered a true golden core cultivator. His golden core was not yet formed, so at most, he could only be called half a golden core cultivator. A full-strength strike from a golden core late-stage cultivator, even a true golden core initial stage cultivator, couldn't withstand it. Ye Fan was no ordinary person, he immediately crushed a talisman. Upon being crushed, the talisman instantly formed a golden shield phantom above Ye Fan, enveloping him. This was a 3rd order golden shield talisman, forming a golden shield phantom that could withstand a strike from a golden core immortal master. However, this required the magic power of a golden core cultivator to activate, and now that Ye Fan was considered half a golden core immortal master, he could naturally use this talisman. Next, Ye Fan formed a hand seal with his right hand, controlling the surrounding earth to form a semicircular cover, enclosing himself within it. Afterward, Ye Fan took out many iron wires from his storage pouch and installed them inside this earth cover. This was a lightning avoidance method that Gu Bai taught him. Lightning would be attracted to steel, and these iron wires were made of special materials. They would not be instantly destroyed by the immense energy of the lightning tribulation, thus allowing the iron wires to guide the lightning into the ground. Finally, Ye Fan performed a secret art, condensing a layer of golden light around his body. This was the pure Yang Sex golden light spell, which usually only golden core immortal masters could learn. However, Ye Fan was exceptionally gifted. At merely the foundation establishment realm, he had learned the golden light spell and cultivated it to the minor achievement realm. Although not as abnormal as pure Yang true person, it could significantly enhance his own defensive power. The lightning tribulation, which had been accumulating power in the sky for a long time, suddenly descended. Rumble. Rumble. The lightning tribulation instantly shattered the golden shield in the air, and its power undiminished, it struck the earth cover. Even though countless iron wires were hidden within the earth to conduct the lightning underground, they could at most only weaken a portion of the lightning tribulation's power. At the same time, in other parts of Huanglong Immortal City, both Yao beasts and humans ceased their battles, then began to tremble all over. Gu Bai was no exception, he only felt a domineering lightning bolt emanating from beneath his feet, and although it had been weakened layer by layer, the power of this lightning tribulation was still considerable. Hiding within the earth cover, the moment it was broken, Ye Fan swung a full-strength sword strike towards the sky. The sword chi and the lightning tribulation in the air annihilated each other, but only weakened the lightning tribulation's power by 30%. Rumble. The lightning struck Ye Fan fiercely, even after being weakened layer by layer, the power of the lightning tribulation was still not to be underestimated. Ye Fan's entire body was instantly charred black from the electricity, and he fell to the ground with a thud. A full-strength strike from a golden core late-stage cultivator was not so easy to block. This was equivalent to a golden core late-stage cultivator's ultimate trump card, similar to Su Wuji's full moon sword art, or Gu Bai's full-strength strike that condensed all lightning. Attacks of this level, even a golden core late-stage cultivator could only unleash a few times. A golden core middle-stage cultivator with slightly weaker strength would also die if hit head-on. Immediately after the lightning tribulation ended, Gu Bai rushed to Ye Fan's side and began to treat his injuries. Fortunately, although Ye Fan was severely injured, his most vital heart pulse was not too seriously damaged. Furthermore, the creative vitality within the lightning tribulation also began to rapidly repair Ye Fan's injuries. A moment later, Ye Fan suddenly opened his eyes, then gasped for air in large gulps. That was the closest he had ever come to death. Brat, good thing I protected your heart pulse, otherwise you would have surely died this time. Yu Lao's somewhat irritable voice sounded in his mind. Thanks. Hearing this familiar voice, and then seeing Gu Bai's worried gaze, Ye Fan's lips curved slightly, feeling that the previous hardships were nothing. Without time to rest, Ye Fan immediately flew into the air and unleashed several sword chi strikes towards the beast tide. Each sword chi strike cut dozens of second-order demon beasts and countless first-order monsters in half, greatly alleviating the pressure on Huanglong Immortal City. Immediately after, Ye Fan flew into the air again, preparing to support Su Wuji and the others. Meanwhile, in the sky outside Huanglong Immortal City, Su Wuji, with one arm severed and covered in wounds, was gasping for air. Although Su Wuji was covered in scars, the overwhelming sword intent emanating from him became even purer. The third-order late-stage white tiger had already been beheaded by Su Wuji, completely losing its life. The other azure dragon was also covered in countless large and small wounds all over its body. Clearly, in this great battle between the two sides, Su Wuji still had the slight upper hand. At this moment, the azure dragon also noticed that Ye Fan had successfully broken through. Seeing Ye Fan approaching from a distance, the azure dragon knew that the tide had turned. It suddenly spat out a large mouthful of water mist, covering the entire battlefield. This water mist was very special and could greatly impede the prying of divine sense. Then, the azure dragon suddenly turned its head and fled in the direction of the 10,000 barren mountains. Stop it! Su Wuji instantly understood the azure dragon's intention and cried out anxiously. The human race cultivators had won this war, but Qingzhou had paid a heavy price, and now was the time to recoup their losses. And Yao beasts are treasures all over, especially third-order demon beasts, even just a part of their body can fetch a good price. Dragon-type Yao beasts are the most valuable among all Yao beasts. If they could capture this third-order late-stage dragon, their Lingyun sect would become rich. Ye Fan also instantly understood Su Wuji's intention. He flashed and blocked the azure dragon's path. Then, Ye Fan took a deep breath, gripped his long saber tightly, and suddenly cut his wrist. His fresh blood did not flow down but instead adhered to the long sword. Soon, the entire sword was completely soaked in Ye Fan's fresh blood. Ye Fan, his face pale, aimed at the azure dragon charging towards him and unleashed a blood-red sword chi. This was his awakening divine ability, the blood sacrifice method, which allowed him to sacrifice his own blood to enhance the power of his attacks. He had just sacrificed 1/5 of his vital blood to enhance his sword chi. The azure dragon was unable to dodge and was struck by the blood-colored sword chi. Its already scarred body gained another hideous sword mark, and while this wouldn't kill the azure dragon, it did slow its speed. Su Wuji followed closely, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword chi. This was the sword technique he had comprehended back then, the crescent moon sword technique, and the sword chi instantly cut the azure dragon's body into 2 halves. The azure dragon let out a painful roar, still trying to struggle and escape into the distance, but Ye Fan kicked it to the ground. Ye Fan and Su Wuji exchanged glances, smiling at their synchronized cooperation. Although Ye Fan was Gu Bai's disciple, he was actually considered half of Su Wuji's disciple. After all, what Gu Bai excelled at were mostly auxiliary secret arts, and when Ye Fan was in the chi refining realm, Gu Bai could still teach him sword techniques. But once Ye Fan achieved a breakthrough to foundation establishment, in terms of the Dao of the sword, Ye Fan no longer needed his guidance. Because Ye Fan never lacked resources, he was not interested in medical Dao or alchemy, these highly sought-after skills in the cultivation world. Therefore, Gu Bai specifically sought out Su Wuji to teach Ye Fan sword techniques. After dealing with the azure dragon, Su Wuji and Ye Fan rushed to other battlefields to support the other golden core true persons in Qingzhou. The third-order demon beasts on the battlefield, seeing their leader slain, panicked. Instantly, more than a dozen third-order demon beasts fled back into the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains without looking back. Ye Fan and Su Wuji joined forces to intercept most of the fleeing third-order demon beasts. After all, third-order demon beasts are full of treasures, and letting even one escape would be a heartache for a long time. However, a few faster third-order demon beasts managed to escape in the chaos. Meanwhile, outside Huanglong Immortal City, the beast horde, which had been furiously attacking the city walls, suddenly became chaotic. Large numbers of Yao beasts shook their heads, and all second-order demon beasts became clear-eyed, then ran back towards the 10,000 barren mountains without looking back. The first-order Yao beasts started attacking each other, and some smarter first-order Yao beasts also ran towards the 10,000 barren mountains. These Yao beasts attacking Huanglong Immortal City were actually controlled jointly by that white tiger and the azure dragon, which was why they started attacking Huanglong Immortal City so recklessly. But in reality, Yao beasts value their lives greatly. Generally, first-order Yao beasts only prey on weaker Yao beasts to satisfy their basic needs. As for herbivorous Yao beasts, they would rather avoid humans than actively attack human race cultivators. Second-order demon beasts have already begun to develop rudimentary intelligence, they would not risk their lives to attack human race cultivators. Attacking human race cultivators brings no benefits to Yao beasts. Human bodies are not some kind of spirit pill, and even eating a lot of humans would not increase their cultivation by much. The reason such a massive beast tide could form was mainly due to the combined efforts of the third-order late-stage azure dragon and that white tiger. They could control first and second-order Yao beasts to a certain extent. Now that both Yao beasts have fallen in battle, the remaining third-order demon beasts, even if they wished to, lacked the ability to control so many Yao beasts. Watching the receding beast tide, Xing collapsed onto the ground with a thump, then gasped for breath. Other cultivators were not much better than Xing, they also collapsed to the ground like her, greedily breathing in the air. They were actually close to their limits. Among the several thousand Foundation establishment cultivators in Huanglong Immortal City, less than 1,000 remained. Hundreds of thousands of elite qi refining cultivators, with the lowest cultivation being middle stage qi refining, now only tens of thousands remained. If Yafan hadn't blocked the cave entrance at the critical moment, the casualties in Huanglong Immortal City would likely have been even more severe. Fortunately, the war finally ended. This war between the human race and the Yao race, which lasted for nearly 20 years, finally drew to a close. It's finally over. He physician, with dry, lifeless hair, a body covered in blemishes and wrinkles, and somewhat cloudy eyes, said softly. Su physician, standing beside him, was in a similar state. The two grand elders were already advanced in age, and after nearly 20 years of overwork in Huanglong Immortal City, they were now almost at the end of their lifespan. Overwork had greatly reduced the lifespan of the two grand elders. They originally had several decades of lifespan left, but now only a few years remained. As physicians, they were acutely aware of how terrible their current bodies were. But the two grand elders were smiling with immense relief. Because before they died, they had saved many people, and for them as physicians, this meant they had no regrets even in death. Master, please rest. Gu Bai, whose hair was also snow white, looked at the two grand elders and said with some heartache. Although he knew the condition of the two grand elders, he could not stop them. Regarding the bodies of the two grand elders, even Gu Bai felt somewhat powerless. Because the two grand elders had already reached their natural lifespan limit, the reason they hadn't died was due to forcefully extending their lives by taking life extension pills. Due to overwork, the two grand elders had already consumed most of the origin within their bodies, and even if one wanted to replenish it, it was no longer possible. The only thing Gu Bai could do was to make the last few years of the two grand elders' lives less miserable. You brat, why don't you look at yourself? You're not like us two grand elders, whose days are numbered. You are still young, the future is yours, there's no need to push yourself too hard. He physician walked unsteadily to Gu Bai's front, rubbed Gu Bai's snow-white long hair, and said with some heartache. Although Gu Bai was not as disheveled as the two grand elders, apart from his hair turning snow-white, there were no other changes. But he could still tell at a glance that Gu Bai had burned a large amount of his life origin. Don't worry, I know my own body well, nothing will happen. Gu Bai was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Meanwhile, above the sky outside Huanglong Immortal City, among the original 30-odd third-order demon beasts, all but the few who fled at the very beginning had died in battle. Su Wuji had lost another arm, but since it was a mechanical arm, it could be rebuilt at any time. Wang Mang, relying on his blood shadow clone, fought 3 opponents at once, simultaneously engaging 1 third-order middle stage and 2 third-order early stage Yao beasts. With his reckless fighting style, Wang Mang managed to hold back these 3 Yao beasts, even gaining a slight advantage, though he also suffered severe injuries himself. Besides that, everyone else suffered minor injuries, but none were fatal. After all, they had already discussed beforehand that they only needed to hold back the Yao beasts and did not need to kill them. Su Wuji or Gu Bei would serve as the breakthrough point, and after they dealt with the enemies first, they would come to help the others. Therefore, although the fighting process was incredibly perilous, it did not result in any casualties. Undoubtedly, Qingzhou could be said to have achieved a great victory this time. Not a single top-tier Golden Core realm combatant died. Instead, they gained over 30 third-order demon beasts, as well as countless second-order and first-order Yao beast bodies. Converted into other resources, it would be enough for geniuses like Su Wuji and Gu Bei to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. As for the prodigies they favored, they were well protected in secret, and not a single one died. Instead, because they participated in this massive war, everyone gained something, and Yafan even broke through during the war, forming an immortal golden core, adding another golden core true person to Lingyun sect. However, Gu Bai could not be happy, because the casualties among the low-level disciples were simply too heavy. Although there were countless low-level disciples and they could recover in a few decades or a century, Gu Bai had developed some feelings for many of them. After all, they had fought side by side for so many years, and many of them had been saved by Gu Bai. Now, almost all of them were dead. What Gu Bai feared most was that the two elders probably did not have much time left. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just as Gu Bai was lost in thought, he was suddenly hugged from behind. Qing Ning's familiar voice came from behind him. Although Qing Ning's personality had changed greatly, this still could not change Qing Ning's essence. She was still that gentle, kind, and meticulous good girl. Qing Ning was also not feeling well at this moment, as her teammates who had fought with her for many years had all died in the final battle. Qing Ning was not disheartened by this, but her mood was inevitably a bit low. However, she still detected Gu Bai's interchange immediately and offered comfort in time. Gu Bai gently hummed in response, then turned and hugged Qing Ning. He leaned into Qing Ning's embrace, and the two of them held each other tightly, mutually healing each other's wounded hearts. After seeing this scene, the two elders both showed relieved smiles. Of course, good times are always short. Gu Bai only rested for a short while before he began to treat the wounded with other physicians. Ye Fan, on the other hand, led the remaining cultivators to begin the massive cleanup of the battlefield. Everyone was busy for a full day and night before the battlefield was roughly cleaned up. Carrying the bones of their companions, the cultivators of Lingyun sect began to return to Lingyun sect in an orderly manner. As for the other cultivators, they all returned to their respective homes and forces. Sitting on the returning flying boat, looking at the land below, Gu Bai could not help but let out a long breath. Now was truly the weakest time in King Su's history. It had just experienced the most intense internal strife, with at least a dozen golden core true persons dying, and Lingyun sect ultimately became the overlord of Qingzhou. Before they could even settle down for a few decades, the beast tide attacked Qingzhou again. This time, due to the Qingzhou alliance, most of the cultivators from all forces in Qingzhou were dispatched. Next, Qingzhou is estimated to enter a long-awaited period of peace, at least for several centuries without large-scale conflicts. Gu Bai's constantly tense spirit also slowly relaxed. He finally had time to live the life he wanted. Everyone returned triumphantly, and the cultivators who remained in Lingyun sect had been waiting at the sect gate for a long time. As soon as Gu Bai and the others returned, they received a warm welcome. They lit countless bonfires in Lingyun sect's largest square and held a grand bonfire banquet to celebrate this victory. Looking at this lively scene, Gu Bai also smiled. To celebrate the victory of the war, Gu Bai directly took out half of his treasured fine wine that he had kept for many years. Everyone ate meat and drank wine heartily, letting out bursts of hearty laughter. They had fought together for nearly 20 years, developing deep feelings for each other, and their personalities had also become more straightforward. Ye Fan and Gu Bai, as the protagonists, stood in the middle of everyone. Almost all the cultivators present bowed deeply to Ye Fan and Gu Bai and drank the strong wine in their cups in one gulp. In nearly 20 years, Ye Fan and Gu Bai had earned the respect of all cultivators. Ye Fan, as the leader of all cultivators, fulfilled his responsibilities as a leader, constantly holding the front line of the battlefield. Coupled with Ye Fan's powerful strength and his personal charisma, Ye Fan earned the respect of almost everyone. As for Gu Bai, he did not display particularly strong combat power, but his prestige was even higher than Ye Fan's. Because everyone knew that no matter how serious their injuries were, they would be fine as long as they went to the rear, where Gu Bai could heal them. During the more intense periods of the war, Gu Bai would also personally go to the front lines to treat seriously injured cultivators. In the past 20 years or so, almost all Foundation establishment cultivators had been saved by Gu Bai, and some had even been saved multiple times by Gu Bai. Ye Fan and Gu Bai felt the enthusiastic atmosphere around them and also smiled as they drank the strong wine in their cups in one gulp. Everyone drank until late into the night before leaving separately. On the nameless mountain peak, Gu Bai, dressed in white robes, stood with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing at the night sky. A cool night breeze gently ruffled Gu Bai's snow-white hair, which made Gu Bai appear to have a touch of sacredness. Gu Bai did not intend to dye his hair back, not because he didn't want to, but because Qing Ning didn't want him to. Because Qing Ning felt that his snow-white hair looked very good. Originally, Gu Bai's chi was very gentle, but now, because his hair had turned white, Gu Bai's chi had a touch of coldness, as if he were an ethereal spirit. This greatly increased Qing Ning's desire, and she couldn't help but want to imbue Gu Bai with her own chi. And Ye Fan, who was already a golden core true person, still stood respectfully behind Gu Bai as usual. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you've already cultivated to the golden core realm. Gu Bai turned his head to look at Ye Fan, saying with some relief and some pride. Sensing Ye Fan's unfathomable chi, Gu Bai did not feel any sense of loss. No qualified master would feel lost because their disciples' strength surpassed their own, they would only feel proud. Ha 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 ha, it's all because master taught me well. Ye Fan scratched his head, saying with a slight embarrassment. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned, because Ye Fan, who was usually very aloof in front of others, acted like a child in front of Gu Bai, speaking softly. Don't be modest. I merely provided some insignificant resources. Your ability to reach this point is entirely due to your own efforts. Gu Bai glanced at Ye Fan, then said with a smile. After the two exchanged a round of mutual flattery, Gu Bai finally brought up the main topic. By the way, how many minor divine abilities have you awakened in total? And what types are they specifically? Of course, you don't have to say if you don't want to. Gu Bai said with a hint of curiosity. In the cultivation world, asking about someone's trump cards is an easy way to offend them. If it were someone he wasn't familiar with, Ye Fan would probably have flipped out on the spot. However, as Ye Fan's master, Gu Bai's question was perfectly fine. There's nothing I can't say. I've awakened 4 divine abilities in total, and each little supernatural powers is incredibly powerful. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai couldn't help but gasp, causing the surrounding air to warm slightly. The reason was none other than Ye Fan's sheer abnormality. 4 minor divine abilities, even he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such record in Qingzhou, nor even in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. Normally, a genius like Su Wuji, who possessed a superior golden core, could only awaken 1 little supernatural powers. Even the legendary Immortal Golden Core could only awaken 2 minor divine abilities. A genius like Gu Bai, with the added boost of his heavenly thunder body, only awakened 3 minor divine abilities. But Ye Fan, his disciple, whose aptitude and comprehension ability were not considered good, had awakened 4 minor divine abilities. Furthermore, how old was Ye Fan this year? He was only a little over 80 years old, and only a little over 70 years had passed since he began to cultivate. Although the time Ye Fan took to break through to the Golden Core realm was slightly longer than Gu Bai's, that was a result of Ye Fan deliberately suppressing his cultivation. From this perspective, Ye Fan's future breakthrough to the nascent soul realm was practically a certainty. My first divine ability is the blood sacrifice method, which allows me to sacrifice my own blood to enhance my attacks. It was also with this blood sacrifice method that I boosted my sword chi to the equivalent of a full power strike from a Golden Core late-stage cultivator, which allowed me to severely wound that Azure Dragon. Additionally, I can also temporarily increase my physical attributes by burning my blood. Because I am a body cultivator, the energy contained in my blood is much greater than that of a normal cultivator, so this move is exceptionally effective. Ye Fan patted his chest, speaking in a deep voice. Not bad, it just consumes a bit of blood. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. This was a very practical divine ability, while not necessarily the strongest, it was very useful. My second divine ability is called Vitality Fire. Although it's a flame, it has no temperature whatsoever. Instead, it contains vast vitality. It can heal my injuries, accelerate my recovery speed for exertion and physical recovery, and even restore my spirit to a certain extent. Ye Fan extended his right hand, and a ball of white flame suddenly emerged from his palm. As soon as the flame appeared, Gu Bai felt a powerful surge of vitality emanating from it. The Vitality Fire's speed in healing injuries isn't particularly fast, but compared to healing injuries, I feel that Vitality Fire is better at restoring my overall state. Yesterday, right after I break through to the Golden Core realm, I went through a major battle, and even consumed 1/5 of my chi and blood. Under normal circumstances, even if I did nothing, it would take a month of rest to recover. But just on the way back to the sect, plus the time spent drinking at the evening gathering, my own condition had already recovered by more than half. And I have a faint premonition that Vitality Fire can even restore my life origin to a certain extent. Ye Fan looked at the burning white flame in his hand and said with a smile. This flame was not something he had awakened by chance. At the moment the Golden Core formed, Old Man Yu consumed a trace of his soul origin to enhance its quality. Old Man Yu, during his lifetime, was a soul transformation grand cultivator, above the nascent soul true lord realm, a true supreme expert standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. A trace of his soul origin, for a Golden Core cultivator, was an unparalleled tonic. It allowed the quality of the Golden Core to improve once more. Although it was still an immortal Golden Core, mysterious patterns had already appeared on the Golden Core. The quality and quantity of his magical power were both slightly superior to even an immortal Golden Core, ultimately leading to the awakening of this divine ability. Moreover, Vitality Fire could not only restore life origin but also nourish the body, slowly increasing one's own foundation, which is to say, life origin. According to Old Man Yu, Vitality Fire was no longer a little supernatural powers, but a true divine ability that only a nascent soul true lord had a certain chance of awakening. And it was also one of the best quality divine abilities. Hiss. Gu Bai gasped again, feeling that Ye Fan was truly too lucky. This Vitality Fire was simply the top-tier support-type divine ability, and it complemented his blood sacrifice method perfectly. The blood sacrifice method required sacrificing blood to increase power, while Vitality Fire could restore one's own condition. In terms of overall capability, Vitality Fire was even far superior to Gu Bai's creation Divine Thunder. Gu Bai looked left and right, and after confirming that no one was around, he spoke to Ye Fan with a serious expression. From now on, you must not tell anyone about the capabilities of Vitality Fire, not even the sect master, understood? The reason was simple, Ye Fan's ability was too heaven-defying. If this were to spread beyond Qingzhou and be known by people from the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, no one could predict if someone would come to cause trouble for Ye Fan. Whether out of jealousy towards Ye Fan, or feeling that Ye Fan would pose a threat to them in the future, or even wanting to possess Ye Fan, these were all possibilities in the cultivation world. Gu Bai was not doubting the character of Su Wuji or others, it was just that there were too many bizarre abilities in the cultivation world. Even if the person didn't speak, there were secret arts like soul searching that could directly extract memories. Understood, I'll be careful. Ye Fan was startled for a moment, then a happy smile appeared on his lips. This was his master. His focus was never on how powerful he was, but always on his own safety. Ye Fan coughed lightly, then continued. The third divine ability I awakened is called Sword Heart Unification. It can greatly enhance the power of my swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai couldn't help but feel a little envious of Ye Fan. Sword Heart Unification was similar to Su Wuji's Sword Heart Clarity. It was one of the top-tier Sword Dao divine abilities, a divine ability that all sword cultivators dreamed of awakening. He hadn't expected Ye Fan to be so lucky as to awaken Sword Heart Unification. As for the last divine ability, it's related to the physique and is called Heart of the Beast. It can greatly enhance my senses. I can detect and evade all attacks coming at me in advance. In addition, after activating Heart of the Beast, it can temporarily strengthen my physique and, to a certain extent, allow me to ignore injuries. Yes. Gu Bai gasped again. He knew about the divine ability Heart of the Beast. It was the most top-tier body cultivator divine ability, longed for by all body cultivators. While Heart of the Beast might sound like its effect is mediocre, in reality, it's extremely useful, temporarily strengthening one's physical qualities to a very high degree. It can increase physical qualities by about 30% without significant side effects. At most, prolonged use will result in a period of physical weakness. Ye Fan's 4 divine abilities almost encompass the effects of all divine abilities, covering all aspects, whether it's short-term burst power or recovery capabilities. The current Ye Fan is an upgraded version of the original Gu Bai. It's a pity that I've awakened too few divine abilities. I haven't awakened a divine ability related to speed. If I had one, it would be perfect. Ye Fan deliberately frowned, seemingly dissatisfied, but Gu Bai could sense his immense pride from his tone. Brat, you're still not satisfied? Are you trying to reach the heavens? Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He patted Ye Fan's head and said indignantly. After chatting with Ye Fan for a while longer and learning more details about the divine abilities, Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky, feeling a slight melancholy. It wasn't disappointment in Ye Fan's strength, but rather that Ye Fan's current strength was too formidable. With the Sword Dao personally taught by Su Wuji, various spells far exceeding those of cultivators in the same realm, and the 4 most top-tier innate divine abilities. If he activates his innate divine abilities to temporarily boost his strength, Ye Fan can even unleash combat power comparable to a golden core cultivator in a short period. Furthermore, Ye Fan's recovery ability is very strong. With the enhancement of life fire, Ye Fan can fully recover in just a few days. What Gu Bai felt melancholic about was that Qingzhou could no longer contain Ye Fan, this true dragon. As the saying goes, shallow waters cannot raise a true dragon. Qingzhou is only so big, and it's currently a rare era of peace. After Ye Fan breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, he would barely encounter any battles, and there were no battles for Ye Fan to fight. He could only stay in the sect and quietly cultivate. Even if Ling Yun sect's current resources were enough for Ye Fan to cultivate to the Golden Core late stage, Ye Fan was not suited to staying in a comfortable environment. Moreover, Qingzhou doesn't have many good things now. Magic treasure, medicinal pills, and other items used by Golden Core powerhouses need to be purchased from the extremely distant Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. And traversing the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, even with the foot speed of a Golden Core true person, would take 20 to 30 years. Therefore, in the cultivation world, Qingzhou is like a backward, remote island. Ye Fan staying in Qingzhou would only bury his talent, and his highest achievement in the future would be no more than a nascent soul true lord. He would eventually have to venture out into the wider world, or rather, Gu Bai and even Su Wuji, if they wanted to advance further in the future, would ultimately have to choose to leave Qingzhou. The reason they waited until now was primarily because Ling Yun sect was still relatively weak and needed them to guard the sect. Secondly, it was because of this beast-tide crisis that needed them to resolve, but now the crisis had been lifted. Thinking of this, Gu Bai sighed deeply. Master, what's wrong? Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai with some confusion, then asked. He had become so powerful, Master should be happy, but instead, he was sighing. It's nothing. Gu Bai shook his head and didn't say much. Since the war between the human race and the Ya race ended, Ling Yun sect seemed to have been put on an accelerated button. Just half a month after the war ended, Qing Ning was preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm. Standing in front of the secret chamber door, Gu Bai and Qing Ning embraced for a long, long time. Go for it. Gu Bai didn't say anything sentimental. He just rubbed Qing Ning's hair and spoke softly. Qing Ning had entered the Foundation establishment late stage many years ago, and her own accumulation had long reached its limit. She had also experienced nearly 20 years of intense combat, which had tempered her hard nature. Coupled with the 3 core formation spiritual items, the chances of breakthrough were still very high. Of course, this was only a relatively high chance and did not guarantee a successful breakthrough. The breakthrough from Foundation establishment to Golden Core realm is a watershed. Qi refining and even Foundation establishment realm are merely initial steps into the extraordinary, not yet transcending the human sphere. However, once one breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, it is a complete transcendence into the extraordinary. Lifespan can reach 800 years, and magical power will experience a qualitative leap. As the saying goes, a Golden Core swallowed into the belly, my fate is mine, not heaven's. Only by becoming a Golden Core cultivator does one truly begin to resemble an immortal master. But breakthrough to Golden Core is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not everyone is qualified to break through to the Golden Core realm. Normally, among 1,000 mortals, only one cultivator might appear. And among dozens of Qi refining cultivators, only one Foundation establishment cultivator might be born. However, among 100 Foundation establishment cultivators, not even one Golden Core true person might be born. In times of peace, all Foundation establishment cultivators in Qingzhou combined amounted to about 10,000, but on average, there were only about 20 Golden Core true persons. Qing Ning nodded, then looked at Su Wuji not far away. Su Wuji smiled at Qing Ning, as if to cheer her on. Around the secret chamber, most of Ling Yun sect's high-ranking members were standing, silently cheering for Qing Ning. Ye Fan also walked forward with a smile and said. Don't worry, Master's wife, breakthrough golden core is actually very simple. I could even temporarily break through on the battlefield, it's not as difficult as you imagine. Hearing Ye Fan's words, the mouths of all the golden core cultivators present twitched. As those who had experienced it, they knew better than anyone how difficult breakthrough golden core truly was. However, they were all very perceptive and didn't say much. Xing looked at the surrounding gazes of concern and also smiled. She wasn't as nervous as she appeared. After nearly 20 years of war, Xing had long since forged a firm Dao heart. Even with such a major event as breakthrough golden core, Xing showed no signs of nervousness, her heart nature was extremely calm. The door to the secret chamber slowly closed. Xing sat in the secret chamber, beginning to adjust her state and prepare for breakthrough. Gu Bai and Suoji both appeared very nervous. They stood with their hands behind their backs, pacing back and forth in front of the door. Although Xing wasn't nervous, they were. Even with Gu Bai's current hard nature, he couldn't help but be nervous. There was nothing he could do, Xing was simply too important to him, having become an inseparable part of his life fire. If Xing were to encounter any unexpected situation, he absolutely couldn't accept it. Just thinking about such a scene made Gu Bai tremble all over. Master, don't be too nervous. You and I both know Master's wife's strength. Even if the breakthrough fails, there won't be any life-threatening danger. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai's appearance and said with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Gu Bai took a deep breath, then exhaled. After silently reciting many heart-cleansing incantations, he finally suppressed his nervous heart nature. He really shouldn't be so nervous. No matter what happened, he should always be prepared. Suoji was no better off than Gu Bai, he paced back and forth restlessly with his hands clasped behind his back. Fortunately, his Dao companion Zhang Suero timely pulled him away and gently comforted Suoji with soft words, which slightly calmed his agitated heart. The crowd didn't have to wait too long. Inside the secret chamber, Xing only took one day to enter a state of focus. Xing also unhesitatingly consumed the 3 core formation spiritual items that had been prepared in advance. Xing's aura began to climb steadily, quickly breaking through the limits of a foundation establishment cultivator. At the same time, a spiritual chi vortex began to appear in the sky, and countless spiritual chi gathered towards Xing's direction. Gu Bai suddenly stood up. Xing had reached the most crucial step, which was to condense the initial golden core. This step directly affected the quality of the golden core, and the core formation spiritual items played their role at this time, further improving the golden core's quality. If one could successfully condense a golden core, it would be considered largely successful. The next step would only require successfully undergoing tribulation and allowing the lightning tribulation to temper the golden core to truly become a golden core true person. However, the prerequisite was successfully condensing the golden core, and this step of condensing the golden core was the most difficult. Of all the cultivators who failed, nearly 70% fell at this step, while the remaining 30% fell beneath the lightning tribulation. Xing showed no signs of weakness, her aura climbed all the way until she reached the level of a golden core true person. She knew exactly how to break through to the golden core realm, what procedures were involved, and what to do at each stage. After all, Lingyun sect was not some small sect. Every golden core expert would write down their process and insights for breakthrough to golden core and place them in the scripture pavilion for future generations to read. Any Lingyun sect cultivator whose cultivation had reached foundation establishment late stage and was preparing to break through to the golden core realm could go to the scripture pavilion to freely read the books of their predecessors. Xing had already read dozens, even hundreds, of books on how to break through to golden core. Furthermore, before her breakthrough, she had also inquired in detail about the specific experiences from Suoji and others this year. Therefore, Xing's breakthrough process was very smooth, and all unexpected situations were avoided. Rumble. 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 With a muffled sound, the tribulation clouds began to condense in the sky. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, Gu Bai let out a long breath. This indicated that Xing had already condensed her initial golden core. At this point, she was largely successful, and the next step was simply to undergo tribulation. For other cultivators with no background, the lightning tribulation might be terrifyingly extreme. One careless mistake could lead to being struck into ashes by the lightning tribulation. After all, cultivators with no background would neither possess golden core level spells nor golden core cultivator used magic treasures. One could say they were like a blank character with no skills or weapons. But for Xing, who was backed by Lingyun sect, the lightning tribulation was nothing to fear. Before undergoing tribulation, Xing had already prepared several magic treasures to deal with the lightning tribulation, and Suoji had also given her several tier 3 defensive talismans. In her storage pouch, she also had the purple cloud thunder shield, specifically created for undergoing tribulation. Rumble. 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 The area of the tribulation clouds grew larger and larger until it enveloped the entire Lingyun sect. Gu Bai looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, revealing a heartfelt smile. The scale of these tribulation clouds was consistent with a superior golden core, meaning that Xing had not only successfully condensed a golden core. She had also, like her father Suoji, condensed an extremely rare superior golden core. Although Ye Fan or Gu Bai easily formed an immortal golden core, this did not mean that a superior golden core was common. Let alone Xingzhou, even in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, superior golden cores were uncommon. As for the immortal golden core, which was above it, it had never appeared in King's Hu's history, existing only as a legend. As long as it was a superior golden core, with sufficient resources, one could become a golden core late-stage grand cultivator. Xing, whose aura had already reached its peak, suddenly flew out of the secret chamber. She stood in the sky, staring fearlessly at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Xing also didn't forget to look back and smile at Gubai, signaling him not to worry. Rumble. 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 Seemingly enraged by Xing's actions, a bolt of lightning tribulation suddenly struck down from the sky. Xing, however, did not dodge or evade, directly taking the blow with her body. The first few bolts of lightning tribulation were actually very weak, at most equivalent to a full power attack from a Foundation establishment late-stage cultivator. Therefore, most cultivators undergoing tribulation chose to withstand the first few bolts of lightning tribulation with their bodies. With Gubai by her side, Xing would also try to train her physique whenever she had free time. Under Gubai's supervision, although Xing's physique was not as strong as a body cultivator's, it far exceeded that of cultivators at the same realm. Rumble. 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 More than a dozen consecutive bolts of lightning tribulation were all endured by Xing with her body. It wasn't until after the 12th bolt of lightning tribulation, when the power of the lightning tribulation had reached the golden core level, that Xing began to counterattack with her sword. The long sword in Xing's hand was called the Meteorite Sword, a medium-grade magic treasure forged from an extraterrestrial meteorite. Although it wasn't perfectly suited for her, it was nonetheless a genuine medium-grade magic treasure that allowed Xing to fully unleash her inherent strength. The subsequent process became somewhat monotonous. All the lightning tribulation bolts were cut open by Xing's sword chi, until the last few bolts of lightning tribulation, when Xing finally became slightly more serious. She took out the purple cloud thunder shield, and with the addition of her sword chi, she easily blocked the last few bolts of lightning tribulation, successfully forming her golden core. Gubai, I succeeded. After becoming a golden core cultivator, Xing suddenly flashed in front of Gubai, then tightly embraced him. Gubai smiled helplessly and also hugged Xing back. After breakthrough to the golden core realm, Xing's appearance improved by another notch, and her skin became even more delicate and soft. Gubai, the divine ability I awakened is called Qinglian Sword Qi, activating it can enhance the power of my sword qi. Xing excitedly told him about her innate divine ability. Gubai also smiled and nodded. Qinglian Sword Qi, while not a top-tier divine ability, was a relatively practical one, very suitable for Xing, a sword cultivator. That night, Lingyun sect held a banquet to celebrate Xing becoming a golden core true person. Xing seemed very happy, although she didn't drink much alcohol, she appeared as if she were drunk and needed Gubai to support her. Suwuji appeared even happier, he raised his wine glass and drank heartily with several of his good friends, occasionally letting out bursts of hearty laughter. Suwuji was genuinely happy that his daughter could become a golden core true person. Gubai was also very happy, he and his good friends, including Gubei and Suwuji, drank and chatted freely. Everyone drank until very late, even after others had left. Gubai, Suwuji, Gubei, Tianming Ziai and others were still drinking at the table. Originally, Suwuji and the others wanted to leave, but they saw Gubai frantically winking at them. Suwuji, Alchemist Lu and the others who were already married, instantly understood Gubai's meaning and dispelled their thoughts of leaving, continuing to drink with Gubai. After all, Xing had just achieved a breakthrough to the golden core realm, and her physique and recovery ability had improved by a notch. Moreover, due to the previous war, Xing and Gubai had not slept together for over a decade. It could be said that Xing was already extremely eager at this moment, but out of consideration for the face of others, she hadn't forcibly dragged Gubai away. Gubai was certain that if he were to return with Xing now, he would be in for a rough night. Although he was immortal, if he did it too many times, his spirit would also become weary. Therefore, Gubai planned to stall for as long as possible, as he could find an excuse to leave once dawn broke. Only Gubei and Yefan were somewhat puzzled, but seeing that everyone else wasn't leaving, they also felt it would be impolite to leave. It's getting late, it's time to go back and rest. Seeing that it was already very late, Xing narrowed her eyes and showed a gentle smile. She pulled Gubai's arm, disregarding his resistance, wanting to forcibly drag him back to their immortal cave. Gubai's eyes widened, and he frantically signaled Suwuji. It's rare for everyone to have time, Gubai, aren't you going to stay and drink a bit longer? Suwuji stood up, pulled Gubai's arm, and said with a smile. That's right, Xing, although I also really want to leave, it's rare for everyone to have time. If I leave early, wouldn't that be disrespecting everyone else's face? Gubai also spoke righteously, as if he were the one being forced to stay. Less nonsense. Today is my celebration banquet, and I decide when it ends. Xing, however, dragged Gubai away without explanation. No matter how much Gubai struggled, it was useless. After all, Xing had now achieved a breakthrough to the golden core realm, she could easily overpower Gubai with just one hand. This is youth, isn't it? Watching the two gradually walk away, Alchemist Lu took a sip of wine and said with some emotion. Although Gubei and Yefan were a bit confused, it was, after all, Gubai and Xing's private matter, and they didn't feel it appropriate to interfere. As soon as they returned to the immortal cave, Xing impatiently sat on Gubai, then began to take off his clothes. Gubai somewhat helplessly cooperated with Xing, looking at the even more beautiful Xing, he was actually a bit tempted himself, but he needed to act a bit more reserved. A sleepless night. In the early morning, Gubai walked out of the immortal cave feeling refreshed. One could only say that it was indeed the physique of an immortal, the recovery ability was simply fast. Apart from a faint spiritual fatigue, Gubai felt nothing else. Not long after Xing's breakthrough, Lingyun sect welcomed another new golden core true person. This newly breakthrough Golden Core true person was Elder Zhang of the Law Enforcement Hall, a body cultivator. He was a ruthless character who had survived the previous sect war and the current war between the human race and the Ya race. He was present in every battle, always charging on the front lines. In countless battles, even though Elder Zhang was a body cultivator, he suffered fatal injuries multiple times and even narrowly escaped death on several occasions. Therefore, even if Elder Jiang's talent was not outstanding and he should not have been able to achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, the sect still granted Elder Zhang a core formation spiritual item. There were 3 or 4 other individuals similar to Elder Zhang in Lingyun sect. They were all Foundation Establishment late-stage great cultivators who had participated in those 2 epic wars and rendered great meritorious service to the sect. Even if their talent was not good, the sect still granted them a core formation spiritual item. However, most of them failed. Only Elder Zhang successfully achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, forming an ordinary Golden Core. The others all had their meridians severed due to failed breakthroughs, becoming cripples. Of course, Gu Bai was not idle, relying on various precious spiritual items and his superb medical skills. He managed to heal those cultivators whose meridians were severed. Although they couldn't recover to their peak, they could retain some cultivation, at least enough to enjoy their later years. Congratulations! I knew you would definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Gu Bai shook Elder Jiang's hand and said with a smile. He had a very good relationship with Elder Zhang. The 2 of them often drank together at night with Tianming Ziai, Wang Mang, and other cultivators from the Law Enforcement Hall. My current achievements are all thanks to you, Physician Gu. If it weren't for your superb medical skills, pulling me back from the brink of death multiple times, I would probably have died on the battlefield long ago. Elder Zhang did not become arrogant because of his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. He bowed to Gu Bai and said respectfully. For a long time afterward, nothing happened in Lingyun sect. This day, in the Hall of Returning Spring, most of the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring gathered in a small room. They all frowned, and no one spoke. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive, making it hard to breathe. On the sickbed in the center of the room lay Physician He and Su Physician, whose faces were pale, their chi and blood weak, their breath extremely faint, like candles in the wind. Dozens of physicians surrounded them, each performing a secret art, trying to prolong the lives of the 2 elders, but to no avail. His eyes were slightly red and swollen. He released green light from his hands, transmitting the chi of life to the 2 elders. But the effect was minimal. The 2 elders' faces only slightly flushed, but their breath remained weak. Child, don't waste your efforts. As my disciple, you should understand my current condition better than I do. Physician He struggled to open his eyes. He tremblingly reached out and held Gu Bai's right hand, saying with immense kindness. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai seemed to be frozen, his body motionless. As a physician with superb medical skills, Gu Bai understood the 2 elders' physical condition better than everyone else in the room, even better than the 2 elders themselves. The 2 elders were not injured, their time had simply come. Their bodies were like sieves, and their life force was rapidly draining away. Even he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Gu Bai's body began to tremble slightly. He was a little afraid. He had originally thought he would calmly accept the departure of the 2 elders, but when the moment truly arrived, Gu Bai found that he still couldn't accept it. Child, look at it from a broader perspective, don't waste any more effort, at least let's both not look so bad. For this last bit of time, we want to talk to you alone. Su Physician grasped Gu Bai's other hand, his voice equally kind. After a moment of silence, Gu Bai nodded with extreme difficulty. The other physicians looked at each other and silently turned to leave. The 2 elders had no fear of death in their hearts, they had already come to terms with it decades ago. Their lives had been fortunate, they had met such an excellent disciple as Gu Bai, who would carry on and promote their medical skills. And Gu Bai, whom they cared about the most, was now living well. Even if they left, Gu Bai would still be able to live a good life. At this point, the 2 elders had no more regrets. This is my specially made Spirit Awakening Tea, which can help you to feel a bit more energized. Gu Bai took a deep breath, forcibly calming his emotions. He retrieved 2 cups of pre-prepared tea from his storage pouch and handed them to the 2 elderly men. After drinking the tea, the 2 elderly men, whose minds had been somewhat dazed, became clear, and their bodies regained their last burst of vitality. Ha 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 ha, don't be so sentimental. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the norm in the human world, no one can change that. As upright men, we should face the departure of our loved ones with equanimity. He physician laughed heartily, then patted Gu Bai's shoulder, comforting him. Gu Bai merely lowered his head and softly hummed in acknowledgement. He was a person who valued relationships deeply, even if he were immortal, he cherished the bonds with those around him. Moreover, the 2 elderly men had been with him almost from the moment he joined the sect until now. Currently, Gu Bai was suppressing his tears, not wanting the 2 elderly men to see his sadness. After all, crying in front of his elders would be too embarrassing and not cool at all. The 2 elderly men chattered on, saying many things to Gu Bai, mostly admonishing him not to work so hard in the future and to take care of his health. Although there was immense reluctance, time continued to flow slowly until dawn, when the 2 elderly men finally could not hold on any longer. Gu Bai, finally, I just want to say, you are my pride. He physician painstakingly gripped Gu Bai's hand, speaking with extreme seriousness. Master, I also want to say, you are my most respected master. Without you, there would be no me today. Gu Bai was stunned, then he also looked at he physician, speaking with extreme seriousness. You brat. He physician laughed heartily upon hearing this. He looked at Gu Bai, seemingly wanting to say more, but ultimately said nothing further. His hands fell limply, and he peacefully departed from the world. Gu Bai, we won't accompany you anymore. The path ahead can only be walked by you alone. Su physician also said with a smile, his aura growing weaker and weaker, soon to leave the world. Master, thank you for all these years. Without you, there would likewise be no me today. Gu Bai looked at Su physician and also spoke with extreme seriousness. Su physician was stunned upon hearing this, revealing a heartfelt smile. As if his last lingering attachment had vanished, Su physician slowly closed his eyes and fell into eternal sleep. Although Su physician taught Gu Bai many things, he was not Gu Bai's master. Although Gu Bai considered Su physician his master in his heart, he had never openly called him that. After all, no matter what, he was he physician's disciple. Even if he physician and Su physician had a good relationship, Gu Bai would always only be he physician's disciple. In fact, many years ago, he physician had already come to terms with it. He sometimes hinted to Gu Bai that he didn't mind so much and that Gu Bai could also call Su physician master. It was just that Gu Bai respected he physician more, so he never called him that. Before Su physician's death, Gu Bai finally called him master, leaving both him and Su physician with no regrets. Looking at the bodies of the two elderly men, Gu Bai's body trembled slightly. He felt like crying, because his last elders had also passed away. In this vast Ling Yun sect, and even the entire Qing province, no one would call him a child anymore. Su Wuji and Tianming Ziai, these golden core cultivators, although older than him, all addressed him as an equal. However, Gu Bai ultimately did not cry, because he was already an elder to others. How could an elder cry? Gu Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his sorrowful emotions deep within his heart. He gently opened the door and walked out. Thump. As soon as Gu Bai stepped out of the room, Qing Ning suddenly hugged him tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. As always, Qing Ning appeared when Gu Bai needed her most. Held in Qing Ning's embrace, feeling her familiar aura, Gu Bai's heart gradually calmed down. Yes, he was not alone. No matter what happened, Qing Ning would always be by his side. Gu Bai hugged Qing Ning tightly, thinking silently in his heart. Gu Bai personally presided over the funerals of the two elderly men. On the day of the funeral, almost all the physicians from the Hall of Returning Spring came. The two elderly men were among the elders of the Hall of Returning Spring. They had witnessed the Hall of Returning Spring grow step by step from only a dozen physicians to its current prosperity with over 100 physicians. During this process, the two elderly men selflessly spread their medical Dao knowledge and trained the first and second batches of physicians. This laid the foundation for the prosperity of the Hall of Returning Spring. It was precisely because of these excellent physicians that the Hall of Returning Spring was able to continuously expand and eventually reach its current scale. Rumble. Dark clouds slowly began to gather in the sky, and with a muffled thunderclap, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. All the cultivators who came to attend the funeral wore long, pale white robes. Not a single person held an umbrella, nor did anyone use a spell to ward off the continuous drizzle. They all stood silently, seeing off the two elderly men. Gu Bai did not say a word, but his aura became increasingly profound. Gu Bai was not as sad as one might imagine, he was just a little lost, subtly realizing that he had already become one of the older cultivators in the sect. The deaths of the two elderly men caused Gu Bai to be depressed for a period, but life still had to go on. Time is the best medicine. As time passed, a smile returned to Gu Bai's lips, and everything seemed no different from before. After the Great War, Qing province entered an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. The Ling Yun sect was able to recruit a large number of disciples every year. Furthermore, it was thriving, and there was no awkward situation of a lack of new talent. Among the new generation of disciples, several geniuses emerged. Although their talent could not compare to Ye Fan's, they could still be called golden core seeds, and if nurtured, they all had a chance of becoming golden core true persons in the future. As for the prodigies of the same generation as Ye Fan, most had already cultivated to the foundation establishment late stage, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before they collectively break through to golden core. And his own cultivation had finally reached the foundation establishment realm, ready to prepare for core formation at any time. Gu Bai planned to further stabilize his cultivation before attempting to break through to golden core. Besides himself, Little Bai had also remained at the late stage of the second tier for many years, and in a while, it could also attempt to break through and become a third tier great Yao beast. This cultivation speed was already quite fast. The lifespan of a Yao beast is slightly longer than that of a cultivator in the same realm. If Little Bai were to break through to the third tier, it could live for at least 1,200 years. Of course, this also came with a price, which was that the cultivation speed of Yao beasts was generally slower than that of human race cultivators. In the small courtyard, under the enlightenment tree, Gu Bai lay leisurely on a reclining chair, reading a book. After decades of growth, the enlightenment tree had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. Lying in the cool shade of the enlightenment tree, Gu Bai felt his mind clear, and his learning efficiency was about 10% faster than under normal circumstances. After reading medical books for a while, Gu Bai shook his head and put the medical book back into his storage pouch. This medical book was a very advanced second-order medical book, containing a large amount of profound medical Dao knowledge. It was written by a highly skilled second-order physician who recorded all his lifelong learning before his lifespan was nearing its end. For any other physician, this book would be a priceless treasure. But for Gu Bai now, this book was a bit redundant, all the knowledge recorded in it was something he already knew. In fact, Some of the knowledge, in Gu Bai's opinion, was even outdated. He knew at least several better methods. With the blessing of his immortal body, Gu Bai could experiment with his own body recklessly. Since he wouldn't die, he could do whatever he wanted. After more than 100 years of accumulation, his understanding of the medical Dao had even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order physician. Gu Bai could concoct corresponding antidotes for common third-order potent poisons, and even optimize them, using only second-order spirit medicine to suppress them. It was only due to his own cultivation realm that Gu Bai was merely a second-order physician. The medical Dao secret manuals treasured by the Lingyun sect were almost useless to Gu Bai now. Gu Bai shook his head and took out a Dan Dao classic from his storage pouch, which detailed advanced knowledge of the Dan Dao. It should be the most knowledgeable and difficult book in the entire Dan Ding division. As long as one thoroughly understood it, one could become an excellent second-order alchemist. However, after reading for a while, Gu Bai shook his head again, because he already knew most of the content in this book, and even if there was something he didn't know, it was only minor details. Alchemy and medicine are intertwined. To go further in the medical Dao or Dan Dao, one needs to be proficient in the Dao of pharmacology. And it just so happened that Gu Bai was very proficient in pharmacology. In fact, his theoretical knowledge was already comparable to that of an ordinary third-order alchemist. What still restricted Gu Bai was his own realm. He couldn't possibly refine third-order medicinal pills with a foundation establishment body, could he? Gu Bai simply stopped reading and began practicing swordsmanship. After practicing swordsmanship for a long time, Gu Bai stopped, because his swordsmanship had also reached its limit and could not improve further through arduous practice. Only by fighting with enemies could he break through his current realm. Gu Bai sighed slightly. He didn't expect that one day he would have nothing to do. The sect was now peaceful, and the Hall of Returning Spring didn't need his help either. Let alone severely injured people, even cultivators with minor injuries were hard to come by. Now, the physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring would get excited when they saw injured cultivators. Even if he could earn something, he wouldn't feel right competing with younger people for injured patients. He really wanted to break through to Golden Core now, but he had only recently reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, so breaking through now was still a bit too risky. Gu Bai decided to proactively find something to do for himself. After thinking for a while, he decisively walked towards the Hall of Weaponry. The Hall of Weaponry and the Dan Ding division were very close, even on the same peak. At this time, inside the Hall of Weaponry, all the artifact refiners were enthusiastically forging various magical artifacts. The war between the human race and the Ya race had just ended not long ago, and as the victorious side, the Lingyun sect had collected a large number of body parts from Yao beasts. For example, sharp claws, teeth, and scales. These parts could be made into magical artifacts using special techniques. And Gu Bai's purpose in coming to the Hall of Weaponry was to learn artifact refining knowledge. After all, having more skills is never a bad thing, knowing more is always beneficial, and there will definitely be a use for it in the future. Coincidentally, Gu Bai was quite interested in artifact refining knowledge. As early as his previous life, when he was still on Earth, Gu Bai loved watching forging competitions, or other similar competitions. No man could refuse to forge a handsome long blade for himself, and Gu Bai was no exception. The reason he had put off learning until now was because he had previously needed to learn medical arts to treat his relatives and friends around him. Coupled with his sudden promotion to Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, and the 2 subsequent wars that swept across the entire Qingzhou, Gu Bai simply never had the time. Hall Master Li of the Hall of Weaponry, upon learning that Gu Bai wanted to learn artifact refining, was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He immediately put down his work and personally taught Gu Bai various artifact refining knowledge. Gu Bai did not directly start forging weapons like others. He chose to first read a large amount of basic theoretical knowledge. This knowledge was quite dry and boring, but to become a high-grade artifact refiner, this basic knowledge was essential. The Dao of artifact refining was not as simple as it seemed. It wasn't just about casually striking a few times with a hammer. The production process of any magical artifact was incredibly complex. After forging, it also needed to be engraved with array patterns to enhance the power of the magical artifact. For example, defensive magical artifacts need to be engraved with array patterns that enhance defense. This step is the most difficult. However, Gu Bai learned very quickly. In just 1 month, he learned and mastered all the basic knowledge that ordinary cultivators would take several years to learn. In a room deep within the Hall of Weaponry, Gu Bai held an iron hammer and carefully struck a sword blank. Under his hammering, the sword blank slowly took shape, and then Gu Bai picked up the forged sword and placed it into a spirit spring. Sizzle, sizzle. After a sizzling sound, the sword completely cooled down, and only then did Gu Bai take the sword out of the water. This was an excellent sword, entirely snow white and without a trace of impurities. Its quality was equivalent to a medium-grade magical artifact. Gu Bai then fitted the sword with a hilt and other beautiful decorations. This made the sword instantly look incredibly elegant and luxurious, like a work of art. However, to become a true medium-grade magical artifact, there was one final step left, which was to engrave array patterns on the sword. Gu Bai used his divine sense as a pen tip and began to carefully engrave inside the sword. He first imbued the sword with an array pattern for sharpness, and then another layer of array pattern for sturdiness. Gu Bai took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and continued engraving. Finally, Gu Bai imbued it with a 3rd layer of array pattern, which enhanced the conductivity of spiritual qi, allowing for more efficient use of magical power. Excellent, excellent. To successfully engrave 3 layers of array patterns on your very first try, your talent is something I have never seen in my life. Hall Master Zhang applauded from the side, his face flushed, speaking with extreme excitement. Generally speaking, magical artifacts are for chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, and are divided into 4 qualities: low-grade magical artifact to top-grade magical artifact. Low-grade magical artifacts generally have 1 to 2 layers of array patterns, medium-grade magical artifacts have 2 to 3 layers, high-grade magical artifacts have 3 to 6 layers, and top-grade magical artifacts have 6 to 9 layers. Gubai, in his very first attempt at artifact refining, managed to forge a medium-grade magical artifact longsword, and even successfully carved 3 layers of array patterns onto it. Although the array patterns he carved were among the most basic ones, it was still quite impressive. Many top-tier artifact refiners of the first rank would rely on luck to forge such a precious sword. Above magical artifacts are magic treasures, which are also divided into 4 qualities, low grade to supreme grade. However, magic treasures are generally used by golden core true persons. Like magical artifacts, magic treasures also have a minimum of 1 layer of array patterns and a maximum of 9 layers. However, the array patterns carved on magic treasures are far more complex. Even a magic treasure with only 1 layer of array patterns is much more difficult to carve than the array patterns of a 9-layer magical artifact. For example, Su Wuji's magic treasure, the Wuji sword, is a medium-grade magic treasure of good quality, with 3 layers of array patterns carved on it. Most of its effects are to enhance the sharpness of the Wuji sword and its spiritual chi conductivity. As for what lies above magic treasures, those are the pure yang spiritual treasures used by nascent soul true lords, and these types of magic treasures are extremely rare. There is only one in the entire Qingzhou, and that is the star-gazing tower deep within the Lingyun sect. As far as Gu Bai knows, this is a low-grade pure yang spiritual treasure. Gu Bai smiled and put away the magical artifact he had forged for the first time, without the slightest hint of arrogance. He was only able to perfectly carve 3 layers of array patterns because of his powerful divine sense in the foundation establishment realm. This was nothing to boast about. As for the first precious sword he forged, due to its entirely snow-white appearance, Gu Bai named it Falling Snow. Although Falling Snow was not of high quality, Gu Bai still cherished it greatly, as it was his maiden work after all. Moreover, Falling Snow had a very high aesthetic appeal. It was entirely snow-white with a very slender blade, like a work of art. As the saying goes, whether it's strong or not doesn't matter, but whether it's handsome is a lifelong matter. Gu Bai didn't plan to use Falling Snow for combat, he just held it in his hand for its beautiful appearance. Holding Falling Snow, Gu Bai walked home in a great mood, unconsciously humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, Gu Bai stopped in his tracks. He saw a patch of weeds as tall as a person by the roadside and suddenly felt an irresistible urge, as if a voice in his heart was telling him to cut the weeds in front of him in half. Gu Bai stared at the weeds in front of him, feeling a bit restless and hesitant internally, because it was simply too childish and would damage his image. He took a step, turned around with difficulty, and left, but a moment later, Gu Bai stealthily returned to his original spot. Gu Bai looked left and right, and after confirming that no one was around, his right hand seemed to move beyond his control, picking up Falling Snow and cutting the weeds in front of him into 2 halves. For some reason, after cutting the weeds, Gu Bai felt a surge of comfort in his heart, as if it were a remarkable achievement. Gu Bai, holding Falling Snow, began to charge forward recklessly, mercilessly cutting down any thriving weeds. Of course, Gu Bai also had some face. If there were other people nearby, Gu Bai would act perfectly normal. Thus, Gu Bai played his way back to his immortal cave. Xing was currently practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard of the immortal cave. Take this. Seeing this, Gu Bai smiled and suddenly launched a sneak attack. He held Falling Snow and attacked Xing from behind. Of course, while he said sneak attack, he was actually just playing around with Xing. After all, who would shout sneak attack when trying to surprise someone? Perhaps it was because Qingzhou had completely settled down, and there was nothing left for Gu Bai to worry about. Gu Bai's pressure naturally disappeared, and without pressure, he suddenly became a bit childish. In the past, he would never have played such childish jokes. Clang. Of course, this move was easily blocked by Xing. Xing was a golden core true person after all. If she couldn't even detect that, she might as well have found a block of tofu and committed suicide. Wow, what a beautiful sword, Gu Bai, where did you get it from? Xing turned around, and when she saw Falling Snow in Gu Bai's hand, her eyes instantly lit up. After all, girls tend to like exquisite, sparkling things like that. I forged it myself. If you want one, I'll forge a custom longsword for you next time. Gu Bai said with a smile, then he and Xing began to play. Both of them held longswords and began to spar, making hey ha sounds. There was no skill involved in this process, and Xing deliberately restrained her strength, adjusting her power to be on par with Gu Bai's. This was one of their many little games, usually initiated by Xing who would ask Gu Bai to play. After a long while, tired from playing, both of them sat under the enlightenment tea tree. Gu Bai took out 2 cups of juice from his storage pouch, and they both drank the juice in unison. Looking at Xing beside him and Xiao Bai not far away, Gu Bai felt a deep sense of peace in his heart. At the same time, he secretly vowed to protect this beautiful tranquility. At night, Gu Bai, unable to sit still, decided to go find Su Wuji for a drink and to show off the Falling Snow he had forged. Standing in front of Su Wuji's immortal cave, Gu Bai did not knock. He quietly went around to a window on the side of the immortal cave and then gently tapped the ground a few times. This was his secret signal with Su Wuji, meaning for him to come quickly for a drink. After all, Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero, was quite strict and rarely let Su Wuji go out at night. Therefore, every time Gu Bai went to drink with Suoji, he needed to use a secret signal so that his Dao companion, Zhang Suero, wouldn't know. But this time, Gu Bai gave the signal for a long time, and the window of Suoji's immortal cave still didn't open. Gu Bai frowned, thinking, this shouldn't be. Logically, it's so late, where else could Suoji be if not with his Dao companion? Stop stomping your feet. It's been so long. Can't you two change your signal? I'm tired of hearing it. Just then, the window suddenly opened, and Zhang Suero stood by the window, hands on her hips, looking at Gu Bai with some helplessness. Ha ha ha, I have important matters to discuss with the sect master, definitely not going to mess around. Gu Bai chuckled awkwardly. In truth, Zhang Suero always knew whenever Suoji secretly went out. After all, a cultivator's perception is extremely keen. If she didn't notice someone missing from the bed, then all her years of cultivation would have been in vain. The reason for using a secret signal was to give Zhang Suero some face. Wuji isn't home. He told me this morning that he had something to do and needed to go out for a trip. He probably won't be back for a few months. Zhang Suero said with her arms crossed, slightly annoyed. Then I won't disturb you. Gu Bai scratched his head, waved his hand, and immediately turned to leave, not chatting much with Zhang Suero. Although he had a good relationship with Zhang Suero, she was Suoji's Dao companion after all, and it wasn't good to chat much with her late at night. Even though his character was well known, and Suoji would definitely not overthink it, it would be bad if others misunderstood. Gu Bai walked along the road, feeling a bit puzzled. Suoji had told him this morning to help manage the sect for a few days. He had thought Suoji was just being lazy as usual, but it turned out there was really something important. Gu Bai did not return, but instead turned a corner and walked towards Gu Bai's immortal cave. Gu Bai's immortal cave was not far from Suoji's immortal cave, or rather, all Golden Core true persons' immortal caves were very close, as they were all on the same mountain peak. Only Lingyun Peak, the main peak of Lingyun sect, had spiritual qi concentration sufficient for Golden Core true persons' daily cultivation. Dong. 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 This time, Gu Bai was much more unrefined, directly banging on the door of Gu Bai's immortal cave. After all, Gu Bai lived alone, so there was no need for secret signals or anything. But after knocking for a long time, no one responded to Gu Bai. Clearly, Gu Bai was also not home. A coincidence. Gu Bai murmured softly, why wasn't Gu Bai home either? Normally, Gu Bai wasn't the type to run around, unless there was really something important. He would usually be cultivating in his immortal cave at night. Gu Bai scratched his head, he turned again and walked towards Ye Fan's immortal cave. He refused to believe it. Tonight, he absolutely had to find someone to drink with him. Dong. 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 Gu Bai gently knocked on the door of Ye Fan's immortal cave, but after a long time, there was no response from Ye Fan. Now Gu Bai was truly puzzled. Ye Fan was usually a very disciplined person. He had very strict demands on himself and had made a very detailed cultivation plan. At this time, Ye Fan should have been body refining in his immortal cave. Why had he disappeared too? At this point, Gu Bai had already discovered the problem. It was impossible for all three of them to have something important on the same night. The probability was too low. That meant the three of them must have secretly gone to do something else behind his back. Good kid, your wings have hardened. Instead of following your master, you've gone off to fool around with those two. Gu Bai chuckled lightly and said in a low voice. These three absolutely weren't secretly drinking behind his back. The three of them must be planning something big, otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared without a word. Thinking about it carefully, this indeed matched their three personalities. Now that Qingzhou was peaceful, Lingyun sect didn't need them to guard it. But each of them possessed incomparable strength and were relatively familiar with each other, so they would certainly gather to do something big. Moreover, none of them were particularly docile individuals. Although Suoji was the sect master, he was a battle maniac. When fighting, he completely disregarded his own life, always charging to the front lines in every battle. While this was partly due to his responsibility as sect master, it was more because Suoji enjoyed fighting. There was even less need to mention Gu Bai. As a blood brother who had grown up with him, Gu Bai understood his personality better than anyone. He loved adventure and had no concept of fear. When he was very young, Gu Bai dared to catch snakes to play with by himself, and after becoming a cultivator, he often went on adventures. Although Ye Fan appeared very well behaved and was a docile disciple, that was only when he was in front of Gu Bai. In front of others, Ye Fan's personality could be described as arrogant and overbearing, as arrogant as one could be. And he was very keen on adventure. Ye Fan had already explored all the large and small ruins and other dangerous areas in Qingzhou when he was still in the Foundation establishment realm. Now that these three devil kings were gathered together, with Ye Fan formulating precise plans, Suoji responsible for perfecting them, and Gu Bai responsible for executing the plans, anyone who saw this would be worried. Moreover, the strength of each of them was not weak. Suoji had a golden core late-stage cultivation and possessed incredibly exaggerated battle achievements. When he was in the golden core middle stage, he had already defeated 3 veteran golden core middle stage cultivators, and later, he even killed Pure Yang True Person, a golden core late-stage veteran cultivator who had burned his lifespan to fight for his life. In the golden core late stage, he fought 1 against 2, killing 2 golden core late-stage great Yao beasts, and both of those Yao beasts were kings among Yao beasts, possessing terrifying strength. Although Gu Bai didn't have any particularly outstanding battle achievements, having just cultivated to the golden core late stage, his strength was even slightly stronger than Su Wuji's. Furthermore, he had no weaknesses, whether it was physical strength, recovery ability, or proficiency in both long-range and close-quarters combat. Gu Bei excelled at all of them. And finally, Ye Fan, although he only had a golden core initial stage cultivation, his mind worked incredibly fast, and he had an explosive number of trump cards. No one knew how many trump cards he truly possessed, and his strength was in no way inferior to that of a typical golden core late-stage great cultivator. Gu Bai was certain that even facing a nascent soul cultivator, the three of them combined would have the power to fight. Heaven knew what a mess they would stir up. Gu Bai sighed, he only hoped that the three of them would pay attention to their safety. Now, he no longer had the mood for drinking. Gu Bai directly turned and returned to his immortal cave, beginning to silently cultivate, striving to break through to golden core as soon as possible. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, several months had gone by. And as Gu Bai had predicted, Su Wuji, Gu Bei, and Ye Fan had indeed gotten together and gone off to do who knows what. Gu Bai could only helplessly take over Su Wuji's position, very skillfully beginning to manage the sect. However, now that Qingzhou had entered a prosperous era of peace, the sect's affairs were not too numerous, they could be handled in about half an hour each day. For the rest of the time, aside from accompanying Qingning, Gu Bai spent almost all of his remaining time in the artifact refining hall, learning artifact refining knowledge. After all, the visible improvements were too satisfying. In artifact refining, Gu Bai was able to improve almost every day. In just 1 year, Gu Bai successfully refined a high-grade magical artifact. Although it only had 5 layers of formation patterns carved on it, this was already very remarkable. This meant that Gu Bai had become a Tier 2 artifact refiner in just over a year. This was an astonishing speed. Other cultivators, even those with some talent, would take decades to become a Tier 2 artifact refiner. However, the reason Gu Bai was so fast was not because he was exceptionally talented, but because his accumulation was deep enough. Gu Bai discovered that artifact refining and alchemy shared a surprising similarity, both required extremely delicate fire control techniques. This saved Gu Bai a lot of time. Besides that, the most difficult part of artifact refining was carving formation patterns, and formation patterns were somewhat similar to setting up formations. Gu Bai actually had some basic knowledge of setting up formations. After all, he hadn't read all those cultivation classics for nothing. They covered various aspects, although he wasn't proficient, he could barely be considered to have entered the door, and knowledge of formations happened to be something Gu Bai was relatively good at. After all, planting spirit medicine could actually be related to formations. The planting position of each spirit medicine had its own specific requirements, and to become proficient in the Dao of planting, one first needed to become proficient in the Dao of formations. Strictly speaking, Gu Bai was actually a second-order formation master, which saved Gu Bai a lot of time, as he didn't need to learn formation script knowledge. All these factors combined allowed Gu Bai to become a second-order artifact refiner in just 1 year. However, by this point, his own accumulated knowledge was almost exhausted. While he might still improve going forward, it definitely wouldn't be as rapid as it had been. Gu Bai was quite open-minded about this, he only learned the Dao of artifact refining to pass the boring time. On this day, Gu Bai, as usual, lay under the enlightenment tree, leisurely reading a book on the fusion and proportion of spirit iron. It detailed the specific uses of various spirit irons and how to perfectly fuse them together to form more robust composite materials. Interesting. Gu Bai murmured softly. He discovered that this was surprisingly similar to the Dao of medicine, with many overlapping principles. In just 1 morning, Gu Bai finished reading this rather profound book. Even without any prior foundation, Gu Bai effortlessly grasped the book's contents. And it wasn't rote memorization, he completely integrated the knowledge, understanding how to apply it flexibly. It seems that all things, when cultivated to their peak, lead to the same destination. Gu Bai had a faint epiphany in his heart, all immortal cultivation techniques actually have similarities. If one knows many things, then learning new things will be twice as effective. For example, after his medical Dao reached the second-order peak, his pill Dao also easily reached the second-order peak. He also dabbled in the Dao of planting, the Dao of formations, and the Dao of poisons, and he had delved quite deeply into these paths. Time flowed slowly, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, the Lingyan sect was peaceful, and nothing major happened, but Gu Bei, Su Wuji, and Ye Fan were still nowhere to be seen. Of course, the three didn't completely disappear, they would occasionally contact Gu Bai with transmission talismans, indicating they were not in danger and telling Gu Bai not to worry. On this day, Gu Bai, as usual, lay under the enlightenment tree, leisurely reading the comprehensive knowledge of artifact refining personally written by the hall master of the artifact refining hall. Just then, from deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, an angry dragon roar suddenly erupted. This dragon roar was incredibly loud, even from countless miles away, Gu Bai could hear it clearly. Gu Bai's expression was extremely grave, because the owner of this dragon roar was likely a 4th-order demon emperor. Someone had enraged this 4th-order demon emperor, and they must have done something extremely outrageous to cause its roar to carry so far. Clearly, this was the handiwork of Su Wuji, Gu Bei, and Ye Fan. Aside from them having such capability, Gu Bai truly couldn't think of any other capable individual in Qingzhou who could enrage that 4th-order demon emperor. He knew this demon emperor, it was a 4th-order azure dragon deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. This 4th-order azure dragon occupied a very large territory deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, an area 3 or 4 times larger than Qingzhou. Gu Bai's expression was somewhat worried. Although he had great confidence in the strength of the three, that was a 4th-order demon emperor after all. After reaching the Golden Core realm, each subsequent realm had an overwhelming disparity in power. Dozens of ordinary Golden Core late-stage cultivators would likely be unable to contend with a nascent soul cultivator. No matter how strong Suwuji and the others were, they probably couldn't defeat a fourth-order demon emperor. Roar! Xiaobai in the courtyard, upon hearing this roar, instantly bristled all over. He lay on the ground, letting out uneasy growls. Clearly, Xiaobai was experiencing bloodline suppression. No fear, no fear. Gu Bai quickly hugged Xiaobai, then gently patted Xiaobai's head. Sensing Gu Bai's aura, Xiaobai gradually relaxed. After calming Xiaobai, Gu Bai turned and went to the sect leader's residence, where he summoned all Golden Core cultivators of the entire sect and activated the sect's mountain protecting formation. If Suwuji and the others got into trouble and were pursued by that fourth-order demon emperor, then the Lingyun sect would be their strongest backing. Even if the fourth-order demon emperor truly came to kill them, with the enhancement of the mountain protecting formation, the Lingyun sect could still barely put up a fight. Soon, most of the sect's high-end combat power arrived at the sect leader's residence. Tianming Ziai, Icefrost Genren, Wang Mang, and a host of other Golden Core cultivators stood silently behind Gu Bai. Qingning stood beside Gu Bai, silently giving Gu Bai her greatest support. Almost everyone present was on Gu Bai's side. As long as Gu Bai gave the order, they would not hesitate in the slightest, even if it meant fighting a fourth-order demon emperor to the death. The atmosphere on site was not oppressive, everyone gathered together, chatting and laughing. Influenced by Gu Bai, the overall atmosphere of the Lingyun sect was very relaxed, and the relationships between disciples were very amicable. From time to time, an angry dragon roar would echo from the 10,000 barren mountains, but fortunately, that fourth-order demon emperor did not come towards Qingzhou, only letting out angry roars from deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. Gu Bai guessed that this might be due to the truce agreement between the human race and the Ya race. Golden Core level combatants fighting was acceptable, but nascent soul level combatants could not directly engage. Even if that fourth-order demon emperor was furious, it wouldn't dare to rashly attack Qingzhou. Gu Bai didn't have to wait long. Soon, the heavily wounded Suwuji, Gu Bei, and Ye Fan plummeted from the sky with a thud, landing in front of the sect leader's residence. At this moment, the three looked incredibly miserable. Suwuji was the most severely injured, his two mechanical arms were broken again. There was an extremely deep claw mark on his chest, so deep that it almost cut open half of his body. Gu Bei and Ye Fan were not much better off, their bodies were covered in countless large and small wounds. Among the three, only Ye Fan remained conscious, but Ye Fan's body was swaying, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Seeing the injuries of the three, Gu Bai instantly confirmed that they were wounded by that fourth-order demon dragon. Only that fourth-order demon dragon could inflict such severe injuries on the three. Ye Fan, you brat, you've grown capable. What exactly did you do to make that fourth-order demon emperor so furious? Gu Bai originally wanted to scold Ye Fan, but seeing Ye Fan's severe injuries, his tone softened involuntarily. Master. Hearing Gu Bai's familiar voice, Ye Fan felt a sense of peace. Before Ye Fan could reply further, Gu Bai darted forward, appearing before the three. He released green light from his hands, beginning to stabilize their injuries. Physician Yat, whom Gu Bai had called earlier, also joined Gu Bai in treating the three. Gu Bai placed his hand on Ye Fan's chest and then squeezed hard. Ye Fan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a gurgle, but his complexion looked much better. What he had just spat out was the foul blood forced out by Gu Bai's magic power. The others, seeing no danger, consciously left the sect leader's residence. Ye Fan and Gu Bei didn't need Gu Bai to worry too much, they both possessed the physical bodies of Golden Core realm body cultivators and divine abilities with extremely strong recovery capabilities. No matter how serious their injuries were, they could recover quickly. Gu Bai only treated Gu Bei casually, and he regained consciousness. The only one who gave Gu Bai a headache was Suwuji. His body only had the strength of an ordinary Golden Core late stage, and he didn't have any particularly powerful recovery spells. The attack from that fourth-order dragon demon emperor directly took half of Suwuji's life. Even an ordinary third-order physician would find Suwuji's injuries incredibly difficult to handle. However, Gu Bai stated that he was already used to it. Whenever they fought, Suwuji always charged at the front and sustained the most severe injuries. Suwuji had suffered several near-fatal injuries similar to this before. Gu Bai skillfully treated Suwuji's injuries, his movements were fluid, without any wasted motion, as if he had practiced thousands of times. Regarding Suwuji's body, Gu Bai dared to say that he understood it even better than Suwuji himself. After being busy for a while, Gu Bai finally finished roughly treating the wounds on Suwuji's body. Although he hadn't fully recovered yet, at least all the wounds had been stitched, and his entire body was wrapped in bandages made from special spirit medicine. Gu Bai then took out a bottle of green recovery potion from his storage pouch and poured it all over Suwuji's body, only then did Gu Bai let out a sigh of relief. You two, don't just stand there, come and help me heal the sect master. Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan and Gu Bei, who were standing still, and said in an exasperated tone. Oh. The two of them reacted then, and both cast their divine abilities to heal Suwuji. Gu Bei placed his hands on Suwuji's chest, then released green lightning, which instantly covered Suwuji's entire body. But the lightning did not harm Suwuji in the slightest, instead, it was repairing Suwuji's injuries. Ye Fan released white flames from his hands, and under his control, the flames instantly spread throughout Suwuji's body. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he knew their innate divine abilities. If it were someone who didn't know, they might think Ye Fan and Gu Bei were trying to destroy the evidence. Although it looked rather horrifying, So Wuji's injuries were recovering rapidly, and in just half an hour, So Wuji woke up from his coma. Looking at the three who had recovered, Gu Bai let out a long breath, although the three of them had not fully recovered yet. They had at least escaped life-threatening danger, and now only needed a period of rest. Tell me, what heinous deeds did you three commit to infuriate that Fourth Order Demon Emperor so much? Gu Bai stood with his hands on his hips, staring silently at the three. Even though the cultivation realm of the three opposite him far surpassed Gu Bai's own, Gu Bai's aura was still enough to make the three breathless. Ye Fan and Gu Bai were like children who had done something wrong, awkwardly looking around. After all, one of them was Gu Bai's younger brother, and the other was Gu Bai's disciple. No matter how high their cultivation was or how great their abilities were, Gu Bai would always be their elder brother and master, and they had to listen to Gu Bai. So Wuji behaved much better than the other two, only feeling slightly guilty. After all, in terms of seniority, he was still Gu Bai's father-in-law, so Gu Bai wouldn't dare to say too much to him. But when he saw Xing Ning and his Dao companion, Zhang Suero, standing behind Gu Bai with displeased expressions, So Wuji became a little flustered. He lowered his head and looked at the floor, his serious demeanor as if the ultimate mystery of the Dao of the sword was hidden on that floor. Ha 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 ha, it wasn't a big deal, we just explored deep into the 10,000 barren mountains and picked some spirit medicine. The few of them looked at each other, and finally, Ye Fan stepped forward, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly a few times before speaking. Tell me in detail, how did you three end up together, and what exactly did you do during this year you were gone? Gu Bai crossed his arms, not believing that they only did that much. In the end, the three told the truth, giving a general account of what they had done. Time rewound to a few years ago, when the war between the human race and the Ya race had just ended. Ye Fan had also just broken through to the Golden Core realm at that time, and he urgently needed to spar with cultivators of the same realm to stabilize his realm. Although Ye Fan had just broken through to the Golden Core, his strength made it difficult even for general Golden Core late-stage cultivators to contend with him. Therefore, Ye Fan naturally sought out Gu Bai and So Wuji, the two strongest individuals in the sect. After a long period of sparring, even with some hidden trump cards, Ye Fan's strength gained the recognition of both So Wuji and Gu Bai. Ye Fan cultivated both swordsmanship and various spells, and could converse well with both So Wuji and Gu Bai. Thus, the three, whose strengths were not far apart, spent their days together discussing the Dao. But this kind of life didn't last long before the three felt bored. Previously, due to the possibility of war and the relatively small number of high-level combatants in the sect, even if they were bored, they wouldn't wander around. However, it was now a time of peace, and even if the three of them temporarily left, the sect would not be in any danger. All three were restless individuals, and Gu Bai was about to break through to the Golden Core realm, but with Gu Bai's aptitude, he could at most form an ordinary Golden Core. With Gu Bai's aptitude, being able to break through to the Golden Core was already a blessing, but Ye Fan and Gu Bai believed that with Gu Bai's talent, he deserved at least a superior Golden Core. So the three discussed it and decided to find some spirit medicine that could enhance aptitude, to improve Gu Bai's aptitude, at least enough to form a superior Golden Core. The three initially teamed up to explore various parts of Qingzhou, hoping to find spirit medicine that could enhance aptitude. But Qingzhou was only so large, and after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, they basically wouldn't encounter any danger, let alone the three who had already reached the Golden Core realm. Moreover, there wasn't much good stuff in Qingzhou, so after some discussion, the three decided to try their luck in the Tianyuan Desert to see if there were any hidden treasures. But resources were extremely scarce in the Tianyuan Desert, and the three wandered around for 1 or 2 years but found nothing. They simply killed a third-order Crimson Sand Scorpion to break even and then left the Tianyuan Desert. Afterward, they accidentally learned that the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains were currently in chaos. Due to the war, the Ya race had lost more than 30 third-order demon beasts, and low-level Yao beasts suffered even heavier losses, leading to an unprecedented weakening of the outer areas of the 10,000 barren mountains near Qingzhou. The nests of those deceased third-order demon beasts contained who knows how many treasures. Now, the 10,000 barren mountains were full of treasures, and there were no Yao beasts to guard them. Therefore, many brave cultivators would go to the 10,000 barren mountains, returning each time with their pockets full, and if they were lucky, they could even find third-order great medicine. However, this state wouldn't last long, as Yao beasts from other territories had already begun to gradually arrive in this area and occupy the nests of those deceased Yao beasts. In a few more decades, this area of the 10,000 barren mountains near Lingyun sect should be able to fully recover. Gu Bai, So Wuji, and Ye Fan's eyes turned red when they heard the news. Most of those Yao beasts were killed by them, and they hadn't expected there to be so many spoils of war hidden in the 10,000 barren mountains. The three of them immediately decided to go to the 10,000 barren mountains to thoroughly scour it. Even if they couldn't find spiritual items that could improve aptitude, they could at least collect more second and third order spirit medicine. After entering the 10,000 barren mountains, the three of them felt as if they had entered a mountain of gold, with treasures everywhere their eyes could see. These were the accumulations of tens of thousands of years in the 10,000 barren mountains. With their strength, as long as they didn't encounter a fourth order demon emperor or third order demon beast, they could kill as many as came. As long as it wasn't the core area of the 10,000 barren mountains, there was basically no place they couldn't go. Moreover, Ye Fan didn't know whether it was practice making perfect or some other reason, but he could always find hidden spiritual items. And so, the three of them began a joyful journey of scouring in the 10,000 barren mountains. They specifically sought out the lairs of third-order demon beasts, as Yao beasts generally build their lairs in places rich in spiritual qi. And places rich in spiritual qi often give birth to extremely precious spiritual items. In just a few years, the three of them collected dozens of third-order spirit medicine, as well as various extremely precious spiritual items. These are the core formation spiritual items we prepared for you, Master. Each one is a top-grade spiritual item among third-order ones. After Ye Fan finished speaking, he took out 3 jade boxes from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Bai. At least you have some conscience. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. This was indeed something the three of them would do. Master, how could I possibly forget your teachings? Ye Fan said with a smile, his tone filled with indescribable sincerity. Gu Bai did not refuse. This was the intention of Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and Su Wuji. Given Gu Bai's relationship with the three of them, there was no need to be overly polite, nor did he need to worry about owing them a favor. After all, they were all family in the end, and there was no need to distinguish so clearly between benefits. Gu Bai slowly opened the first jade box. As soon as a crack appeared, an incredibly rich life qi emanated from it. After fully opening the jade box, Gu Bai found an emerald green bead inside. This is the inner core of a third-order tree demon that lived for over 1,000 years. Its strength is equivalent to a golden core late-stage great cultivator. However, its strength was just so-so. I easily cut it down with my sword. Su Wuji said with a slightly smug smile, his arms crossed. Gu Bai nodded. The golden core of a third-order tree demon was an incredibly rare core formation spiritual item for someone like him who cultivated wood element cultivation technique. Not to mention that this was the golden core of a third-order late-stage tree demon that had lived for thousands of years. Gu Bai opened the second and third jade boxes, which also contained top-tier third-order spiritual items. Thank you. Gu Bai sincerely thanked the three of them. These 3 core formation spiritual items were all incredibly precious, and even with their current strength, they probably paid a great price to acquire them. There's nothing to thank us for, you've helped us so much before, this is what we should do. Su Wuji waved his hand, saying carelessly. By the way, how did you manage to anger that fourth-order demon emperor? Even if you scoured his territory everywhere, it shouldn't have made him that angry, right? Gu Bai asked with some curiosity. Anyone who heard that roar from the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains could feel how furious the owner of that sound was. Even with everything the three of them did, while it could anger that fourth-order demon emperor, it shouldn't have made him so furious. The three of them looked at each other, and finally, Gu Bai stepped forward, scratching his head and smiling as he spoke. Actually, we deliberately provoked that fourth-order dragon. We accidentally learned that there were a large number of spiritual items hidden in the Azure Dragon's cave, including several fourth-order spirit medicine. And beneath the cave, there was an enormous fourth-order wood attribute spiritual vein. And a fourth-order spiritual vein might give birth to wood origin. So we deliberately made a lot of noise to lure that Azure Dragon out of its cave. Then, Master and I would hold back the Azure Dragon, and Ye Fan would go into its lair to steal the wood origin and other treasures. Gu Bai's eyes widened instantly after hearing this. He hadn't expected the three of them to be so bold, daring to fleece a fourth-order demon emperor, and most importantly, they succeeded. Then, did you find the wood origin in the Azure Dragon's lair? Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. Wood origin is the most top-tier spiritual item in the cultivation world. Its birth conditions are extremely strict, and it can only give birth to one drop after tens of thousands of years of nurturing in an extremely high-quality wood element spiritual vein. The effects of wood origin are also extremely heaven-defying. Adding a trace to alchemy can greatly improve the quality of the medicinal pill. Generally speaking, only the most top-tier 4th-grade medicinal pills would be willing to use such a trace. In addition, adding a little wood origin when crafting a magic treasure can make the magic treasure the most top-tier wood element magic treasure. Wood origin is the supreme treasure for plants. One drop of wood origin can allow a third-order spiritual plant to successfully advance and become a fourth-order spiritual plant. Of course, wood origin is also the most top-tier core formation spiritual item. Wood origin is quite gentle, and even a foundation establishment cultivator's physique can withstand it. If taken during a golden core breakthrough, it can greatly improve the quality of the golden core. And after a successful breakthrough, it can also awaken an additional little supernatural powers related to the wood attribute. In the cultivation world, there are even rumors that if a large amount of wood origin is consumed at once, one can directly awaken the wood spirit body. Because of these numerous heaven-defying effects, wood origin can be said to be priceless. According to Gu Bai's understanding, one drop of wood origin could exchange for several relatively good quality pure yang spiritual treasure. Of course, I only took a few breaths to completely loot that Azure Dragon's lair and was extremely lucky to find a drop of wood origin. Ye Fan said with a smile. Gu Bai gasped. He finally understood why that fourth-order Azure Dragon was so angry. Its accumulated wealth of several thousand years was completely looted by Gu Bai and the other two, and even the incredibly precious wood origin was gone. After Ye Fan finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. The jade bottle was very small, only about the size of a fingernail. The bottle contained a drop of emerald green liquid, which emitted a rich green light. Even though the jade bottle was not open, Gu Bai could feel an extremely vast life qi. This life qi was incredibly pure, also mixed with rich wood attribute spiritual qi. Master, this wood origin is for you, it's perfect for when you break through to golden core. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and he forcibly turned his head. This is too precious, you three risked your lives to get it, I cannot accept it. He waved his hand, saying with a firm tone. Master, please accept it. We risked our lives for you. If you don't accept it, wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Ye Fan shook his head and forcibly stuffed the wood origin to Gu Bai. The two pushed back and forth for a long time, and in the end, Gu Bai still couldn't win against Ye Fan and was forced to accept this drop of wood origin. Speaking of which, why didn't that 4th order demon dragon invade Qing province? Although it's explicitly stated that 4th order Yao beasts cannot personally intervene. But you were in the wrong first, so that 4th order demon dragon had every reason to intervene. Gu Bai said with some curiosity. He had already prepared to lead all the cultivators of the sect to fight to the death with that 4th order Azure Dragon, but he didn't expect that Azure Dragon hadn't come. Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and Su Wuji suddenly started laughing. It certainly wanted to intervene, but we three stopped it. The injuries we three sustained were not due to fleeing, they were from a desperate battle with that 4th order Azure Dragon, which caused such severe injuries. However, that Azure Dragon isn't doing well either. Its injuries are more severe than ours, not lighter. Even one of its dragon horns, which is most important for a dragon, was cut off by me. Su Wuji said with immense pride. After speaking, he took out a huge azure dragon horn from his storage pouch. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the dragon horn, Gu Bai felt a little ashamed. He didn't expect the three of them to be so reckless, daring to fight a 4th order demon emperor to the death. This was no laughing matter, the immense pressure emanating from just the broken dragon horn made Gu Bai feel breathless, let alone directly facing that 4th order azure dragon. But Ye Fan and the others not only dared to provoke that azure dragon but also chose to fight it afterward. The most crucial thing was that they fought to a draw. It seemed that Gu Bai and Ye Fan's strength had been severely underestimated by him. You've worked hard. I won't say much in terms of advice, I just hope that your next plan will be more meticulous, and don't put yourselves in danger. Gu Bai felt a warmth in his heart. Although Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and the other two were fond of adventure, they would never joke with their own lives. But for him, the three of them chose to fight that 4th order Yao beast to the death. Gu Bai opened his arms, embracing Ye Fan and Gu Bai, one on each side. Gu Bai and Ye Fan were initially a bit resistant, but feeling Gu Bai's warmth and smelling the familiar, slightly herbal scent on Gu Bai's body, the two gave up resisting and quietly enjoyed Gu Bai's embrace. Being held in Gu Bai's arms, the two felt a sense of peace in their hearts, as if they were being held by their mother. Although their current realms were much higher than Gu Bai's, Gu Bai still cared for them like an elder. The sense of security Gu Bai gave them was something no one else could provide. Seeing this warm scene, Qing Ning pouted, a little unhappy. Su Wuji stood awkwardly in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. He was much older than Gu Bai, so it was impossible for him to be held by Gu Bai like Ye Fan and Gu Bai, he couldn't bring himself to do it. But just standing there felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero, immediately saw Su Wuji's awkwardness. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged Su Wuji, relieving his embarrassment. After a long while, Gu Bai finally released his embrace. Ye Fan and Gu Bai, who had been held, felt a strange reluctance in their hearts. Gu Bai smiled. This was the power of his innate affinity, the aura emanating from him made others feel very comfortable. Qing Ning had a lot to say about this. Qing Ning dared to say that she was definitely not a lustful person. The reason she always pestered Gu Bai and wanted to stick close to him was simply because Gu Bai smelled too good, and she couldn't resist. Then, how do you plan to deal with that 4th order demon emperor afterward? It has been thoroughly offended by you three. Once it has an opportunity, that Azure Dragon will definitely retaliate. Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. Don't worry, that Azure Dragon is severely injured and will need at least 100 years to recover. Within these 100 years, it absolutely cannot cause us trouble. No need to wait 100 years. With Master healing us, our injuries will fully recover in just a few years. When our injuries recover, that will be the death of that Azure Dragon. Ye Fan said with a cold tone. Although his cultivation was only at the Golden Core initial stage, he showed no fear of that 4th order demon emperor. Generally, the higher the cultivation, the longer it takes to recover from injuries. For a Golden Core cultivator, if they suffer a fatal injury, it would take at least several decades to fully recover. At the nascent soul realm, if one is severely injured, it would take 100 or 200 years to fully recover. That 4th order Azure Dragon had suffered very severe injuries, even one of its dragon horns was cut off. Su Wuji's sword chi was not to be trifled with, the sword intent contained within his sword chi would attach to the wound and prevent its recovery. This was a basic skill for a sword cultivator. If a Golden Core cultivator with slightly weaker strength was injured by Su Wuji's sword chi, the wound might never heal in their lifetime. The residual sword chi would continuously erode the wound until it gradually dissipated after thousands of years. Therefore, even if that 4th order Azure Dragon had strong regenerative abilities, it would still need at least over 100 years to fully recover. Gu Bai nodded and said nothing more. What he needed to do was provide assistance to the three of them, helping them recover sooner. Besides the gifts for Gu Bai, Ling Yun sect and those with whom they had good relations also received gifts from the three. After all, the core formation spirit items prepared for Gu Bai were only a portion of what the three had gained this time. Almost everyone received a gift, even Xiao Bai was no exception, it received a silver moon flower. This was an extremely rare spirit medicine that only bloomed at night, absorbing the power of moonlight. During the day, its petals would close and hide underground. It would only emerge from the ground again at night to absorb the power of moonlight. Xiao Bai's silver moon flower was of 3rd order quality, which would require at least 1,000 years for a silver moon flower to grow to 3rd order. After eating the silver moon flower, Xiao Bai's bloodline became purer, and its fur became even softer. As for the remaining spirit items, the three placed them all in the sect's treasury, increasing the sect's foundation. The three stayed at the Hall of Returning Spring for a few days until their injuries were completely stable and would not worsen further, only then did Gu Bai allow them to leave. After leaving, the three then recuperated in their respective immortal caves. Of course, the three of them were not idle, they would occasionally gather secretly, discussing who knows what. They would also frequently meet with Gu Bai and other acquaintances at night to drink and chat. Sect Master, I need the body of that three-tier flood dragon. Please approve it. Early that morning, Gu Bai found Su Wuji. Yes, next time you don't need to ask me about such things, you can go get it yourself. Su Wuji nodded. Although the corpse of that three-tier flood dragon was extremely precious, Su Wuji agreed without a second thought. This was his trust in Gu Bai, after all, they were family. Gu Bai could do anything with the three-tier flood dragon's corpse. With Gu Bai's character, he definitely had something important to do. Even if Gu Bai used the three-tier flood dragon's corpse to improve his own strength, Su Wuji would be very happy, as there was no loss either way. Gu Bai smiled, this feeling of being trusted was truly wonderful. The flesh and blood of dragon Yao beasts contain immensely vast qi and blood, making them the most supreme body-refining sacred medicine. Dragon blood pill is the most supreme body-refining medicinal pill, and its core materials are the flesh and blood of dragon Yao beasts. He took the three-tier flood dragon's corpse precisely because he needed the flood dragon's flesh and blood to refine third-order dragon blood pills, to enhance the physiques of Su Wuji and others. Originally, Gu Bai was thinking it wouldn't be too late to refine dragon blood pills when he break through to the golden core realm. But with Su Wuji's current physique, Gu Bai was truly worried he might suddenly die a violent death one day. Besides that, his own and Xingning's physiques also needed to be strengthened. The refining process of the dragon blood pill is very simple. With Gu Bai's current alchemy level, it is entirely possible to refine third-order dragon blood pills. The only thing to worry about is the mana problem. Even if he cultivates a special cultivation technique and his mana recovery speed is very fast, he still cannot support refining a furnace of third-order medicinal pills. However, Gu Bai stated that the problem was not big. He could burn his life origin during the refining process to restore mana and temporarily boost his overall attributes. Anyway, he is immortal, and he has as much life origin as he needs. In the back mountain of the sect, within a relatively secluded underground chamber. After Gu Bai opened the restriction with his token, he slowly pushed open the large door. Instantly, a bone-chilling cold qi swept towards Gu Bai. The underground secret chamber was extremely spacious, filled with densely packed Yao beast corpses. These Yao beast corpses had already undergone preliminary processing, their fur, sharp claws, and teeth had been removed, leaving only the processed flesh and blood. The flesh and blood were neatly arranged in the underground secret chamber. Due to the cold qi, these flesh and blood were frozen solid, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. This was the place specially built by the sect to store the Yao beast corpses from the previous war. On the ground of the underground secret chamber, a simple formation was laid out, which could stably and continuously release cold qi with only a small amount of spiritual qi. Gu Bai did not stop, he continued to walk deeper into the secret chamber. These on the outermost layer were only the flesh and blood of first-order Yao beasts. The three-tier flood dragon corpse he needed was stored in the deepest part of the underground secret chamber. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at the deepest part of the underground secret chamber. In the deepest part of the secret chamber, a stone door appeared, blocking Gu Bai's path. This was a formation specially set up to protect these third-order Yao beast corpses. Standing in front of the stone door, Gu Bai formed hand seals, and after a long time, he finally unraveled the restriction. Pushing open the door, what appeared before Gu Bai were over 30 gigantic beast corpses, emitting waves of terrifying aura. Even though several years had passed since their death, these third-order Yao beasts still retained some of their aura from when they were alive. And because their physical bodies were too powerful, their flesh and blood would not be frozen by the cold qi, nor would they rot. However, these Yao beast corpses were covered with yellow talismans. The purpose of these talismans was to lock the spiritual qi within the Yao beast's body, keeping the spiritual qi inside. Soon, Gu Bai found his target for this trip, the azure dragon whose body had been cut in two and was covered in wounds. The flood dragon had undergone simple processing, items like its scales had already been removed, and its blood had been drained, leaving only a carcass and pinkish flesh and blood. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the flood dragon's corpse still emitted a faint dragon might. Gu Bai laboriously put the corpse into his storage pouch, then returned the way he came. Arriving at the Danding division, Gu Bai immediately began to prepare. Gu Bai did not plan to refine the medicinal pill alone, he also found Ye Fan to be his helper. Gu Bai first asked Ye Fan to shave off all the flood dragon's flesh and blood. This was a great Yao beast in the late stage of the third order. Even after death, its body's defense was far inferior to before, making it quite troublesome for Gu Bai to process. However, for Ye Fan, it was quite simple, he quickly shaved off all the flood dragon's flesh and blood. Looking at the mountain of flesh and blood piled before him, Gu Bai took a deep breath. He activated the earth fire within the pill furnace and began to throw the dragon meat into the pill furnace one piece at a time. Under the refining of the earth fire, a fist-sized piece of dragon meat quickly had its impurities burned into ash, leaving only a small drop of golden yellow liquid. This drop of golden liquid was the entire essence of that piece of flesh and blood. After getting a little familiar, Gu Bai directly poured dozens of fist-sized pieces of dragon meat into the pill furnace, then controlled the earth fire to begin refining. This process was somewhat tedious and boring, requiring a considerable amount of time, as this was the flesh and blood of a third-order great Yao beast. Even with the blessing of earth fire, it still required a long time to refine. Moreover, only Gu Bai could do this, because it was a very technically demanding task. A slight mistake would turn the flesh and blood into charcoal. Don't look at how easily Gubai succeeded, but throughout the entire Lingyun sect, or rather, even the entire Azure province, only Gubai could do it. Alchemist Lu, when he was young, could barely do it, but now Alchemist Lu can no longer do it, he is very old, and his energy is far from what it used to be. Gubai refined the flood dragon's flesh and blood little by little like this, refining it for several months straight, until he finally refined all the flesh and blood of the entire flood dragon. Looking at the full jar of golden yellow liquid before him, Gubai let out a long breath. This small jar of golden liquid contained all the essence from the flood dragon's flesh and blood. Of course, this was only preliminary purification and could only be considered a semi-finished product. Gubai then took out several jars of bright red blood from the Danding division's treasury. This was the processed essence blood, the most essential part of the blood. Gubai rested for a while, adjusted his state to the best, and then began to refine the dragon blood pill. He first mixed the flesh and blood essence with the essence blood, eventually forming a light golden liquid. Then Gubai put this light golden yellow liquid into the pill furnace, and then added more than a dozen kinds of second-order spirit medicine as auxiliary medicinal pills. Under Gubai's refining, the two slowly merged together. After a long while, Gubai let out a deep breath. Inside the pill furnace, 3 golden yellow medicinal pills appeared, which were the tier 3 medicinal pills, dragon blood pill. Looking at the medicinal pill in his hand, Gubai nodded in satisfaction. The medicinal pill was incredibly round, and its medicinal power was concentrated and did not disperse, making it a qualified medicinal pill. Gubai took another look, only a little bit of the materials were left, and after a brief thought, he concluded that he could still refine about 30 more dragon blood pills. Gubai did not refine again, he needed to rest first. After a short rest, Gubai walked towards the sect leader's residence. Inside the sect leader's residence, Suwuji was impatiently reviewing documents. Originally, this should have been given to Gubai to do, but Gubai had been mysterious these past few months, almost never seen. Without Gubai's help, Suwuji could only give up his slacking life and was forced to work. While reviewing documents, Suwuji thought to himself that once Gubai break through to the Golden Core realm, he would immediately pass on the position of sect master to Gubai. Having experienced the joy of being a slacker, Suwuji could no longer tolerate the mundane life within the sect. He yearned for freedom, for adventure, for battling powerful enemies, even if it meant life and death, he would die without regret. Sect master, I'm back. Looking at the frowning Suwuji, Gubai said with a smile. Hearing Gubai's familiar voice, Suwuji suddenly looked up and saw Gubai standing in front of him with a slight smile. Gubai, you're finally here. Quick, help me deal with these documents. Suwuji jumped up from the stool, grabbed Gubai, and pressed him onto the stool. Gubai looked at the mountain of documents piled on the table, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This was definitely not just a day or two's worth, it was at least a month's worth of accumulated documents to form such a terrifying scale. Gubai sighed deeply, feeling that Suwuji had been spoiled by him. The original Suwuji was so reliable. Even after just becoming a golden core cultivator, he managed Lingyun sect in an orderly manner and spent a lot of time every day processing documents. Although he always had a stern face, he gave people a feeling of being incredibly reliable. Even with Gubai's help, Suwuji still insisted on coming to the sect leader's residence every day and working together with Gubai to complete the tasks. The current Suwuji, although still maintaining a stern face in front of others, has become carefree in front of familiar people like Gubai, completely unable to maintain his former serious expression. And he no longer wanted to deal with sect documents, spending his days slacking off and being lazy. Fortunately, Suwuji still had some conscience and didn't just abandon Gubai, he also found a stool and helped Gubai process the documents together. The two worked until late at night before finally finishing all the documents. Gubai stood up and stretched comfortably. He and Suwuji stood by the window with great tacit understanding, neither spoke, just quietly admired the starry sky and the entire Lingyun sect illuminated by the moonlight. Gubai took out 2 wine glasses from his storage pouch and poured a glass for himself and Suwuji. The two stood by the window, enjoying the scenery and drinking fine wine. This was a special way for Gubai and Suwuji to relax. In the past, during the sect war, due to busy sect affairs, he, who managed the Hall of Returning Spring, could only go to the sect leader's residence in the afternoon to help. Suwuji also had to spend a lot of time cultivating every day, so the two could only try their best to squeeze out time to manage the sect. The two often worked until late at night before they could finish all their daily tasks. At that time, both of them were under immense pressure. After finishing all their work, they would always stand by the window, appreciating the starry sky and looking at the full view of the sect. They didn't need any snacks for their drinks, they just quietly drank fine wine like that. Now, although they are no longer busy, and they almost never work until late at night, it had been a long time since they had quietly drunk wine late at night like this. Recalling past memories, Gubai felt a little emotional. Unconsciously, so much time had passed, and he was already 160 or 70 years old. A cool breeze came through the window, gently blowing the long hair of Gubai and Suwuji. Gubai was bathed in moonlight, and his snow-white long hair appeared crystal clear and beautiful under the moonlight. Coupled with Gubai's white robes and the lonely and cold aura emanating from him, it made Gubai look like a heavenly god descending to the mortal world, not of this world. Suwuji next to him was stunned. He looked at Gubai in disbelief, then looked at himself. He felt that he and Gubai were completely different styles. Why was Gubai's style so much more advanced than his? Suwuji himself was not bad looking, like Xing, he liked to wear green robes, and his features were quite handsome. But even so, his appearance was still completely overshadowed by Gubai. Everyone is ordinary, so how did you secretly evolve behind everyone's back? Cough, 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 are you done with your side? So Wuji coughed awkwardly, then asked. Almost. It won't be so busy after this. Gubai said calmly, and then he took out one of the refined dragon blood pills from his storage pouch. This is the dragon blood pill I refined, here's one for you first. I'll refine more later. So Wuji did not refuse. After so many battles, So Wuji had also realized his own shortcomings, which was that his body was too fragile. His physique was not a weakness among cultivators of the same realm, it could even be considered an advantage. But he was playing in high-level matches, and the flaws in his physical body would naturally be infinitely magnified. The dragon blood pill was the most top-tier body-refining medicinal pill, which was exactly what So Wuji needed most at the moment. Thank you. So Wuji took the medicinal pill and said very seriously. He finally understood why Gubai needed the flesh and blood of that flood dragon, it was all for refining dragon blood pills for him. Ha ha ha, with our relationship, what's there to thank for? Gubai chuckled, saying nonchalantly. Gubai gave one to Xing and kept one for himself. Afterward, Gubai began refining again, spending nearly half a month. Gubai finally refined 30 dragon blood pills, just as he had expected. Gubai then gave 15 dragon blood pills to So Wuji, 5 each to Gubei and Yefan, and then gave a few dragon blood pills to people he had a good relationship with. Of the remaining 6 dragon blood pills, 1 was kept for himself, and the last 5 were left for him and Xing. The dragon blood pill is a tier 3 medicinal pill, just one can allow Gubai, who is in the foundation establishment realm, to temper his body to its limit. This already satisfied Gubai greatly. As for learning from Yefan and Gubei to break through temporarily in battle, Gubai expressed that he couldn't do it. Physical breakthrough is not an easy task, even if he had tempered his body to its limit, Gubai could not break through temporarily during undergoing tribulation. This is exclusive to prodigies, and not even ordinary prodigies can achieve it, let alone an ordinary cultivator like Gubai. Time slowly flowed by, and in a blink of an eye, several more years passed. Under Gubai's treatment, Yefan's 3 injuries had all perfectly recovered, leaving no hidden internal injuries. As for So Wuji's mechanical arm, Gubai and the head of the weapon forging hall jointly crafted an arm for him that was close to magic treasure quality. Gubai, who had already become a second-order artifact refiner, designed more detailed blueprints, which were then personally crafted by the head of the weapon forging hall. The materials used were all top-tier second-order spirit iron, mixed with a small amount of third-order scarlet copper iron. This made the arm's defensive power comparable to ordinary magic treasures, and its overall performance was several grades higher than the initial mechanical arm. Moreover, this arm was not a single magical artifact but was assembled from more than a dozen top-grade magical artifacts. A single arm alone already cost as much as a normal magic treasure. Furthermore, inside the arm, Gubai also found a formation and arranged several small second-order formations. This could be said to be the peak work of both the head of the weapon forging hall and Gubai. There was no other way, So Wuji's arm was frequently injured, and each time it was damaged, it had to be recrafted. With repeated instances, it naturally underwent iterative upgrades. And the latest version of the mechanical arm also had its aesthetic appeal improved by several levels. Unlike the simple mechanical feel of the initial arm, the latest version of the arm was overall red and black, and it gave off a distinctly angular impression. If the previous mechanical arm was designed to mimic a human arm as much as possible, then the current mechanical arm was like wearing a layer of armor. After inputting chi, the arm would also emit a faint red glow, and the formation on it would activate accordingly. The formation could greatly enhance the arm's defensive power. How does it feel? Gubai looked at So Wuji and asked with a smile. So Wuji grasped his right wrist with his left hand, then slightly clenched and unclenched his right fist. Then So Wuji suddenly drew the long sword from his waist and slashed it towards the arm. Clang! After the Wuji sword collided with the arm, a metallic clang echoed. Under So Wuji's attack, the arm was unscathed, with only a shallow white mark. So Wuji then carefully tested the specific functions of the arm, and finally, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, much better than the previous one. Gubei and Yefan stood beside So Wuji, although they said nothing, their eyes were fixed on So Wuji's arm. There was no other way, So Wuji's current appearance was simply too cool. Yefan looked at his own unremarkable arm and couldn't help but shake his head. He even wanted to chop off his current arm and replace it with a mechanical arm. Gubei stepped forward, marveling as he touched So Wuji's arm. Master, we're off. Yefan waved at Gubai, and Gubei and So Wuji also waved at Gubai. Then the 3 of them turned and flew towards the 10,000 barren mountains. Be careful, if you can't win, run. Never try to be a hero. Insect Master, protect your arm. Crafting an arm is very troublesome, it takes at least a few months. Gubai also waved at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, we'll be careful. So Wuji chuckled awkwardly, and although he made a promise, his tone couldn't hide his guilt. Gubai quietly watched as the 3 figures grew smaller and smaller until they completely disappeared from his sight before he turned and left. Gubai was not worried about the safety of the 3. A few days before the 3 set out, Gubai had taken the opportunity to cast a divination. Although it involved a 4th-order demon emperor and several top golden core cultivators, after deducting a few hundred years of lifespan, Gubai still managed to calculate a bit of the future. The result of the calculation was red within gold, meaning that the 3 might encounter a bloody disaster on this trip, but they would ultimately return safely. Gubai returned to his immortal cave and began to cultivate in meditation. He had been at Foundation Establishment 9th layer for a long time, and cultivating in meditation could not directly increase his cultivation, at most, it could only refine his qi, making it more condensed. Gu Bai briefly calculated in his mind and decided to wait another year. After a year, once he had refined his qi to its limit, he would break through to the Golden Core realm. He was already over 160 years old, an age considered advanced for a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Master, I'm here to play with you. Not long after Gu Bai began to cultivate, a mischievous girl arrived in the small courtyard. As soon as she entered, she immediately pounced on Xiao Bai and then began petting Xiao Bai's fur with a look of enjoyment. Why do you have time to come and play here today? Have you completed the tasks your parents assigned you? Looking at the mischievous girl in front of him, Gu Bai asked with a smile. This girl was Oriental Yuch. After decades of cultivation, she had long become a Foundation Establishment cultivator, already on par with her parents in terms of realm. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a dozen years for her to surpass her parents. Moreover, Oriental Yuch truly had great talent in the medical deo. In just a few decades, she had easily become a second-order physician. And she had delved quite deeply into it, her medical deo level was second only to her parents. In terms of individual comprehensive ability, Oriental Starfall was already the second physician in the sect. Already finished long ago. Oriental Yuch said lazily. At this moment, Xing, who was practicing sword in the backyard, also noticed Oriental Yuch. Xing immediately took Oriental Yuch's hand and began chatting. The two seemed to have endless things to say, chattering non-stop, and occasionally letting out laughter like clear bells. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai smiled. He took out a tea set and skillfully brewed a cup of sweet tea for the two girls. Afterward, he took out pre-prepared desserts from his storage pouch and placed them on the table for them to enjoy. After doing all this, Gu Bai returned to his immortal cave and began to cultivate. Xing and Oriental Yuch did not disturb Gu Bai. Everyone could see that Gu Bai was preparing for his breakthrough to the Golden Core. Gu Bai spent several days peacefully like this. On this day, Gu Bai was cultivating in his immortal cave as usual, but from deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, a mournful dragon roar suddenly echoed. The cry was incomparably mournful, so clear that even Qingzhou, tens of thousands of miles away, could hear it distinctly. Hearing this roar, Gu Bai smiled. This meant that Ye Fan and the others had succeeded in slaying a fourth-order demon emperor as Golden Core cultivators. Gu Bai felt a surge of pride. This was not the limit of Ye Fan and the others yet, the three had not fully matured. After a while longer, the three would probably truly be able to stand at the peak of the cultivation world. Gu Bai skillfully brewed a cup of tea, then slowly drank it. After finishing his tea, Gu Bai headed to the Hall of Returning Spring. Even if the three had slain that fourth-order demon emperor, it would probably take half a day to return to Qingzhou, so Gu Bai was not too anxious. As for the other people within the sect, they continued with their usual activities, and no chaos ensued. In a larger room within the Hall of Returning Spring, there was no one else present besides him and Physician Yat. After all, facing the injuries of a Golden Core cultivator, apart from him and Physician Yat, other second-order physicians, even Dong Yuechu, couldn't be of much help. In the sky, the heavily injured Gu Bai, holding Ye Fan in his left hand and Su Wuji in his right, quickly flew towards Ling Yun sect. All three were severely injured, and Gu Bai, the only one conscious, was not in good condition either. His entire body was covered in countless wounds of all sizes, and blood soaked his robe. Gu Bai was only barely holding on, not having fainted, thanks to his extremely powerful physique. Gu Bai flew unsteadily for a long time, finally reaching the skies above Ling Yun sect. The Ling Yun sect's mountain protecting array, sensing Gu Bai's identity, automatically opened a gap, allowing Gu Bai to enter. Flying above the sect, after sensing Gu Bai's aura in the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai rapidly descended, crashing through the roof of the Hall of Returning Spring's main hall, and plopped down in front of Gu Bai. Seeing the three suddenly appear, Gu Bai took a deep breath. He did not immediately treat their injuries but began to examine their specific conditions. After a rough examination, Gu Bai found that all three were not in very good condition. Gu Bai's injuries were considered relatively light. Ye Fan, whose injuries were the most severe, was almost unrecognizable. The most crucial thing was that Ye Fan's face was extremely pale, without a trace of color. Gu Bai's examination revealed that Ye Fan's entire body's blood was almost completely depleted, with only about 10% remaining. It was only because Ye Fan's physique had reached the level of a Golden Core body cultivator. If it were any other cultivator, even another Golden Core cultivator, he would undoubtedly have died. As for Su Wuji, his injuries were no less severe than Ye Fan's. Su Wuji had a penetrating wound in his chest, palm-sized, so deep that one could see through the wound to the scene behind Su Wuji. Moreover, the wound was right next to his heart, and half of his heart was directly pierced. Besides this, what made Gu Bai most speechless was that Su Wuji's arms were broken again, and again. And this time, both arms were completely severed. It was clear that Su Wuji had suffered the dying counterattack of that fourth-order demon dragon, which caused such severe injuries. Gu Bai sighed deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion. Perhaps because Su Wuji had experienced too many battles, these battles not only gave him unparalleled combat power. They also gave him an extremely strong perception, allowing him to sense enemy attacks in advance every time. Facing a fatal blow from an enemy, Su Wuji could always avoid the vital points. But facing a fatal blow from an enemy, Su Wuji could only barely manage to avoid the vital points. Although he wouldn't die, he would still suffer the inevitable injuries. Fortunately, before setting off, Su Wuji had consumed many dragon blood pills, greatly enhancing his physique. Although he couldn't be compared with Gu Bai and Ye Fan, he already possessed the level of a golden core body cultivator. Coupled with the damage reduction from his mechanical arms, the Fourth Order Demon Emperor's dying counterattack did not take So Wuji's life. If it had been the previous So Wuji, even if he avoided the vital points, taking that blow would likely have resulted in instant death. However, the current injuries were still tricky, and only Gu Bai's superb medical skills allowed him to heal So Wuji every time. If it were any other physician, even a third-order physician, they couldn't handle So Wuji's high-intensity injuries like this. I'll treat the sect master, Ye Fan is in your hands. Gu Bai pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. Don't let Ye Fan lying on the ground, pale-faced, looking as if he could die at any moment, deceive you. But Ye Fan's incredibly powerful physique made him incredibly resilient. Injuries of this degree, even without treatment, Ye Fan could slowly recover from, it would just take a bit longer. Gu Bai was the same, his heavenly thunder body could absorb lightning to temper his physique, and after so many years of tempering, Gu Bai's physical strength was already comparable to a medium-grade magical artifact. Even the attack of a Fourth Order Demon Emperor could not cause too much damage to Gu Bai. But So Wuji was different, his sword chi was so sharp that even when wielding only a medium-grade magical artifact, the sword chi he unleashed would make Gu Bai retreat 3 steps, not daring to meet it head-on. However, So Wuji did not possess the extremely powerful recovery ability that Ye Fan or Gu Bai had. After So Wuji was injured, even taking a third-order medicinal pill, it was difficult for him to recover in a short period. Gu Bai sighed and began to skillfully stitch So Wuji's wounds. After dealing with the wounds, Gu Bai then installed simplified mechanical arms for So Wuji. Although their functions were not as powerful as the original mechanical arms, they were sufficient for daily use, as long as he didn't engage in overly intense battles. After all, crafting mechanical arms that could fully unleash So Wuji's strength would require at least several months, even with the head of the weapon forging hall and Gu Bai working together. Gu Bai, meanwhile, cooperated with Gu Bai and Physician Ye in their healing. His creation Divine Thunder could greatly shorten the treatment time. After a long while, So Wuji was the first to regain consciousness, followed by Ye Fan. Gu Bai cast a spell, cleaning all the blood and dust from the 3 of them. Ha 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 ha, big brother, we successfully killed that azure dragon. Seeing that both of them were out of danger, Gu Bai laughed and said. Laugh your big head off, you ghost. Look at how injured you all are. Gu Bai unhappily tapped Gu Bai on the head. Gu Bai just chuckled foolishly and didn't mind. Next time, don't be so reckless, understand? Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and So Wuji with earnestness, saying very seriously. The 3 nodded in unison, all indicating that they understood. At night, on the nameless mountain peak, Gu Bai, Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and So Wuji gathered for a long-awaited drink. To celebrate their slaying of the Fourth Order Demon, So Wuji wanted to bring out his treasured fine wine to celebrate. So Wuji joyfully opened the door to his wine cellar. This was fine wine he had been saving ever since he first broke through to the Golden Core realm. This time, So Wuji did not take the wine from the outermost area, he walked to the deepest part of the wine cellar and selected a jar of the oldest fine wine. So Wuji was just about to leave when he stopped, because he noticed the weight was off, it was too light. So Wuji shook the wine jar, and his face instantly darkened, as he realized the jar was empty. So Wuji then looked at the other wine jars, testing them one by one, and his face grew even darker. Because he discovered that all the fine wine he had stored for many years, except for the younger wines in the outer areas, had been completely stolen from the deeper sections. Gu Bai lowered his head, staring at the stone beneath his feet, looking so intently as if the stone contained the supreme Dao. Gu Bai, at the same time, also guiltily turned his head away and began counting the clouds in the sky. Without even thinking, Gu Bai knew that So Wuji's fine wine had probably been mostly plundered by Gu Bai. After all, every time Gu Bai came to drink with him, he would secretly take 1 or 2 bottles of fine wine from So Wuji's stash. Gu Bai. Did you steal my wine? So Wuji turned to look at Gu Bai and questioned him loudly. I didn't, I don't have it, don't talk nonsense. Gu Bai quickly shook his head in denial. Although he was incredibly powerful now, facing So Wuji, his master, Gu Bai still felt very guilty, as he was in the wrong first. The enraged So Wuji originally wanted to fly into the sky and fight Gu Bai, but as soon as he took a step, his wound tore due to the strenuous movement. Hiss. So Wuji took a deep breath, he almost forgot that he was still severely injured. Alright, don't be angry. At worst, I'll bring out my own stash. Gu Bai quickly stepped forward to mediate and promised to bring out his own treasured fine wine, which barely managed to quell So Wuji's anger. It was a joke, why would Gu Bai steal wine? Wasn't it to drink with him? If So Wuji investigated further, he would also be held accountable. So Wuji's anger came and went quickly. Upon hearing that Gu Bai was going to bring out his treasured fine wine, So Wuji's anger dissipated by more than half. After all, Gu Bai was his disciple, he couldn't possibly really beat Gu Bai, could he? Moreover, his treasured fine wine wasn't anything precious, most of it was only rank 1 or 2 in quality, just troublesome to collect. That night, Gu Bai personally cooked a lavish hot pot feast. The 4 of them happily ate hot pot and drank wine, occasionally letting out bursts of hearty laughter, filled with hope for the future. Time flowed slowly, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Bai was currently sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, adjusting his state, preparing for his breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Qing Ning, So Wuji, Gu Bai, Tianming Zi, Ice Frost Genren, and even Physician Ye, almost all the Golden Core cultivators of Lingyun sect, stood outside the secret chamber. Alchemist Lu, Oriental Starfall, Lu Ruin, Oriental Yuch, these foundation establishment cultivators who had good relationships with Gu Bai, also came outside the secret chamber. The atmosphere at the scene was not heavy, and quite relaxed, everyone gathered together, chatting and laughing. They were full of confidence in Gu Bai and were not worried at all that he would fail. Even if they wanted to be nervous, they couldn't be. There was no way around it. Gu Bai gave people such a stable feeling, as if anything he wanted to do would surely succeed. Moreover, Gu Bai had 3 of the most top-tier core formation spirit treasures, as well as wood origin as an aid. Even if Gu Bai's aptitude was worse, the probability of failure was extremely low. Inside the secret chamber, Gu Bai did not prepare for too long, he merely adjusted his state slightly before attempting to break through. Gu Bai mobilized all the magical power in his body, gathering it in his danshan, slowly condensing into a golden core. At the same time, with the secret chamber as the center, the surrounding spiritual chi formed a vortex and surged towards the secret chamber. Gu Bai then took out the 3 core formation spirit treasures he had prepared earlier from his storage pouch. 3 pure wood element energies were absorbed by Gu Bai's golden core. After absorbing the energy from the 3 core formation spirit treasures, the quality of Gu Bai's golden core instantly increased by a large margin. Gu Bai then took out the wood origin he had prepared in advance from his storage pouch. As soon as he opened the bottle containing the wood origin, a vast surge of life chi instantly enveloped Gu Bai. This was the most top-tier spirit treasure in the cultivation world, the wood origin. Without hesitation, Gu Bai directly swallowed this drop of wood origin. As soon as the wood origin entered his abdomen, it transformed into an incomparably pure life chi, beginning to transform Gu Bai's body. Gu Bai only felt a warm sensation throughout his body, this was his aptitude slowly improving. At the same time, Gu Bai's golden core was also absorbing the wood origin. After absorbing most of the wood origin, mysterious patterns began to appear on his golden core. At this point, he had finally successfully condensed the initial golden core. Gu Bai exhaled deeply, he felt incredibly powerful now, as if he was omnipotent. Both the quality and quantity of his magical power had increased several times over. At this current step, he was already mostly successful. Next, as long as he successfully underwent the lightning tribulation, he would become a true golden core cultivator. At that time, his overall strength would increase by another large margin. Rumble rumble rumble. At the same time, thick tribulation clouds also began to appear in the sky. Gu Bai slowly walked out of his immortal cave, gazing up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Gu Bai let out a slightly puzzled sound. Because he discovered that the scale of his lightning tribulation had already surpassed that of a superior golden core, and was even almost on par with an immortal golden core. Something was wrong, very wrong. Gu Bai was very clear about his own capabilities, with his accumulation and foundation, he could at most form a superior golden core. Even with the wood origin as an aid, he could not create an immortal golden core. But what was the situation now? Gu Bai was no longer a cultivation novice, he had observed the scenes of golden core cultivators undergoing tribulation many times. He had a fairly clear understanding of the scale of lightning tribulations and their corresponding qualities. The scope of his current lightning tribulation had definitely already touched the edge of an immortal golden core. Rumble rumble. The tribulation clouds grew thicker, but strangely, they were not the usual grey tribulation clouds. Gu Bai's tribulation clouds were as white as snow, even faintly emitting golden light, and standing beneath them, one actually felt a very comfortable sensation. Gu Bai frowned, he had truly never encountered such a situation. He carefully searched through the cultivation classics he had read in his mind, but for a long time, he couldn't find anything similar. The lightning tribulations of the golden core realm are divided into many types. The most common ones are the 4 ranks: lower golden core, ordinary golden core, superior golden core, and immortal golden core. Most cultivators, regardless of their talent, form these 4 types of golden cores. Of course, there are also exceptional circumstances, such as the killing divine lightning caused by excessive slaughter. The power of the lightning tribulation will be strengthened, but if one successfully undergoes it, a little supernatural powers related to slaughter will awaken. Or the body refining lightning tribulation for body cultivators, if successfully undergone, a little supernatural powers related to the physique will awaken. And special lightning tribulations that only appear after consuming special spirit treasures. For example, if Gu Bai consumed the wood origin, the power of the lightning tribulation would be strengthened, turning into the legendary Yi Wood lightning tribulation. If successfully undergone, a little supernatural powers related to the wood attribute will awaken. These special lightning tribulations are not much more noble than ordinary lightning tribulations. If converted, they are similar to a superior golden core. But the most crucial thing is that these lightning tribulations can be superimposed on ordinary lightning tribulations. In other words, Gu Bai's own lightning tribulation was already of a superior grade. If combined with the special wood element lightning tribulation, the quality of Gu Bai's lightning tribulation would approach that of an immortal golden core. However, it was still a small step away from a true immortal golden core. Gu Bai speculated that in addition to the wood element lightning tribulation, he must have also triggered another relatively special lightning tribulation. The combination of these 2 special lightning tribulations, along with his own superior grade lightning tribulation, formed a tribulation cloud whose scale was no less than that of an immortal lightning tribulation. But no matter the situation, this was beneficial for him, because the larger the area of the tribulation cloud, the stronger the golden core he would condense. Boom! 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 Gu Bai did not have to wait too long, the first lightning tribulation soon descended from the sky. Like everyone else, Gu Bai chose to face the lightning tribulation head-on with his physical body, without dodging. The lightning tribulation struck Gu Bai, but he did not suffer any harm, he only felt a tingling sensation. Gu Bai looked up at the sky, and soon the second lightning tribulation fell. It was then that Gu Bai noticed something different, the color of the lightning tribulation was wrong. Unlike the golden yellow lightning of normal lightning tribulations, his lightning tribulation was a pale golden lightning, giving a sense of sacredness. As the lightning tribulations descended one after another, the doubts in Gu Bai's mind grew larger and larger. This was because the power of the lightning tribulation was too low, although it looked frightening, its actual power was not even as high as that of an ordinary lightning tribulation, and he could safely undergo tribulation even if he did nothing. Boom! 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 As the last lightning tribulation fell, the tribulation cloud in the sky began to dissipate rapidly. After absorbing all the creation power from the lightning tribulation, Gu Bai's golden core finally fully formed. At the same time, Gu Bai finally awakened his exclusive divine ability. There were 3 divine abilities in total, and without even trying, the specific functions of these 3 divine abilities appeared in Gu Bai's mind. The first divine ability was enlightenment, a support-type divine ability. Upon activating the divine ability, it would be like enlightenment, temporarily increasing one's comprehension ability. Gu Bai immediately activated the divine ability, and instantly, Gu Bai felt his mind become clear. The problems that had troubled him for a long time were also easily resolved. Gu Bai quickly calculated that after activating the divine ability, his learning speed was about 30% faster than before. Although compared to Gu Bai's creation divine thunder, or extremely yang divine thunder, which were clearly powerful divine abilities, his divine ability seemed somewhat ordinary. After all, it was only 30% faster, so even over 100 years, it would only save 30 years. Moreover, it only improved comprehension ability, not cultivation speed. But Gu Bai was still quite satisfied with this divine ability. Because it could save him a lot of time, it was very suitable for him, a long-lived being. He was very clear about his role, a support character. Although he could also fight, and his combat ability was not weak, in direct combat, it was simply not Gu Bai's turn to act. What Gu Bai needed was precisely this kind of support-type divine abilities that enhanced combat power were not what Gu Bai needed. The second divine ability he awakened was called Heart of Wood Spirit. This divine ability could enhance all of Gu Bai's wood element spells. And it could make Gu Bai's magical power contain more life chi, which was a very versatile little supernatural powers. Gu Bai was also quite satisfied with this divine ability, as it could greatly enhance his healing ability. Among the 10 medical Dao secret arts, at least 8 were wood attributed. This meant that almost all of Gu Bai's medical Dao secret arts could be enhanced by the Heart of Wood Spirit. Gu Bai released green light from his hands, and after a brief perception, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. The enhancement from the Heart of Wood Spirit was very powerful, the effect of his medical Dao secret art was enhanced by at least 50%. The last divine ability was called Merit Light. Gu Bai could form a domain with healing effects centered on himself. Within this domain, the body's recovery speed could be enhanced, and this was comprehensive. Whether it was the recovery speed of injuries, or the recovery speed of magical power, or even the recovery speed of mental energy, all could be enhanced. Of course, this also consumed a lot of magical power. With Gu Bai's current magical power, he could only activate the domain for at most 1 hour. Gu Bai had a vague realization in his mind, just by hearing the name of his last divine ability, he knew it was related to karma. And he finally knew what the other special lightning tribulation was, the Merit Divine Thunder, which only existed in legends. Legend has it that only extremely good people who have done a considerable number of good deeds can trigger the Merit Divine Thunder when undergoing tribulation. The power of the Merit Divine Thunder's lightning tribulation is very weak, causing almost no damage, and after successfully undergoing tribulation, one can awaken a divine ability related to karma. I didn't expect that I was also an extremely good person. Gu Bai thought with some disbelief, but after thinking carefully, Gu Bai felt that he truly met the requirements of an extremely good person. Since he began to cultivate until now, he had never killed anyone, not even a mortal. Even Yao beasts, Gu Bai killed very few. The only time he killed Yao beasts was when he saved Ye Fan, who was deeply surrounded, and killed more than a dozen second-order demon beasts. But that was not his initiative to kill Yao beasts, it was for the sake of saving people. Compared to killing, Gu Bai was more skilled at saving people. Gu Bai had saved so many people that even he himself could not count them. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Gu Bai speculated that the reason he could trigger the Merit Divine Thunder was because he expanded the system of the Hall of Returning Spring. He made all physicians learn from each other and no longer hide their knowledge. Under his leadership, the medical Dao of Lingyun sect and even the entire Qing province flourished unprecedentedly in just 100 years. The Hall of Returning Spring, which originally had at most a dozen physicians, now had several hundred physicians. Influenced by Lingyun sect, the medical Dao system of Qing province also became prosperous, and the Hall of Returning Spring even had no restrictions. As long as one sincerely sought knowledge, they could be taught medical Dao knowledge for free. This also led to Qing province, which originally had almost no physicians to be found. Now, first-order physicians are everywhere, and even several second-order physicians have appeared in Qing province. Now, all physicians in Qing province refer to Gu Bai as their master. Without Gu Bai, they would not be who they are today. Although Gu Bai had never taught them, his disciples, or his disciples' disciples, had taught them. If it weren't for Gu Bai's teaching, his disciples would not casually impart knowledge to others. In a sense, Gu Bai was their grand master. These physicians are also constantly treating the injured, which has led to the death rate in Qing province dropping to a very low level. Visibly, with a few more centuries of development, the medical Dao system in Qing province will likely become even more developed. Examples similar to Qingzhou are not unheard of. Tianese Sword Province is renowned throughout the cultivation world for its sword Dao. Out of 10 cultivators in Tianese Sword Province, 9 are sword cultivators, and the remaining one is a saber cultivator. Tianese Sword Province is similar to the modern Qingzhou, where all sword cultivators generously share their insights on the sword Dao. After finding someone agreeable, they would fight first without asking for reasons, and only after the fight would they discuss sword Dao knowledge with each other. Under this intense internal competition, Tianese Sword Province has truly produced a wealth of talent. Most of the great sword Dao immortals in the cultivation world originated from Tianese Sword Province, making Tianese Sword Province a holy land coveted by all sword cultivators in the cultivation world. Now, Qingzhou also shows signs of becoming like Tianese Sword Province. Perhaps in the future, Qingzhou will become famous throughout the cultivation world for its medical Dao. It was also for this reason that Gu Bai was able to trigger Karma Divine Thunder. As Gu Bai was pondering, Qingning suddenly pounced on him, directly hugging Gu Bai. Congratulations, Gu Bai, on becoming a golden core cultivator. Qingning hugged Gu Bai and said with great joy. Everyone else also offered their blessings to Gu Bai. Congratulations, Master, on becoming a golden core true person. Ye Fan respectfully bowed and said, very pleased. Here, this is the sect master's token, from now on, you are the sect master of Lingyun sect. Su Wuji was more direct, he threw his sect master's token to Gu Bai as if it were trash. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, and he helplessly took the token. Becoming a sect master is actually not an easy task. Even after becoming a golden core cultivator, it is very difficult to become a sect master. Becoming a golden core cultivator is just the simplest step in assuming the role of sect master. Besides needing the cultivation of a golden core true person, one also needs to obtain the approval of the original sect master. And more than half of the golden core true persons in Lingyun sect must agree before one can assume the position of sect master. This requires finding a time to gather all the golden core cultivators of Lingyun sect, which is quite troublesome. Every time Lingyun sect selects a sect master, it goes through a fierce selection process. Su Wuji himself, at the time, relied on his strong personal charisma to emerge victorious from among many golden core true persons. However, now it was not so troublesome. Gu Bai turned to look at the golden core true persons around him, then asked in a calm tone. Who among you is willing for me to serve as sect master? Without any surprises, all the golden core true persons present were willing for Gu Bai to serve as sect master. Not a single person cast a dissenting vote, because Gu Bai knew all the golden core true persons and had very good relationships with them. Even Ice Frost Genren, who had the most distant relationship, though she didn't say it, had always secretly admired Gu Bai. Even though Gu Bai had always intentionally kept his distance from Ice Frost Genren still liked Gu Bai. Thus, Gu Bai very casually became the sect master. Ha ha ha, I'm free. Su Wuji suddenly burst into laughter, laughing with immense joy. Because he had finally gotten rid of the sect master position, he had actually regretted it since the second year he took office. And now, after enduring so many years, he was finally free. He could do whatever he wanted, refine swords for as long as he wanted, and no longer be dragged into handling sect documents. He also no longer had to painstakingly consider the future of the sect. The burden on his shoulders had now been taken up by Gu Bai. That day, the entire sect was in a frenzy of celebration, with everyone celebrating Gu Bai's successful breakthrough. This was simply because Gu Bai's popularity in Lingyun sect was too good. Almost everyone had a very good relationship with Gu Bai. Gu Bai had long become a part of Lingyun sect, and everyone hoped he would live longer and have a higher realm. At night, Gu Bai personally hosted a banquet to celebrate his core formation. Gu Bai directly took out a third-order demon beast from the underground secret chamber to serve as ingredients for this banquet. Anyway, he had already become the sect master of Lingyun sect. He could arrange the Lingyun sect's belongings however he wanted. The banquet lasted very late, and everyone was very happy, because Lingyun sect finally had a pillar of support. It wasn't that Su Wuji was bad. It was just that the position of sect master was not suitable for someone who loved to fight like Su Wuji. The sect master also wasn't just whoever was strong, only someone like Gu Bai, who disliked fighting, had a gentle personality, and got along well with everyone, was suitable to be the sect master. Late at night, after the banquet ended, Gu Bai still wanted to chat with Ye Fan and the others, but Qingning forcibly dragged him away. Gu Bai, how did you become so fair? Inside the immortal cave, Qingning looked at Gu Bai, who was bare-chested and slightly shy, and said in shock. After speaking, Qingning grabbed Gu Bai's right hand and placed it in front of her eyes, then she looked at her own right hand with a look of disbelief. The reason was none other than Gu Bai had become even more handsome than before. Originally, his skin was already very fair and smooth, and his fingers were slender. After the breakthrough, Gu Bai's skin became even more delicate. Especially his fingers, which were even more beautiful than Qingning's own fingers. Coupled with Gu Bai's snow-white long hair, and his slightly slender but well-defined upper body. And the faint, herbal-like fragrance emanating from Gu Bai, he was simply a maiden killer. What female cultivator wouldn't be captivated? Even many male cultivators were interested in Gu Bai. Looking at Gu Bai like this, Qingning felt a warmth throughout her body. I don't know either, maybe it's because I broke through to the Golden Core realm. Gu Bai scratched his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Forget it, let's not think so much. Tonight, let's have a deathmatch and see whose stamina is better. After Qingning finished speaking, she pushed Gu Bai onto the bed, sat on Gu Bai, and began a fierce battle with him. A sleepless night. The next day at noon, the sun hung high in the sky. Gu Bai pushed open the door feeling refreshed, he hummed a cheerful tune and walked with light steps towards the sect leader's residence. Just kidding, when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, he could already fight Xing to a draw, now that he had broken through to the Golden Core realm, Xing was naturally no match for him. Thus, several more years passed. After Gu Bai broke through to the Golden Core realm, he quickly became proficient and became a third-order physician and a third-order alchemist. As for the Dao of artifact refining, Gu Bai was already able to forge top-grade magical artifacts quite easily. In another 10-odd years, he should be able to become a third-order artifact refiner. After becoming a third-order alchemist, Gu Bai's work became busy. Besides handling the daily affairs of the sect, Gu Bai also needed to refine all the vast quantities of third-order spirit medicine in the sect into third-order medicinal pills. Most of these third-order spirit medicines were recently collected by Yafan and the other two from the 10,000 Barren Mountains. And Gu Bai was the only third-order alchemist in the entire Qingzhou, and third-order spirit medicines couldn't be stored for too long, so Gu Bai could only spend a lot of time on alchemy every day. In just a few years, after refining a large number of Tier 3 medicinal pills, Gu Bai felt his Dao of alchemy had improved significantly. Originally, when he refined low-grade Tier 3 medicinal pills, there was still a certain chance of failure, but now Gu Bai could easily refine mid-low grade Tier 3 medicinal pills with almost no failures. One day, Gu Bai had just finished refining a batch of medicinal pills and hadn't had time to rest when he was informed that Alchemist Liu was on the verge of death. Hearing this, Gu Bai immediately put down what he was doing and rushed to Alchemist Liu's Immortal Cave without delay. By this time, a considerable number of people had already gathered inside the Immortal Cave. Alchemist Liu lay on the bed, his eyes somewhat cloudy, his hair withered and white, and his face full of wrinkles. Beside Alchemist Liu, Lu Ruyan was holding back tears, her hands emitting green light, trying to heal Alchemist Liu. But Alchemist Liu's condition showed no improvement, his aura, instead, became increasingly faint. Oriental Starfall stood silently to the side, he wanted to do something but found himself powerless. At this moment, the others also noticed Gu Bai, they seemed to have found their backbone and made way for Gu Bai. Master, please save my father. When Lu Ruyan saw Gu Bai arrive, her tears could no longer be held back, her voice trembled as she softly called out Master, with a hint of pleading in her tone. It will be all right. Gu Bai gave Lu Ruyan a reassuring smile, took a deep breath, and fed Alchemist Liu a green medicinal pill. Then, Gu Bai's hands emitted a green light, and he began to assist Alchemist Liu in absorbing the medicinal power. Gradually, Alchemist Liu's complexion regained its rossiness, and his cloudy eyes became clear again. Thank you. Alchemist Liu looked at Gu Bai and said in a low voice. It's a small matter, nothing major. Gu Bai waved his hand and said with a smile, though his smile was a bit forced. Gu Bai knew that Alchemist Liu's time was up, his body was now like a broken cup, with life essence rapidly draining away. No matter how superb Gu Bai's medical skills were, he could only slow down Alchemist Liu's death. Even if he could solve the physical problems, Alchemist Liu's spirit had already aged. Now, Alchemist Liu's spirit was far from what it used to be, he spent at least half the day in a daze. This was limited by the heavenly Dao, unless Alchemist Liu could break through to Golden Core and regain his vitality, he would soon die. But Gu Bai did not intend to give up, what was the purpose of him cultivating these medical skills? Wasn't it for this very moment? Gu Bai took a deep breath, then took out a set of silver needles from his storage pouch. This set of silver needles was very special, it was engraved with extremely fine patterns, and at the tail of each needle was a very small green skull. This was the 13 ghost needles that Gu Bai had personally forged for himself a while ago. Gu Bai picked up a silver needle and directly stabbed it into Alchemist Liu's spine. Then, Gu Bai inserted 11 more needles into various parts of Alchemist Liu's body. Gu Bai took out the last and thickest silver needle and inserted it into the back of Alchemist Liu's head. As the 13 needles were inserted, they seemed to form a formation, and all the needle tips glowed with a faint green light. This was Gu Bai's unique needle technique, named the 13 ghost needles. The 13 silver needles were inserted into 13 acupoints of Alchemist Liu's body, capable of forcefully locking his life essence. The silver needle on Alchemist Liu's forehead, on the other hand, was able to stimulate Alchemist Liu's spirit. Gu Bai then gave Alchemist Liu a Tier 3 life extension pill to consume. Originally, the origin of life from the life extension pill could not remain in Alchemist Liu's body, but now it was firmly locked within his body by the 13 ghost needles. Gu Bai also fed Alchemist Liu a medicinal pill to replenish qi and blood. Similarly, the 13 ghost needles could also forcefully lock Alchemist Liu's qi and blood. Whew! Only then did Gu Bai let out a long breath. And Alchemist Liu, who had been extremely weak, was now full of vigor, and even his originally withered muscles had regained their luster. All right, as long as you don't pull out the silver needles, you should be able to live for another 10 years. Gu Bai looked at the recovered Alchemist Liu and said with a smile. Even though Alchemist Liu had lived for over 300 years, far exceeding the theoretical lifespan limit of a Foundation establishment cultivator. But with his superb medical skills, he had forcefully allowed Alchemist Liu to live for another 10 years. These 10 years of lifespan were entirely snatched from the heavenly Dao by him. Thank you. Alchemist Liu solemnly thanked Gu Bai. Alchemist Liu was actually quite open-minded about death and had no feelings of unwillingness, but if he could continue to live, he was very willing. After all, he had a daughter and a granddaughter, and a happy family, so how could he be tired of living? Although he might have to keep these 13 silver needles on him from now on. Gu Bai chatted with Alchemist Liu for a long time, and the two reminisced about the past, until late at night, when Gu Bai finally left. And since that day, Lu Ruyan resigned from her position as Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring, and with her free time, Lu Ruyan took care of Alchemist Lu at home every day. Oriental Starfall also resigned from his position as Hall Master of the Hall of Returning Spring the next day, accompanying Lu Ruyan to take care of Alchemist Lu. After all, Alchemist Lu was his old father-in-law, and the relationship between Oriental Starfall and Alchemist Lu was actually quite good. As for the Hall of Returning Spring, the two directly left it to their daughter, Oriental Yuch, to manage the Hall of Returning Spring. Gu Bai, who had finished handling sect affairs, was about to return to his immortal cave when he was called over by Oriental Yuch. Looking at the mountain of documents in the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai only felt a headache coming on. Master, please help me. Oriental Yuch looked at Gu Bai pitifully, and it was no wonder she looked that way. She was doing perfectly fine in the Hall of Returning Spring, who knew that when she woke up, both the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master had run off, leaving behind her, a daughter who knew nothing. Her medical skills were good, and her overall ability was very strong, but this did not mean that Oriental Yuch's management skills were strong. Even someone like Gu Bai, who was naturally good at management, had to study with the former Hall Master, Healer Kui, for a long time before becoming a qualified Hall Master. Alright, I'll help you manage the Hall of Returning Spring for now, but you must also stay by my side and learn how to manage an organization. Gu Bai rubbed his forehead helplessly. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't just abandon the Hall of Returning Spring, could he? Afterward, Gu Bai's life settled into a routine, and 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 15 years, Gu Bai's daily routine was to handle sect affairs, then help Oriental Yuch with the affairs of the Hall of Returning Spring. When he had nothing to do, Gu Bai would delve into medical skills or artifact refining methods. The overall strength of the Ling Yun sect continued to expand. In these 15 years, the prodigies of the sect who were active at the same time as Ye Fan had already refined their magic power to the limit, ready to break through to Golden Core at any time. The strength of Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and Gu Bai was also steadily increasing. Su Wuji had already cultivated to the limit of the Golden Core realm, but he could still continue to refine his magic power and practice his swordsmanship. Although Gu Bai had cultivated to the Golden Core late stage, he had not yet reached the limit. If detailed, his realm was probably around the 8th level of Golden Core. As for Ye Fan, he had now cultivated to the 3rd level of Golden Core, and in another 10 years or so, he would likely be able to break through to the Golden Core middle stage. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. The emaciated Alchemist Lu lay extremely weakly on the bed. Alchemist Lu looked very old on the outside. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator, it became incredibly difficult for Alchemist Lu to even move his body. Everyone present remained silent, only Lu Ruyan cried mournfully by the side. Lying on the bed, Lu Dan looked at Gu Bai with his extremely cloudy eyes. Gu Bai, it's time for me to leave. Alchemist Lu used all his strength to barely finish this sentence. At this moment, Alchemist Lu was exceptionally disheveled. His entire body was covered with dozens of silver needles. He seemed to have shrunk, becoming a short, thin grand elder. He was vastly different from the gentle and refined Alchemist Lu, who always carried a faint scent of medicinal pills, in Gu Bai's memory. Alas! Gu Bai sighed softly. This was the price of forcefully extending one's lifespan. Logically, Alchemist Lu should have died decades ago, but he took the life extension pill refined by Gu Bai and lived for several more decades. 15 years ago, Alchemist Liu's body was almost at its limit, but Gu Bai used the 13 ghost needles to forcefully lock the vitality within his body, allowing him to live for another 10 years. At that time, Alchemist Lu, though incredibly old, was much better than now, only occasionally confused and somewhat weak in body. He should have died then, but Alchemist Lu still couldn't let go of Lu Ruyan and didn't want to see her sad. Gu Bai, therefore, performed the heaven-defying life-locking needle on Alchemist Lu, which involved inserting 108 steel needles into Alchemist Liu's body, once again locking his vitality. However, Alchemist Liu's body had truly reached its limit. His body could no longer support him living on. The price of forcefully extending his lifespan was that Alchemist Lu became this extremely disheveled, his sense of taste completely gone, his eyes almost half blind, and his ears barely able to hear any sound. Furthermore, as a foundation establishment cultivator, Alchemist Lu couldn't even stand up now. Perhaps for Alchemist Lu, death was a release. Please. Alchemist Lu squeezed these 3 words out from between his teeth with all his might. Gu Bai sighed and finally nodded. With his methods, he could actually extend Alchemist Liu's lifespan for another 10 plus years. But that would turn Alchemist Lu into something neither human nor ghost, so it was better for him to die now. Gu Bai used his magic power and instantly pulled out all the steel needles from Alchemist Liu's body. However, Gu Bai then used his magic power to temporarily seal these openings, and the moment the steel needles were pulled out, Gu Bai fed Alchemist Lu a red medicinal pill. An incredible scene occurred. Alchemist Liu's complexion regained its ruddiness, and his originally shriveled muscles gradually filled out. In just a few breaths, Alchemist Lu was able to stand up again. His current appearance was almost indistinguishable from Alchemist Liu's usual look. Thank you. Alchemist Lu understood. Say your goodbyes to your daughter properly. Gu Bai said in a deep voice, then he and the others quietly left the room, leaving only Lu Ruyan and Alchemist Lu, father and daughter. Gu Bai did not cure Alchemist Lu, he merely stimulated all the potential within Alchemist Liu's body, forcing him into a temporary resurgence of vitality. This was so that in this short period before his death, Alchemist Lu would not be too disheveled and could die with dignity. Everyone waited silently outside the house, and after the time it takes to drink a few cups of tea, a sudden cry erupted from inside the house. Upon hearing this sorrowful cry, Gu Bai sighed again. He was feeling lost and wistful over the departure of his old friend. That day, Gu Bai personally held a funeral for Alchemist Liu. Watching Alchemist Liu's coffin slowly being buried in the earth, Gu Bai felt a touch of sadness. After everything was over, Gu Bai stood alone by the window at night, looking up at the starry sky. Ultimately, my medical skills are still not enough. Gu Bai thought, if his medical skills were a bit stronger, he could have allowed Alchemist Liu to live with more dignity in his final years. But for him now, it was still a bit difficult. He was already giving his all just to maintain Alchemist Liu's life. However, Gu Bai believed that as long as he continued to delve into medical skills, this problem would soon be overcome by him. Regarding Alchemist Liu's death, Gu Bai did not feel too much sorrow, for he had long been accustomed to goodbyes. Alchemist Liu's death seemed to usher in a new era. Soon after, Zhou Shui began her breakthrough and successfully entered the Golden Core realm, and it was even a superior Golden Core. After Zhou Shui, Li Hong, Chen Tai, and a host of other sect prodigies also began their breakthroughs. Although the process was somewhat perilous, they all successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm. However, they all condensed ordinary Golden Cores, not even awakening a single innate divine ability. But becoming a Golden Core cultivator was already something countless prodigies dreamed of. Many prodigies with greater talent than them could not condense a Golden Core even until their death. Xiao Bai also successfully broke through and became a third-order demon beast not long after Alchemist Liu's death. And it even awakened a divine ability called Silver Moon's Blessing, which, when cast, allows it to be blessed by the Silver Moon and temporarily enhance its physical attributes. This also meant that Xiao Bai's talent was equivalent to a human superior Golden Core. Gu Bai also successfully forged a low-grade magic treasure when Xiao Bai broke through, becoming a third-order artifact refiner. The Ling Yun sect also entered an unprecedented period of prosperity, with more than a dozen Golden Core cultivators alone. Coupled with Gu Bai, the third-order alchemy and artifact refining master, they had already become the true overlords of the entire Qingzhou. 3 years had passed since Alchemist Liu's death. Gu Bai was now 200 years old, and he and Qingning still lived a peaceful and happy life every day. Gu Bai did not feel bored with this peaceful life, or rather, this was his ideal life. He did not like adventure like Ye Fan. As for Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and the other two, they had spent almost every day together these past few years, exploring places like the Tianyuan Desert or the Endless Sea. Clearly, the peaceful life of the Ling Yun sect was not suitable for Ye Fan and the other two. Gu Bai had a vague premonition in his heart that the three of them would not stay peacefully within the Ling Yun sect in the future. They were destined to make a grand name for themselves in the cultivation world. The full moon hung high in the sky, and its soft moonlight cascaded upon the earth. Gu Bai was lying on a reclining chair in his small courtyard, leisurely drinking tea, eating mooncakes, and enjoying this rare sight of the full moon. Qingning sat beside Gu Bai, her mouth stuffed with mooncakes, like a squirrel. Just as the two were enjoying this rare tranquility, a blue light suddenly flashed in the distant sky and flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. A blue light suddenly landed in Gu Bai's small courtyard, smashing a dent into the ground and kicking up a large amount of dust, but immediately after, a strong gust of wind blew through, dispersing the dust. Su Wuji was seen holding a female cultivator covered in blood, standing in the dent. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. He quickly walked to the female cultivator, his hands rapidly emitting green light, and began to heal her. How could she be so severely injured? Gu Bai asked with an extremely solemn expression. This female cultivator was Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero. Father, what happened? Qingning, seeing this scene, also suddenly sat up from her lounge chair and then asked nervously. Suero just forcefully attempted a breakthrough to Golden Core, but she failed, causing her meridians to rupture and her cultivation to be completely lost, Su Wuji said in a low voice. Gu Bai understood in his heart, no wonder Zhang Suero suffered such severe injuries within the incredibly safe Ling Yun sect. After a brief examination of Zhang Suero's body, Gu Bai's face became incredibly grim. Zhang Suero's injuries, even with his current medical Dao level, felt incredibly tricky. Normally, even if a breakthrough failed, the injuries would absolutely not be as severe as Zhang Suero's. But Zhang Suero, when attempting the breakthrough, must have had a mentality of succeed or die. Forcibly forming a Golden Core resulted in her foundation being utterly incapable of successfully forming a Golden Core. The unformed Golden Core, like a bomb, directly exploded within Zhang Suero's body. At the same time, the violent magical power also caused Zhang Suero's meridians to rupture. Thinking of this, Gu Bai only felt a headache. Normal cultivators know their own limits and won't forcefully form a Golden Core. This way, even if a breakthrough fails, it will only result in damaged meridians, and with Gu Bai as a safety net, they can basically be cured, only losing some cultivation. But Zhang Suero was different. She knew it would fail but forcefully attempted core formation for the sake of that almost impossible chance. This directly sentenced Zhang Suero to death, because she could now be said to have completely lost her cultivation. The reason she was still alive was entirely due to Su Wuji, a Golden Core late-stage great cultivator, who had been forcefully sustaining Zhang Suero's life by her side. Gu Bai took a deep breath, performed the medical Dao's secret art, and began to restore Zhang Suero's injuries. His divine sense transformed into countless transparent threads, rapidly stitching together Zhang Suero's severely damaged meridians. After the wounds were stitched, Gu Bai dared to treat Zhang Suero. Soon, Zhang Suero's damaged meridians were completely restored. With his current cultivation as a Golden Core true person, no matter how severe a foundation establishment cultivator's injuries were, as long as their head wasn't off, they were considered minor injuries in Gu Bai's eyes. But Gu Bai's expression did not relax. his brow furrowed deeper instead. Zhang Suero's age was only slightly younger than Su Wuji's, she was already close to 300 years old this year. This age was considered extremely old among Foundation establishment cultivators, living almost 50 years longer than normal Foundation establishment cultivators. The reason she could live so long was because she had taken the life extension pill refined by Gu Bai. With Zhang Suero's cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm, plus the life extension pill he refined, she should have been able to live for another 10 or 20 years. But that was under the condition that Zhang Suero still possessed Foundation establishment cultivation. The current situation was that Zhang Suero failed to form a golden core, causing the unformed golden core to explode directly. Zhang Suero's foundation was destroyed as a result, and she became immortal. And mortals cannot live to 300 years old. The reason Zhang Suero was still alive now was entirely due to his continuous input of life qi to forcefully maintain her vitality. But this also had a limit. Zhang Suero would die within a day at most. Gu Bai now only felt powerless, no matter how heaven-defying his medical skills were. Even if he could heal Zhang Suero's damaged foundation, Zhang Suero couldn't possibly cultivate to the Foundation establishment realm within a day, could she? Gu Bai's brain operated at high speed, frantically recalling the Immortal cultivation classics he had read. Suddenly, Gu Bai had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. He had once learned of a rather obscure secret art in an Immortal cultivation classic, the method of the false core. There were once cultivators who tried to implant a Yao beast's inner core into their own bodies, thinking that this way, they could become a golden core true person. But ultimately, this method ended in failure, even when a third-order physician was personally invited to perform the procedure. The inner core was successfully implanted into that cultivator's body, but that cultivator could only barely use the power of that golden core. He simply could not obtain golden core level cultivation, and his strength was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Without undergoing the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he was essentially still a Foundation establishment cultivator. In the end, even with the life extension pill, that cultivator only lived to be a little over 280 years old. But this also provided Gu Bai with an idea. Since Zhang Suero had lost all her cultivation, he would implant an inner core into Zhang Suero. With the augmentation of the Yao beast's inner core, even if Zhang Suero had lost all her cultivation, she should still be considered a Foundation establishment cultivator. Although he had only heard this story and did not know the specific method for implanting the inner core. But as a highly skilled third-order physician, as long as he had an idea, the practical operation was not difficult for him. Su Wuji and Xing stood beside Gu Bai, not even daring to breathe loudly, fearing they would disturb Gu Bai. Quickly call Gu Bai and Ye Fan over, I need the two of them to assist me. Also, retrieve a wood attribute Yao beast inner core from the sex treasure vault for me, preferably a third-order early-stage Yao beast's inner core, Gu Bai said in a low voice. Su Wuji wasted no words, he immediately used a sound transmission talisman to urgently contact Gu Bai and Ye Fan. Then, with a flash, he went to the sex treasure vault to retrieve the inner core. In just a few breaths, Ye Fan and Gu Bai arrived in the small courtyard almost simultaneously. Gu Bai quickly explained the current situation to the two and hoped that they would each use their divine ability to assist him in healing. Ye Fan and Gu Bai nodded with solemn expressions, indicating that they would do their best to cooperate with Gu Bai. At this moment, Su Wuji also rushed back, holding several inner cores emitting a faint green light. These were all the wood attribute Yao beast inner cores in the sex treasure vault. Gu Bai glanced at them and directly reached out to take the inner core with the dimmest light. Given Zhang Suero's current physical condition, she could at most tolerate a third-order early-stage Yao beast's inner core. Gu Bai took a deep breath, his aura suddenly changed, becoming cold and devoid of any emotion. After many years, Gu Bai once again activated absolute rationality. Zhang Suero's current situation, even for him, felt like immense pressure, he had to go all out. Implanting a Yao beast's inner core into a cultivator's body sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult. It's not as simple as cutting a hole in the stomach and stuffing the inner core in. Gu Bai needed to consider the compatibility between the human body and the inner core, and connect the meridians one by one to the inner core. However, a Yao beast's inner core is ultimately different from a golden core, it is not suitable for human race cultivators, and once a rejection reaction occurs, given Zhang Suero's current physical condition, she would likely die instantly. Although this process was extremely dangerous, fortunately, Gu Bai had an understanding of the human body far surpassing that of other physicians. After all, no one dared to dissect their own body for fun or conduct various experiments on themselves like Gu Bai. Gu Bai took out his specially made surgical knife, carefully cut open Zhang Suero's abdomen, and then placed the green Yao beast's inner core inside. Gu Bai then began to connect all of Zhang Suero's meridians with the Yao beast's inner core. Gu Bai and Ye Fan, on the other hand, unleashed their divine abilities to sustain Zhang Suero's life force. A ray of sunlight pierced through the night, shining through the window onto Gu Bai's face. Gu Bai had finally finished the procedure. After taking care of Zhang Suero's wounds, Gu Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. It was only then that Zhang Suero, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. I'm not dead. She sat up with difficulty, speaking with a hint of disbelief. Zhang Suero knew very well how severe her injuries were, they were almost beyond the help of even a Grand Unity Golden Immortal. She had prepared herself for death, but she never expected to wake up. Of course you're not dead. Gu Bai said, sounding a bit tired. After an entire night of intense concentration and hard work, even with his golden core level of energy, Gu Bai felt a deep sense of exhaustion. Thank you. Zhang Suero was stunned for a moment, then sincerely thanked Gu Bai. This could truly be called a life-saving grace. Without Gu Bai, she wouldn't have seen the sun today. Gu Bai waved his hand, not taking it too seriously. He had experienced too many similar situations. Zhang Suero was about to say more, but she was suddenly embraced by Su Wuji. Su Wuji's body trembled slightly as he quietly held Zhang Suero. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Suero also hugged Su Wuji, and she smiled as she patted Su Wuji's back, speaking gently. Even though she was nearly 300 years old, her appearance remained youthful due to having consumed a youth-retaining pill. From her looks alone, Zhang Suero didn't appear much older than Qing Ning. Qing Ning also hugged her tightly from behind Zhang Suero. The family of three embraced warmly. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Gu Bai, however, sighed inwardly. Because he knew that even though Zhang Suero had been saved, she didn't have much time left before her lifespan ended. Gu Bai didn't disturb the family of three. He, Ye Fan, and Gu Bai quietly exited the room, standing outside and silently watching the sun rise. As the sun gradually rose, Gu Bai had a vague premonition that the day Ye Fan and the others would leave the sect was not far off. The current Ling Yun sect no longer truly needed cultivators with top-tier cultivation like Su Wuji or Ye Fan. Their assistance to the Ling Yun sect was now almost negligible, yet to maintain their current cultivation speed, they needed to consume a third-tier medicinal pill every so often. Remaining within the sect would only hinder the sect's development. In fact, as early as a decade or more ago, Ye Fan and Gu Bai could have left the sect to venture into the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty or other places. The reason they hadn't left was to wait for Su Wuji, and Su Wuji hadn't left because he couldn't bear to leave his Dao companion. And now, Zhang Suero was also nearing the end of her lifespan. Gu Bai had a premonition that once Zhang Suero passed away, and Su Wuji was completely free of worries, the three of them would leave the Ling Yun sect together. The next evening, the group gathered to drink alcohol again after a long time. People Gu Bai knew had been leaving him one after another recently, which made Gu Bai feel a bit down. Fortunately, Gu Bai had grown somewhat accustomed to such partings, he didn't feel overly sad, just a little lost. However, looking at Su Wuji and Zhang Suero now, Gu Bai couldn't help but think about the future. If another few hundred years passed and Qing Ning also reached the end of her lifespan, what would he do then? Gu Bai shook his head, deciding not to worry needlessly. After all, those were matters to consider several hundred years in the future and shouldn't affect his current mood. Gu Bai and Ye Fan were doing fine, after all, their close friends were all young geniuses, and so far, they hadn't experienced too many partings of life and death. In the morning, Gu Bai shook his somewhat dizzy head. After using a spell to clear the smell of alcohol from himself, he walked towards the sect leader's residence. After all, life had to go on, and he had to fulfill his responsibilities as the sect master. Inside the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai, dressed in the sect master's robes, was diligently reviewing documents. 10 years had passed since he became the sect master. Under Gu Bai's management, the Ling Yun sect flourished, becoming a formidable power. It had countless disciples and even more than a dozen golden core true persons. After finishing all the documents, Gu Bai took out a blank piece of paper and began to draw. He wanted to design a set of sect master's robes for himself. The sect master's robes he was currently wearing, while not ugly, were certainly not good looking. Gu Bai was quite experienced in this. The Ling Yun sect, including outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and sect elders, all had their own set of uniforms. These were all personally designed by Gu Bai and were not traditional long robes. Gu Bai referenced clothing from his previous life on Earth and fused it with the long robes of the cultivation world, designing a very stylish set of clothing. It possessed the ancient charm of the cultivation world without losing the convenience of modern society. The outer sect disciples' uniform was relatively simple, with almost no decoration, but it was very durable. Of course, the clothing itself was not made of ordinary material, it was a low-grade magical artifact. It included basic functions such as automatic cleaning, imperviousness to water and fire, and being warm in winter and cool in summer. For inner sect disciples, the uniform was upgraded from the original base and had some attractive decorations added. Furthermore, the quality of the clothing was a medium-grade magical artifact, capable of withstanding most attacks from chi refining cultivators. As for the elder's uniform, it appeared more traditional, similar to the traditional long robes of the cultivation world, only the sleeves were no longer as loose. The quality of the clothing was a high-grade magical artifact, sufficient for the elder's daily use. In addition, there was the Hall of Returning Spring with its specially designed light green uniforms, and the Law Enforcement Hall with its solemn black uniforms that he designed. Almost all the uniforms for the entire sect were designed by Gu Bai. Gu Bai started working on this shortly after becoming sect master and had been busy with it until now. He had prepared almost 2 sets of uniforms for each disciple, and now only his sect master's robes remained. Under normal circumstances, sect disciples did not need to wear their sect uniforms, only on special occasions, such as the sect competition or when going out on missions, were uniforms required. However, because the uniforms designed by Gu Bai were all very aesthetically pleasing, much better looking than the original unremarkable sect uniforms, they were very popular among sect disciples as soon as they were introduced. Therefore, almost all disciples in the sect wore the uniforms designed by Gu Bai. Among them, the Law Enforcement Hall's uniforms were the coolest, completely different from the traditional white or light green colors of the cultivation world's clothing. The Law Enforcement Hall's uniforms were pure black, exceptionally simple overall, yet still stylish, giving off a sense of solemnity and killing intent. To be able to wear these cool uniforms, many disciples chose to join the Law Enforcement Hall. Gu Bai was very satisfied with this, these were uniforms he had designed, expending countless brain cells every night. Gu Bai was not idle out of boredom, he had a purpose. Having a unified uniform within the sect could greatly increase the disciples' sense of belonging. Late at night, within the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai contentedly looked at the blueprints he had revised countless times. What was drawn on the blueprints was the sect master's uniform he had designed for himself. Specifically, it was a pure white robe, adorned with many beautiful golden patterns. Without time to rest, Gu Bai immediately worked through the night. Gu Bai continued like this, handling sect affairs during the day, accompanying Xing in the evening, and making clothes late at night. It took a full month before Gu Bai finally finished making his sect leader's uniform. The main materials used for the uniform were the silk threads of sky silkworms, making it exceptionally soft to wear. The uniform itself was a low-grade magic treasure, wearing it could refresh one's mind and slightly increase one's comprehension ability. Gu Bai waved his hand, forming a water mirror in front of him. He stood before the mirror, looking at his current self with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. His own chi was inherently gentle, and after putting on this robe, it became even softer, as if he were a learned gentleman. After finishing all the documents, Gu Bai stood by the window of the sect leader's residence, quietly looking at the current Lingyun sect. Within the Lingyun sect, disciples could be seen cultivating and sparring almost everywhere, and smiles adorned the faces of all disciples. This was the fruit of Gu Bai's decades of effort. He had spent decades slowly building the Lingyun sect into the sect of his ideals. Disciples helped each other, learned from each other, and progressed together. The elders diligently taught the disciples within the sect, never bullying the weak. However, the Lingyun sect was only like this towards its own people. Towards enemies, they would display their terrifying side. In the Lingyun sect, whether it was alchemy, artifact refining, or being a physician, if you wanted to learn, you could learn advanced knowledge for free. After admiring the scenery within the sect for a while, Gu Bai left the sect leader's residence and headed to the Hall of Weaponry to continue learning artifact refining skills. It wasn't until dusk that Gu Bai, dragging his somewhat tired body, returned to his immortal cave. As soon as he pushed open the door, Gu Bai smelled a rich aroma of food. You're back. Rest a bit and eat, Xing, who had been waiting for Gu Bai at the dining table for a long time, said with a brightened gaze and a smile when she saw him. Gu Bai glanced at the dishes on the table, they were all his favorites. A beautiful smile immediately appeared on Gu Bai's face. Closing the door, Gu Bai and Xing enjoyed this warm dinner together. After eating their fill, the two sat cross-legged on the bed and began their daily cultivation. Every day after waking up, Xing would practice her sword for a few hours. In the afternoon, she would wander around the sect, looking for Yafan and other golden core cultivators to spar with. In the evening, Xing would return to the Immortal Cave early to prepare a lavish dinner for Gu Bai. As for Gu Bai, every morning, he would enjoy a cup of hot tea at dawn before heading to the sect leader's residence to begin his day's work. After handling sect affairs, Gu Bai would sometimes go to the Hall of Weaponry to further his artifact refining knowledge. Sometimes, he would return to his Immortal Cave early, lie under the Enlightenment Tree, and leisurely read Cultivation World Classics. When dusk was about to fall, Gu Bai would personally cook dishes that Xing liked. After the two finished their meal, they would begin their daily cultivation, continuing this process until the next day. Of course, sometimes Gu Bai would also hide from Xing and secretly go drinking with Yafan, Suwuji, and others. Or he would come alone to nameless mountain peak and quietly gaze at the starry sky. Whenever he gazed at the vast starry sky, Gu Bai would feel a long-lost tranquility, as if his soul had been cleansed. Gu Bai always wondered if the stars in the sky were other worlds. If that were truly the case, then would the vast, endless stars in the sky represent an infinite number of worlds? Of course, Gu Bai would not stay up all night. After watching for a while, he would return to his immortal cave, as Xing was still waiting for him at home. This was their daily routine. Although ordinary, it was exceptionally warm. Inside the immortal cave, Gu Bai, who had cultivated all night, slowly opened his eyes. Alas! Gu Bai sighed softly, a hint of worry on his face. The ancient wood evergreen skill he cultivated was gradually failing to keep up with him. In a sense, the ancient wood evergreen skill had become a burden. The ancient wood evergreen skill had some advantages at lower realms, namely its strong recovery ability. But its help to Gu Bai was not significant, as he could burn his lifespan to restore his magical power. And besides its fast magical power recovery and longer lifespan compared to normal cultivators, the ancient wood evergreen skill simply couldn't compare to other cultivation techniques of the same realm. Gu Bai's consideration at the time was that cultivating the ancient wood evergreen skill could, to a certain extent, conceal his abnormally long lifespan. At that time, Gu Bai was still very weak and could not expose his unique nature too early. But now, Gu Bai no longer needed to hide, because he had already cultivated to the golden core realm. A golden core true person was considered a mid to high tier combatant in the entire cultivation world. Coupled with having Yafan, Gu Bai, Suwuji, and others as his backing, even if he lived past his lifespan limit, no one would inquire too much. After all, there were so many rare treasures in the cultivation world. Spiritual objects that could increase lifespan were not uncommon, even heaven-defying spiritual objects that could reverse aging were not unheard of in the cultivation world. He had actually wanted to switch to a different cultivation technique a long time ago, but the Lingyun sect didn't have any other particularly good golden core cultivation techniques. Furthermore, switching cultivation techniques was very troublesome, which is why Gu Bai had put it off until now. Now, the Lingyun sect was peaceful and harmonious, and Gu Bai had enough time to switch cultivation techniques. On the top floor of the scripture pavilion, Standing before a pile of golden core level cultivation techniques, Gu Bai was still unable to make a choice. Although the Ling Yun sect had destroyed the other three major golden core sects in Qingzhou, the number of golden core level cultivation techniques had increased significantly. The Ling Yun sect also had several wood element golden core cultivation techniques that met Gu Bai's requirements, but none of them satisfied Gu Bai. He had read many cultivation technique secret manuals over the years, and in his eyes, these few wood element cultivation techniques were too ordinary, without any outstanding qualities. Gu Bai sighed. It wasn't that he was picky, the primary cultivation technique was incredibly important for a cultivator and couldn't be changed on a whim. To switch one's primary cultivation technique, it would take at least several years, and during the transition, some cultivation would be lost. If he decided to cultivate a cultivation technique, Gu Bai wouldn't consider switching to another unless it was before he made a breakthrough to nascent soul. Why isn't there a cultivation technique suitable for me? Gu Bai murmured. The few wood element golden core cultivation techniques collected by the Ling Yun sect were not suitable for his current needs. After all, Gu Bai didn't really need to fight head-on. He wanted to find a cultivation technique similar to ancient wood evergreen skill that could enhance his healing abilities. But Gu Bai had searched through all the cultivation techniques and hadn't found a suitable one. Instead of spending a huge cost to switch cultivation techniques, he might as well continue cultivating ancient wood evergreen skill. If the longevity function of ancient wood evergreen skill were removed and replaced with an increase in the quality of magical power, it would boost my overall strength by at least 30%, Gu Bai thought to himself. The foundation of ancient wood evergreen skill was not bad, but to extend lifespan, it sacrificed many other things. This was why ancient wood evergreen skill, apart from its strong recovery ability, had no other advantages. That's right. Why don't I try improving the cultivation technique? At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Gu Bai. He suddenly realized that he could completely improve ancient wood evergreen skill. With his knowledge, he was fully capable of doing it. In his spare time, besides delving into medical arts, Gu Bai had read through all the other cultivation technique secret manuals in the scripture pavilion. This laid a certain foundation for Gu Bai. In addition, general cultivation techniques would come with several innate spells, which were the most suitable spells for that cultivation technique. For example, the King Yin sword art cultivated by Ye Fan included an incredibly powerful sword technique that could cooperate with the cultivation technique to unleash incredibly powerful King Yin sword chi. Another example is the Divine Thunder transformation, a powerful secret art that comes with the Divine Heaven Thunder art cultivated by Gu Bai. However, the ancient wood evergreen skill that Gu Bai cultivated was relatively trashy and didn't have any powerful innate spells. But this didn't stump Gu Bai. In his spare time, Gu Bai would create many practical medical Dao secret arts. This laid a solid foundation for Gu Bai. Essentially, the medical Dao secret arts he created could be considered half of the innate spells of ancient wood evergreen skill. Gu Bai acted on his thoughts without any hesitation, directly taking all the golden core level wood element cultivation techniques from the scripture pavilion. Afterward, Gu Bai also took dozens of wood element foundation establishment cultivation techniques and countless wood element spells. Next, Gu Bai entered a state of intense study. He would almost always read cultivation technique secret manuals whenever he had free time. Under the enhancement of the enlightenment divine ability, Gu Bai was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge related to cultivation techniques at an extremely fast pace. This continued for several years until Gu Bai finally thoroughly researched those golden core cultivation techniques. So that's how it is. Cultivating immortality is truly marvelous. Gu Bai gently closed the book, then let out a long breath. The deeper he understood the essence of cultivation techniques, the more Gu Bai marveled at the wonder of cultivating immortality. This was the result of the efforts of countless people, improved bit by bit, which slowly formed the current, almost perfect cultivating immortality system. Gu Bai didn't need to improve the existing cultivating immortality system, he only needed to improve the ancient wood evergreen skill he cultivated to make it more suitable for himself. Gu Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, recalling the knowledge he had learned over the past few years. A moment later, Gu Bai finally had an idea. He carefully changed the cultivation technique's circulation path. This was a rather risky move. One wrong step could trigger a magical power riot, leading to severed meridians and the complete waste of cultivation. Most cultivators would make thorough preparations before daring to find people to experiment on, to see if their improved cultivation technique had any problems. But Gu Bai skipped these steps and directly used his own body for the experiment. His changes were very small. For ancient wood evergreen skill, there was almost no major alteration, only a slight increase in cultivation speed. Gu Bai circulated it for one cycle, then he opened his eyes and showed a slight smile. Gu Bai found that his cultivation speed had indeed increased slightly, and the quality of his magical power had also improved. But before Gu Bai could rejoice, the magical power in his body became chaotic. Even though Gu Bai tried his best to suppress it, the cultivation technique in his body still became violent. Pfft! Gu Bai suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, then bled from his 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground, falling into a coma. It was the violent magical power in his body that ruptured his meridians, and finally, the violent magical power rushed directly to his head. It directly turned his brain into a mess, which caused Gu Bai to fall into a coma. Fortunately, in just a moment, Gu Bai woke up from his coma, and the injuries on his body recovered in an instant. This was the benefit of immortality. Since he wouldn't die, he could experiment with his body as much as he wanted. Gu Bai sat up and frowned in thought. Soon, Gu Bai found the reason. It was because the path he changed conflicted with the circulation paths of other magical power, which led to the magical power disorder. For others, even if they knew there was a problem with the cultivation technique, it would be difficult for them to instantly know the reason like Gubai. After all, they wouldn't dare to cultivate an unformed cultivation technique. They would instead capture other cultivators and force them to cultivate the unformed cultivation technique for experiments. They wouldn't directly start cultivating like Gubai, and because it wasn't their own cultivation, it was incredibly difficult for them to know where the problem occurred. Sometimes it might take several months, or even several years, to figure out exactly where the problem was. However, it was much simpler for Gubai. He almost instantly thought of where the problem lay, and then Gubai pondered how to solve it in his mind. Gubai quickly thought of a solution. Of course, this was just an idea. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, he wouldn't die anyway, so he could experiment as much as he wanted. Thud. A moment later, Gubai fell to the ground with a thud, his body uncontrollably twitching, and he kept spitting out blood. Again. Gubai quickly recovered. After summarizing the reasons for failure, he began to try again. In just one night, Gubai fainted dozens of times. If he didn't possess an immortal body, he would have died several times already. However, the gains were also huge. Gubai had already initially improved Ancient Wood Evergreen skill. Now, the cultivation speed of Ancient Wood Evergreen skill was about 10% faster than before, and the quality of his magical power had also significantly improved. Time flew by, and several years passed quickly. Over the past few years, Gubai had been improving the Ancient Wood Evergreen skill. The current Ancient Wood Evergreen skill was completely different from its previous version. The cultivation speed of the current Ancient Wood Evergreen skill was relatively fast among Golden Core cultivation techniques, with an increase of about 30% compared to before. Furthermore, the spiritual power condensed was full of vitality, which further enhanced the power of Gubai's medical skills by several levels. Of course, even the improved Ancient Wood Evergreen skill was still not good at combat. However, it was no longer as extreme as before. At least Gubai felt that the power of his sword chi had increased by about 40%. This transformed Gubai's strength from a Golden Core cultivator who was not good at combat to a relatively strong Golden Core cultivator. In addition, Gubai also created several medical Dao secret arts suitable for the Ancient Wood Evergreen skill. The current Ancient Wood Evergreen skill could now be considered a relatively excellent Golden Core cultivation technique. If others knew that Gubai had improved a cultivation technique in just a few years, they would probably be too astonished to speak. Normally, a Golden Core cultivator, even if they spent their entire life, could at most only slightly improve the cultivation technique they cultivated. A proper Golden Core cultivation technique had been passed down for countless generations, gradually improved bit by bit. But Gubai was different, he alone spent only a few years to completely improve a Golden Core cultivation technique. Gubai stretched, and he would continue to improve cultivation techniques, but not as frantically as before. At most, he would try during his leisure time each day. Gubai now planned to organize his acquired medical Dao knowledge and alchemy knowledge into a book for other disciples to read. Because Gubai discovered that there were no systematic high-level medical books in the sect. First-order medical books were very detailed, but second-order medical books were not. Most second-order medical books had many overlapping contents, and some contents recorded in medical books were even incorrect in Gubai's opinion. And many theories seemed too simplistic to Gubai. He had at least a dozen better ones in his mind. Therefore, Gubai planned to organize all medical Dao knowledge and compile a book that included all first-order, second-order, and even most third-order medical Dao knowledge. This would allow future Hall of Returning Spring disciples to directly reach their goals without wasting time searching for various books. Gubai did not go to the scripture pavilion. He had read all the medical books in the scripture pavilion and stored their contents in his mind. Gubai closed his eyes and began to quickly consult his mind. Immediately, countless medical books appeared densely in Gubai's mind, all of which were knowledge he had stored there. He first organized all the medical Dao knowledge, removing overlapping parts and outdated old versions. Instantly, the number of medical books in Gubai's mind was directly reduced by 90%. But it was still not enough, it was still a bit too much. Gubai then removed some of the highly similar knowledge from his mind, leaving only the most essential parts. After Gubai's selection, the densely packed medical books in his mind instantly decreased by another 90%, leaving only a few thousand medical books. Gubai categorized and organized the remaining knowledge, removing the more obscure, difficult to learn, but less practical knowledge. Gubai let out a long breath, took out a blank book from his storage pouch, and began writing rapidly. Soon, this book, thicker than a fist and larger than a wash basin, was filled with medical Dao knowledge by Gubai. The book was densely covered with rows of tiny characters. These characters were very small, often with tens of thousands of characters on a single page. Fortunately, Gubai was not that insane. The number of characters only occupied a small part of the book, while the remaining parts were various spirit medicine diagrams, muscle structures, and so on. After finishing one book, Gubai took out another blank book and began writing. Soon, Gubai had filled hundreds of books of similar size with knowledge. As a Golden Core cultivator, he could control a pen with his divine sense and perform multi-line operations, controlling 10 pens simultaneously. But even so, Gubai spent several years writing down all the knowledge he had learned in his life. These were hundreds of books, containing all the knowledge for first-order to third-order physicians, such as human anatomy and the application of spirit medicine. Anything you could think of could be found within them. It was full of practical content, without any fluff, and also easy to understand. Anyone could comprehend it. Gubai named it Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, which also represented Gubai's ambition. The main edition of the Yellow Emperor's inner canon consisted of 108 books, which integrated most of the knowledge from first order to third order physicians. The knowledge recorded in the remaining 316 books was mostly very obscure or too difficult to learn. For example, the acupuncture methods Gu Bai was proficient in, or the poison arts of the 5 poison sect. Gu Bai did not recommend normal physicians to learn these secret methods. If someone could thoroughly study the 3 more basic books of the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, then as long as they possessed the cultivation of the qi refining realm, they could easily defeat most first order physicians. If someone could thoroughly study the 12 more basic books of the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, as long as they possessed the cultivation of the foundation establishment realm, they could easily defeat most second order physicians. If someone could read and master all 108 practical books in the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, then based on theoretical knowledge alone, they could become a third order physician. Gu Bai rubbed his slightly throbbing forehead. He hadn't been busy for nothing these past few years. He found that after categorizing and organizing the knowledge he possessed, his understanding of the medical Dao had become even deeper. Gu Bai looked at the mountain of books, feeling a slight headache. Generally speaking, books in the scripture pavilion must have at least one backup copy. But Gu Bai didn't want to copy them all over again. After thinking for a moment, Gu Bai revealed a mischievous smirk. He picked up a sound transmission talisman and sent a message to Oriental Yuch, asking her to come to the scripture pavilion. Upon receiving Gu Bai's message, Oriental Yuch quickly arrived at the scripture pavilion. Master, is there something you need me for? Oriental Yuch asked Gu Bai, a bit curious. Yuechu, your master has an extremely arduous task for you to do. Gu Bai patted Oriental Yuch's shoulder, his eyes narrowed as he said with a smile. Oriental Yuch nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As Gu Bai's disciple, he knew that whenever Gu Bai narrowed his eyes like that, it meant someone was about to have bad luck. And besides Gu Bai, he was the only one present. Chapter 228 Don't be afraid, I'm here. Master, just tell me what it is. Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, I won't even bat an eye. Oriental Yuch said with an extremely firm tone. You can't go back on your word, all right. Do you see those books behind me? I need you to copy all of them for me. Remember to copy them completely, not a single word can be wrong. These are the culmination of my life's work, written with all my heart and soul. Only by entrusting them to you can I rest assured. Gu Bai patted Oriental Yuch's shoulder, then pointed to the hundreds of medical books piled up like a mountain behind him, and spoke earnestly. Following Gu Bai's gaze, when Oriental Yuch saw the hundreds of medical books, each thicker than a fist, his small face instantly turned deathly pale. Ma Master, you're not joking, are you? Oriental Yuch's voice trembled slightly. He was well aware that with his writing speed, it would take him at least a decade or more to finish copying them. What do you think? Don't think about being lazy, I'll check them afterward. If I find a single wrong character, you'll have to copy it all over again. Gu Bai said with a smile, then, before Oriental Yuch could react, he flashed and disappeared from in front of Oriental Yuch. Only Oriental Yuch was left on the scene, looking at the mountain of medical books before him, wanting to cry but having no tears. After leaving the scripture pavilion, Gu Bai felt a refreshing sense of clarity. He wasn't tricking Oriental Yuch, he was laying a foundation for Oriental Yuch. As soon as Gu Bai's Yellow Emperor's inner canon was released, it was instantly beloved by all disciples. Gu Bai did not set any viewing thresholds, as long as one was a disciple of the Hall of Returning Spring, they could unconditionally read the Yellow Emperor's inner canon. Upon learning that it was written by Gu Bai, every alchemist would go to the scripture pavilion to read the Yellow Emperor's inner canon written by Gu Bai. Soon, the Yellow Emperor's inner canon written by Gu Bai was copied countless times for the alchemists of the Hall of Returning Spring to read. In the following years, Gu Bai organized his knowledge of alchemy into books, writing over 100 volumes of alchemy scriptures. As soon as the alchemy scriptures were released, they were instantly loved by all alchemists of the Lingyun sect. For a time, Gu Bai's prestige in Lingyun sect rose another level. On this day, in Suwuji's immortal cave, Zhang Suero lay weakly on the bed, her breath like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive, and no one spoke. Gu Bai, how is her condition? Suwuji looked at Gu Bai and asked, his voice slightly hoarse. It's not good. She's not injured, she has reached the end of her lifespan. You should know that better than I do. Gu Bai gently shook his head, his voice low. Is there no other way? Suwuji looked at Gu Bai, a rare hint of pleading in his eyes. There is a way, but you've seen Alchemist Liu's state. Can you accept the final outcome? Gu Bai sighed softly, speaking with great helplessness. Forcibly keeping Zhang Suero alive would be a torment for both Suwuji and Zhang Suero. Suwuji wanted to say something more, but his hand was gently pulled by Zhang Suero. Zhang Suero looked at Suwuji with gentle eyes and gently shook her head. Seeing this, Gu Bai sighed in his heart. After leaving behind a medicinal pill that could stimulate all bodily functions, he and the others quietly left the room. Only Suwuji and Xing Ning remained to accompany Zhang Suero through her final moments. Gu Bai stood waiting outside the immortal cave. After a long time, as dusk settled, a loud cry echoed from inside the room. Hearing that familiar cry, unique to Xing Ning, Gu Bai sighed softly once more. Separation by death is a profound blow to anyone. Gu Bai waited a little longer, and then the room door slowly opened. Xing Ning, with slightly red and swollen eyes, had just walked out of the immortal cave. Her eyes were somewhat red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time, and her emotions had only just begun to calm down. As soon as Xing stepped out of the immortal cave, she was gently embraced by a figure. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gu Bai held Xing with immense tenderness, then spoke softly beside her ear. Just as Xing would quietly stay with him when he was sad. When Xing was sad, Gu Bai would also quietly stay with her, giving her the greatest sense of security. Hearing this, Xing's tears, which she had managed to stop, began to flow again. She sobbed uncontrollably in Gu Bai's arms, without any regard for her appearance. Gu Bai said no comforting words, he simply held Xing like that, giving her the greatest warmth. Su Wuji walked out of the immortal cave expressionlessly. He didn't cry or make a scene like Xing. But he was the one who was most heartbroken, as could be seen from his slightly trembling hands. He was simply too sad to even cry. Su Wuji paused when he saw Gu Bai and Xing. It seemed he was recalling his past with Zhang Suero. He took a deep breath and looked up quietly at the starry sky. He didn't feel any envy or jealousy, only a sense of relief. He was happy that his daughter had found a lifelong companion. With Gu Bai's protection, Xing would basically not encounter any danger, which completely alleviated his worries. Gu Bai comforted her for a long time until Xing's emotions gradually calmed down. She lay in Gu Bai's arms and fell asleep. He carefully carried Xing back to the immortal cave, covered her with a blanket, and then Gu Bai quietly left. Soon, Gu Bai found Su Wuji, who was still standing outside the immortal cave, silently gazing at the starry sky. Only his sword chi had become even sharper, like a sheathless sword, fully unleashing its edge. The pain of loss did not crush him, it only made Su Wuji stronger. However, Su Wuji's current state was very dangerous. Gu Bai could see that Su Wuji's heart already harbored some self-destructive emotions. Gu Bai thought for a moment and used a voice transmission talisman to summon Gu Bei and Ye Fan. He had to set a new anchor point for Su Wuji, otherwise, Su Wuji would eventually become a Shura who only knew how to kill. Soon, Ye Fan and Gu Bei arrived beside Gu Bai. Want a drink? The three quietly walked to Su Wuji's side. Gu Bai took out a jar of his prized strong liquor, offered it to Su Wuji, and then said with a smile. Su Wuji didn't speak. He glanced at Ye Fan and Gu Bei, who were concerned about him, and then silently took the jar of wine. Then, with a gulp, he drank the entire Tenjin jar of strong liquor in one go. Again. Chapter 229, Farewell Instructions. Su Wuji exhaled a mouthful of wine, then said in a low voice, Don't worry, it's enough. Gu Bai smiled and immediately took out several more jars of strong wine from his storage pouch. Then the four of them sat on the ground and drank the strong wine, cup after cup. Su Wuji, who had been somewhat silent, opened up after a few jars of strong wine and began to tell Gu Bai and the others about his past with Zhang Suero. The story was not exciting, it only contained ordinary, warm daily life, but for Su Wuji, this was perhaps his most precious memory. The few of them drank until very late. Su Wuji was dead drunk, but he was no longer as suppressed as before. Gu Bei and Ye Fan were also a bit drunk, among the few, only Gu Bai wasn't too drunk. Although Gu Bai usually loved to drink, and could even be said to look for people to drink with every few days, he almost never got drunk. He would only take 1 or 2 sips, and once slightly tipsy, he would stop drinking. Looking at the few people who were already dead drunk, Gu Bai shook his head helplessly, tidied up the scene a bit, and then turned to leave. Only Ye Fan and the other two were left lying on the ground, sound asleep. All three were golden core cultivators, so sleeping outside in the wind for a night would not be a problem. Upon returning to his immortal cave, Gu Bai found Xing curled up on the bed, her brows tightly furrowed. It was clear that her mother Zhang Suero's departure had dealt a considerable blow to Xing. Gu Bai quietly took off his robe, which carried a slight scent of wine, and then gently lay beside Xing. After sensing Gu Bai's presence, Xing's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and she instinctively hugged Gu Bai. She held him very tightly, like an octopus, to the point where Gu Bai even felt a little breathless. Gu Bai subconsciously struggled a few times. Don't go. Perhaps it was sleep talk, or a subconscious action, but feeling Gu Bai trying to leave her, Xing said softly, her voice filled with deep unease. Don't worry, I won't leave. Hearing Xing's words, Gu Bai stopped struggling and let Xing hug him. Now was when Xing felt the most insecure, and what he needed to do was give her the greatest companionship. The reason he had gone drinking with Su Wuji earlier was because Gu Bai knew that Su Wuji's state was very abnormal. If he hadn't gone drinking heartily with Su Wuji might have gone to extremes. This was not Gu Bai exaggerating, it was a highly probable outcome. As a sword cultivator, Su Wuji was inherently stubborn. If no one looked after him, who knew what he would do? Zhang Suero's funeral was held by Su Wuji. Gu Bai and others who had a good relationship with Su Wuji all came to attend the funeral. Everyone wore white robes, and as they watched the coffin gradually being buried, Xing's eyes turned red again. Fortunately, Gu Bai was by her side this time, and Xing did not cry, appearing very mature, which made Gu Bai somewhat relieved. Xing had indeed grown a lot compared to before, especially after the great war between the human race and the Ya race. Xing could truly be said to have undergone a complete transformation. Su Wuji did not say a word throughout, but fortunately, he was only sad and did not make any inappropriate gestures. What? You're leaving tonight? The funeral had just ended, and before Gu Bai could even catch his breath, he was informed. Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and Gu Bei were leaving Lingyun sect tonight to venture into the cultivation world together. How can it be so soon? Aren't you going to prepare more? Looking at the three who had already packed their bags, Gu Bai sighed. Although he knew the three would leave sooner or later, and Gu Bai had already prepared for it, he didn't expect this day to come so suddenly, making him somewhat unable to react. No, the sect holds too many memories of her and me. Now that Suero is gone, and you have already become the sect master. The sect doesn't really need the three of us anymore. There's no point in us staying in the sect any longer. Su Wuji shook his head, clearly not wanting to stay in the sect much longer. Gu Bai nodded. He did not stop the three from leaving, but instead, like an old father, began to constantly instruct them. Alright then, be careful and don't take risks like last time. Gu Bai, although you're not stupid, you're not too smart either, and you get easily angered by others. You should listen to Ye Fan's opinions more, understand? None of the three showed any impatience, they listened carefully to Gu Bai's instructions. After giving his instructions, Gu Bai began to continuously pull things out of his storage pouch. These are the third-tier medicinal pills for recovery that I refined, mainly for Su Wuji, but you too should also keep some for emergencies. These are the medicinal pills I refined for daily cultivation. Without the sect as a reliance, resources will need to be fought for by yourselves. I know that the three of you are very strong, and you will certainly not lack resources in the future, but it will always be a bit difficult at the beginning. This is the antidote I refined. Its efficacy is very strong, capable of resolving almost all third-tier potent poisons. Even if it can't resolve them, it can temporarily suppress them. When you're out and about, it's inevitable to encounter enemy assassinations. You must be careful in everything. Gu Bai continuously took out bottle after bottle of medicinal pills and placed them in front of the three. Gu Bai had realized long ago that the three would eventually leave. Ever since he broke through to the Golden Core realm, he had been preparing for this day. Gu Bai had refined many various recovery and antidote medicinal pills. The three initially wanted to refuse because Gu Bai gave them far too many. It was estimated that almost half of the entire sect's third-tier medicinal pills had been taken out by Gu Bai. But with just one look from Gu Bai and Ye Fan instantly dared not refuse any more. After all, that was the inherent aura of a big brother and a master. These are what you risked your lives to find in the 10,000 barren mountains, they are inherently yours. I merely helped you refine them into medicinal pills. Moreover, the sect doesn't really need third-tier medicinal pills. Apart from the three of you, no one in the entire sect has hope of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Naturally, they don't need medicinal pills to speed up their cultivation, let them cultivate slowly. But you are different. Your future is definitely not limited to the Golden Core realm, even the nascent soul true lord is merely your starting point. Gu Bai said earnestly. After he finished speaking, he took out a few more bottles of medicinal pills from his storage pouch and handed them to the three. Ye Fan and Gu Bai, constrained by Gu Bai's powerful aura, could only reluctantly accept them. As for Su Wuji, he also couldn't resist Gu Bai's enthusiasm and could only reluctantly accept all these medicinal pills. Sect Master, these are the upgraded mechanical arms I crafted for you. They should be able to fully unleash your strength. Gu Bai took out 6 mechanical arms from his storage pouch and handed them to Su Wuji. These mechanical arms all possessed the quality of magic treasures and were specially crafted by Gu Bai for Su Wuji over the past few years. To prevent accidents, Gu Bai had crafted a full 6 mechanical arms, which should be enough for Su Wuji to use for a long time. Each mechanical arm consumed a large amount of precious third-tier materials. Furthermore, Gu Bai had also implemented key defensive measures on the exterior of the mechanical arms. Generally, even when facing attacks from Golden Core late-stage cultivators, they would not be destroyed.